Is Maxwell House the best coffee in the whole world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. A wondrous gift I bring to thee, bright as a star in a velvet sky, light as a moonbeam dancing by, and I call my gift contentment. It's raining in Springfield. It's been raining, as a matter of fact, for the past 3 days. In the white frame house on Maple Street, close confinement has sharpened nerves to a razor's edge, and tension mounts precariously with each falling raindrop. Dramatic, isn't it?
Go ahead, Kathy.
Wait a minute. Kathy, I'll trade you Indiana Avenue and the electric company for Marvin Gardens.
I don't want Marvin Gardens. Daddy,
Yes, Kathy.
how many do I need for the B&O Railroad?
5.
I hope you get a 10 and land in jail.
Bud.
Well, she's got all the other railroads now.
Bud, if you and Betty can't be good sports about it...
Father, I don't mind losing, but she gets the boardwalk and Park Place every game, and what fun is it?
Well, what do you know? 5.
All right, Bud, give her the other railroad.
Here's $200, Bud. Put another house on the boardwalk.
You can't put any more houses on the boardwalk. You've got a hotel now.
Well, why can't I? Father, she doesn't know any more about this game than a rabbit.
I do, too.
You do not.
I do, too.
Nothing I like more than a nice, quiet game of Monopoly.
I do, too.
Rain. 3 whole days, and all it does is...
All right, Bud.
What?
It's your turn.
Oh, where am I?
North Carolina Avenue.
Don't roll a 7, Buddy. You'll land on the boardwalk.
Kathy.
I told him not to, Daddy.
4. Well, that's more like it.
It puts you on chance.
I hope I go to jail and stay there the rest of the game.
Bud,
Yes, Dan?
it says advance token to boardwalk.
Oh, no.
$2,000.
Bud, I'm afraid...
Jim!
Hmm?
Jim!
What is it, Margaret? What's the matter?
Jim, come up here quickly.
I'll be right up, honey.
Bud,
I have to go upstairs.
you owe me $2,000.
Send him a bill.
Daddy.
Not now, Kathy. What's wrong, Margaret?
Jim, look at the ceiling. It's ruined.
Jumpin' Jehoshaphat. We forgot to empty the buckets.
All over the wall and the rugs.
Come on, Bud.
Boy, what a mess.
How about my $2,000? Don't worry, Mother. Father will fix it.
Good grief, the whole attic.
Boy, what a mess.
Well, don't stand there. Do something. Open the window.
Okay.
Margaret, send the girls up here with some mops. Margaret!
I heard you, Jim.
Well, why didn't you say something? And tell them to hurry up. Water all over everything.
Some mess, huh, Dad?
Just stand out of the way, Bud. I've got to empty these buckets.
Want me to help?
Of course not. I just brought you along to keep me company.
Well, all I said was...
Come on, Bud. Grab a bucket. Don't stand there.
Well, you just told me...
Grab a bucket.
Holy cow.
The worst rain in 20 years, and it has to come when there's a hole in the roof. Bud, throw it out the window.
That's what I did.
I asked you to do a simple thing like dump a bucket of water out of a window, and you can't even do that right.
Well, gosh, it was heavy, Dad, and I only spilled a couple of drops.
Grab another bucket and stop talking.
Did they all run... Oh, Jim, look at this place.
It's going to be all right, Margaret.
Kathy, stop pushing me. Well, I want to see.
Now, is that the last one?
I think so.
All right, close the window.
Oh, Jim.
Now, wait a minute, Margaret. It isn't going to do any good to cry about it.
I asked you to have the roof fixed. I pleaded
All
with
right,
you.
girls, start mopping.
Go ahead, Kathy.
What's Mommy crying about?
Never mind.
Margaret. Oh, honey, listen to me. This rain's got us all on edge. We're nervous and irritable. But we can't let it get us down, can we?
Want me to do something, Dad?
Yes, put the buckets back where they belong.
Okay.
Margaret.
I hate this house.
Margaret.
I do. It's old and it's ugly and it's falling apart and I hate every bit of it.
Honey, you're just tired. I know it isn't any fun being cooped up here for 3 days, but...
It was bad enough before, but now...
Margaret, there isn't anything that can't be fixed.
I've been telling you for years the house isn't big enough for us. We need another bathroom and more closets and another bedroom.
We've been all through that, Margaret, and this isn't the time.
It certainly is the time. Look at this place. I'm ashamed to have our friends see it.
Well, we just won't let them come up into the attic, that's all.
Jim, this is not the time for jokes.
I can't think of a better time. How you doing, Betty?
We're practically finished.
I'm hungry.
Well, as soon as we get through up here, we'll go down to a nice hot dinner. Then we'll all feel better.
We're going to have hamburgers.
Again?
Bud Anderson, if you don't like my cooking, you can arrange to eat somewhere else.
Margaret.
I didn't say anything. All
Never
I said
mind,
was...
Bud.
It isn't bad enough that I have to stand over a stove all afternoon.
Honey, he didn't mean anything.
You're just as bad as he is. Just because he's your son.
Here we go.
If it were one of the girls, you wouldn't be so quick to defend them.
I wasn't defending him, Margaret. I merely said...
The only 2 girls in the entire neighborhood without new Easter outfits. And you don't even care.
I do care. I told you to buy them new clothes for Easter, didn't I?
With prices the way they are today. Jim Anderson, are you out of your mind?
I told you to buy them, and if you didn't want to buy them, why blame it on me?
Janie Liggett got a whole new outfit.
Don't mention Janie Liggett to me again.
There you are. All she has to do is say one word, and you fly off the handle, because she isn't your son.
My son didn't get any new clothes for Easter, did he? You didn't hear him complaining, did you?
I don't want any clothes.
You see?
Patty Davis got a new hat and new coat.
Kathy.
What good are clothes?
Just because you don't care how you look.
I care as much as anybody, but why throw money away on clothes when you can get a gasoline scooter for only...
Bud.
I was only going to tell
I
you...
don't care what you were going to tell me.
But I'm practically the only kid in the whole school...
The front doorbell rang.
I'm practically the only kid in the whole school...
Will you please see who's at the door?
From here?
Go downstairs and see who's at the door.
A bicycle. I'm practically the only kid in the whole school who doesn't have a joy wagon, and I can't even have a gasoline scooter. You'd think I was a kid or something.
Margaret.
There isn't anything more we can do up here, girls, so we'd better go downstairs.
Go ahead, Kathy.
I have to tie my shoelace.
Margaret, I'd like to explain.
There isn't anything to explain. Go ahead, girls.
But you don't even know...
Jim, please, I'd rather not discuss it right now.
Oh, I don't know. One little accident and the whole world is coming to an end. The house is no good. The furniture's no good. I'm no good.
No one said anything about the furniture.
Oh, but you agree about me. The furniture's fine, but...
Daddy.
Keep quiet, Kathy.
Betty, you and Kathleen go into the bathroom and get ready for dinner.
Okay, Mother. Come on, Button Face.
Who's a mutton face?
I said Button Face.
Oh.
Margaret,
I'd better get started on the hamburgers if you and your son have no objections.
you know the way Bud loves hamburgers. He'll eat them until he's sick.
Bud has never gotten sick on my hamburger.
I know. Honey, what's gotten into you? I've never seen you like this before.
Well, if you had rain dripping down on your ceiling for 3 days...
But it is my ceiling. That's what I've been trying to tell you. It's as much my ceiling and my house as it is yours.
Then why don't you take a little pride in it?
Oh, Margaret, for the love of Pete.
Dad,
Bud, I'm talking to your mother.
there's a man here who wants to know if he can use the phone.
Well, tell him to come in. Don't keep him out there in the rain.
Would you like to come in?
Well, thank you very much, son. I hate to barge in on you folks like this.
Having a little trouble?
No, not trouble exactly. Can't rightly call a little thing like this trouble. Just got a little water in the distributor, I think.
Bud, why don't you close the door?
Well,
Ma'am, if you don't mind, would it be all right if we left it open? I got my young'uns out in the car, and if you close the door...
You mean your family's out there in the rain?
Well, what family I got. Just Betsy and little Skip. But you don't have to worry about
Jim, we can't let them stay outside.
Of course not. But...
Mister, we're being an awful bother the way it is. I don't want
Bud, put on your raincoat and rubbers.
If it's all right to bring them in, you won't have to bother about fetching them.
Well, naturally, it's all right.
That's sure neighborly of you.
Betsy,
We're okay, Pa.
stick Skipper's hat on and bring him in.
Okay.
Ah, she's a good girl, Betsy. Only 8, but she's got a head on her.
Bud, see if you can't help them.
Never mind, Bud. I'll go.
Jim, put your coat on.
I'll be all right. Hello there, Betsy.
Hi.
Come on, little fella. There, I've got you.
Sure raining, ain't it? Skipper, don't say ain't.
One more second and we'll be inside where it's nice and warm.
Our car's busted.
Here we are.
Pa, Skipper said ain't.
Oh, you poor angels, you're wringing wet.
They'll be all right, ma'am. Been wet lots of times before.
Betsy.
Bud, run upstairs and get some blankets.
Okay.
And tell Kathy to bring down her slippers.
You bet, Dad.
Honey, don't you think they could use a little warm milk?
I certainly do.
Betsy, honey, let's mind our manners.
I can't help it, Pa. Skipper wants to know if this is heaven.
Well, maybe now Margaret won't think her house is so bad after all. Young Skipper sounds even more convincing than Father. But more often than not, ladies, the head of the house is the one whose opinion you value most. And that's certainly true about coffee. Fact is, your husband is the world's greatest coffee expert. Yes, the one who knows most about truly good coffee is that man of yours. Of course, we're called experts, too. More people do buy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. But when you serve the coffee, there's only one expert you care about, your husband. And tomorrow, if you'll fill his cup with Maxwell House, we promise he'll smile and say,
Wonderful. Best coffee I ever tasted.
we're sure he'll say that. So sure we'll give you back your money if he doesn't. You see, no other coffee has that same good to the last drop flavor, because that flavor can come only from the famous Maxwell House recipe. It's a very particular recipe, demanding certain fine coffees blended just so. And this recipe belongs to Maxwell House alone. No other coffee is made like Maxwell House. That's why no other coffee tastes like Maxwell House. Tomorrow, take home a pound of our coffee. Pour a cup of Maxwell House for your husband. If he doesn't say, best coffee ever, we'll return every penny you paid. Our address is right on every familiar blue tin. Fair enough? Then start serving your husband coffee with the world's most famous flavor, our Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
There's one thing you've got to hand to the philosophers. They're pretty philosophical and smart, too. Take Socrates, for example. He said, if all our misfortunes were laid in one common heap, whence everyone must take an equal portion, most people would be content to take their own and depart. That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? It does to the Andersons anyway. Like this.
Another cup of coffee, Mr. Matthews?
Mr. Matthews?
I'm sorry. Matt. How about another cup of coffee?
Why, that'd be fine, thank you.
There you
No
are.
reason why you and the kids can't stay here tonight.
Well,
We can find room for them, can't we, Margaret?
Of course.
it's mighty nice of you folks. And don't think I don't appreciate it.
Well, then it's all settled. Betty!
No, Mr. Anderson, please. We've got to be in Plainville tonight or I won't have a job.
Did you call me, Father?
Never mind, Betty.
We're almost through with the dishes.
That's fine, dear.
Of course, it's only for 2 weeks, but I promised the man I'd be there, and I reckon he's counting on me.
Tell me, Matt, would you be interested in a permanent job around here?
My husband's in the insurance business, and he knows a lot of people, and I'm sure if he talked to them.
You know, it's like I used to tell Mary, that was my wife. If there's one thing you can count on in this world, it's people. Don't know how the world would get along without them.
That's a very interesting observation, but, look, Matt, you can't keep traveling around with those 2 kids. It isn't fair to them. This business of working in Middletown 1 week and then going to Plainville for 2 more.
Mr. Anderson, there's one thing you don't seem to understand. We're not just traveling. We're going somewhere. But we've got to earn a living as we go, so it takes us longer than it does most folks. That's all.
Well, you don't have to go to Arizona, do you?
No, I suppose not. Doctor just says I'll live a little longer out there's all.
Oh. Well, you didn't say...
We'll just keep moving along, little by little. We'll get there.
I'm sure you will.
Get me a little farm like the one we just had washed away, maybe. Understand they don't wash away in Arizona.
Matt, wasn't there something you could salvage? Some equipment or stock or something?
Well, tell you the truth, there wasn't much to save. We had a lot of bills when... well, no sense bothering you folks with any more troubles. That sure was a wonderful dinner, Miss Anderson.
Thank you, Matt.
Say, Dad,
Well, the mechanical genius returns. How'd you make out, Bud?
you know what was wrong? The whole ignition system was wet, and I fixed it.
No.
Well, isn't that wonderful?
I ran an extension out to the car, and I hooked up the vacuum cleaner.
Bud, you didn't take my good vacuum cleaner.
Margaret?
I mean, how could you possibly fix Mr. Matthews' car with a vacuum cleaner?
It was easy. I put the blower attachment on it, and boy, you should have seen those wires dry out.
Now, I call that real smart. I wouldn't have thought of that in 1,000 years.
I don't think anyone would. Except Bud.
And you don't have to worry about the vacuum cleaner either. Kathy's rubbing oil on it.
That'll be nice.
I better go see that she does a good job.
That's what I like about a family. Everybody pitching in and helping.
Pa?
Oh, better round Skipper up, Betsy. We'll be leaving in a minute.
Okay. Hey, Skip.
Say, I've got an idea. Why don't you leave the kids here for a few days?
Oh, I don't think...
That's a wonderful idea, Jim. They don't have to be in Plainville tonight. Why don't you, Matt?
Well, I never thought of being away from my kids, but...
It won't be for long, just until the weather clears up.
There's lots of room for them. This is a big house, you know.
It sure is. Biggest one I've ever been in. Prettiest, too. I'm not surprised that Skipper thought it was heaven.
Oh, Jim.
Well, how about it, Matt? Will you let them stay?
Well, if it's all right with them, it's all right with me.
Good. Betsy!
We're washing Skipper's face, Daddy. We'll have him ready in a couple of minutes.
Bring him in here, Betsy. We want to talk to you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Mother, that Skipper's the cutest thing you ever saw. He's got jam on his face from here clear down to... What's the matter, Mother?
Nothing, dear. Not a thing.
Mr. Matthews is going to let the children stay with us for a few days. What do you think of that?
Creepers, that'll be wonderful. We can move Bud down to the dam.
We'll take care of that when the time comes. And Matthew won't have to worry about a thing.
Oh, I know that.
They can spend Easter with us, and then sometime next week we'll all take a little ride over to Plainville.
Daddy, look at Skipper.
Oh, Kathy, what have you done to that poor child?
It's Bud's old cowboy suit.
Well, hop along, Skipper himself.
He's a real cowboy, isn't he, Betsy? He's something. Pa, he got into the jam, and he spread it all over the...
Skipper.
I'm a cowboy, and I'm going to shoot everybody dead.
I'm sure sorry, folks. Betsy, I told you to watch him.
I know, Pa, but I was drying the dishes.
It isn't anything to worry about, Matt. Kathy, take that silly-looking hat off him. He can't see.
I'm going to shoot Injuns, too.
Betsy, I've been talking to your father, and how would you and Skipper like to stay with us for a few days?
Daddy! You mean without Pa? Shoot 'em dead in the middle.
Mr. Anderson's talking to you, too.
Are they really going to stay here, Daddy? Really?
Be quiet, Kathy.
Oh, Betsy, please say you'll do it. We'll have such a lot of fun. Pa,
Yes, honey?
who's going to take care of you?
Now, just a minute. I took care of myself long before you came along.
Ma said you never took care of yourself good.
He'll get along fine, Betsy. And we just thought...
We'd like very much to have you, dear. You and Skipper would have your own room, and you wouldn't be out in that horrible rain.
Pa, do you want us to stay here?
It's only for a few days, honey. But I don't want you to do something that you don't want to do. I want you to make up your own mind.
I made it up.
Well, that's fine.
We'll keep going with Pa.
Gee whiz.
Betsy, I'd like to explain to you.
Won't do any good explaining to that child. Once her mind's made up, it's made up.
May I try?
Well, sure. Go right ahead.
Betsy, don't you like us?
I like you fine.
You can play with all my toys, and I'll teach you how to play the piano.
Now, wait a minute, Kathy. Let's not...
But I will. Oh, Betsy, please say you'll stay.
We have to go with Pa.
To shoot engines.
Betsy, it's very cold and nasty outside, and if you stay here, we'll build a big fire in the fireplace, and we'll toast marshmallows.
I have to take care of my Pa.
But, darling...
Margaret, leave the child alone. She knows what she wants to do.
I want to stay here.
Betsy!
All my life I wanted to stay in a house like this, with electric lights and a piano.
Honey.
But they don't mean much if you haven't got your folks, and Pa's all the folks we've got left.
Well, that takes care of that.
Come on, Skipper. We better get your coat on.
I'll take care of him, Mr. Matthews. Come on, Skip.
Do I have to take off the cowboy suit?
No, dear. That's yours to keep.
Oh, boy! Gonna kill all the engines in the world. Daddy, do they have sidewalks in Arizona?
I suppose so. Where are you going?
I'll be right back.
Jim, if Bud hasn't really fixed the
Oh,
car...
I think he has, ma'am. It was just a little wet.
Bud?
I'll be right in, Dad.
Betsy, I have a coat that's much too small for Kathy, and I'll bet it'll fit you just right.
Pa?
Well...
It'll be an Easter present, won't it, Jim?
Say, Matt, I wonder if you'd do me a favor. I've got a raincoat that's always been too tight across the shoulders for me, and I was thinking that if you take it off my hands, I could get one that'd fit me.
I was a stranger. Thou didst feed me.
I'm sorry I didn't hear that.
Nothing. I was just thinking.
Hey, Mom, what happened to the jam? It's all... Well, where's everybody going?
The Matthews have to leave, dear.
Gosh, what for? I was going to show Skipper...
Will you get Kathy's blue coat like a good boy? I'm sure it'll fit Betsy perfectly.
Okay. But gosh, why can't they stay till it stops raining?
Betsy.
You sure you wouldn't want to stay here in Springfield?
I can't think of any place I'd rather stay, but we'd better be going.
Betsy, as long as you won't stay here.
I can't take your skates.
Oh, sure you can. My daddy says they've got sidewalks.
I can't take them.
But if Kathy wants you to...
You aren't supposed to take something unless you can give something. Are you, Pa?
Take 'em, baby.
But I haven't anything to give.
We'll give 'em our love for the rest of our lives.
Matt.
Well, Skipper's all set. How does he look?
Betty!
He wouldn't let me take the guns off, so I had to put the coat over them.
We're going to Arizona.
I know, darling.
Is this the one, Mom?
That's it, dear. Come on, Betsy, let's try it on.
Well, while we're trying coats on, slip into this, Matt.
Folks,
See? What did I tell you? Fits like it was made for you. They tell me it's just the thing they're wearing in Arizona.
thank you very much.
There. Now what do you think of our young lady?
Isn't it beautiful, Pa?
It looks much prettier on you than it... It looks beautiful.
Well, if we're going to get to Plainville tonight...
Good luck to you, Matt. And thanks for stopping by.
Won't even try to say thank you. Wouldn't know how.
Take care of your pa, Betsy.
I will. And keep Skipper good and warm.
Shoot a few Indians for me, Skip.
Okay. And when you get to Arizona, send us a postcard.
We'll write you a long letter, won't we, Bet?
Bye, Kathy. Goodbye.
Father,
I know what you're going to say, Betty, and you don't have to.
does that apply to me as well?
Sure, I'm in a noble mood.
Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Bye, Skipper. Bye.
Well, that takes care of that.
Jim, if they break down again...
It's all right, honey. I put some money in the coat pocket.
I hope she likes my skates.
Gosh, those poor kids.
They aren't poor, Bud. Not any of them.
But, Father...
They don't have a house, and they don't have a lot of money, but they aren't poor.
Then why did I give her my skates?
That isn't what your father means, Angel.
But he said...
We gave the Matthews food and coats and skates. But they gave us something far more wonderful, kitten. They gave us one another.
With your weekend groceries, you'll probably buy the coffee you'll serve your family all next week. And first and foremost, you'll be looking for flavor, the most in flavor for your money. So make it a point to get the one coffee at your grocer's that's famous for flavor above all other brands, our Maxwell House coffee. Yes, take home a tin of Maxwell House and serve it to the world's greatest coffee expert, your husband. When he breaks into a smile at the first sip and tells you, best coffee ever, you'll know it's Maxwell House for flavor. Then just count all the truly good cups you get from each pound. You'll be convinced it's Maxwell House for value, too. At your grocer's, then, look for the friendly blue tin with the big white cup and drop. Take home Maxwell House, coffee that's always good to the last drop.
It's midnight now, and the white frame house on Maple Street is peaceful and quiet. The children are fast asleep, but not Margaret and Jim. Well, it's really Jim's fault. Like this.
Jim,
All right, honey, go back to sleep.
why aren't you in bed?
I just went in to see if the children were all right.
Are they?
They're fine.
Jim, if you're going to stand in the window, please put your robe on. Now what is it?
I've been thinking about the Matthews, that's all. They'll be all right, won't they?
Of course they will.
I was just wondering if I shouldn't have put a little more in the coat pocket.
What did you put in?
$10. It was all I had.
Jim,
Yes, dear.
I put 10 in the other pocket.
Say, Margaret,
Yes, dear.
it stopped raining.
It has?
Isn't that beautiful? All the stars are out.
When you serve a hot cereal at breakfast time, do you hear this?
I don't want any old cereal.
When you'd rather hear this?
Good, Mommy.
Well, to get your children to eat a hot cereal in the morning, get 'em Post Wheatmeal. Just tell 'em Post Wheatmeal is Hopalong Cassidy's favorite hot cereal, and they'll eat it too. Post Wheatmeal is chock full of solid whole wheat nourishment, has a wonderful nut-like flavor, and it cooks in 3.5 minutes. You'll see, you'll all agree, it's the best hot cereal you ever ate.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Barkey and the Maxwell House Orchestra. In our cast were June Whitley as Margaret, Rhoda Williams, Ted Donaldson, Norma Jean Nilsson, Howard Culver, Stuffy Singer, Sheila James, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Enjoy exciting Dragnet with more good times on NBC.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. The 1st of April, some do say, is set apart for All Fools' Day. But why the people call it so, nor I, nor they themselves do know. It's Sunday in Springfield, but that isn't all. It's the first day of April. In the white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons are gathering for breakfast. And while they aren't concerned at the moment about the date, they will be, and soon. Like this.
May I have my coffee, please?
It'll be ready in a minute, dear. Jim, you didn't persuade them to stay over, did you?
Of course not. I merely... Look, Margaret, it isn't every day we have a chance to entertain the district supervisor and the general manager of the whole division.
I thought we entertained them quite well last night. Dinner at the townhouse, the dance at the club. Jim, you did ask them to stay over, didn't you?
Honey, this is the first time Walter Craig has ever paid a visit to the Springfield office. And if I can show him a good time while he's here...
Yes?
Well, when he gets back to the home office, he's bound to say a good word for me. That's logical, isn't it?
What is?
Oh, good morning, dear. Breakfast will be ready in 2 seconds.
Wasn't that ever a dance last night?
You know, Margaret, that's a much more effective greeting than a plain old good morning, Mother, or even good morning, Father.
Good morning, Mother.
Good morning, dear.
Good morning, Father.
Good morning, Betty.
Everybody happy?
Just bubbling over.
Good. Wasn't that ever a dance last night?
Yes, it was ever a dance last night. Does that make you feel better?
No coffee yet, huh?
Not yet, dear.
Oh. Well, I better shut up till he gets it.
There's one thing you don't seem to understand.
Me?
Your mother.
What don't I seem to understand, dear?
In the business world, it isn't so much what you know as who you know. And if I make an extra good impression on Mr. Craig, well, there's no telling how far I can go with the company.
Here's your coffee, dear.
Thank you. That's why I want the children to be especially thoughtful and considerate this afternoon.
All right, dear. Why don't you... This afternoon?
Mr. Craig's a very important man, and I promised him a day of complete rest. If I hear one peep out of any of the kids...
Jim, did you invite them here for dinner?
Naturally, if we give them a good home-cooked meal...
But why didn't you tell me?
I am telling you. I've been telling you for the last 5 minutes.
But I'm not prepared. We have to go to church, and all the stores are closed, and... Jim, what am I going to do with you?
What did I do now?
If you'd only told me last night...
I didn't know last night. It was just sort of... Honey, there's always enough for 2 more.
Oh, Jim.
And that's another thing. While Craig and Buckley are here, I want Bud to stay on one floor. I don't care which floor it is, but he's not going to go up and down stairs.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, dear.
Hi, Bud.
This is one day we're not going to have his imitation of a buffalo stampede.
Boy, something smells good. What are we having for breakfast?
Pancakes.
And I was here ahead of you, so get in line.
Okay.
Bud.
Hey, look at the mouse.
Oh, Bud, for crying out loud.
Where is it?
April Fool. Boy, I sure scared her, didn't I?
Bud.
Yes, Dad?
Get the mop and clean up this mess.
Oh, gosh, I didn't know she was going to jump on the table.
Scaring people half to death. He knows how I hate things like mice.
Bud, you can pick the worst time.
Go ahead, genius. Start cleaning up.
Holy cow.
Jim, this is going to be one of those days. I can just feel it.
This is not going to be one of those days. If I have to lock all the kids in the basement, I'm going to give Mr. Craig the quietest afternoon of his life.
Daddy! Daddy!
Oh, dear.
Good grief. What's the matter, Kathy?
Oh, Daddy, you ought to see what's in the bathroom. A green dragon with purple spots and fire coming out of his nose.
Fine. Go upstairs and ask him if he'd like some pancakes.
Is this the right mop, Mom?
Don't bother, dear.
Let him clean it up, Margaret. It was his fault. Go ahead, Bud.
Lift your feet up, Betty.
Doesn't anybody care about the dragon? April Fool. Aw, Bud told you.
Jim, we've got to do something about dinner. I just can't stretch a chicken to cover 2 more people.
Well, we'll all have to eat a little less, that's all. Probably do us good.
If you need another chicken, there's one in the backyard.
There is? What's a chicken doing in the... Kathy, are you sure?
Oh, yes, Daddy. I saw it fly over the fence.
Bud, put your coat on and see if you can find...
April Fool!
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, Betty, you can put your feet back down.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Isn't this fun?
Kathleen, I think we'll all be a lot happier if you'll just forget that today is the 1st of April.
I'll get it. But everybody else says April Fool, and they don't have to stop.
How does that look, Mom?
It looks fine, dear. Now sit down and have your breakfast.
What'll I do with the mop?
Put a little sugar on it, and you can have it instead of cereal.
Jim.
Well, if he's going to ask those idiotic questions, what do you expect me to say? What'll I do with the mop?
Father, it's for you.
I'll be right there.
I only wanted to know...
Never mind, dear. Your father was only joking.
15 years old, and he doesn't know what to do with a mop. Who is it, Betty?
I don't know, Father. They just asked if you were home.
Well, thank you very much. Go on back and finish your breakfast.
Okay. My pancakes are probably ice cold.
Hello?
Mr. Anderson?
Yes?
This is Joe Hogan of the Springfield Herald.
Who?
Joe Hogan. I'm a reporter on the Herald. Remember, I did that story about the Springfield Fair?
Oh, yes. What can I do for you?
Well, I wonder if you're going to be home this afternoon. I'd like to come out with a photographer.
What for? There isn't any... Oh. Well, sure, Mr. Hogan. You come right ahead.
2 o'clock be all right?
Sure, any time at all. Why don't you bring 2 or 3 photographers, just to be on the safe side?
I think one will do fine. Well, see you later, Mr. Anderson.
All right, Mr. Hogan. And a happy 1st of April to you, too. I don't know. Grown men, and they've got nothing better to do than waste the time playing games. That's what's wrong with this world. Everybody wants to play games.
Who was it, dear?
Oh, some character with a weird sense of humor. I'm supposed to get all excited about an interview so people can say April Fool.
Daddy,
What is it, Kathleen?
Mommy says I can't say April Fool anymore.
Well, tell you what we'll do, kitten. Suppose this once we don't pay any attention to your mother.
Jim!
After all, I'm the boss around here. What I say goes, and nobody else amounts to a row of pins. And let's have that understood.
Father!
Daddy!
April Fool.
Oh.
Gosh.
Well, how do you like it? Sounds pretty silly when somebody does it to you, doesn't it?
I wasn't going to do it to you.
I'll get it.
Jim, you haven't eaten a bit of your breakfast.
How can I? I have to keep answering the phone so my friends can have fun. This is probably Harry Truman inviting me to have dinner at the White House. Hello, Harry?
Mr. Anderson?
Oh, let's not be formal, Harry. Old kid, just call me Jim.
Mr. Anderson, this is Fred Benson of International Newsreel.
I see. Would you like to come out here and take some pictures of me? You know, in a bathing suit or going over Niagara Falls in a barrel?
As a matter of
Well,
fact...
come right ahead and be sure to bring enough cameras. We want to do this thing right.
Okay, Mr. Anderson. We'll be out this afternoon.
That'll be fine. You won't have any trouble recognizing me. I'm the one with the 3 heads, win, place, and show. Characters. Now it's international newsreel.
Jim, are you still on the phone?
No, I'm good. Reed. Now look,
Hello, Jim.
who is this anyway?
Jim Hathaway.
Oh, I thought it'd be General Eisenhower at the very least.
Who?
Never mind, Jim. What's up?
Don't give me that innocent routine. Why didn't you tell me? Huh? Lover boy?
Look, Jim, I've had just about all I can take, and if this is your idea of a joke...
A joke? Would I make jokes about the tender emotions of a lonely heart?
What?
Haven't you seen the morning paper?
No, what about it?
Take a look. Lover boy.
Jim, what's all this... Jim? Jim? Oh, fine.
Jim, will you please come in and eat your breakfast?
Not until I've seen the paper. Where is it?
It's right in here.
Oh. Well, if you're going to hide it like that...
Jim Anderson, I don't know what's gotten into you this morning. I've cooked 5 batches of pancakes.
Where is it, honey?
The paper's right there on the stool, but why can't you wait until you've had your pancakes?
It'll only take a second, Margaret. Jim Hathaway said there was... Holy jump... Margaret, look at this. Look at it.
What? What is it, Father?
All over the front page, Springfield man wins Great Love Letter Award.
We did it! We did it!
Holy cow, Dad. What you want to do a thing like that for?
Oh, Mommy, we did it. Father, isn't it?
Just a minute. Kathy, what do you mean we did it?
Well, didn't we?
I don't know anything about it. I never entered any contest, and I never wrote any love letters.
Well, let me see it, dear. Mr. James Anderson of 607 Maple Street.
It's a lie. The whole thing is a monstrous lie.
Maybe it's April Fool.
That's what it is. April Fool. This is somebody's idea of a big joke, and when I get my hands
Jim,
on him...
This isn't a joke. Listen. Last night I sat 'neath a star-swept sky, and the breeze kept sighing your name, Margaret. It picked its way through the rustling boughs, and a million leaves took up the chant, Margaret. Why, Jim, this is one of the letters you wrote to me when we were engaged.
Father.
Holy cow.
Kathy, how did they get that letter?
Letter?
The one your mother was just reading.
Oh, that letter.
Well?
I sent it to him.
Oh, you did.
Kathy.
Oh, it was just sitting around up in the attic, and I didn't think...
Kathleen, suppose you and I retire to the den for a few moments.
You're gonna spank me.
That's right. And this time, no one is going to say April Fool. All right, Kathy.
Mommy, please.
I'm sorry, Angel, but you had no right to do it.
But I only did it because I wanted Daddy to win the $500.
Well, next time you'll think twice before... What?
I thought you'd be glad to win $500.
Let me see that paper.
If I won $500, I wouldn't get mad and spank people.
Margaret, she's right. Look at it. I won $500.
Jim.
Boy.
Creepers.
Are you still mad at me?
Kathy,
Yes, Daddy?
have another pancake.
Well, now, who would ever have thought a father is a great lover? It just goes to show, ladies, never underestimate the man you married. He's so much more than just your husband. For example, he's also the world's greatest coffee expert. Well, that's a fact. The ranking authority on truly good coffee is that man of yours. Now, it's true we're called experts, too. More people buy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. But when you brew the coffee and pass the cups, the only expert who counts is your husband. And tomorrow, if you'll pour him a cup of Maxwell House, we're sure he'll salute you with a smile and say,
Darling, that's coffee at its best.
Yes, sirree, that's what he'll say. In fact, we'll return your money if he doesn't. We're that sure he'll enjoy our coffee. You see, no other coffee tastes like Maxwell House because no other coffee is made like Maxwell House. There's only one recipe for that famous good to the last drop flavor. A recipe demanding certain choice coffees blended just so. And only Maxwell House has this recipe. So tomorrow, serve Maxwell House to that man of yours. If he doesn't say best coffee ever, just send us the can, an unused portion, and we'll gladly refund the price you paid. Our address is right on every familiar blue tin. Yes, let your coffee expert be the judge. Tomorrow, fill your husband's cup with Maxwell House. The one coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Sunday afternoon. That's dinner time in Springfield, which makes it chicken and dumpling time for the Andersons. 5 Andersons, Jim, Margaret, Betty, Bud, and Kathleen. 2 guests, the Messrs. Buckley and Craig, and 1 puny little chicken. It's pretty rugged going. Yes, indeed.
I've eaten chicken and dumplings before, Mrs. Anderson, but never like this.
Thank you, Mr. Craig.
I haven't had a Sunday dinner like this since, well, it's so far back I can't even remember.
Well, how about another helping, Mr. Craig? There's quite a bit left.
Well, if you're sure there's plenty, No, I'd better not. I don't want to make a pig of myself, you know.
Phil?
Thank you, Margaret. Don't mind if I do.
Make a pig of yourself. Try some of the biscuits, Phil, while they're still hot.
Thank you.
Well, what's the matter with you, Bud? You've got an appetite like a bird.
Daddy says...
Excuse me, I guess something went down the wrong way.
What were you saying, dear?
Daddy says insurance is the best policy.
Well, that's very good. Did you hear that, Buckley? Insurance is the best policy.
Oh, yes. Very good indeed. May I have the butter, please?
Here you are, Mr. Buckley.
Thank you, Betty. You know, W.C., I was saying to R.L. just the other day...
I'm worried about your son, Jim. Growing boy like that ought to eat more.
Well, he's all right, Mr. Craig.
Don't you like chicken, Bud?
Oh, sure. I'm just not hungry, that's all. I had a big dinner yesterday.
Betty?
Oh, no thank you, Mr. Craig. I'm on a diet, sort of.
That's very strange. The way you went through your food last night.
Well, this is a different kind of a diet. You eat every other day.
Oh, I see.
Makes it very handy on the budget. Doesn't it, Margaret?
Yes, it's very handy. Would you care for another cup of coffee, Mr. Craig?
That's a wonderful idea.
There you are.
Thank you.
Phil?
Don't mind if I do.
All right.
Thank you, Margaret.
Of course, I don't have to ask Jim. There you are, dear.
Thank you, honey.
You know, W.C., it's like I was telling R.L. the other day.
Your people have the right idea about living, Anderson. Settle down in a small town, own your own home, raise a family. That's the way to live.
We like it.
Well, you should, shouldn't they, Buckley?
By all means. Why, just the other day I was saying to R.L.
Take me, for example. Rushing around from one city to another, always on the go, never a chance to take it easy and relax. Now, that's what I like about a small town. It's peaceful and quiet.
I'm going to let you in on a little secret, Mr. Craig. With 3 children in the house, there's mighty little peace and practically no quiet, no matter how small the town is.
Well, I wouldn't say that. Would you, Buckley?
Why, no, W.C. I was telling R.L. just the other day.
I've seen a lot of kids in my time, but I've never seen 3 that behaved any better than yours.
All right, children, you may tip your halos.
No. I mean it very sincerely. Now, how about you, Buckley?
I've met them before.
I know exactly what Phil means, and I find it a little hard to believe myself. I have the strangest feeling that a gremlin is going to pop out of the middle of the table and shout, "April Fool."
Jim, they aren't that bad.
No, they aren't that good either.
Say, is today the 1st of April?
That's right.
1st of April. I wonder if you'd mind letting me take a look at the paper.
The paper?
The newspaper. I meant to get one at the hotel, but they were out of the New York papers, and I thought...
You want to see our paper?
What's the matter with you, Jim? You said it 3 times.
I know, but we don't get a Sunday paper.
We burn it up.
You what?
She means if we did get one, we'd just burn it up.
Or line the garbage can with it. And what's the sense of buying a paper just to line a garbage can?
Jim.
Well, they're right, honey. It's bad enough for the daily papers, but why waste all that money just to line garbage cans?
I could have sworn all I said was, may I see the paper?
But why don't you run down to the drugstore like a good lad and get Mr. Craig a newspaper?
The drugstore?
Yes, or the market, or the cigar store, or wherever you buy papers in Springfield.
You buy them at the drugstore.
Well, then, why all the...
Not the Sunday papers, Phil. They don't carry the Sunday papers.
Why not?
They sell them all on Saturday.
What?
She means the early editions. You know how it is, Phil. They get the early editions on Saturday.
But they don't have anything in them, except the comics.
And you wouldn't want the comics, would you?
Why, we've got them, and they aren't even comical.
Kathy.
Well, some of them aren't.
Somehow I get the impression that I'm not supposed to see the newspaper.
Oh,
no! You see, we just thought, how about another cup of coffee, Mr. Craig?
Oh, I haven't touched this one.
That's fine. You'll have one, too, won't you, Phil?
Jim, you're not helping the situation at all.
What situation?
Oh, dear.
Well, you see, Phil, we felt that with you and Mr. Craig being here, don't bother about the doorbell, Bud.
But I have to answer.
No, you don't. Just sit down.
But it was the front door, and I always have to see...
I said sit down. If you don't answer it, maybe they'll go away.
Holy cow.
How about another cup of coffee, Mr. Craig?
Anderson, don't they generally answer doorbells in Springfield?
Oh, yes, but we're not expecting anyone, and They've probably got the wrong house. It happens all the time.
I see.
I'm glad somebody does.
Jim, you're going to have to do something about that door.
Anybody have any suggestions?
Answering it might be an idea, unless that seems too simple.
Want me to see who it is, Dad?
No, I better go. Probably just somebody selling something, or something.
You know, W.C., I was telling R.L. just the other day.
April Fool. They would have to pick a day like this to call up about interviews and newsreels, and I'll be lucky if I don't get fired.
Well, hello, Mr. Anderson. I'm Joe Hogan of the Springfield...
Look, Mr. Hogan, I know I told you to come out here, but, well, things have happened in the meantime, and...
that's okay. Come on in, Irwin.
Okay, Joe. Now, just a minute, Hogan. I just finished telling you...
Go ahead, Irwin. Sit up in the living room. We'll be right with you.
Okay, Joe. Hogan.
This is a great thing for you, Mr. Anderson, and for Springfield. I'm trying to talk the editor into doing a whole series, The Great Romances of History, as seen through the eyes of Springfield's greatest lover.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Jim?
I'll be right in, honey.
Is everything all right?
Oh, sure. Everything's fine. No, it can't be.
Busy little place, isn't it?
Isn't it? Look, Hogan, can't you go away and come back later, like next month or next year? Or...
Aren't you going to answer the door?
Never mind the door. Hogan...
You're a public figure, Mr. Anderson. You can't hide your light under a bushel basket.
Oh...
Mr. Anderson, I'm Benson of the International Newsreel.
Hiya, Fred.
Well, hello, Joe. Got here ahead of me, huh?
Look, Mr. Benson...
Okay, Lou, start bringing the stuff in.
You want all of it?
Now, never mind the dolly. We'll shoot it plain.
Mr. Benson...
Fred, I'm supposed to get my copy in by 4 o'clock.
I won't be in your way. Where you set up?
In the living room.
Good background?
Look, don't mind me. I just...
Pardon me. I got to get this stuff through.
Hey, Joe, I'm all set up.
Fred, I need a hand on those cables. I can't drag them all in by myself.
Well, I've got to talk to Mr. Anderson and... Hey, Joe, how about your guy giving Lou a hand?
Sure. Hey, Irwin.
Jim, what on earth is going on out there?
You want me, Joe? What'd you say, Margaret?
Come on here and give International a hand.
I said, is everything all right?
How about my pictures? What pictures, honey?
Everything's fine, Mrs. Anderson.
Now, let's see. We'd like to do a quick 2 or 3 minutes, Mr. Anderson, with your wife and your kids.
How about the cables?
Hurry up, will you, Irwin?
Okay, Joe.
And maybe a dog. You got a dog? They're great for human interest.
Fellas, please. My boss is in there, and his boss is in there.
Well, okay. I think a dog would be better, but if you want to stick the boss in...
Well, see here, Anderson. You told Mr. Craig...
Is this him?
Phil, I'm sorry about this whole thing. I hadn't the faintest idea.
You must be pretty proud, huh? Having a great lover like Mr. Anderson working for you.
A what? Winner of the National Love Letter Award. That's who he is.
Phil, I had nothing to do with it. I didn't even send in the letter.
Anderson?
What's going on out there, Buckley?
W.C., this is the most outrageous thing I've ever heard of in my life.
Well, what is? What are you getting all upset about?
Well, which one is he?
Mr. Craig, I've been trying to explain to Phil...
Mr. Craig, my name is Hogan of the Springfield Herald, and I want you to know that we're all mighty proud.
Buckley, what are they talking about?
It's Anderson. He won that Love Letter Award.
He what?
Mr. Craig, you've got to believe me. It wasn't my fault.
Jim, what is it? What's wrong?
Honey.
Margaret, do you know what your husband has done? He's ruined the good name of the Cavalier Life and Casualty Company. That's what he's done.
But, Phil, it was only...
Now, just a minute, Buckley.
W.C., I want you to know that I had nothing to do with this.
I'm sure you didn't.
Mr. Craig...
What's everybody so excited about?
Excuse me.
Watch the lamp, Irwin.
Okay.
I'll see that a full report of this goes into the Home Office, and unless I'm very much mistaken...
Anderson, don't pay any attention to him. I'm going to send the report in myself.
But all I
and
did...
I'm going to recommend you for a sizable bonus.
I know, Mr. Craig, but... What?
W.C.
Oh, shut up. Don't you see what this means? We've spent millions advertising Cavalier as the insurance company with a heart.
Well, of course. But
Now we can prove it. A Cavalier employee won out over thousands of lovers because of his great soul, his gentle humanity.
Oh, no.
Well, naturally, that's what I was going to say in my report.
Oh, Jim.
As a matter of fact, to bind even closer the ties between this great lover and the great company he represents, I shall be glad to take my place beside him in front of the newsreel cameras.
You will? Oh, that'll be great, Mr. Craig.
I still say a dog would be better.
Well, as long as we're all in this together...
Buckley?
Yes, W.C.?
Go soak your head.
Yes, W.C.
Are you with me, Mr. Anderson?
Absolutely, Mr. Craig.
isn't it so? When you buy coffee at your grocer's this weekend, you'll be looking for the best value. And, of course, that means only one thing, the most in flavor for your money. So keep this in mind. There's one coffee famous above all others for flavor. It's our Maxwell House coffee, in the familiar blue tin with the big white cup and drop. Tomorrow, then, take home a pound of our coffee. Serve a cup of Maxwell House to the world's greatest coffee expert, your husband. When he smiles and says, best coffee ever, you'll be convinced it's Maxwell House for flavor. Then just count all the truly good cups of coffee you get from each pound. You'll agree it's Maxwell House for value, too. Yes, tomorrow, for your money's worth and more, take home Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It's a short time later in the white frame house on Maple Street. And for the first time all day, everything is calm and under control. Seems strange, but that's the way it is. Like this.
Mr. Craig, I don't know how to thank you for all you've done.
Done? I haven't done anything, my boy. Nothing you haven't deserved, at any rate.
I'd like to apologize for all that fuss we made about the newspaper.
I understand. You wouldn't have any objection to my seeing it now, would you?
Oh, no. The whole story is on the front page.
Oh, that's not the part I'm looking for. Here we are, page 6.
What's on page 6?
Well, that isn't bad, is it?
What isn't?
There were over 10,000 entries in the contest, and I came in 14th.
Psychology at breakfast time.
I've found a way to get the kids to eat a hot cereal in the morning. I just give them post-wheat meal and tell them it's Hopalong Cassidy's favorite hot cereal. My, how they gobble it up.
Yes, ladies, tell your children that post-wheat meal is Hopalong Cassidy's favorite hot cereal, and they'll eat it too. Post-wheat meal is chock full of solid whole wheat nourishment. It has a wonderful nut-like flavor, and it cooks in only 3.5 minutes. You'll see, you'll all agree, it's the best hot cereal you ever ate.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra. In our cast were Rhoda Williams as Betty, June Whitley, Ted Donaldson, Norma Jean Nilsson, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Hear exciting Dragnet. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Mother, is Maxwell House the best coffee in the whole world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. Some 300 years ago, it was said in Rochester by an earl of the same name, "'Tis a very good world that we live in, to lend or to spend or to give in. But to beg or to borrow or get a man's own is the very worst world that ever was known. Well, 300 years haven't changed us much, and Rochester or Springfield, borrowing is still a popular pastime with a large portion of our citizenry. Not our old friend Jim Anderson, however. He is definitely opposed to borrowing, and he comes right out and says so in a few thousand well-chosen words, like this.
The Phillips have a waffle iron. Why did they have to borrow ours?
Because Helen had a bridge luncheon, and she served waffles, and she wanted to make more than one at a time.
Helen, that lame brain.
Jim, please.
Well, there isn't anybody here, and if I can't...
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, dear. Jim, I've told you so many times.
She didn't hear me.
Morning, Daddy.
Good morning, Kathy.
Drink your orange juice, dear. We'll have some nice hot waffles as soon as Bud gets back with the waffle iron.
Okay. Daddy,
Yes, kitten?
who's a lame brain?
Uh-huh.
Well, we were just, May I have some coffee, Margaret?
Of course, dear. In which pocket would you like it?
Just let me have a cup of coffee, please.
All right. There you are.
Thank you.
Daddy,
Yes, dear.
you still didn't tell me.
Well, I was just... What time is it?
8:30.
8:30. Say, you'd better hurry up, Kathy. You'll be late for school.
On Saturday?
Oh, that's right. It is Saturday, isn't it?
Don't you want to tell me?
Tell you what, kitten?
I don't remember.
Well, then it couldn't have been very important, could it?
She wanted to know who was the lame brain. Well, that's what it was.
Betty, why can't you ever learn...
Good morning, Mother.
Good morning, dear.
Hi, Father. Isn't this a beautiful day?
It might have been.
What? Now will you tell me?
Tell you what?
Who was a lame brain?
I didn't say anybody was a lame brain. I said that Hector Smith fell down the stairs and got a bad sprain. That's what I said, wasn't it, Margaret?
I wonder what can be keeping Bud. I told him to come right back.
You see, that's what I said. He sprained his back.
He did? Why, Father, I was right there in the hall talking to Janie on the phone, and you said that...
Nobody asked you what I said.
But...
And why is it you have to grab the phone the second you get out of bed?
Jim, you told her to call Janie.
I did? When?
Last night.
Well, what did she have to say?
She said she loaned it to Grace Russell.
She loaned what to Grace Russell?
My bracelet. That's what you told me to call her about.
Oh. Well, what right does she have to lend your things to other people?
She said she didn't think I'd mind, and she had to borrow Grace's class pin for the Easter prom.
Doesn't Janie have a class pin?
Well, sure, but she loaned it to me in exchange for my bracelet.
I don't know.
It's perfectly simple, Father.
You know, when I was a boy, people didn't borrow things that belonged to other people. If they didn't have a class pin, they went without one.
But, Father, I gave Janie...
It isn't a question of what you gave or what you got. You have no right to parade around in things that don't belong to you. What if you lose Janie's pin?
I'll get her another one.
And what if Grace loses your bracelet?
She can't.
Why not?
She loaned it to Marion Swift. Mommy, I'm hungry.
Just a minute, dear. Betty, your father's right. Why don't you and Janie get together with the other girls and straighten everything out?
And from now on, wear only the things that belong to you.
But, Father, how dull.
Oh, that's the silliest thing I've ever heard.
I got the waffle iron.
Hooray, we eat.
And it's about time.
I couldn't help it, Dad. Joe Phillips didn't want to let me take it.
He what?
He said he was going to hold it for security until I gave him back his algebra book.
Margaret, what's gotten into this family?
I haven't got his algebra book, Dad. I gave it back to him.
Let me have the waffle iron, dear. We can talk about it. What happened to the cord?
The cord?
But a waffle iron's no good without a cord. Where is it?
Joe's holding it for security.
You know, when I get up in the morning, the sun is shining and the birds are singing.
Jim, there's no need to be melodramatic. There's another cord in the basement.
Want me to get it, Dad?
No, you stay where you are.
You're liable to borrow somebody's eye teeth on the way down.
What would I do that for?
Jim.
I'll get it myself.
It's on the shelf at the foot of the stairs, dear.
I know where it is.
I couldn't help it, Mom. I told him we needed it.
Aren't we ever going
Bracelets and algebra books. Anybody'd think we never bought anything. They ought to see the bills that come into this place. Spend money like a bunch of drunken sailors. Kathy!
You want me, Daddy?
Whose bicycle is this?
What?
I said, whose bicycle? Come to the top of the stairs.
Okay.
Spent half my life shouting and the other half looking for things. Get this place so cluttered up with junk.
I'm here, Daddy.
Whose bicycle is this? And how did the handlebar get broken?
I didn't know there was any. Oh, that bicycle.
Whose is it?
Patty Davis's.
How did it get down here?
I don't know.
I suppose it walked in all by itself and broke its own handlebar.
It did?
Kathy, I'm trying very hard to be patient. Did you borrow Patty's bicycle?
Well, I borrowed it, but I didn't put it down here.
What's the matter with your bicycle?
It's got a flat tire.
So you borrowed Patty's, broke the handlebar, and hid it down here.
No, I didn't, Daddy. Maybe it fell in the window and broke it there.
And then picked itself up and leaned against the wall.
Maybe it bounced up.
Kathleen, I will not stand for any more of your wild stories. How did this bicycle get down in the basement?
I don't know.
Jim,
Margaret, I'm trying to find the cord.
I just remembered, dear. I loaned it to Lucille Hathaway.
Oh, fine. All right, Kathy, go upstairs.
Gee whiz.
Margaret, Patty Davis's bicycle is down there with a broken handlebar, and Kathy says she doesn't know anything about it.
Well, I don't.
If she says she doesn't, Jim, then she doesn't.
But she borrowed it. She admits that.
I borrowed it, but I didn't put it down in the basement.
Jim, I'm sure if you speak to Ed...
I'm going to speak to the children first. They've gotten into a very bad habit, and I'm going to stop it before it goes any further.
Well, can't you wait until after breakfast?
What breakfast?
Oh, well, how about a nice omelet? That won't take long.
Fine. And in the meantime, I'll talk to the children.
I'd just as soon wait until after breakfast.
I'll bet you would. Betty? Bud?
Want me to run down to Mrs. Hathaway's, Mom?
No, dear, we're going to have an omelet.
And a little talk.
Father, I don't know why you have to get so upset. Nobody else minds.
I don't care about anybody else.
But everybody borrows. Look at England.
You look at England.
My economics teacher said the whole system of world enterprise...
Never mind about world enterprise. We're starting a new system. From now on, nobody in this family borrows or lends anything. Is that clear? Bud?
Yes, Dad?
I want you to go into the den and take every book out of the bookcase.
You mean now?
Now. You're going to find Joe's algebra book before you do anything else.
You mean I can't even eat breakfast?
We'll call you when breakfast is ready. Now go ahead.
Holy cow.
Betty?
Yes, Father.
Get Janie on the phone and tell her what I said. You'll get that whole mess straightened out.
But, Father...
Or maybe you'd rather go without dates for the next month.
Jumping creepers. Always fuss about one little kid.
Kathy?
Yes, Daddy?
I want you to get a piece of paper and a pencil and write, I will not borrow or lend 1,000 times.
1,000?
Jim.
1,000. Now go into the living room and get started.
You mean 1,000 by ones?
Dear, that'll take her the entire weekend.
Good. It'll keep her out of trouble.
But I didn't put the bicycle in the basement.
We'll discuss that later. Go ahead, Kathy.
Gee whiz, 1,000 times.
Jim.
Honey, this is a major problem, and we can't cope with it any other way. Borrowing is a very bad habit. You know that.
Of course, dear,
Just a second, honey. I'd better see who's at the door.
Bud's right in the den.
I want him to keep looking for that book. I'll get it, Bud.
Okay, Dad.
Have you gotten Janie yet?
Not yet, Father. They're calling her.
Don't forget what I said.
Yes, Father.
Get this family straightened out if it's the last thing I do. Hello, Heck.
Hiya, Jim.
Come on in. What are you doing up so early?
Oh, got some things to do.
Had your breakfast yet?
Oh, sure. Say, Jim, you know that pump sprayer you've been using?
You mean you want it?
Well, you see, I got to set out a whole bunch of tomato plants.
Hello, Janie. Betty.
Let's go into the living room.
Look, Angel.
What for? I got to get those plants put in. If I fool around here all morning,
But I
I'll...
got to tell you something.
I don't want you to tell me anything. Just give me the sprayer and let me go home, huh?
But that's what I want to tell you.
I will
I've just gone through a whole thing with my kids about not lending things to...
24.
Oh, how are you doing, Kathy?
Daddy, can't I do it by fives?
Just keep writing and we'll discuss it later.
How's your back, Mr. Smith?
My what?
Your back. Daddy?
Go on into the dining room, Meg.
I don't want to go into the dining room. All I want is the sprayer.
Hector, I'm trying to explain. Will you come into the dining room with me, please?
I don't know. I asked you a perfectly simple little thing
But
like...
it isn't simple, Heck. An hour ago it would have been, but not now. I just finished a big speech about... Bud, what are you doing in the dining room?
I didn't have any place to put the books in the den, so I'm bringing them in here.
Well, take them back into the den.
I haven't found the algebra book yet.
Jim, are you going to give me the sprayer or aren't you?
Heck, let's go out into the kitchen.
No!
But, Heck, Bud, go back to the den.
But I...
Good grief.
Jim, if you don't want to give it to me, say so. But stop dragging me all over the house.
I wasn't dragging you, Heck. I'm merely trying to explain...
Are you going to give me the sprayer?
Look, let's go out into the garage.
Just answer yes or no.
When you put it that way, Heck, I've got to say no. You see, I just
Okay, if that's the way it's going to be, that's it.
But, Heck...
And just wait until you want to borrow something from me again. That's all. Just wait.
Heck, if you'll only listen to me... Heck! I don't know. I can get into the worst jams.
What is it, dear? Is anything wrong?
Everything's wrong. Hector wanted to borrow the sprayer. I couldn't lend it to him in front of the kids.
Why not?
Margaret, I just got through giving them that long lecture about not borrowing or lending.
I know, dear, but the sprayer belongs to Hector.
Well, it looks as though Father's campaign against borrowing was pretty much of a mistake. Still, in all, ladies, there are many things about which the man of the house never makes a mistake. And that's especially true of coffee. For your husband is the world's greatest coffee expert. Yes, that man you married is an authority on truly good coffee. Now, it's a fact that more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. And that kind of makes us experts, too. But when you brew the coffee for that man of yours, why, he's the only expert you listen to. And tomorrow, if you'll fill his cup with Maxwell House, we're certain you'll see your husband's biggest smile and hear him say,
"Now, that's what I call good coffee."
Yes, that's what you'll hear. In fact, we'll return your money if you don't. The point is, no coffee tastes like Maxwell House because no coffee's made like Maxwell House. That grand, good to the last drop flavor can come only from one recipe, a recipe that demands certain choice coffees blended just so. And that recipe belongs to Maxwell House alone. That's why I say, serve your husband our Maxwell House. If he doesn't say, best coffee ever, well, simply send us the can and unused portion, and we'll gladly give you back every penny you paid. Our address is right on every familiar blue tin. Tomorrow, then, put it up to your coffee expert. Let your husband enjoy our Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It's an hour later in the white frame house on Maple Street, and breakfast is a thing of the past. Not so, however, is Father's dilemma. What do you say to a friend to whom you've refused the loan of his own sprayer? It's quite a problem, isn't it?
Like this. Look, Hector, after all, we're only human. I mean, people make mistakes, and, Hector, why not let bygones be bygones? You forget about the sprayer, and I'll forget... Well, what have I got to forget?
Dad.
I am in the den, Bud.
I don't want to bust in on anything, Dad, but... Where is he?
Who?
Mr. Smith.
How do I know?
Weren't you just talking to him?
Bud, would I be talking to someone if he wasn't here?
Well, somebody was talking to somebody.
Bud, did you want to see me about something?
Oh, you know where Joe's algebra book was? His mother was using it.
Helen Phillips was using an algebra book?
To press flowers.
Oh, I just wondered.
I told you I gave it back to him.
I'm sorry, Bud. I apologize very humbly.
That's okay.
Try to be a little patient with me today. I'm in a spot with Mr. Smith, and I don't know what to do about it.
Want to talk it over with me, you know, man to man?
All right, son. You know what happened.
You mean about the sprayer?
Yes. What would you do in a case like that?
Well, give it back to him?
Naturally, I'm going to give it back to him, but what am I going to say?
Why don't we sneak it into his garage and tell him it was there all the time?
Bud, that isn't honest.
Oh, you want it to be honest?
Of course.
Then what's the problem? All you have to do is tell him the truth.
But it sounds so ridiculous.
Well, what difference does that make? You always tell us that nobody can get mad at you if you tell them the truth. Don't you?
Thank you, Bud.
Well, that's what you told me when I was...
I mean it, Bud, very sincerely. Sometimes the father gets all tangled up and forgets. It's nice when he has a son who remembers.
What did I do now?
You've got me headed down the right road, that's all. I'll call Mr. Smith right now.
Betty got all straightened out with her girlfriend.
That's fine.
Except Marion Swift loaned the bracelet to her sister, and she won't be back for 2 weeks.
Then how could they straighten it out?
Marion's going to lend Betty some earrings that belong to her sister.
Bud, that's exactly what... Oh, hello? Heck?
Yeah?
This is Jim Anderson.
What do you want?
Heck, I want to apologize. I've had that sprayer in my garage so long, I thought it belonged to me.
Is that so? Well, I bought that sprayer.
I know, Heck. It's yours. I made a mistake. I'm sorry. I apologize. What more can I say?
Well...
Heck, we've been friends for too many years to let a thing like this come between us, haven't we?
Well, shucks. I didn't care about the old sprayer in the first place. If you need it, just keep it.
Oh, no, Heck. It's your sprayer. I'll dump it in the back of the car and bring it right over.
Dad.
Oh, you don't have to do that, Jim. My car's right out in front. It won't take me 2 minutes.
I've put you to enough trouble, pal. You stay right where you are, and I'll bring the sprayer over to you.
Dad.
Well, if you're sure it won't be any trouble.
Of course not. I'll have it there.
Dad.
Just a minute, Heck. Bud, what's the matter with you?
Mom had to go shopping, so she and Betty took the car.
Oh, well. Heck.
Hey, Jim?
If you're sure it won't be any trouble, why don't you drive over and pick it up?
Yeah, I'll be right over.
Okay, pal. I'll be waiting for you.
Yeah.
Bud, suppose you run out to the garage and get the sprayer. Then we'll be ready for Mr. Smith when he gets here.
Okay.
It's hanging on a hook right next to the workbench.
I'll find it.
Well, I guess that takes care of that.
Not borrow or lend. 263. I will not.
How are you doing, kitten?
Oh, Daddy, my fingers hurt.
Well, why don't you stop for a while?
Boy, I sure learned a lesson.
That was the general idea, wasn't it?
Do you know it takes twice as long to make a B as an O?
That's what you learned.
And if I don't dot the I or make a period, I save almost a whole second.
You didn't learn anything about not borrowing or lending.
But I didn't put the bicycle in the basement, Daddy. Honest, I didn't.
Kathy, what am I going to do with you? I was just about to tell you to stop.
Dad, it isn't there.
What?
The sprayer's gone.
Well, it can't be. It was hanging right on the hook.
But it isn't, Dad. It's gone.
Now what am I going to do? He'll never believe that I... Bud, go next door to the Davises. I think Mr. Davis borrowed it.
What if he won't give it to me?
He'll have to give it to you. Tell him it isn't mine.
Okay, Dad.
Kathy,
Yes, Daddy?
do you see what happens when you borrow things? It's nothing but trouble.
How many times do you have to ride it?
We'll go into that later.
Anyway, I didn't get into trouble when I borrowed Patty's bicycle. I got into trouble when I didn't borrow it.
Kathy, bicycles do not float into basements all by themselves. And if you persist in telling... Oh, my gosh, he couldn't have it.
Who couldn't have what?
Mr. Davis just bought a brand new sprayer. He wouldn't have to borrow mine. Mr. Smith's. Kathy, did you...
Did I what?
George Phillips, that's who it was. Kathy, run across the street to Mr. Phillips and tell him I've got to have that sprayer back. Immediately.
Who's going to write, I will not borrow or lend?
I'll write it for you. But tell Mr. Phillips I've got to have the sprayer.
Okay, Daddy.
Tell him I'll explain the whole thing as soon as I... That can't be Hector. I talked to him 2 minutes ago. Hector.
Hiya, Jim.
What did you do, fly over?
Well, I told you my car was right out in front. What's the matter?
Nothing. Go ahead, Kathy, and tell Mr. Phillips what I told you.
Yes, Daddy. I'll tell him that you told me.
Tell him, not me.
Well, I wanted to tell you.
Goodbye, Kathy.
Goodbye.
Well, how have you been, Hector?
What's the matter, kid? You been working too hard?
Of course not. I was just... How would you like a glass of lemonade?
I don't want any lemonade. Just give me the sprayer.
Greatest lemonade you ever tasted in your life. Come on back to the kitchen.
Jim, I got all those tomato plants laid out, and I got...
It won't take half a minute, Heck. This is the greatest lemonade you ever tasted in your life. It's got a certain... Well, I've had a lot of lemonade in my time, but nothing like this.
Okay, I'll buy a glass.
What a sense of humor. You know, that's what I like about you, Heck. Always ready to laugh and smile.
Jim, all I want you to do
There we are. Well, go ahead, Heck. Drink it down.
Okay, here's looking at you.
Happy days.
Hey, it's not bad. Tastes just like lemonade.
What did I tell you?
Dad.
How about another glass, Heck?
Just give me the sprayer and let me go home.
Go on. You've got to have another glass.
Jim, please.
Dad, Mr. Davis says he has his own sprayer.
That's fine, Bud. There you are, Heck. Happy days.
Yeah. Happy day.
And he says if you're through with his cultivator, can he please have it back?
I don't have his cultivator.
He says you borrowed it last October.
I gave it back to him the next... Wait a minute. Now I remember. I was taking it over there, and George Phillips borrowed it from me.
Jim.
Bud, go over to Mr. Phillips and tell him that Mr. Davis needs his cultivator.
But he said that...
Jim.
Heck, how about another glass of lemonade?
I don't want any lemonade. All I want is...
Daddy!
Did you get it, kitten?
Mr. Phillips says he doesn't have it.
Oh, no.
And he says, can he please have his hoe back because it belongs to Mr. Woody?
Jim.
Heck.
Yeah?
Have a glass of lemonade.
Jim, what's going on here? First I get pushed all over the house, and now I can't get anything but lemonade.
You want another glass?
No, all I want is my sprayer.
How about Mr. Woody's hoe?
Shall I take it over to Mr. Phillips and get Mr. Davis's cultivator?
I don't know. Heck.
Jim,
Well, we're in the kitchen, honey.
ask Bud to give us a hand with these bundles.
I'll be right in, Mom.
Hurry up before I drop them.
Oh, hang on, I'm coming.
Go ahead, Kathy. You can help, too.
Don't you want me to get Mr. Woody's hoe?
No.
Oh.
Jim, I don't know. Sometimes I wonder whether...
Hector, what are you doing over here?
What am I doing? I'm drinking lemonade.
Well, that's a fine thing. Elizabeth said you were going to set out all those tomato plants.
Honey.
Look, Margaret, don't you think I'm having enough trouble?
Hector, I can explain the whole thing up to a point.
All I want is my sprayer. That's all I want.
Why, Hector, Betty and I dropped it off at your house on our way to the market.
Oh, no.
You know, when you buy coffee this weekend, there's only one way to get the most for your money, and that's to choose the coffee with the most flavor. Now, your grocer carries one coffee, our Maxwell House, that's famous above all others for flavor. And you'll know why first time you serve Maxwell House to the world's greatest coffee expert, your husband. Yes, ma'am, when he beams and says, best coffee ever, you'll know it's Maxwell House for flavor. Then just make a note of all the truly good cups of coffee you get from each pound. You'll find that penny for penny, Maxwell House is today's coffee buy. So tomorrow, for the most in flavor for your money, take home the familiar blue tin with the big white cup and drop. That's Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Now it's dinner time in the Anderson household, and everything is pretty much under control. Considering, of course, that it's the Andersons, like this.
May I have my coffee, please?
Of course, dear. Ethel Davis was simply horrified when I told her about Patty's bicycle.
Patty broke it herself, and she hid it in our basement.
What'd she do that for?
So she wouldn't get spanked.
That's great. After you had to write I will not borrow.
Oh, I didn't mind. I learned a lot. And anyway, Daddy gave me a quarter.
Margaret.
Here you are, dear.
Thank you.
Father, the girls finally got everything all straightened out.
Good.
We're just going to keep the things we've got.
Fine. Say, I meant to tell you about this. Look, honey, here's a new booklet on highway safety, and it's full of the most amazing things. Listen to this. More than half of the pedestrians killed by motor vehicles last year were either violating a traffic law or committing an unsafe act. What do you think of that?
I think it's awful.
And listen to this. Nearly 9,000 pedestrians were killed in motor vehicle accidents in 1950. An average of 24 pedestrian deaths a day.
How horrible.
And most of them were killed by crossing streets between intersections. That's the most dangerous pedestrian act there is.
Jim, where did you get that book?
Oh, I borrowed it from... May I have the cream and sugar, please?
Yes, Father, dear.
Thank you.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Step right up today for brand new Crinkles. Candy-kissed rice. It's twice as nice. Crinkles, the sensational new sugar-coated rice cereal. Yes, sir, the whole family will have a circus eating Crinkles, because candy-kissed rice is twice as nice. Just add milk or cream and eat. No sugar needed. Crinkles are the quick energy treat for snack time, too. Crinkles, the newest Post cereal. Get candy-kissed rice Crinkles today at your grocer. Hurry, 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 hurry.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra. In our cast were Ted Donaldson as Bud, June Whitley, Rhoda Williams, Norma Jean Nilsson, Herb Vigran, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
For more good times, stay tuned for Dragnet on NBC.
this really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. Do you know what a carrot is? It's a biennial amiaceous plant with a usually orange-colored, spindle-shaped edible root. That's what a carrot is. Very simple. A carrot is also a little girl by the name of Kathy who lives in Springfield with her family, the Andersons, in a white frame house on Maple Street. That isn't quite as simple, but it's true. Like this.
I am carrot. I contain vitamin A for your eyes and skin. See my firm body and my lovely green top. See...
Kathy, will you please stop that?
But I have to learn it.
That's all I've heard for a week. I am carrot.
Jim, why don't you leave the poor child alone?
I'd like to move out until she decides whether she's a carrot or a girl.
I'm a girl carrot.
Margaret.
Dear, they're going to do the play tomorrow, and then it'll all be over.
By tomorrow, I'll be a raving maniac.
Kathy, why don't you go up to your room and study the part?
Betty kicked me out.
Well, go down to the playroom.
Bud said he'd shoot me.
I don't know. I've had a hard day at the office. Dinner is late.
Jim, I told you why it was late.
I know, but...
I've got to get this carrot costume finished for Kathy's play, and it isn't going to get finished by itself.
I understand that, Margaret, but I don't think it's asking too much that I be permitted to read my newspaper.
You go right ahead, dear. It won't bother us a bit.
Thank you very much.
All right, Kathy.
But Daddy said...
Your father doesn't mind.
Okay. I am carrot.
Honey.
Read your newspaper, Jim.
Oh.
Go ahead, dear.
I am carrot. I contain vitamin A for your eyes and skin. See?
Holy jumping catfish.
Jim, what is it?
Look at this. Stockwell's giving out the insurance contract tomorrow.
Who?
Brian Stockwell, the man who's putting in that subdivision in North Springfield.
Oh. Well, you've already put in your bid, haven't you?
That isn't the idea. I've got to see him and talk to him before he makes up his mind.
Well, why don't you call him up?
Margaret, when it comes to business...
Yes?
You just don't understand.
I...
You don't call a man like Stockwell. You're introduced to him like the Army. You go through channels. I've got to be recommended to him by someone he knows and trusts.
Well?
Gribble's been promising to do it for a month. They're very good friends. They play golf together all the time.
Just a minute, dear. Jim, I don't understand. Why can't Mr. Gribble still do it?
Because he's out of town. He won't be back until tomorrow. And that's too late.
Well, I'm sure you can think of something if it's important.
Important? A contract for building insurance on 200 houses? How important can a thing be?
Go ahead, Kathy. We're listening.
Yes, Mommy. I am carrot. I contain vitamin A.
Margaret, how do you expect me to figure this out with...
There, I think the costume's all finished. What did you say, dear?
Never mind.
How do you like it, Kathy?
Is that supposed to be a carrot?
Maybe if I called Henry Liggett...
Let's try it on, dear.
But it doesn't look like a carrot.
Of course it does, doesn't it, Jim?
I've done lots of things for Henry Liggett.
Patty Davis has one just like that. And she's a squash.
I know, Angel, but this was the only shade of muslin I could get.
I have to be a carrot.
Margaret, for the love of heaven, can't you keep that child quiet?
Kathy.
Mom.
We're in the den, Bud.
When's dinner gonna be ready? I'm starving.
Is dinner ready?
I was just asking Mom.
I'll be right down.
Kathy, will you please go into the...
I don't want to be a squash.
You aren't a squash. You're a carrot.
But Patty Davis.
She's a carrot, too.
She's a squash.
Kathy, I think we've had quite enough of that. Kathy.
Say, Mom, I haven't had anything to eat since 4 o'clock.
Bud, for Pete's sake, we're having enough trouble. Why don't you go back to the playroom and do what you were doing?
But it's after 6 o'clock and I haven't... What's the matter with her?
I'm not supposed to be a squash.
Bud, tell Kathy the truth. Does that costume look like a squash?
Heck no.
There, you see, kitten?
It looks like a pumpkin. Bud. Well, isn't it supposed to?
It's a carrot.
That's a carrot?
It certainly is.
Okay.
Hey, where is everybody?
Kathy, if you don't stop wailing, you can't be in the play at all.
Margaret, you don't seem to realize how important this is.
And you don't seem to realize that I am not a costume designer.
I don't mean the costume. I mean Stockwell.
Mother, Bud said dinner was ready.
No, I didn't. I said I was going to ask Mom.
$100,000 worth of insurance, and we have to worry about Kathy looking like a pumpkin.
Betty, does this look like a pumpkin to you?
Oh, yes, it certainly does.
Betty.
What's it supposed to be?
It's supposed to be a carrot.
Well, creepers, I'm not a mind reader.
I thought it was a pumpkin.
If only Gribble would come back, he could fix everything.
Does he know how to make carrots?
I wasn't talking about carrots.
I'm going to spoil the whole play, and Mrs. Lindsay will be mad at me.
Mrs. Lindsay dumps the whole thing in our laps. Why doesn't she make the costume?
Angel, I'm sure everyone will know you're a carrot.
Make believe you're a fat carrot.
Carrots are pointy, and I'm not.
Van Norton. Margaret, do you suppose he knows Stockwell?
I don't know, dear. Kathy.
What if you put a coat hanger in the shoulders? If it's wider on the top, it'll look pointy on the bottom.
I don't care how it looks. If I don't meet Stockwell...
Jim, please. This is getting ridiculous.
This started out being ridiculous. I've got a chance to sell $100,000 worth of insurance.
Wait a minute. I've got it.
Bud, your father...
But I've got it. We can paint green spots all over her.
What?
Then she can go as carrots and peas.
But...
Then she wouldn't have to dance and jump around and all that stuff. She could just sort of lay around in a plate.
I want to be a carrot.
Kathy, please.
I don't know. Other children want to be cowgirls or ballet dancers or movie stars, but not my daughter. She has to be a carrot.
Mother, maybe if we put a hoop around the shoulders.
There isn't anything wrong with it the way it is.
It doesn't look right.
I still say if you paint green spots on her...
Betty, will you please answer the carrot?
What?
Oh, never mind. I'll do it myself. Get a man so mixed up he doesn't know whether he's animal, mineral, or vegetable. Hello?
Hello, Jim. This is J.P. Gribble.
Gribble? Well, it's Mr. Gribble, honey.
Well, thank goodness.
J.P., you'll never know how happy I am. When did you get back?
Just a little while ago. What are you so excited about?
I've got a big favor to ask of you, J.P. You see...
Well, just a second, Jim, before I forget why I called. Do you remember the man who gave that talk at the Service Club luncheon 3 weeks ago?
Oh, sure. But you see, I have a...
You wouldn't happen to know how I can get in touch with him, would you?
Oh, I've got his address somewhere, but I'd like to tell you about...
One thing at a time, my boy. Get the address for me, and then we'll discuss the other little matter.
Well, all right, J.P. Just hang on. I'll be right back.
All right, Jim. I'll wait.
Little matter. Practically life or death, and he calls it a little matter.
Daddy, can Mr. Gribble really fix everything?
Of course he can. I'm sorry, kitten, but I can't stop to talk to you now.
Nobody cares if I look like a carrot. Nobody cares about anything. Hello?
Hello?
Mr. Gribble, this is Kathy.
Well, hello, Kathy. How are you tonight?
I'm not very well, Mr. Gribble. I don't look like a carrot.
Hello? Kathy? I think we must have a bad connection. I thought you said... Well, it doesn't matter.
Mr. Gribble,
Yes, dear?
can you fix everything like my father says?
Well...
He says you're the smartest man in Springfield, and you can fix anything for anybody.
Well, I wouldn't say I was... What do you want me to do, dear?
Can you make me look like a carrot?
You know, that's the second time I thought you said it. A carrot? Why on earth do you want to look like a carrot?
It's for the play in school. I have to be a carrot.
Oh, well...
Mommy says I am, but Betty and Bud think I'm a pumpkin, and I'm not. I'm more like a squash.
Yes. Well, I really don't know what I can... Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Yes, Mr. Gribble.
I've got it. Kathy, you'll look more like a carrot than a carrot does.
I will?
I'll bring you the finest carrot costume you've ever seen in your entire life.
You will?
I certainly will, Kathy, and that's a promise.
Oh, Mr. Gribble, you're wonderful.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I just, What happened to your father? Did he get lost?
Oh, he'll be right back, Mr. Gribble. He just went to the... Oh, Daddy, Mr. Gribble wants you.
I know, Kathy. You haven't been annoying him, have you?
Oh, no. He said...
I haven't time now, dear. I've got to speak to Mr. Gribble.
But he said...
Kathy, please. Hello, J.P.
Yes, Jim.
I have all the information for you.
Oh, good.
His name is Paul Roberts, and you can reach him at Box 907, Central Station, Middletown.
Box 907.
Central Station, Middletown.
Oh, thank you, Jim. You've been a great help.
That's all right, J.P. I was just wondering...
About that other little matter, Jim, I'm going to take care of it immediately.
Well, I was just... You are?
Of course. I said I would, didn't I?
I know, but... You see, it's been moved up to tomorrow, and I thought...
Jim, when J.P. Gribble gives his word, it's as good as done. I'll take care of it as soon as I've had my dinner.
J.P., I don't know how to thank you.
Well, don't even try. After all, we fathers have to stick together, don't we?
Yes, I guess we do.
See you in a little while, Jim.
All right, J.P., see you in a little while. Well...
Daddy, isn't Mr. Gribble wonderful?
Kitten, everybody's wonderful.
It's probably lucky for Father's peace of mind that he doesn't realize what Mr. Gribble was talking about. But, ladies, more often than not, the head of the house does know what it's all about. For example, you just can't fool him about truly good coffee. You see, your husband is the world's greatest coffee expert. Of course, people call us experts, too, because more families buy Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. But when you make the coffee and fill the cups, your husband is the only expert you care about. And tomorrow, if you'll pour him a steaming, fragrant cup of our Maxwell House, we're mighty sure he'll smile with pure pleasure and say,
"Now that's coffee at its best."
We're so sure he'll say that, so certain he'll enjoy our coffee best, that we'll give you back your money if he doesn't. The truth is, no other coffee has that same hearty, good-to-the-last-drop flavor. The reason is our recipe, a very special recipe that demands certain choice coffees blended just so. And only Maxwell House has that recipe. That's why no coffee tastes like Maxwell House, since no coffee is made like Maxwell House. Serve our Maxwell House to your husband tomorrow, and if he doesn't say, "Best coffee ever," then simply send us the can and unused portion, and we'll cheerfully refund your money. Our address is right on every familiar blue tin. Yes, tomorrow, find out how much the world's greatest coffee expert enjoys Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Happiness, according to Du Maurier, is like time and space. We make and measure it ourselves. It is a fancy, as big, as little as you please. Just a thing of contrasts and comparisons. Well, that's the way it is with the Andersons. The dinner hour is past, and happiness floats around the living room on wings of shimmering song, like this.
We're a salad, can't you see? Full of vitamins A, B, C. Lettuce, radishes, carrots.
Daddy! Just a minute, Betty. What's the matter now, Kathy?
Betty's the onion, and she isn't singing.
Isn't it bad enough I have to play this horrible thing? It isn't horrible.
No.
Betty, when you were rehearsing for your play, Kathy helped you.
She didn't help me do anything. Why do I
Never
have...
mind, Bud. You're a radish. Let's see to it that you sing like one.
Holy cow.
Betty?
Do I have to?
That's right. Go ahead, little onion.
Jumping creepers.
Isn't this fun, Daddy?
It certainly is, kitten. All right, Betty, let's go.
The things I have to do.
Ha, 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 you and me. Vegetable salad, I love thee. Mix us up and turn us round. We're better in your tummy than in the ground.
Father, if that isn't the worst thing.
It is not. Mrs. Lindsay made that up all by herself.
She did?
She certainly did.
Well, I could have sworn it had a Noel Coward touch.
Noel Coward's probably rolling in his grave.
But he isn't dead.
No?
No.
Well, a thing like that could kill him.
I think it's beautiful.
Well, how are all the little vegetables getting along?
Mommy, did you hear it?
Yes, dear, I'm afraid I did. I mean, yes.
Did we sound like a salad?
Exactly.
With Roquefort dressing.
What?
It isn't important. Well...
We better do the next verse, Daddy. It's getting late.
All right. We'll dedicate this one to, your mother.
Mother, you don't want to hear it, do you?
Please.
If you don't mind, I think it would be very nice.
Let's go, Betty.
My own mother.
It isn't that bad, dear.
How bad does it have to be?
Never mind, Bud. Verse 2.
Creepers.
Onions, raisins, prunes, and such. Salad can't contain too much. We have minerals for your bones, and we taste better than ice cream cones. Ha, 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 you and me. Vegetable salad, I love thee. Mix us up and turn us round. We're better in your tummy than in the ground.
That was lovely.
Margaret, let's not overdo it.
Well, it was very nice.
Thousands of kids in Springfield, and she has to be a carrot.
Well, now that that's all taken care
But
of...
we haven't finished.
I have.
Just a minute, Bud. Kathy, you mean there's more?
There are 14 verses.
Father?
I think I'll go downstairs and take a look at the furnace.
I just fixed it, Dad.
Well, I'd better go turn off the light in the playroom.
I turned it off.
I see. Have you shaved tonight?
Shaved? Gosh, no.
All right. I think I'll go upstairs and shave.
Mommy!
Jim, if it's only 14 verses...
I'm not going through 14 verses of that... Well, I'm not going to.
But, dear, if Kathy needs you...
Margaret, there's no reason why you can't be a head of lettuce, is there?
Jim, I can't possibly.
Lettuce is a boy's part.
Kathy.
And Mommy doesn't sound like lettuce.
Well, this is lettuce whose voice hasn't changed.
You don't want to help me.
Kathy, don't start that again. I sang 2 verses and 2 choruses of that miserable...
Jim.
Of that beautiful song. She thinks I'm going to sing one more word.
Mother, why do we all have to suffer?
Well, I thought you were having fun.
Oh, Mom, please.
Well, weren't you?
No.
Kathy, I'm afraid you're outnumbered.
Gee whiz. Now, does anybody mind if I do something I want to do?
Gribble.
Mr. Gribble.
Want me to see who...
Never mind, Bud. I'll get it.
I'll open the door for him, Daddy.
Kathy, I'm perfectly capable of opening a door.
Angel, please don't annoy Mr. Gribble.
But he said he was coming over to...
J.P.
Well, we finally made it. There you are, Kathy. What do you think of that?
Mr. Gribble.
P.
Isn't that the biggest carrot you've ever seen in life?
Oh, Mr. Gribble, I love you.
Oh, it isn't anything, sweetheart.
Kathy, I've got to talk to Mr. Gribble about...
Mommy, Mr. Gribble brought me a carrot.
He was?
What's she talking about?
J.P., would you mind telling me...
Hello, Margaret. How are you tonight?
Hello, Mr. Gribble. I was just telling the children... Mr. Gribble!
Isn't it beautiful, Mommy?
Kathy told me of her little problem, and they sort of take care of it, don't you think?
Hey, Betty, wait till you see this.
What is it? Daddy, look at my carrot.
J.P.,
Now, don't bother thanking me, Jim.
I wasn't trying to thank you. I mean...
Jim.
I know what he means, Margaret. My children are all grown up, but I went through the same thing myself.
Kathy, take that carrot out of here.
Oh, just a minute, sweetheart. This is a very interesting thing, Jim.
I'm sure it is.
We had an agricultural exhibit at the factory a few months ago, and they brought in a dozen of these giant replicas. Paper mache, you know. Onions, radishes, carrots, all sorts of vegetables.
How wonderful.
Kathy, take that thing...
Well, when it was all over, V.O., that's my assistant, you know, V.O. said to me, "What do we do with all this stuff, J.?
J.P.
I said to him, "Put 'em in the bin, V.O." That's what I said. You never can tell when you'll need a thing like that.
Wasn't that thoughtful, Jim?
Oh, yes.
Yes, sir. Waste not, want not. That's my motto.
Mr. Gribble, I think you're wonderful.
Well, we won't argue about it, will we? Oh, if any of your little friends need a costume, the rest of the junk, the other vegetables are on the porch.
Mr. Gribble!
Kathy, Bud.
I'm right here, Dad.
Oh, give Kathy a hand with this, will you?
Okay.
Will you excuse us, Mr. Gribble?
Of course, my dear.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gribble.
That's quite all right, sweetheart.
We can cut holes for the arms and legs and one for a face.
Come along, Daddy.
Well, wonderful thing, children, aren't they?
Yes. About that other little thing, J.P.
What other little thing?
What?
Well, I said, what other little thing?
The introduction.
What introduction? Jim, you aren't making sense.
J.P., you didn't forget.
I didn't forget what?
About Stockwell.
Stockwell? Now, see here, Jim.
But you said you were going to introduce me, didn't you?
To Stockwell, that crook?
Crook?
I wouldn't introduce my worst enemy to that stroke stealer.
Oh, no.
Do you know what he did? Beat me 4 rounds in a row and then had the nerve, mind you, to come up with a handicap of 24.
J.P.
Bribed the handicap committee, that's what he did. Bribed them.
But if you could only...
24, why, that's like getting a license to steal.
J.P., if you'll only listen to me...
Jim, my boy, you're better off without people like that, far better off.
J.P., I've only got until noon tomorrow.
Stockwell, he's a 12 handicap man if I ever saw one. Maybe 10.
But if you'll only listen to me...
Well, I've got to be running along, Jim. Will you say goodnight to Margaret for me?
J.P., let me tell you one thing.
24. Most outrageous thing I've ever heard of in my entire life. That's what it is.
J.P.
Outrageous.
I don't know.
Jim, we want to show Mr. Gribble. Why, Jim, what happened?
He's gone, honey. And so is my deal with Stockwell.
Well, don't be so upset about it, dear. There'll be other deals.
But this one was right in my hip pocket. All I had to do was meet the man.
Let's go into the living room and sit down.
I wouldn't care if it weren't something I could handle, but I can give him better service than anybody in Springfield.
Of course you can, dear.
What am I going to tell Buckley? A big deal like this, and it slips right through my fingers.
Bud?
I'll get it, Mommy. Bud's fixing my carrot.
All right, dear. Jim, isn't there someone else you can call?
Who?
I don't know, but how about that friend of Henry Liggett's? You know, the one we met at the Van Nortons. He's in the construction business.
But I hardly know the man. How can I ask him to introduce me to somebody else?
Daddy?
Not now, Angel. We're very busy.
But Billy's father wants to talk to Daddy.
Who's Billy?
He's the radish.
Margaret.
I'll take care of it, dear. Kathy, Daddy doesn't have any time tonight. Suppose I talk to him. How'll that be?
Well, he asked for Daddy, but... Would you mind speaking to my mother, Mr. Stockwell?
Who?
Daddy, what's the matter?
Mrs. Stockwell. I'll be with you in 2 seconds, Mr. Stockwell. Just as soon as I can... Well, Mr. Stockwell.
Mr. Anderson, I hate to impose on you like this,
You wouldn't be Brian Stockwell by any chance, would you?
Yes, but you see...
Mr. Stockwell.
Oh, I've probably got a lot of nerve, but you see, my son is supposed to be a radish. He said that your daughter was going to have a wonderful carrot costume, and he's been driving me crazy all night.
I see.
We don't know anything about making costumes, and if you or your wife could help me make Billy look like a radish...
Mr. Stockwell, why don't you leave everything to me?
You mean you'll take care of it?
We'll make your son look so much like a radish, he won't feel happy outside of a salad bowl.
Mr. Anderson, I don't know how to thank you.
Why don't we go into my den and talk it over?
You don't know how grateful I am.
Wait a minute. We won't be able to go into the den. The children are working on Kathy's costume. Let's go into the living room.
Ah, you lead quite a life with children, don't you?
Children. Aren't they wonderful?
What is it that makes a cup of coffee worth cheering about? Why, nothing in the world but flavor. So when you buy coffee, make sure you get the most in flavor for your money. And that's no trick if you remember that there's one coffee famous above all others for flavor, our Maxwell House coffee. Tomorrow, then, take home that familiar blue tin with the big white cup and drop. Fill your husband's cup. And you'll see the world's greatest coffee experts smile happily and say, best coffee ever. And for value, just count all the delightfully satisfying cups of truly good coffee you get from each pound of Maxwell House. Yes, next time you buy coffee, get the most in value, the most in flavor, the most in real coffee enjoyment. Choose Maxwell House coffee. Always good. To the last drop.
It's sometime later in the white frame house on Maple Street, and everything is quiet and under control. Happiness once more reigns supreme, and so does Mrs. Lindsay's masterpiece.
Ha ha ha, you and me, vegetable salad, I love thee. Mix us up and turn us round. We're better in your tummy than in the ground.
Father, I don't think I can stand any more of this.
Of course you can. It's fun, isn't it, Bud?
Don't ask me. I'm unconscious.
I think it's fun, Daddy.
Good. Now, are we ready for verse 12?
Oh, no.
All right, Betty.
Holy cow.
We are full of calories, working just like little bees. We will make you good and strong, so join us in our happy song. Ha ha ha, you and me, vegetable salad, I love thee. Mix us up and turn us round. We're better in your tummy than in the
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Step right up today for brand new Crinkles. Candy-kissed rice. It's twice as nice. Crinkles, the sensational new sugar-coated rice cereal. Yes, sir, the whole family will have a circus eating Crinkles, 'cause candy-kissed rice is twice as nice. Just add milk or cream and eat. No sugar needed. Crinkles are the quick energy treat for snack time, too. Crinkles, the newest Post cereal. Get candy-kissed Rice Crinkles today at your grocer. Hurry, 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 hurry.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra. In our cast were Norma Jean Nilsson as Kathy, June Whitley, Rhoda Williams, Ted Donaldson, Ed Begley, Olin Soule, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee, always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Your police force goes into action. It's Dragnet, next on NBC.
Mother, is Maxwell House the best coffee in the whole world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. It's a peculiar thing about people, especially people who belong to a family. First, they begin to look alike. Then, as if that weren't bad enough, they begin to think alike. That'd be a fine thing if you were related to Betty Grable or Albert Einstein. But what if you were related to the Andersons? Looking like them wouldn't be too bad, I suppose. But thinking the way they do, well, that can lead to all sorts of complications, like this.
But why does it have to be a surprise?
Bud, who wants to go to an anniversary party if it isn't a surprise?
I do. Who are you going to call now?
Mr. Smith.
You already called him twice.
Well, I forgot to tell him something.
Betty, wouldn't it be just as good if Mom and Dad knew? Then they could help us a little.
Oh, so that's what it is. You're afraid of a little extra work, that's all.
What?
I am not.
Mr. Smith, this is Betty Anderson.
Don't tell me you're not having the party. I've already called everybody.
Oh, no, it isn't anything like that. Mr. Smith, if you see my father or my mother, you won't say anything about it, will you?
Tell him it's a surprise party.
Well...
Just a minute, Mr. Smith. He knows it's a surprise party. I told him that in the beginning. Mr. Smith...
Betty,
if you told him in the beginning, why do you have to tell him again?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I said if you told him in the beginning...
Bud, will you please keep still?
You said you couldn't hear me.
I said I couldn't hear... Uh-oh. I can't now. Somebody's coming. Bye.
What, Dylan?
Oh, hi, Kathy. Where'd you come?
I was in the kitchen. Dylan?
It's a secret.
I can keep a secret.
Oh, sure.
If we tell you, we might as well put it in the newspaper.
I won't tell anybody. Honest, I won't.
Betty, let's go upstairs.
That's a good idea.
Can I go, too?
You stay down here where you belong.
I belong here just as much as you do.
Why don't you go for homework?
I don't have to do what you tell me. You're not my mother.
Ah, you talk too much.
You better tell me what the secret is, or I'll tell Daddy what you did.
What did we do?
Well, I'll think of something.
Ah, your mother wears army shoes.
She does not. And you do not say things like that.
Like what, kittens?
Daddy, do you know what Betty and Bud are doing?
I know, sweetheart. What are they doing?
I don't know. They won't tell me.
Where's Mommy?
She's fixing dinner. Betty and Bud are always whispering.
Well, maybe they're discussing something they want you to hear.
everybody things they want me to hear. Everybody's got secrets except me.
Well, I'll tell you what. How would you like to have a special secret with me?
Oh, Daddy, you can trust me. I won't tell anybody, not even if they twist my arms and pull my ears and kick me in the shin.
Oh, all right, Kathy. I trust you.
Oh, I'll never tell anybody, Daddy. Cross my heart and hope to die as long as I live.
Fine. Do you know what the day after tomorrow is?
Saturday?
It's our wedding anniversary, Mommy's and mine.
It is?
And do you know what I'm going to do? I'm giving Mommy a surprise party.
Oh, Daddy, how wonderful.
That's a secret now.
Oh, I'll never tell anybody, Daddy. Not even if they kill me.
Yes. Now, I'll tell you what we'll do. I have to call Mr. Smith and make a few arrangements, so you go into the kitchen and make sure that Mommy doesn't hear me.
Isn't this exciting, Daddy?
It sure is, kitten. Go ahead now.
Okay, and if she starts to come out, I'll yell.
That's a good girl.
I'll yell loud.
All right, Kathy.
Real loud.
All right. 9 or 90, they're all the same. Once they start talking, you can't stop them. Yakety, yakety, yakety.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Heck. This is Jim Anderson.
Oh, hiya, Jim. What's up?
Heck, I know this is kind of short notice, but Saturday's our wedding anniversary, and I was just
I
wondering...
can't hear you very well, Jim. Can't you talk a little louder?
Well, Margaret's in the kitchen, and I don't want her to hear me.
Well, what good is it if I can't hear you either?
Heck, Saturday's our wedding anniversary, and I was just wondering...
Daddy!
I can't talk to you now.
Yeah, but Jim...
I'll call you later. Well, hello, honey.
Jim, what on earth are you doing?
Doing? Me? I was... Why, nothing.
Who were you talking to?
I wasn't talking to anybody. I was just, trying to find out what time it is, that's all.
There's a clock right in back of you.
I know, but it seemed later than that, and I wanted to check with the operator.
That's what he was doing, Mommy.
How do you know?
He always checks with the operator. Don't you, Daddy?
Yes, it's, I always do. From time to time.
About the time.
Jim, are you sure everything's all right?
It's fine, isn't it, Kathy? Of course it is. Fine.
Well, if you say so.
Mom, I've a good idea. Let's go back to the kitchen.
Why?
Don't you like the kitchen?
Jim.
Well, what she means, honey, is that you can't very well cook in the hall, can you?
Something is cooking in the hall.
Ready?
Not yet, dear.
12 it is, or mine.
Make a still note of it.
Okay.
Now, why is everyone so anxious to get me into the kitchen?
We're hungry, honey, that's all.
You're sure that's the only reason?
Of course. Why, what other reason could we have?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
You know, I've been trying to figure this out for years. Makes women all fired suspicious.
That's very severe. Men.
Mommy, the kettle.
Oh, dear.
Women would be suspicious if there weren't any men.
Of course they would, but not of the same things.
Well, I suppose that makes sense. I don't know to who, but... Kathy.
Yes, Daddy?
Get back on guard duty. I'm going to call Mr. Smith.
What?
Let me know if your head's this way again.
Oh, okay. This is fun, isn't it, Daddy?
Fun. Every time I start one of these things, I ought to have my brains examined. My brains.
Hello?
Hello, Heck. This is Jim.
Well, what happened right in the middle of the...
Daddy!
Goodbye, Heck. I'm in here, honey.
Will you tell the children to come down to dinner?
You bet. I'll come right now. Bud, Betty, dinner's ready.
Okay, I'll be right down.
They'll be round, Margaret.
Thank you, dear.
If you don't mind, I think I'll run upstairs and wash my hands.
Jim, the phone's ringing.
I can't hear you, honey. This darn phone... Hello?
Now, look, Jim, I'm a patient man, but this is getting...
Is that for me, Father?
Oh, it isn't.
It certainly is. You called me up twice.
Not you, Heck.
Over here.
Oh, she's here.
And want me?
Because I want to talk to you.
Well, say something.
Father?
Goodbye, Heck.
Wait a
Hector,
minute,
I'll
Jim.
call you later.
Father. Dinner's ready.
I know dinnerly.
Jim.
We'll be right, Margaret.
What are you doing out there?
Not a thing, honey.
I thought you said you were hungry.
I am.
I'm right here, Dad.
I know you're here. Everybody in the neighborhood knows you're here. Why can't you just walk down the stairs?
I thought it was time for dinner.
It is.
Want me to walk?
I'll get it.
Alone.
But there is phone, Jim.
I've been answering it. There's no reason why... Oh.
Gas?
Look, Heck, I just finished telling
Jim,
you...
if this is your idea of a joke, it isn't the least bit funny.
Wait a minute, Heck. Honey, I've been telling the
Will
children...
you please go into dinner before everything gets ice cold?
But I have to...
Tell care of Hector.
Honey. Hector. Muggles for you.
That's nice.
Okay, let's go.
What's everything so excited about?
We're having steak for dinner.
We are?
Hector?
Margaret, how do you stand living in that nut factory?
Well, it isn't easy. Is Elizabeth there?
Oh, not right now, Nicole.
Will you ask her to?
Yeah.
I want to tell her about the prize I'm giving Jim on Saturday.
So Mother's planning a surprise party, too. See, there's a lot going on in the at-home she doesn't know anything about. And yet, ladies, most of the time, the head of the house does know exactly what the score is. For example, he's the one who knows best about downright good coffee. Yes, your husband is the world's greatest coffee expert. Well, naturally, we're often called experts, too, because more families buy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. But when the tempting aroma of your coffee fills the kitchen, that man of yours is the only expert who matters. And tomorrow, if you'll fill his cup with the rich goodness of Maxwell House coffee, we know he'll smile with real enjoyment and say,
I've never tasted finer coffee.
Believe me, he'll say that. In fact, we're so certain he'll praise our Maxwell House, we'll return your money if he doesn't. You see, that heartwarming, good-to-the-last-drop flavor can come only from the Maxwell House recipe. Made like Maxwell House, no coffee tastes like Maxwell House. Tomorrow, pour your husband a cup of Maxwell House. If he doesn't say, best coffee ever, why, just send us the can, an unused portion, and we'll give you back your money. Our address is right on every familiar blue tin. Yes, serve our coffee to that expert you married. He's sure to enjoy Maxwell House. Coffee that's always good to the last drop.
A great many people believe that all things come in threes. Good things, bad things, births, deaths, accidents. Everything happens in threes. But even they were sure would doubt that 3 surprise parties could ever happen at one time, which proves conclusively that they've never been in Springfield. Anyway, it's a short time later, and the Andersons' dinner is over at last. Their problems, however, are just beginning. Like this.
Kathy,
Yes, Mommy?
has your father come back?
Not yet.
Betty,
I'm in the kitchen, Bud.
can I see you for a minute, please?
I have to help Mother.
Go ahead, Betty. I can finish up in here.
Well, if you're sure.
I'm quite sure.
Okay. If you need me for anything, just yell.
That's exactly what I'll do.
Hiya, Knothead.
Bud wants you.
Isn't it thrilling?
And I don't even care about your old secret. I don't care if you've got 1,000,000 of them.
Kathy,
You want me, Mommy?
have you finished your homework?
Oh, sure. I finished it long ago.
What's this about a secret?
Oh, Betty and Bud think they're so wonderful just 'cause they've got a secret.
Angel, speaking of secrets, would you like to do something for Mommy?
I don't know any secrets.
I know, dear,
And
but...
even if I did, I couldn't tell because then it wouldn't be a secret anymore.
Of course,
And
but...
besides, I don't know anything about the surprise part.
Kathy.
Gee whiz. I didn't mean to say it.
I'm sure you didn't. And Kathy, I don't know how you found out, but let's be sure that no one else knows anything about our secret.
What secret?
The surprise party I'm giving for your father on Saturday. Kathy, what's wrong with you?
I don't feel well.
You're tired, sweetheart. A good night's rest and you'll be as good as new.
Mommy,
Yes, dear?
if somebody tells you a secret, and then somebody else tells you a secret...
Kathy!
What are you supposed to do?
About what, dear?
What I just said. If somebody tells you a secret and you already know it because somebody else told you, what?
What?
Hey, Kathy.
You'd better see what they want, dear.
But what about my problem?
We'll talk about it sometime when we're not so tired.
Okay.
Now run along like a good girl.
Okay.
And, Kathy, I wish you'd stop saying okay.
Okay. Gee whiz. All the secrets in the whole world, and they have to pick out the same one.
What are you mumbling about?
I'm not happy.
Well, don't worry, Squirt. We're going to fix that right now. Look, how'd you like to know what our secret is?
I wouldn't. I know enough secrets.
But we have to tell you.
No, you don't.
We do.
Kathy, you've got to help us.
I don't have to do anything, and I don't want to know any more secrets.
That's fine. Your own sister and brother.
Your own flesh and fish.
Well, okay. What's the secret?
We're giving Mother and Father a surprise party on Saturday.
Oh, no.
And if you tell one person, but one, well, you better not, that's all.
Why did you have to tell me?
Because we want you to get them out of the house.
They won't go.
Why not?
I can't tell you.
Why can't you?
'Cause it's a secret.
But all you have to do is get them to take you for a walk or something.
I used to be so happy.
Look, Kathy, I'll give you my old catcher's mitt.
I didn't know anything.
And I'll give you back your football.
I was such a happy little dope.
But it's Father.
Remember, Kathy, if you say one word... Hiya, Dad. How's every little old thing?
Well, Bud, would you like to make a full confession now, or shall I send Kathy for the rubber hose?
What?
Where did you hide the body?
Hello, Father.
I didn't have the hose.
What body?
Hello, Betty. I know it, and anybody. And if anybody thinks I know what I'm talking about, he's crazy.
Mother's in the kitchen.
Good. Wake me up in time for the 4th race.
Betty, I think we'd better go upstairs.
We'll see you later, Father.
Give my regards to the governor. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Whisper, whisper, whisper. Nothing but secrets.
Daddy.
You haven't told anybody about ours, have you?
No, but
Good. Oh, keep an eye peeled for your mother, kitten. I've got to call Mr. Smith again.
But I want to ask
Not
you...
now, Kathy. We'll talk about it later.
Can't I even ask one question?
All right, but make it...
Hello?
Oh, heck. I forgot to tell you something.
Again?
What if you know a secret?
Not now, Kathy.
Gee whiz.
Heck, I'll leave the back door open, and you take everybody into the kitchen.
You told me that.
Oh, did I tell you the signal?
What signal?
Beelzebub. When I say Beelzebub, everybody comes rushing in.
Beelzebub.
That's the signal. Can you remember it?
I'll have it tattooed on my chest.
Oh, here's another thing.
Please, Jim. I got a small chest.
I know. Look, Heck, you won't say anything about this to Margaret, will you? After all, we want it to be a surprise, don't we?
Oh, yeah, sure. We're going to surprise everybody.
Attaboy. Well, I'll be seeing you, Heck.
Good night, Jim.
Good night, pal.
Daddy,
What is it?
if I told you a secret...
Honey, I don't have any time for secrets right now.
But this is about the party.
Oh, what about it?
Well, is a secret always a secret? I mean, if somebody tells you a secret and somebody else tells you a secret, can't you even tell anybody that the secret isn't even a secret anymore?
Why don't you call me up next Monday?
But the party's Saturday.
Kathy, if you don't want to help me, what about the party?
Nothing, but, I mean, well, if everybody tells you the same secret...
Kitten, if everybody knows, then it isn't a secret.
Well, nobody knows, but everybody... Well, is it telling a secret if you suppose?
If I suppose what?
Well, suppose Betty and Bud are giving a surprise party for you and Mommy.
What?
I didn't say they were.
Betty!
I just said suppose.
Betty!
Did you call me, Father?
Come down here. And bring Bud with you.
Okay.
They'll kill me. They said they'll kill me.
No one's going to hurt you. Bud, walk down the stairs.
Did you say something, Dad?
Never mind.
What's the matter, Father?
What's this about you and Bud giving a party?
Kathy.
Just you wait.
I didn't tell him. I did.
Kathy, I think somebody around here has sense.
Kathy?
Me?
Well, what sense of having two parties on the same night?
You mean there's going to be another party?
That's right. I'm giving a surprise party for your mother on Saturday.
But that's what we're doing.
Holy cow.
Look, let's go into the den and close the door.
After we saved up all our money.
Come on, Kathy, you two.
Yes, Daddy.
I still think she had something to do with it.
Now, first, I want to say that your mother and I are very grateful.
For what?
Well, I think it's very nice that you wanted to give us a party.
Oh, it wasn't anything.
Aren't we still going to have a party?
Of course we are. There isn't much sense to having two sets of refreshments, is there?
Why not?
Oh, Bud.
Well, what's wrong with it?
I've got an idea. Suppose we say that it's your party, but we'll toss to see who pays for the refreshments. How'll that be?
Bud?
Okay, we'll take heads.
Good. Here we go. It's, tails.
That means we pay, huh?
No. I won, so I have to pay.
And it's still our party?
That's right.
Boy, that's wonderful.
Daddy?
Yes, kitten?
Now are you going to toss with Mommy?
I'll get it.
Never mind, Betty. I'm right here. Hello?
Jim, this is Heck.
Oh, hello, Heck.
We're all next door at the Davises. How soon are we supposed to come over?
Didn't Margaret tell you?
No, she just said she'd see us.
Well, can you see our kitchen window from there?
I suppose so.
All right. As soon as the light goes out, bring everybody in the back way.
Okay.
And don't forget the signal.
Beelzebub.
That's my boy. See you in a few minutes, Heck.
Okay, pal.
Well, that takes care of that.
Father, I'm getting a little worried.
About what?
I don't see any sandwiches or anything. What if Kathy made a mistake?
She didn't make any mistake. I checked with Mrs. Smith, and your mother's giving a party.
Boy, I hope Mom made a lot of sandwiches. I'm starving.
But there's one thing we've got to be sure of. Your mother must never find out that her party isn't exactly a surprise.
Well, we certainly won't.
Watch it, Betty.
Huh?
Oh, hello, honey. All finished with the dishes?
Yes, dear, all finished.
I tried, didn't I, Mommy?
You certainly did.
Did you turn the light out in the kitchen?
Of course.
Want me to turn it back on?
No, just leave it the way it is. Shall we go into the living room?
All right.
The paper says it's going to be warm tomorrow.
It's about time. Isn't it, Kathy?
Oh, sure.
I thought today was very nice.
Yes, it was fine.
Sure is getting hungry, isn't it? I mean, late.
Yes. Gets later all the time.
You know, we're all being very silly.
What do you mean, honey?
Well, sitting here pretending that we don't know about your party.
Party? Why... What?
Elizabeth told me all about the party you and the children are giving.
We're giving?
And I think it's very sweet.
Honey, you mean the party you're giving?
No, I mean the one...
Oh. Margaret, do you mean you didn't prepare any refreshments?
Of course not. I thought certainly yours would be enough.
Ours?
Oh, Margaret.
There'll be a house full of people and nothing to give them.
Boy, what a mess.
You mean you haven't prepared any refreshments?
Well, we called ours off when we found out about your party.
Oh, Jim.
What are we going to do?
But we'll have to run down to the delicatessen.
Daddy.
Not now, Kathy.
But
please.
this is important. What if somebody says Beelzebub?
Beelzebub?
After all is said and done, the one thing you want when you buy coffee is flavor, the most in flavor for your money. And frankly, that's Maxwell House, the one coffee famous above all others for flavor. So tomorrow at your grocer's, look for our familiar blue tin with the big white cup and drop. Take home a pound of Maxwell House. Then offer a savory cupful to the world's greatest coffee expert, your husband. When he asks for a second cup, his smile will tell you better than I can why Maxwell House is famous for flavor. As for value, just count all the truly good cups you get from each pound. You'll agree Maxwell House is today's coffee buy. Yes, for the most in honest-to-goodness coffee drinking pleasure, insist on Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It's sometime later, and the Anderson surprise party is going full blast. Thanks to the delicatessen and a raid on every icebox in the neighborhood, the question of refreshments has been solved. Not so, however, is the question of Hector Smith. Like this.
Heck. Oh, Heck?
You want me, Jim?
Come over here for a second. I want to talk to you.
Okay, pal. What's on your mind?
Look, Heck. You did this deliberately, didn't you?
Did what?
You knew about all three parties, and you let us go right ahead.
Well, sure. What did you want me to do?
Well, you could have told me about it, couldn't you?
Of course not.
Why?
Jim, I'm surprised at you. It was a secret.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Step right up today for brand new Crinkles. Candy-kissed rice. It's twice as nice. Crinkles, the sensational new sugar-coated rice cereal. Yes, sir, the whole family will have a circus eating Crinkles, 'cause candy-kissed rice is twice as nice. Just add milk or cream and eat. No sugar needed. Crinkles are the quick energy treat for snack time, too. Crinkles, the newest Post cereal. Get kissed rice Crinkles today at your grocer. Hurry, 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 hurry.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra. In our cast were June Whitley as Margaret, Rhoda Williams, Ted Donaldson, Norma Jean Nilsson, Herb Vigran, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Your police force goes into action. It's Dragnet next on NBC.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says Father Knows Best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring... Now is the time of year when a strange malady falls upon the land, affecting people from every walk of life. Butchers and bakers and tickmakers, rookies and sitter-kifau. It's enough to kill off thousands of grandmothers. Things a peculiar seems of art. It's known as baseball fever. Nowhere is it prominent than in a certain white frame house on Maple Street in the fair city of Springfield, like this.
Well, sure, but they had the tying run on third, didn't they?
The situation called for a squeeze play, and you know it.
Jim, your eggs are getting ice cold.
One out and a man on third, and he lets the batter hit away.
But Kelleher hits a long ball, Dad. If he hit a home run, we'd have won the game.
Bud, if you're not interested in
But he didn't hit a home run. He popped up.
Well, sure, but he could have hit a home run.
The paper says it might snow.
If I'd been running the team, I'd have squeezed the man in.
Maybe Kelleher doesn't know how to bunt.
3 people in Miami were lost in a blizzard.
Anybody who doesn't know how to bunt has no right playing in AAA ball.
I didn't say he didn't. I said maybe he didn't.
64 people were killed in a telephone booth.
But if he played it safe, he couldn't have missed.
Somebody dropped an atom bomb when they weren't looking.
That's fine, honey. But the basic principle of the squeeze play makes it almost foolproof. All they had to do was... What?
Something wrong, dear?
What did you just say?
I don't know, dear. I wasn't listening.
64 people were killed.
Oh, that.
Where did you see anything about 64 people being killed?
Well, you know, I may go down in history as the first person to find a practical use for the atom bomb.
What are you talking about?
It's probably the only thing known to science that will stop a conversation about baseball.
64 people in a telephone booth.
Well, they were good friends.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Betty.
How's the baseball capital of the world?
We have just relived last night's game between Springfield and Columbus.
Margaret.
Pitch for pitch.
Holy cow, Mom. We were just talking.
Baseball. I got all dressed up last night, and where did Roger take me? To the ball game.
Hey, did you see the game last night?
Well, I was there.
Betty, in the 9th inning, when Sauer was on third...
Jim, let's not go into that again, please.
But, honey, if she was there...
I don't even know where third is.
Oh, fine.
And furthermore, I don't care.
Drink your orange juice, dear.
Betty, how could anyone possibly be in this family as long as you have and know as little about baseball?
It isn't easy. But I'll keep trying.
Morning, everybody.
Hello, honey.
Good morning.
Kathy's only 9, and she knows more about baseball in 10 minutes than you do in a year.
Hooray for her.
Bud, Joe Phillips was here last night.
Just a second, kitten. Tell your sister where third base is.
Third base?
That's right.
I didn't take it.
Kathy, when you play baseball, where is third base?
Oh, it's the rock next to the Hathaway fence.
Margaret, may I have my coffee?
Of course, dear.
Did somebody move it?
Kathy, let's talk about something else.
Well, that's the nicest thing I've heard around here for the past month.
Father, they're having a sale at Gorman's, and I saw the most wonderful...
Betty,
Yes, Father?
we're not going to talk about dresses.
I wasn't talking about a dress, Father.
Oh, well, that's more like it.
This was the most beautiful suit you ever saw. And it was reduced from $89.50.
Betty.
Yes, Father?
No.
Jumping creepers.
Anybody else have any ideas about a topic of general interest? Wall Street? The foreign situation?
Gasoline scooters?
Not gasoline scooters.
That's what I thought.
How about Joe Phillips?
Well, that's a nice, lively subject. What about it?
He was here last night.
Fine. Anybody have anything brilliant to say about the weather?
Did I tell you about the envelope?
What envelope?
The one Joe Phillips left.
This is going by way of Sioux City, Iowa. All right, Kathy, what about the envelope?
It's on the desk in the den, and Joe said to be sure not to lose it because it has the tickets.
What tickets?
The baseball tickets that Bud won in the raffle.
Hey.
Bud?
Baseball again.
But I won.
Bud, you're getting the whole table.
I won the
for...
tickets,
Oh.
Dad. They picked my name. I won.
Bud, will you please calm down? There's no need to... Kathy, see who's at the door.
It was Bud's door.
I won.
Never mind whose door it was. Please see who it is.
Gee whiz. Just because I'm the littlest one in the family, I'm not supposed to have any feelings.
Bud, what's this all about?
I won the tickets.
Oh, dear, he spilled the cream all over the table.
I'll fix it, Mother.
You won what ticket?
For the double-headed tomorrow. We all chipped in a quarter apiece, and I won. I got 2 tickets for a quarter.
Bud, don't you realize that amounts to gambling?
But
And you know how we feel about gambling.
It wasn't gambling, Dad. The boys' club got the money that was left over.
Oh, how much was that?
35 cents.
Give the tickets back.
But, Dad, they're playing Columbus.
I wouldn't care if they were playing the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria.
Oh, gosh, Dad. I thought you'd be happy I could treat you to the game.
When a bunch of boys... What?
Well, we couldn't afford to treat our fathers any other way, so that's the way we did it.
Your father's absolutely right, Bud. You and the other boys...
Just a minute, Margaret. Let's look at this thing in a practical way.
Why, Jim...
As long as the boys had an unselfish motive...
Jim Anderson.
And after all, the boys' club is making 35 cents.
Bud, the next time you spill the cream, you can just clean it up yourself.
All right, Betty, that's good enough.
Going to play Columbus, huh?
They're in first place, too, but if we win both games...
Daddy!
Just a minute, Bud. What is it, Kathy?
It was a telegram, and I had to sign for it.
Fine. Now you can sit down and rest a while.
Who's it from, Jim?
Suppose I open it and see.
I think that's a very good idea.
I signed it Kathleen Joy Anderson, and I had to write it very small.
No!
Jim.
Why does she have to pick on us?
It isn't Aunt Martha.
Not again.
She'll be here in the morning.
Oh, no. Oh, boy.
What are you so happy about?
She always gives me $1.
Maybe she won't come, huh, Dad, like last time?
She'll be here at 10:17 tomorrow.
Oh, dear.
Why does she have to come at all? She's only going to stay one day.
How do you know?
It says so here, see?
Arrive 10:17 train Sunday. Staying one day. Meet me.
Tight-fisted old character. It'd kill her to use more than 10 words.
Jim.
Well, she's my aunt, and if I want to say she's tight-fisted, I'm going to say it. She's tight-fisted.
You said it.
Bud, will you please show a little more respect for your elders?
But you just said...
Never mind what I just said. She's old enough to be your grandmother. You owe her a certain amount of respect.
Yes, sir.
The old battle axe.
Well, that takes care of your ball game tomorrow.
Why?
Jim, you're not going to run off to a ball game and leave her here.
Why not?
Jim Anderson, I will not entertain your Aunt Martha and her friends alone.
What friends? Who said anything about any friends?
Aunt Martha hasn't been in Springfield for over a year, and I'm sure she expects to see all of her old cronies.
Well, let her go see them. Who's stopping her?
We'll have to have them here.
Holy cow.
Oh, Margaret.
We'll have to serve tea and get some little cakes and things.
Honey,
Jim, I haven't time to argue about it. I've got to call Mrs. Thornby and Mrs. Winters.
You mean rich Mrs. Winters with the iron fence?
Yes, dear.
She gave me $1 once.
And I know she'll expect to see Mrs. Horace and Mr. Forrester.
You mean rich Mr. Forrester with the electric runabout?
He gave me $1, too.
Kathy.
But they're the most prominent people in town.
They're a bunch of old fuddy-duddies.
Jim, that's no way to refer to the aristocracy of Springfield.
Aristocracy my foot. Just because they've got a lot of money.
Oh, Mother, this is the most wonderful thing that's ever happened. We can get our names in the society column.
Isn't that awful? Margaret, just because my Aunt Martha's husband cornered the market in buggy whips...
Jim, please stop interrupting.
He was the biggest crook in the whole buggy whip business. That's what he was. And if you think...
Amanda Wilson. We'll have to call her.
Amanda Wilson?
Margaret, if you'll only listen to me...
You mean the Amanda Wilson with the Rolls Royce and the chauffeur and the butler and the cook and
Betty, stop drooling and sit down.
But, Father...
Bud and I have tickets for the ball game tomorrow, and I don't care if my Aunt Martha shows up with the caretaker of Fort Knox.
You are not going to leave this house tomorrow afternoon, Jim, and you might as well... Betty, where are you going?
I have to call the society editor and arrange for pictures.
Margaret, for the love of Pete.
And it's a double-header, too.
There'll be lots of other ball games. And, Kathy, you haven't finished your breakfast.
I haven't got time, Mommy. I have to go to the store.
What for?
I have to buy a new piggy bank.
Will Father go to the ball game with Bud or stay home and help entertain Aunt Martha? Right now, it looks like Mother will have the last word on that. But more often than not, ladies, you look to the man of the house for the final say-so. For example, the final judge of coffee at its best is your husband, for he's the world's greatest coffee expert. We're known as experts, too, because more families buy Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. But when your husband sits down to enjoy coffee you brewed, why, he's the only expert you want to hear from. And tomorrow, you've only to pour him a tempting, delicious cup of Maxwell House to see him glow with pleasure and say,
"Gee, that's good coffee."
You bet he'll say that. Fact is, we'll return your money if he doesn't say so. You see, only Maxwell House has that grand, good-to-the-last-drop flavor, thanks to a recipe that belongs to Maxwell House alone. It's a recipe that demands choice, rich coffees, blended and roasted just so. That's the reason no other coffee tastes like Maxwell House. No other coffee's made like Maxwell House. So serve our Maxwell House to your husband. If he doesn't smile and say, "Best coffee ever," well, just send us the can, an unused portion, and we'll refund your purchase price. Our address is right on every familiar blue tin. Yes, tomorrow, fill the cup of the world's greatest coffee expert, your husband, with the truly satisfying flavor of Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It's Sunday in Springfield, and the noonday sun is shining and bright and warm. There's a feeling of joy and exhilaration in the air, a spirit of gaiety and good cheer. Everywhere, that is, but at 607 Maple Street. There they've got Aunt Martha. Like this.
I tell you, there is a draft, Margaret. I can feel it going right through my bones.
All right, Bud. Close the window again.
Yes, ma'am.
Miserable city, Springfield. Always has been and always will be.
You know, Aunt Martha, there's a train leaving at 1 o'clock.
Jim.
Well, I just want Aunt Martha to be happy, and if she doesn't like it in Springfield...
Don't you think the children have grown, Aunt Martha?
What did you expect them to do? Get smaller?
No, but I was...
Children have been growing for thousands of years, but parents act like they ought to be given a medal.
Did you say something, dear?
No, I was just thinking.
Jim, stand up.
What?
I said stand up.
Now, look, Aunt Martha, I'm not a child, and if you think...
Jim.
All right. I'm up. Now what?
Disgusting.
What is?
The way you put on weight.
I've done no such thing. I can wear the same clothes I was wearing 15 years ago. As a matter of fact, I am.
You've got a corporation.
I have not got a corporation.
Jim, stop arguing with me. If there's one thing I detest, Margaret, this room is stifling.
Yes, Aunt Martha.
Stuffiest room I've ever been in all my life.
All right, Bud.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the trouble with modern houses. 1 minute they're cold, the next minute they're hotter than the hinges of WOES. Little Kathleen.
Is this the bag you wanted, Aunt Martha?
Oh, thank you, child. You're very sweet.
You're welcome, Aunt Martha.
Only one in the entire family with an ounce of brains. Can't for the life of me figure out... Bud.
Yes, ma'am.
Mother, I just talked to Miss Pritchard at the newspaper office, and it's all arranged.
That's fine, dear.
She's going to send Mrs. Latham over as soon as she finds her. Isn't it marvelous?
Betty, I wish you would stop bouncing.
Yes, Aunt Martha.
It's enough to make a person seasick.
They might even take pictures.
Would you like to hear my piece now, Aunt Martha?
Not right now, Kathy.
But Aunt Martha said she was going to give me $1 as soon as
Your mother said not now. Okay.
Gee whiz.
Bud.
Yes, ma'am.
What are you doing with that window?
I thought somebody said Bud.
Close the window and leave it alone.
Yes, ma'am.
Bud, may I speak to you in the den, please?
Jim, you're not the trouble.
I would like to privately about something I happen to remember. Do you?
No, but be careful.
Yes, Margaret. All right, Bud.
Who's going to open and close the window?
I'll take care of it.
Okay.
Come on, Bud.
Yes, sir.
Now, would you like to hear my piece, Aunt Martha?
Why don't you wait until later, Kathy?
There'll be lots of time, Kathleen. Lots of time.
Boy, am I getting workout when...
When does the game start?
30.
All right. Are we going to take this lying down, or are we going to fight?
I don't know.
We're going to fight. We're going to show Aunt Martha that she can't push us around.
Attaboy.
And do you know how we're going to do it?
How?
I don't know.
Why don't we just go to the ball game?
Bud, your mother and I have been happily married for 18 years, and if you don't mind, I'd like to keep it that way.
Okay.
It's going to take an emergency. What if there were an emergency?
What kind of an emergency?
The worst kind. Hector Smith is in trouble, and we've got to help him.
How do you know?
He's going to call.
He is?
Well, he won't really call, but I don't want you to get the idea that this is a usual thing with me.
Oh, I don't, Dad.
This is an extreme sort of emergency.
I know.
I mean, ours is.
It sure is.
And it requires extreme measures to counteract it.
You bet.
Do you understand what I've just said?
Sure. We're going to pull a fast one on Mom.
Well, I suppose you could put it that way.
What are we going to do?
That's a very good question. Now all we need is a very good answer. Let's see. If you were to go next door and use the Davises' telephone...
That's a good idea.
No, if you weren't around, your mother'd get suspicious.
What's the difference? She's suspicious now.
True, but in planning a campaign of so delicate a nature...
Daddy!
Kathy, that's the answer. Good old Kathy.
It is? I mean, she is?
She certainly is.
Daddy, Mommy says...
Just a second, kitten. Come on in. Bud and I want to speak to you, don't we, Bud?
Oh, sure.
What did I do now?
Not a thing, baby. Not a single blessed thing.
Mommy says you're going to stay in here all day.
Kathy, how would you like to do a big favor for Daddy?
What kind of a favor?
A very simple one. Call me up on the telephone.
Where are you going?
I'm not going anywhere.
Then how can I call you up?
Because you're going somewhere.
I can't. I have to recite my piece.
Just next door, Kathy, to the Davises.
Next door?
To the Davises.
And you want me to call you on the phone?
That's right.
What for?
Kathy.
Oh, we want to see if the bell rings.
What bell?
The telephone bell.
Oh, well, sure. Why didn't you say so?
I just did.
And, Kathy, we don't want Mommy to worry about the telephone, so we'll keep this a secret, won't we?
Oh, sure.
Go out the back way. It's quicker.
Okay.
Say, how will I know if it doesn't ring?
We'll tell you when we answer it.
Oh, that's right. I'll hurry as fast as I can, Daddy.
That's a good girl.
Jim?
We'll be right in, honey. Bud.
Yes, Dad?
To make it look good, I won't rush to the phone when it rings. You take it and tell me it's Mr. Smith.
Okay.
And keep your fingers crossed.
I've had 'em crossed all day.
What are you two mumbling about?
It's just man talk, honey. Well, how's everybody getting along in here?
Jim, you've got to do something about this house. Betty,
Yes, Aunt Martha.
the wind whistles through here like a sieve.
Want me to take the window, Betty?
Would you please?
Sure, I'll be...
Bud?
Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry, Betty. I have to answer the telephone.
What?
He means if it rings, he has to answer it. Don't you, Bud?
Oh, yeah. That's what I mean. If it rings. It'd be kind of silly answering a phone if it didn't ring, wouldn't it?
Jim, I think you and I had better have a little talk.
About what, honey? Don't forget, Aunt Martha is here, and she's our guest. Aren't you, Aunt Martha?
You made more sense when you were 5 years old.
I guess I did at that, didn't I?
I have never seen a house like this. As soon as the window is closed, the furnace goes crazy. Betty.
Yes, Aunt Martha.
Enough to suffocate a body.
Well, what do you know? The phone.
Dad, it's Mr. Smith.
Bud.
Well,
Don't you think you ought to answer it first?
Oh, sure. I'll be glad to.
Never mind. I'll get it myself.
Bud, you and I are going to sit down and have a long talk.
Yes, ma'am.
My son. Leave it to him to get everything all fouled up. It's Mr. Smith. Hello?
Hello, Daddy. This is Kathy.
Oh, hello, Sam. How are you?
Hello, Daddy?
No, we were just sitting around, talking.
Daddy, it's Kathy.
You are, huh? Well, how did that happen?
How'd what happen?
Stuck in the mud, huh?
Daddy?
Outside of Plainville? Well, that's awful.
Daddy, don't you want to talk to me?
Why, it won't be any trouble at all, Sam.
Daddy?
Bud and I'll be there in less than an hour.
Daddy?
Glad to help, Sam.
It isn't Sam.
See you later, Sam.
Daddy?
This is awful, Margaret. Sam Woody's in a terrible spot.
So I gathered.
He's stuck in the mud outside of Plainville, and I promised that Bud and I would go help him.
Well, that's very nice of you, dear.
Get your coat, Bud. We haven't any time to lose.
Okay, Dad.
And make sure we've got a good tow cable in the car.
You bet.
Better take along an extra motor, too, dear.
All right. What?
I was talking to Dorothy this morning, and she said their motor was being overhauled.
It is, huh?
Yes. And I really think they should have a motor, don't you? Driving around the way they are.
Well, it'd help.
Betty.
Yes, Aunt Martha.
You know, it's a funny thing, Margaret, but somehow I get the impression that you don't believe me.
No.
Yes. Your entire attitude is very strange.
It isn't just my attitude, Jim.
I see what you mean.
Dad. Oh, I have to answer it first.
I'll get it, Bud.
Don't you want me to see who it is?
No, I'll see who it is myself. A big help he turned out to be. Hello?
Hello, Daddy. This is Kathy again.
Yes?
I forgot to ask you. Did it ring?
Oh, that's what it was.
What was?
Sam, I'm sure glad you called back.
Daddy, it's Kathy.
Hold on a second, will you, Sam?
But I'm not Sam.
Margaret, it wasn't Sam Woody, it was Sam Moore.
Oh, really?
Yes, wasn't that silly?
Probably the silliest thing I've ever heard. Let me have that phone.
But, Margaret, if you'll just let me tell you...
The phone,
honey, this
please.
whole thing...
Hello, Kathy?
Yes, Mommy?
You may come home now. Daddy's all through playing games.
Mommy,
Yes, dear.
did the phone ring?
Yes, Angel, it rang beautifully.
That's good. Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear.
Margaret, if you'll just listen for a minute.
Yes?
Well, maybe it'll take a little longer than a minute. But you see...
Yes?
Bud...
You want me, Dad?
Yes, there's something I think you ought to,
It didn't work, huh, Dad?
Bud, there's no sense letting those tickets go to waste, so, why don't you take them over to Mr. Phillips? Tell him, we won't be using them.
Are you sure?
Quite sure, dear.
Okay. Everything has to happen to me.
Well, that was quite a performance, wasn't it?
We'll talk about it later, huh?
Oh, you can count on that.
Well, if you two are caught up on your gabbing, you can get me my coat.
But, Aunt Martha, I told you we're having a tea.
Well, have it. Jim, don't stand there. Get my coat.
And, Martha, you don't understand. This tea is for you. You don't have to visit your friends. They're all coming here.
My friends? Jim Anderson, do you think I came all the way from Columbus to visit those old fogies?
Aunt Martha!
I'm going to the ball game.
Oh, no!
Before you decide on the coffee you'll buy this weekend, ask yourself this question. Which coffee will give me the best value, the most for my money in genuinely good flavor? Put it that way, and you'll choose the one coffee famous above all others for flavor, our Maxwell House coffee. Then serve a heartwarming, fragrant cup of Maxwell House to the world's greatest coffee expert, your husband. When he beams with delight and says, best coffee ever, you'll know it's Maxwell House for flavor. And during the week, just count the many cups of superb coffee you get from that familiar blue Maxwell House tin with the big white cup and drop. You'll have your proof of value, ma'am. Tomorrow, then, for more flavor, more real coffee-drinking enjoyment, take home Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop. Now it's Monday, gloomy, gloomy Monday. And nowhere is it more so than in the Andersons' breakfast nook, like this.
A fine Sunday that turned out to be. Methuselah and his girlfriends.
Bud, how many times have I told you not to read the newspaper at the table?
I just want to see the ball scores, Mom. Can I please... Holy cow.
What's the matter, Bud?
Dad, look at this.
I want to see, too.
The irate spectator... Oh, no.
Jim, what is it?
Betty, you wanted our name in the paper? Well, here it is.
On the sport page?
That's right, with a picture and everything.
Jim, you're joking.
Oh, sure, big joke. The irate spectator who was arrested for beaning an umpire with a pop bottle during yesterday's doubleheader has been identified as Mrs. Martha Randolph, who was visiting her niece and nephew, Mr. and Mrs. James Anderson of 607 Maple Street.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Step right up today for brand new Crinkles. Candy-kissed rice. It's twice as nice. Crinkles, the sensational new sugar-coated rice cereal. Yes, sir, the whole family will have a circus eating Crinkles, 'cause candy-kissed rice is twice as nice. Just add milk or cream and eat. No sugar needed. Crinkles are the quick energy treat for snack time, too. Crinkles, the newest Post cereal. Get candy-kissed rice Crinkles today at your grocer. Hurry, 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 hurry.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra. In our cast were Rhoda Williams as Betty, June Whitley, Ted Donaldson, Norma Jean Nilsson, Isabel Randolph, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Your police force goes into action. It's Dragnet next on NBC. Your police force goes into action. It's Dragnet next on NBC. Your police force...
Mother, is Maxwell House the best coffee in the whole world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
It's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. Came the spring with all its splendor, all its birds and all its blossoms, all its flowers and leaves and grasses, and its sulfur and molasses. Of course, that's taking slight liberties with Mr. Longfellow and Hiawatha, but I'm sure you get the general idea. It's that lazy, easygoing time of year when it feels good just to sit around and, well, sit. Anyway, that's the way it is in Springfield, in a certain white frame house occupied by the Andersons. Like this.
Betty. Betty.
Did you say something, Mother?
What on earth are you doing?
I'm washing the dishes.
I know, but you've washed the same dish 4 times. Now stop daydreaming or you'll never get finished.
Yes, Mother.
Mommy, I put all my things away like you said, and I was just... What you doing?
I'm taking down the kitchen curtains.
What for?
So I can wash them.
Why?
Kathy, isn't there something else you have to do somewhere?
I don't think so.
Well, how about drying the dishes?
Maybe there is something I have to do.
You'll find a dry towel behind the kitchen door.
Start on these, Frog Face.
Okay. Mommy, doesn't Daddy feel well?
Of course he feels well.
Then why is he sitting in the den?
Who, dear?
Daddy.
He isn't, Angel. He and Bud are out in the backyard. In the den.
Uh-huh. He and Bud. They're just sitting there.
Well, we'll see about that. I'll be back in a minute, girls.
Okay. Creepers, what a little snitcher you turned out to be.
I'm not a little snitcher. All I did was ask for
I don't know
Daddy's
what's gotten into
telephone
those two. If I don't keep after them every second. Jim. Jim.
You want me, honey?
So, you are in the den. I thought you and Bud were going out to beat the rugs.
We were just resting for a minute, that's all.
Hi, Mom.
Jim Anderson, before you rest, you're supposed to do something.
Well, we did. Didn't we, Bud?
What?
Didn't we?
Didn't we what?
Do something.
Oh, sure.
We carried the living room rug out, and it's all ready to be beaten.
It's heavy, too.
Jim, 1 full hour ago, I asked you and Bud...
Honey, you can't rush these things. You've got to be careful about them. After all, we've got good rugs, and we want to keep them that way. Don't we?
It doesn't take an hour to carry 1 rug outside.
Well, we were doing some research.
Tell her about the magazine, Dad.
Bud, will you please let me handle this my way? I told you.
Well, I thought maybe you forgot.
I didn't forget. But I expressly told you in the very beginning.
What magazine?
It isn't important, Margaret. Bud and I were merely looking through some old magazines, and, well, it isn't important.
You said it'd get us out of beating the rugs.
Bud.
Jim, if you mean that idiotic article on the care of carpets...
Honey, it is not an idiotic article. It was written by an expert. And he said you should never beat a rug.
That's what he said.
He said, since when does a man know anything about cleaning anything?
But, Margaret, this man's in the rug business. And he says...
My grandmother Williams knew more about cleaning a house in 2 minutes than he knows in 10 years. And she always beat her rugs.
The man says that beating a rug does more harm than good. It breaks all the, whatever it's gotten back. Doesn't it, Bud? Doesn't it?
You bet, Dan.
I bet what?
You bet.
Jim, my grandmother Williams...
Your grandmother Williams didn't have a vacuum cleaner.
Of course not. They hadn't even been invented.
But if they had been invented...
She still wouldn't have used one.
Why not?
Because they didn't have any electricity.
Bud.
Yes, Dan?
Give me a hand with the rug.
But you said...
Never mind what I said. It'll be easier to beat the rugs.
Mother!
I'm in the den, Betty.
Come on, Bud. Roll it up and we'll carry it out.
Holy cow.
Mother, I just thought of the most horrible thing. What if it's too cold for my yellow formal?
Dear, it's no problem at all. You can always wear the blue one.
Again? But, Mother...
Lift your feet, will you, Betty? You're standing on the rug.
Mother, how can I possibly wear that old thing? They'll think it's the only winter formal I have.
Well, it is, isn't it?
That's what makes it so awful.
But hurry up with that rug before something else happens.
Want to help me lift the desk?
Just a second. Let's try explaining it once more. Margaret.
Jim, if you and Bud are too lazy to beat a few small rugs...
Small?
Bud, please, let me handle it.
But she said small.
Margaret, it is not a question of laziness. Bud and I are perfectly willing and anxious to do our share of the work around here. What was that?
I didn't say anything, Father.
She said,
Look, Betty, if you're unhappy with the way this household is being operated...
Jim, are you or are you not going to beat the rugs?
I'm trying to explain to you. The man said...
Daddy!
All right, Bud, grab the other side of the desk.
But aren't you going to tell Mom what the man said?
In this house, who can remember what anyone said? Grab the desk.
Holy cow.
Daddy, a man just came to the back door. Do you know what he was selling?
I don't care what he was selling. Are you ready, Bud?
Okay.
Lift.
Boy, that's heavy.
Daddy, a man just came to the back door, and do you
Kathy,
know
I've
what...
already told you I don't care what he was selling.
Get off the rug, will you, Squirt? I have to roll it up.
Jim, it won't hurt for her to tell you.
Margaret, if you want us to beat the rugs... All right, Kathy. What was he selling?
Swimming pools.
Fine, we'll take 5 or 6 dozen. What?
Oh, Daddy, we need a swimming pool. Can't we please get one?
Honey, feel her head and see if she's all right.
Kathy, are you sure?
Lots of people have swimming pools, and I don't see why we can't have one.
Mother, if I have to wear the blue formal again, can't I please take the shoulders off?
Betty, the phone is ringing.
I know, but all the other girls are wearing them without shoulders, and that's the least you can let me do.
Betty, your mother asked you to answer the phone, and anything else can wait until...
Pardon me, Dad. You're on the rug.
Leave the rug alone for a minute.
But you said to roll it up.
I said to... Betty, the phone.
It only has 2 little straps anyway, and if I cut them off, it'll look altogether different.
I don't know.
And it's red.
What is?
The swimming pool.
Margaret, I think I'll go upstairs and lie down.
You just got up.
Men going around selling red swimming pools. All right, Bud, let's get the rug outside.
I just thought of something. What if it rains?
It isn't going to rain.
You can't be too sure, Margaret. Why don't we wait a few hours and see?
Jim?
Grab the rug, Bud.
I just thought of something else. What if...
Bud.
You want me to take this end, Dad?
Either one, they're both the same.
Father, did you see an envelope with a lot of writing on the back?
But if you're going to take that in, you've got to turn around the other way.
What for?
So you can see where you're going. Or aren't you interested?
Oh, I never thought of that.
Did you?
Did I what?
See an envelope with a lot of writing on it.
Betty, can't you see I'm busy? Your mother insists on having the rugs beaten and... All right, Bud, pick it up.
Now?
Yes, now.
Okay.
Who was that on the phone, Betty?
Oh, I forgot. Father, Mr. Phillips wants to talk to you.
That's nice. Just any time you get around to it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Father. I happened to think of Janie because that's who I thought it'd be. And she needs the information I wrote on the back of the envelope. And then I remembered I'd forgotten where it was.
That's all, huh?
I think so. Oh, there was one other thing. Mr. Phillips said to tell you he was in a hurry.
Thank you, Miss Amnesia of 1951.
I couldn't help it, Mother. I started to think about the letter.
Bud, at the front door.
I can't go, Dad. I'm holding the rug.
I'll answer it, Daddy.
He's holding the rug. Now, there's a great excuse for you. Hello, George. Oh, I'm sorry it took so long, but Betty... This afternoon? No, I don't think so, George. I know, but... George, I don't feel like playing golf. I just want to sit around and take it easy.
Daddy?
Hold it a second, George. Kathy, can't you see I'm on the phone?
Daddy, there's another man at the door, and he says...
We don't want any.
But he says it'll only take a minute.
Kathy, tell him we don't want any, and tell him to go away.
No matter what it is?
No matter what it is.
Even if it's a swimming pool?
Especially if it's a swimming pool.
Gee whiz, I never get anything.
You'll get plenty if you don't stop that complaining.
Gee whiz.
I'm sorry, George, but... No, honestly, George, I haven't the strength to swing a golf club today. I really haven't. Okay, George. Well, thanks for calling. Sure, we'll do it some other time. So long, George. I wouldn't go around a golf course today if they carried me piggyback.
Jim, I think you'd better come in here.
Yes, dear. Fine thing. I'm too tired to play golf, and I've got to beat rugs.
Father, I'm awfully sorry.
Give him the letter, Betty.
Give me what letter?
I didn't know it was important, and anyway, I forgot all about it.
Betty found the letter on which she made her notes.
Good. Now, is everybody happy?
If they are, they won't be for long. The letter's from Mr. Gribble, and it's for you.
What?
It was next to the telephone, Father, and I didn't know it hadn't been opened.
Give me that letter.
But I thought you'd already seen it, and I didn't think...
It isn't bad enough to have a son who steals all my neckties. Now I've got a daughter who hides my mail.
Jumping creepers.
I sent the man away, Daddy, and he said to tell you...
Holy jumping catfish. Do you know what this letter is? It's only the key to $20,000 worth of insurance.
Why, Jim...
Listen to this. Dear Jim, my friend Floyd Miller is here at my hunting lodge, but he expects to be in Springfield a week from Saturday. I know you generally don't go to your office on weekends, so I'm taking the liberty of giving him your home address. He wants you to help him set up an insurance schedule, and I feel that an additional $20,000 policy... Betty, do you realize what you almost did?
I'm sorry, Father. I didn't do it on purpose.
Thank goodness it's next Saturday, the way this house looks today.
Dad.
Wait a minute. The letter's dated April... Betty, when did this letter arrive?
Oh, about a week ago.
A week ago?
Oh, Betty.
Dad, it's this Saturday. He'll be here today.
Jim, what are we going to do?
I don't know, but if anything like this... Oh, my gosh, the man at the door.
Oh, dear.
Dad. Kathy, did the man say he was selling anything?
You mean like swimming pools?
Like anything.
I don't know. He just said he wanted to see you about some business.
Jim, where are you going?
Don't you understand? That was Mr. Miller. I've got to stop him.
Dad.
What is it?
Now can I put down the rug?
Oh, no.
Poor father. What wouldn't he give to have things work out right just this once? Ah, well, ladies, there are lots of things, after all, about which the head of the house is right every time.
For example, the best judge of truly fine coffee is your husband, the world's greatest coffee expert. Now, people often call us experts, too, because more families buy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. But when you brew coffee for your husband, he's the only expert you want to please. And tomorrow, if you'll serve him a cup of wonderfully good Maxwell House, we promise you he'll practically purr with pleasure and say,
"Boy, that's grand coffee."
We're so certain he'll say that, we'll return your money if he doesn't. Yes, that world-famous good to the last drop flavor is sure to please him. And it's a flavor you enjoy only with Maxwell House. You see, Maxwell House has the one and only recipe for it. That recipe demands certain extra flavor coffees, blended and roasted to perfection. No coffee tastes like Maxwell House because no coffee is made like Maxwell House. Tomorrow, then, pour a cup of fragrant Maxwell House for your husband. If he doesn't say, "Best coffee ever," just send us the can and unused portion, and we'll gladly refund every penny you paid. Our address is right on every familiar blue tin. Yes, let your coffee expert decide. Serve that man of yours coffee with the most in flavor. Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop. It's moments later, and the walk outside the white frame house on Maple Street is full of Andersons. Big Andersons, little Andersons, medium-sized Andersons. They're all involved in a gay little game called Button, Button, Who's Got Mr. Miller? Fascinating, isn't it?
Kathy, you've got to help us. You're the only one who even saw him.
Saw who?
Mr. Miller.
Oh.
Angel, think hard. Did he have a car?
I don't know.
Was there a car parked in front of the house?
I don't know.
Well, don't you know anything?
I don't know.
What a little dope.
I didn't lose the letter.
That's telling us, Squirt.
You keep out of it.
Well, stop picking on her.
Kathy, try to think. When he left the house, did Mr. Miller walk over to a car?
Jim, wouldn't it be easier to call Mr. Gribble?
Honey, you can't call Mr. Gribble. You remember that rat trap he calls a hunting lodge? No lights, no phone, no water.
No.
What?
He didn't.
Who didn't what?
Mr. Miller. He didn't walk over to a car. I just remembered.
Well, now we're getting somewhere.
He ran down to the corner.
He ran?
Jimmy Woody's dog chased him.
Oh, fine. How to make friends and influence customers.
Dad, maybe if I get on my bicycle.
Just a minute, Bud. We don't even know what he looks like.
Gosh, that's right.
Was he a tall man, Kathy?
Well, pretty tall.
That's a big help. What's pretty tall? 5 feet, 6 feet, 7 feet?
5 feet.
Kathy.
7 feet?
Let's just forget about that. Was he wearing a coat?
Oh, sure. And pants, too.
I mean, was he wearing a top coat?
I don't think so.
All right. So far, we know he's a man between 5 and 7 feet tall wearing a coat and pants.
Do you remember what color his suit was?
Oh, sure. It was, sort of a bluish brown.
Now, there's a great description if I ever heard one.
Well, it was kind of blue and brown.
How about his eyes?
Oh, he had those all right.
I mean the color, dopey.
Betty, if she can't remember the color of a man's suit, how do you suppose...
I remember his eyes, Daddy. They were brown.
Not bluish brown?
Oh, no. I remember because he looked just like somebody we know.
He did?
Who?
What?
Who did he look like? You've got to remember.
Try hard, Angel, please.
Oh, I remember. He looked just like the Hathaway's Cocker Spaniel.
Well, I guess that takes care of that.
Jimmy, he couldn't have gone very far.
That's right, Dad. He only left here a couple of minutes ago.
I know, but which way did he go?
He went that way.
Betty.
I'm sorry, Father. It slipped out. I couldn't help it.
You can't help anything these days, can you?
Well, it won't do any good to stand out here and argue.
All right, let's go inside and argue.
I have a better idea. Kathy.
Yes, Mommy?
Suppose you run down to the bus stop and see if Mr. Miller's there.
Okay.
Margaret.
Go ahead, Kathy.
If he's there, do you want me to bring him back?
Yes. Alive, if possible.
Bud, you can ride up and down all the cross streets and see if you can find anyone who, well...
Looks like the Hathaway's Cocker Spaniel.
Jim, we're doing this for you.
And I'm very grateful. Go ahead, Bud.
Say, I've got a great idea. I'll get the fellas to help me.
Fine. If you see anybody wearing a coat and a pair of pants, ask him if his name is Floyd Miller.
Okay, Dad. We'll make the Northwest Mounties look safe.
Well?
What?
Where do I go? You don't have to answer that.
I didn't intend to. All right, Betty. You and I are going inside and straighten up the house.
Creepers, we just got it pulled apart.
Margaret, you don't think there's any possibility of their finding the man? Why, hey.
Now what?
There's a taxi. Maybe he saw Miller. Hey, taxi! Taxi!
Come along, Betty.
What a family. Nothing ever goes right.
Taxi!
Yes, sir. You want a cab, mister?
Not exactly. You see, we're looking for, you didn't happen to see a man in a bluish-brown suit, did you?
A what?
Well, my daughter's the only one who saw him, and she said...
Mister, I almost broke my neck getting over here, and you just want to ask me questions?
Oh, no. I'll be glad to pay you for your trouble. You see, we're trying to find a man named Floyd Miller. He came to the house, but we didn't know who he was, and I told my daughter...
You don't want a cab, huh?
No. You see, I got a letter from a client of mine, J.P. Gribble, and he said...
Yeah. So now they're hiring cowboys to drive the taxis in Springfield. Isn't that nice?
Oh, hello, officer. I was just telling the driver...
I'll be telling him a few things myself. Could I see your license, please?
What did I do? Officer, I'd like to explain...
Just a second, please. What was that you said?
I didn't do nothing. What did I do?
And let's see now. Outside of making a U-turn, exceeding the speed limit, and parking on the wrong side of the street. I can't think of a thing.
Well, sure.
Officer, if you'll just let me explain.
Dad, will you hear what I did? I got 8
But
guys.
I was talking to the officer.
But I have to tell you, I broke the whole neighborhood up into districts. What an organization. And I told them to stop everybody who looks like a Cocker Spaniel.
Like a what?
Officer, you see, we're trying to find a man...
I'll see you later, Dad. I got to keep going.
Officer, you've heard of J.P. Gribble?
Now, wait a minute. What was that about a Cocker Spaniel?
Well, that's what he looks like.
Who?
Floyd Miller. You see, he came to the house, and my daughter thought he was selling swimming pools.
Oh, she did.
Tell him about the bluish-brown suit.
You keep out of this.
Well, that's what the guy said.
Get out of here before I run you in.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hey, wait a minute. That's not what he meant.
Now, look what you've done.
I'm awfully sorry, but all I did was...
Father, come in here. We found him.
You did?
Mother talked to Mrs. Gribble on the phone.
Officer, I've got to go inside.
You're staying right here.
But why? What did I do?
Nothing. Nobody ever does anything in my beat.
I'll be right in, Betty.
Well, hurry.
All I ever do, lock up and down. Nobody ever does anything.
Where is he? What did Mrs. Gribble say?
Isn't it wonderful? Mother had a hunch and called her, and she gave Mother the phone number.
Honey, you're a genius.
I've been telling you that for years.
Remind me to kiss you later.
I'll do that. Now hurry up and make the call. It's Rock Falls 235, ring 6.
Margaret, I'd love you even if you weren't rich.
Oh, you just say that.
Long distance is 113.
Thank you very much.
Well, I was just trying to help.
Hello, long distance?
Rock Falls 235, ring 6.
Honey, Oh, no, not you, operator. I want Rock Falls 235, ring 6. Thank you.
Isn't it exciting?
Who do I ask for, Mr. Miller or Mr. Gribble?
Mr. Finch.
Mr. who?
Finch, like a bird.
Who is Mr. Finch?
He's a farmer who lives a mile away from the Gribble's lodge. And whenever he goes by, he delivers messages.
Oh, that's a great help.
Well, it's certainly better than nothing.
Oh, I suppose. Hello? Oh. Well, thank you very much.
What did you say, Jim?
The circuits are busy.
Oh, fine.
Dad, we found him. We found him.
Bud, you'll hurt yourself.
We found Mr. Miller. We found him.
Take it easy, son. Let's not get all excited. Now, where did you find him?
Kathy found him waiting for the bus.
Creepers!
He'll be here any second.
I just knew.
Wait a minute, where are you going?
I have to stop the fella.
Bud!
You're paying them 5 cents a block.
Well, hurry up!
I'll be back.
5 cents a block, 8 boys. This can cost me a fortune. Margaret, maybe I better go help Bud round them up.
You'll stay right here and round up the rugs.
But, honey, we can't possibly get them... Holy jumping catfish, I haven't shaved.
Well, you're not going to shave now. You take care of the rugs while Betty and I put the curtains back in the kitchen window.
Honey, there isn't any...
Come along, Betty.
Yes, Mother.
Margaret, he isn't going into the kitchen.
He might.
Rugs. How can I get the rugs?
Daddy!
Well...
Hello, Mr. Anderson.
Come right in.
Thank you.
Daddy, I found him waiting for the bus, just like
I
Mommy
know,
said.
kitten. Bud told us all about it. Well, I'm certainly glad Kathy was able to find you.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mr. Anderson. I was only too happy.
Kathy, why don't you go into the kitchen and see if you can't help Mommy?
Can't I even listen?
This will be just business, kitten. It wouldn't interest you at all. Now run along like a good girl.
Gee whiz, I never get to do anything.
She's a sweet child, isn't she?
Yes, she, I hope you'll forgive the way the house looks. It's, well, you know how it is with spring cleaning.
Oh, yes. Happens every year, doesn't it?
It sure does. You know, I'm going to let you in on a little secret.
Oh?
I think you'll get a kick out of this. We thought you were selling swimming pools.
Swimming pools?
Isn't that the silliest thing you ever heard?
Well, it certainly is. Swimming pools.
Well, I suppose we might as well get down to business.
All right, Mr. Anderson. I represent the little giant potato peeler, and I'm going to give you a demonstration of the finest KitchenAid this world has ever known. Now, this is a one-piece solid steel, rust-proof, tarnish-proof, foolproof kitchen gadget.
When you buy coffee for your family this weekend, you'll be looking for the best value. And in coffee, that automatically means the best flavor. For after all, the enjoyment of truly fine flavor is what you really want from coffee. So take home the one coffee that's famous the world over for flavor, our Maxwell House coffee, in the familiar blue tin with the big white cup and drop. Then let your husband, the world's greatest coffee expert, enjoy that famous flavor. When he smiles and says, "Best coffee ever," you'll know Maxwell House is your coffee. And value? Well, count for yourself all the wonderfully satisfying cups you get from each pound. Yes, for coffee that gives you your money's worth and more in superbly delicious flavor, always choose Maxwell House. Coffee that's always good to the last drop.
It's later now in the hectic day, and the Anderson household is abuzz of springtime activity. Bud is busy beating rugs. Kathy is busy waxing tables. Margaret and Betty are busy with the curtains and drapes. And Jim, well, he's busy with the phone. Like this.
Operator, we canceled the call to Rock Falls. I know, but... Oh, they're calling us. I beg your pardon. Yes, I'm ready. Thank you. Hello? Hello, JP. How are you? Well, that's fine. Oh, sure, I got your letter. No, there wasn't any, He what? Oh. Well, sure, I understand. Okay, JP. Oh, not at all. I'll see you next week. Thank you, JP. Goodbye.
Who was it, dear?
It was Gribble.
It was? What on earth did he want?
Oh, he just wanted to tell me about Floyd Miller, that's all.
What about Mr. Miller?
Well, it seems that he's going to stay at the lodge for another week.
There isn't anything wrong, is there?
Oh, no. He just sprained his back beating Gribble's rugs.
folks, Gainsey, the famous talking dog, always says, Gaines Meal. What about Gaines Meal, Gainsey? Nourishes every inch of a dog. It sure does. Kennel and laboratory tests prove Gaines Meal supplies balanced nourishment your dog needs for good health. Yet Gaines costs less to feed than any other type of dog food. So, folks, get Gaines Meal. America's largest selling dog food.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra. In our cast were Ted Donaldson as Bud, June Whitley, Rhoda Williams, Norma Jean Nilsson, Jack Moyles, Jerry Hausner, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Dragnet is the story of your police force in action. Hear it on NBC.
Really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as Father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. In Chapter 10 of Oliver Twist, the astute Mr. Dickens observed, there is a passion for hunting something deeply implanted in every human breast. Well, in Springfield, in a white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons are living examples of the Dickens philosophy. I don't mean they spend their days tracking wild game or stalking the savage beast in his native lair. Nothing like that. The Andersons specialize in bargains, and there are no greater hunters on either side of the Mississippi. Like this. Margaret! Honey, I'm home.
Jim? Well, who do you think? It's Murgatroyd McDougal, the friendly plumber.
Jim, don't you dare come into the den.
I can't hear you, honey. What are you doing in the...
Jim Anderson, I asked you not to come in here.
Why not?
I wanted it to be a surprise and you had to spoil it.
Shall I go out and come back in again?
No. As long as you're here, well, what do you think of it?
Of what?
You mean you don't notice anything new?
No, everything looks just... Honey, will you please ask Bud to keep his junk off my desk?
What junk?
That bunch of old scrap iron. If he can't find any other place...
Jim... That's the surprise.
In a big house like this, I should think... It's what?
That's the new lamp I bought.
That's a lamp.
Isn't it beautiful?
Margaret.
The base is an early New England weather vane, and there isn't another one like it anywhere in Springfield.
Honey, I was perfectly happy with the lamp I had.
It's so quaint and a real bargain, too.
I know, but you see, the lamp I had...
It was only $12.95, and Mr. Adams says all it needs is some new wiring.
Fine. But the lamp... How much?
$12.95.
You paid the junk man $13 for that... That?
It was not $13. It was $12.95.
I beg your pardon.
And Mr. Adams is not a junk man. He's a collector of early American relics.
See what he'll give us for my Aunt Martha.
Jim.
Honey, there was nothing wrong with the lamp I had, was there?
Doesn't it mean anything to you to have a lamp that's, well, a little different?
I'd rather have one that works. And the lamp I had...
Mr. Adams said he wouldn't be surprised if this was the only lamp of its kind in the entire country.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, there must have been somebody else who needed a weather vane on his desk.
Jim.
After all, why guess which way the wind is blowing when you can have a weather vane right in your lap?
Jim Anderson, you know very well.
What if you want to do a little light reading up on the roof? Margaret, why don't you call Mr. Adams?
Jim, if you're worried about the money, well, that's part of the surprise, too.
You mean there's more?
I saved $12 whole on the lectures, and that means the lamp doesn't cost us a thing.
You say... Honey, what lectures?
Didn't I tell you about that?
No, dear, you didn't.
Well, Bertram Stokes is giving a series of lectures on the psychology of better living.
He is, huh?
And the regular price is $18.
I see. And just because you were sucker enough to pay only $6, you figured that...
I didn't pay $6, Jim. It was $24.
You paid $24 for tickets to a bunch of dizzy lectures? Wait a minute. How did you save $12?
I told you. The price for one is $18, but if a couple buys them, they're only $24 for the two.
So, you saved $12.
Well, didn't I?
Margaret.
18 times 2 is 36, and I only paid $24. And if that isn't a clear saving of $12, well, then I just don't know how to add.
Honey.
Yes?
I think I'll go out and water the lawn.
Jim, dinner's almost ready, and if you go outside...
Mother! I'll come in when you call me. I'll just be in the backyard.
Well, just a minute, dear. We're in the den, Betty.
Honey, I've had a hard day at the office, and if I feel like watering the lawn...
Mother, wait till you see what I've got. If this is the dreamiest thing...
Betty, please. Your father was telling me something.
He was? Oh, hello, Father.
Hello, Betty.
Hey, Mom.
Well, I guess it's closer to dinner time than I thought.
Go ahead, Father.
What?
Mother said you wanted to say something.
Well, it's nice of you to remember. You see...
Where is everybody?
We're in here, Bud.
I'll be right in.
Go ahead, dear.
Why don't we just skip the whole thing?
I don't understand you, Jim. You make such a big fuss about being interrupted. And then when we do listen...
Honey, it isn't important.
It certainly is. If you have something to say, we want you to say it. Don't we, Betty?
Oh, sure.
Well, all I wanted to say was...
Boy, did I ever pull a fast one.
Bud.
Wait till you see what I got, Mom.
Bud, your father's here.
Oh? Wait till you see what I got, Dad.
Margaret, why can't I just go outside?
Wait a minute, Dad. You gotta hear this.
I don't want to hear anything. All I want to do... What in the name of heaven is that?
It's an automobile horn.
Oh, Bud.
I know it's an automobile horn, but what's it doing in here?
I bought it.
If that isn't the silliest thing.
What's silly about an automobile horn?
You don't have an automobile.
I might get one someday.
Bud, this will probably amaze you, but automobiles come equipped with horns.
Not like this one. Listen.
No. Bud.
Yes, Dad?
Does it always do that?
Do what, Dad?
Just hang there at the end?
Oh, sure. The last note doesn't blow.
I see.
That's why I got it so cheap.
If you think that's cheap, wait till you see my bargain.
Margaret.
Betty, maybe this isn't quite the time.
But look at it, Mother. The Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam in the original Persian.
Willie thought he was pulling a fast one on
just
me.
Just a second, Bud. Betty.
Yes, Father?
Since when do you know how to read Persian?
I don't.
Then what good is...
As a matter of fact, nobody in Springfield does. That's why I got it for only $3.50.
You know, this is a great family. Lamps don't light, horns don't work.
It's only one note, Dad. The other 14 work fine. See?
Well, don't push the...
Did you say something, Dad?
Maybe I ought to go upstairs and lie down instead.
Instead of what?
Never mind.
Well, if we're ever going to have our dinner...
Mommy!
Oh, no.
Jim, the child has a perfect right to come home.
course she does, but, well, I'll just get ready for the worst.
Where'd everybody go?
We're in here, knothead.
Betty, I wish you wouldn't call her that.
And the wristwatch didn't even work at all.
What wristwatch?
The one I gave Willie for the horn. You see, he thought...
Oh, Mommy, wait till you see what I've got. It's the most wonderful thing in the world.
Kathy, how many times have you been
It's
told...
Jimmy Woody's invention, and when you pull it down here...
Kathy, your father was speaking to you.
Hello, Daddy. You pull it down here...
Kathy.
And it throws rocks. Isn't that wonderful?
Kathleen.
I said hello.
Wait a minute. You bought a machine to throw rocks?
Jimmy Woody invented it.
You don't break enough windows throwing them by hand. You have to have a machine.
And besides, the batteries are practically new.
Kathy, I want you to take that invention right back to Jimmy.
But I paid him 28 cents.
You heard your mother, Kathy. It's bad enough...
But this won't break any windows, Daddy. It doesn't even work.
Margaret.
Jim, if it doesn't work, it certainly can't do any harm.
I'm going outside.
Don't go out of the backyard, Jim.
I won't.
Want me to come with you, Dad?
No, stay right where you are.
Mother, have you ever seen such a mysterious writing in your whole life?
Jimmy says he's going to invent a bigger one for throwing big rocks.
I don't know. Some people go through their whole lives and nothing like this ever happens to them. They get up in the morning and everything's peaceful and calm. They come home, have a quiet dinner, listen to the radio. But not me. I have to live in a boiler factory. My mother said there'd be days like this. But she didn't say there wouldn't be any other kind.
Hiya, Jim. What's going on over there?
Oh, hello, Ed.
Sounded like you were having a fox hunt in the living room.
What's the big idea? Bud bought an automobile horn. A bargain.
What for?
I told you it was a bargain. Who needs any other reason?
You're off on that again, huh?
The whole bunch of them. Margaret's got a lamp in there that Benjamin's a junk in Springfield.
Now, let's sit down in the swing.
I don't know, Ed. Sometimes I wonder if they couldn't use a good insurance man in Siberia.
You wouldn't like it. Too cold. Africa? Too hot. You know, Jim, you ought to do what my friend Bill Morgan did. He showed his wife.
He did?
Yes, sir. He put an end to that bargain business, but quick.
How did he do that?
He bought a plow. Cigarette?
Thanks. I don't get it.
Well, don't you see? He told her it was a bargain.
Well, I still don't.
Jim, he doesn't have a farm. He lives in an apartment house.
Well, then why did he... Oh, get it? You mean he brought the plow into the house?
Kept it right in the living room.
Margaret would kill me.
Oh, I don't mean you have to buy a plow.
Well, what do you mean?
Buy something silly. Like, a Ferris wheel. Ed, look, if it isn't really silly, it won't do any good. Buy something so cockeyed that, well, nobody can use it. Like a bridge, and they'll get the idea.
Ed, you might not have good ideas, but they're certainly expensive.
Well, if you want to keep paying for things like that indoor sundial Margaret bought...
That was a Lulu, wasn't it?
Or that porous diving helmet that Bud picked up.
You're just making me sicker.
Okay, but don't say I didn't tell you how to stop it.
You know, maybe you've got something.
You know, I'd like to see their faces if you came home with 3,000 or 4,000 goldfish. Wouldn't that be something?
Ed, let's find something inexpensively silly.
Well, I was just thinking. How about a truckload of rhubarb? You picked it up cheap, huh?
Keep trying.
500 or 600 windshield wipers.
You're getting closer.
Hey, I've got it. Bubble gum.
What?
$1,000 worth of bubble gum.
Now, wait a minute.
I tell you, Jim, they'll be putty in your hands. That's it. Well, sit still, will you? Hey, where are you going?
I'll see you later, Ed. I've got to call the hardware store.
For bubble gum?
Who wants bubble gum? I'm going to buy 100 pounds of putty.
So Father thinks he's going to teach the family a lesson, huh? Well, only time will tell if he's right about that. But ladies, lots of times there's just no question about the head of the house being right. For example, he always knows best about heartwarmingly good coffee. For your husband is the world's greatest coffee expert. Now, we're called experts, too. After all, more families buy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. But when the fragrance of coffee you brew brings your husband to the kitchen, why, he's the only expert who counts. And tomorrow, if you'll fill his cup with the hearty goodness of our Maxwell House, we're sure he'll smile his delight and say,
"Golly, that's great coffee."
Yes, that's exactly what he'll say. In fact, we'll return your money if he doesn't. You see, no other coffee can give you that same famous good-to-the-last-drop flavor. Flavor that good requires a very special recipe, one that insists on extra-choice, rich coffees blended just so. And only Maxwell House has that recipe. No wonder, then, no coffee tastes like Maxwell House. No coffee is made like Maxwell House. So tomorrow, serve your husband the truly superb flavor of Maxwell House. If he doesn't say, "Best coffee ever," just send us the can, an unused portion, and we'll refund your money. Our address is right on every familiar blue tin. Yes, offer the world's greatest coffee expert the enjoyment of coffee at its best. That's Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Dinner time has come and gone, and so has the delivery man from Mr. Wilson's hardware store. But in the Andersons' living room, there's a gay little group. 5 assorted Andersons and a nice new barrel of putty. Like this.
Jim, of all the idiotic things to buy...
I don't see anything idiotic about it at all. I've always wanted to own a barrel of putty.
But, Father, 100 pounds.
Well, naturally. How else do you suppose I could have gotten such a bargain?
Dad.
Just a minute, Bud. I'd like to explain how much I really save. You see, if you buy putty in small quantities, you know, the small 8-ounce cans, you have to pay for the labels and the printing and well, it comes to quite a good deal. Almost 50 cents a pound.
Is that a lot?
It certainly is. But buying it this way,
Jim.
in the large economy size, the whole thing came to only $10.86, or less than 11 cents a pound. Now that's a bargain.
Jim.
Yes, Margaret?
How long will 100 pounds of putty last?
Oh, it'll last me a lifetime. If I live that long.
That isn't what I mean. Won't it dry up?
Of course not. We're going to keep a damp cloth over the barrel. And every night, Bud will go out and see that it stays damp. Won't you, Bud?
Holy cow.
Jim, I don't know what you're trying to prove.
I'm not trying to prove anything.
Just that he likes putty.
That's it. Why, you have no idea how good I'm going to feel. Walking down the street and hearing people say, "There goes Jim Anderson. Boy, does he have putty."
Father.
Yes, Betty?
My book only cost $3.50.
I didn't say anything about your book, did I?
No,
If you want me to, I'll put the horn in your car.
You'll put that horn in my car over my dead body.
How about Jimmy's invention?
Kathleen, for your information, that is known as a catapult.
It is?
Yes, and it was invented by a Greek named Archimedes.
It was not.
Kathy.
Well, Jimmy's my friend, and he said he invented it. And I don't care what the other man told Daddy.
Kathy, Archimedes has been dead for almost 2,300 years.
Then How could he invent anything?
He had a system.
Oh!
Jim, I realize that some of the children's things are a little ridiculous, but...
My
mother!
Holy cow, Mom. Even I know a sundial's no good inside the house.
It was not a sundial. It was a bird bath.
For the living room?
Well, naturally, kitten. We have birds flying into our living room all the time.
Now, look, Jim.
Wait a minute, honey. I'm on your side. After all, we bargain hunters must stick together. Mustn't we?
Every single thing I have ever bought has had a sound, practical value.
That's what I said. Like those broken records you picked up. Very practical.
Only the first couple of inches were broken off, and nobody ever listens to anything but the chorus anyway.
Mother, how can you say my book is ridiculous? It's beautiful.
But you can't read it.
I don't have to read it. I can just hold it and feel the thrilling vibrations.
Let me feel it.
Oh, stop it.
I only wanted to feel it a little.
Let her feel it, Betty.
Father, if you think...
Just a minute, all of you. Bud, get your horn.
What are you going to do with it?
We're going to put it on top of your father's putty.
A horn on top of the putty?
That seems like a logical place for it.
Then we're going to get rid of both of them.
Holy cow.
Go ahead, Bud.
I wonder what he'll say now.
Holy cow.
No imagination.
Kathy.
Do I have to get rid of my rock machine?
Yes, Angel, you'd better bring it in here.
Gee whiz, I never can have anything.
Mother.
You're going to take your book back tomorrow, aren't you, dear?
But, Mother.
Aren't you, dear?
I suppose so. Jumping creep.
All right, Jim. Now, are you satisfied?
How about that silly-looking lamp?
It is not... I'll call Mr. Adams first thing in the morning.
Well, now we're getting somewhere. I suppose it's too late to do anything about that junk up in the attic.
Jim, if you think I'm going to do one more thing...
Okay, honey. As long as you get the general idea. Wait a minute. Hold everything. How about Bertram Stokes?
Oh, no, that's altogether different. I'm interested in the psychology of better living. Everyone is.
I don't need any lectures to tell me how to live better. I know how to live better. I just can't afford it, that's all.
Mr. Stokes explains how to get more enjoyment out of the simple things of life. Things that cost you absolutely nothing.
Like what?
What?
Name one thing you can do today that costs you absolutely nothing.
Jim, don't be ridiculous. There are thousands of things.
Name one. Well, go ahead.
There must be something.
Sitting in a park? Looking at birds? How long can you keep that up? Bud, stop playing with that thing and bring it in here.
Okay, Dad.
I tell you, Margaret, if we took the $24 you paid for those lecture tickets and invested it in steaks, we'd all be living better, and without your friend, Mr. Stokes.
He isn't my friend.
Well, whoever he is, goes around the country telling people how to live. If the government would split my income tax with me, I'd show him how to live. Boy, would I show him.
Jim, if a few simple lectures are going to upset you that
Just a second,
much...
honey. I'd better see who's at the door.
I suppose I could ask him to give me my money back, couldn't I?
I don't think it'll do any good, but you can certainly try. Hello, Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Anderson, I hate to disturb you like this, but the most terrible thing has happened.
Well, take it easy. It can't be that bad.
Just terrible.
It's Mr. Wilson, honey.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilson. How are you tonight?
Mrs. Anderson, I don't know what to say. It's a tragedy, that's what it is.
What is?
Of all the times to happen, with Mother's Day coming on Sunday and the hop house just crowded with orchids.
Mr. Wilson, what happened?
My brother-in-law's greenhouse. It's ruined. That's what it is, just ruined.
Oh, why, how awful.
I told him not to use the tractor. My sister's the only one who knows how to drive it. But would he listen to me? Not my brother-in-law.
What did he do, run into the greenhouse?
Broke every window on the north side, but every window.
Mr. Wilson, we're awfully sorry.
Never seen such a mess?
There's just one thing I don't understand. How do we fit into it?
Mr. Anderson, we've got to put in 6 dozen new windows just as quickly as possible, and you have the only putty in Springfield.
Now, wait a minute.
You have, Mr. Anderson. I checked everywhere. Could I please buy it back?
Margaret, stop looking at me like that. How was I supposed to know...
I'll give you a good profit on it, Mr. Anderson. I'll pay you anything you ask.
I don't want to make anything. Just give me what I paid for it. You see, I had no idea...
Oh, thank you, Mr. Anderson. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. You'll never know how grateful I am.
There isn't anything to be grateful about. I had no business buying the putty in the first place.
Well, I've got to hurry back to the greenhouse.
Don't you want to take the putty?
I'll have the truck here for it in 5 minutes. And thank you again, Mr. Anderson. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Well...
Margaret.
Who would ever have thought that 100 pounds of putty would be so valuable?
Honey, if I hadn't bought the putty...
But you did.
I know I did, but it should never have left the hardware store in the first place.
You've made Mr. Wilson very happy, and I'm...
Who anything? The whole thing was a mistake.
Mother, if you just take a good look at my book...
Mr. Wilson's brother-in-law had an awful accident at the greenhouse, and your father's putty saved the day.
It did?
It isn't my putty. I only bought it for a joke.
All those beautiful flowers would have died if it weren't for your father's putty.
Margaret, for the love of heaven.
Isn't it the most wonderful thing you've ever heard?
Mother, if they found a use for a silly thing like putty...
But a thing like this couldn't happen once in 100 years.
Don't you think we might meet somebody sometime who knows how to read Persian?
Oh, I wouldn't sell the book now.
You wouldn't?
Margaret?
Why, there's no telling how valuable it might be.
I don't know.
Mom. Bob, the most wonderful thing has happened.
Honey, don't start that again, please.
I promise not to blow the horn in the house.
But you'll never guess what Father did.
Betty.
He saved all the flowers in Mr. Houston's greenhouse.
Margaret.
Who's Mr. Houston?
He's the man who owns the hardware store's brother-in-law.
Hey, how about that?
I didn't save anything. Kathy!
Oh, dear.
Margaret, if you'll just tell them...
Mommy, it works. Jimmy's invention works.
Now, look, all of you. Bud.
I just wanted to see if it was fixed.
Margaret, I've had enough of this nonsense. You're going to take all of that junk...
Junk?
Why, Father!
Jim Anderson, don't you dare call it junk.
But 5 minutes ago...
If you can be a hero with a ridiculous thing like putty...
I can feel it. I can just feel the vibrations.
Bud, we've got to bring all those things down from the attic.
You bet, Mom.
And I'm going to get a bigger rock machine.
Oh, no.
You know, ladies, with coffee, flavor and value are really the same thing. Flavor is the reason you buy coffee. So your best value is the coffee with the most in flavor. And at your grocer's, there's one coffee famous above all others for flavor. Our Maxwell House coffee. This weekend, then, take home one of those familiar blue Maxwell House tins with the big white cup and drop. Serve a satisfyingly good cupful to your husband, the world's greatest coffee expert. When he beams and says, "Best coffee ever," you'll know why Maxwell House is America's favorite. Then just count all the truly delicious cups you get from each pound. You'll agree, Maxwell House is today's coffee buy. Yes, for the most in value, in real coffee drinking pleasure, make your coffee Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Robert Young. I have just been advised that Father Knows Best has been honored by the National Safety Council with its 1950 Award for Public Service. On behalf of the entire cast, our writer, and our sponsor, I should like to express our gratitude for this signal honor. And as long as we're on the subject of highway safety, I'd like to speak directly to the more than 3 million youngsters who have signed man-to-man and dad-to-daughter agreements in our Robert Young Good Drivers Club. Spring is here, and the open roads are a great temptation for racing, for joyriding, for downright recklessness. That's why I ask you to re-examine your pledge, to read once more the 8 rules of good driving you promised to obey. You'll do it right now, won't you? That's fine. See you later.
Folks, Gainsey, the famous talking dog, always says, Gaines Meal. What about Gaines Meal, Gainsey? Nourishes every inch of a dog. It sure does. Kennel and laboratory tests prove Gaines Meal supplies balanced nourishment your dog needs for good health. Yet Gaines costs less to feed than any other type of dog food. So, folks, get Gaines Meal. America's largest selling dog food.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson. In our cast were Norma Jean Nilsson as Kathy, June Whitley, Rhoda Williams, Ted Donaldson, Barney Phillips, Tim Graham, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Dragnet is the story of your police force in action. Listen on NBC.
The best coffee in the whole world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. Once upon a time, there was a popular little jingle that went something like this. Needles and pins, needles and pins. When a man marries, his trouble begins. Well, as my wife will probably tell you, and me, that isn't always the case. Even after his children are born, a man shouldn't figure on more than an average amount of trouble. It says here. But when a man like Jim Anderson makes a date for his entire family and has to get them all dressed and out of the house at a specific time, brother, that's trouble. Like this.
Margaret, for the love of Pete.
I'm all finished in the kitchen, dear.
You should have finished 2 hours ago. I told you what Mr. Gribble said.
It won't do you any good to shout, Jim. I had to put the roast in the oven.
Margaret, do you realize that it's almost 1 o'clock and I promised Mr. Gribble...
It's only 12:30.
But if he's nice enough to invite us to the tennis matches as his guest...
Hey, Dad.
The least we can do is be ready on time.
We'll be ready on time.
Dad.
What is it, Bud?
Did you see my blue sweater?
No, I didn't see your blue sweater.
Did you look in your top drawer, dear?
No.
Well, look in it.
Okay.
Margaret.
Jim, there isn't anything to worry about. Really, there isn't. I'll comb my hair and put on a hat.
You combed your hair less than an hour ago.
That's right. Now I'm going to comb it again. Do you have any objections?
Go ahead, honey.
Well, thank you.
And see if you can't make those kids move a little faster, will you?
Dad!
And the one, that's Gribble again.
Tell them we're leaving right now.
Oh, sure. Hello?
Jim,
This is J.P. Gribble.
Well, hello, J.P. We were just...
Jim, will your car hold all of us?
Dad!
Just a minute, J.P.
Bud, your father's on the phone.
But it isn't in the top drawer.
Jim, I just want to make sure.
I'll be with you in a second, J.P. Look in the bottom drawer.
I did.
Did you look on the closet shelf?
Hey, that's a good place.
Jim.
Just one more second, J.P. Honey, will you please go upstairs?
Oh, dear, I'll bet I forgot to fix the timer on the oven.
But, Margaret...
I'll be back in 2 seconds, dear.
I don't know. Hello?
You're sure I'm not interfering with anything?
Oh, no. What was it, J.P.?
Jim, will you have room for me in your car?
Of course.
That's all I wanted to know.
Dad!
I'll see you in a short time. I hope.
Oh, we'll be leaving right away, J.P.
Fine. See you later, Jim.
Thank you, J.P. Stuffy old...
Dad!
Bud, if you call me once more, so help me...
But it isn't in the closet. It isn't anywhere.
Then wear something else.
The good thing I thought of it. We'd have had no dinner when we got back.
But I want to wear the gray slacks, and they go together.
Bud, what blue sweater are you talking about?
My blue sweater, the one Aunt Martha gave Dad for Christmas.
His blue sweater.
I can't find it anyplace.
But it's my sweater, and I'm wearing it.
Oh. Well, no wonder.
Margaret, for the love of heaven, will you please go upstairs
Jim, I'd have been ready 5 minutes ago if you hadn't kept me here talking.
I'm sorry, honey. I won't let it happen again.
I certainly haven't held
Yes,
anything
dear.
up. Besides, I
That's
haven't
right,
stopped
dear.
going since I got out of bed this morning.
Absolutely, dear. I don't know how Solomon ever stood it.
Hi, Father.
Well, don't you look pretty?
Thank you, kind sir, she said.
Yes, sir. Pretty as a... Wait a minute. Is that a new dress?
Well, I have to find my yellow beret, Father.
You stay right here. Who said you could buy a new dress?
Well, they were having a sale.
Hi, Daddy. How do I look?
You look fine, kitten. Betty, since when do you take it upon yourself...
Kathy, you didn't comb your hair.
Oh, that's a big fib. I certainly did comb my hair.
You certainly did not.
I certainly did.
Father, her hair is all over her face.
Well, that's the way I like it.
Kathy, go upstairs and comb your hair.
But I just did.
Well, go upstairs and have your mother comb it for you.
Gee whiz, everybody makes such a big fuss. And for what? It's hair.
Father, if you don't do something about that child...
Never mind about that child and put your hat on. I'd like to get one of you ready.
Yes, Father.
Dad!
Oh. Now what is it?
I can't find the gray slacks.
You mean my gray slacks?
I can't find them anyplace.
I'm wearing them.
You're wearing the slacks, too?
They're mine, aren't they?
Well, sure, but...
Wait a minute. Haven't you even put your pants on?
How could I when you're wearing them?
These aren't your pants!
Holy cow.
Father, I don't know what happened to my beret.
Well, wear something else.
I can't. The whole thing...
Hello?
Jim, this is J.P. Gribble.
Oh, J.P., I'm awfully sorry, but you know how it is with children.
Mother!
Betty, for crying out loud.
What was that, Jim?
I said we'll be leaving here in less than 5 minutes.
Did you call me, Betty?
Well, see that you do.
You don't have to worry about a thing, J.P.
I can't find my beret.
Which one, dear?
Don't forget, the first match starts promptly at 2 o'clock.
Yes, dear.
What?
The yellow one with the feather.
Betty, would you please?
What was that, Jim?
I said we're leaving in 2 minutes.
Well, see that you don't take any longer.
All right, J.P. We'll be right along. Bad-tempered old fossil.
Betty, I sent your yellow beret to the cleaners.
Oh, Mother, you couldn't.
Don't tell her she couldn't. She did. But, how many times have you been told...
That was pretty quick, huh, Dad? I didn't even bother to take my shoes off when I put my pants on.
You were a genius.
Oh, go on.
Father, what am I going to do?
go.
About what?
I can't go without a hat.
Well, that isn't the only hat you own, is it?
You just don't understand.
Margaret!
Betty, come up here and put on your brown straw.
See, that's an idea. I'll be right there, Mother.
Margaret!
We'll be right down, Jim.
Oh, my aching back.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Bud, bend over and pick up the,
What?
No, I'd better not.
You'd better not what?
Never mind, son. It was just an idea.
I don't see anything to pick up.
Bud, let's forget the whole thing.
Daddy, do I look better now?
You look fine, kitten. Where's your mother?
She'll be down in a second. She's helping Betty find her gloves.
She left them right here. Margaret, Betty's gloves are on the hall table.
Those aren't the right ones, dear.
I need the ones that go with my brown straw.
It isn't possible. The whole thing's just a bad dream.
Why does she need gloves anyway? It isn't cold.
Boy, are you dumb. Girls don't wear gloves to keep warm.
They don't?
Of course not. They wear them so they won't have to wash their hands.
Say, that's an idea.
But Kathy has enough silly ideas of her own. She doesn't need any of yours.
That isn't my idea. Stevie Long told me, and he's got 4 sisters.
Golly, if I had enough gloves, I could go for a whole year.
Now, do you see what you've started?
All I said
And
was...
if I got them long enough, I wouldn't have to wash anything.
Margaret!
I'm coming, Jim.
What's keeping Betty now?
Not a thing, dear. She'll be down as soon as she changes her shoes.
Her shoes? What was wrong with the shoes she had on?
They didn't go with her hat and gloves.
Mommy, may I have a pair of gloves?
We'll see, dear.
Margaret, you know what an important client Gribble is. How can you do this to me?
We're not doing a thing to you, dear. Hurry up, Betty.
I can't find the belt to my brown print.
Oh, no.
Betty, you don't have to change your dress.
If Gribble wants to know why, we'll just tell him. The Andersons don't go anywhere on time. We have to worry about gloves and shoes and hats.
Well, you certainly didn't want Betty to go out with accessories that didn't match, did you?
Of course not. They'd probably have thrown the whole bunch of us in jail.
They would?
Kathy.
Another joke?
That's right.
I don't get it.
Betty!
I'm right here, Father.
Oh. I don't believe it.
Jim, let's not waste any more time.
Margaret, you seem to forget. I was ready to leave an hour ago.
Well, then don't stand there. Oh, dear.
Margaret.
I'm sure I left one of the kitchen windows open. Bud.
Yes, ma'am.
Bud, you stay right where you are.
But Mom said...
I closed all the windows.
But, Jim...
Every time we go anywhere, we spend a half hour checking on the windows and doors. But not this time. This time I took care of everything. Personally.
Well, if you're sure.
All right, Betty. Kathy. Bud.
Mommy didn't tell me about the gloves.
You'll have all afternoon to talk about them.
Mother, do you think these shoes...
Those are the shoes you're going to wear, Betty, so you'd better get used to them.
But if... Jumping creepers.
What are you kicking about? I was figuring on wearing my blue sweater.
It is not your blue sweater.
Well, I wear it all the time.
Why, Jim, you took the car out. How thoughtful.
Oh, yes, I had it all very carefully planned. Except for a few minor things like hair and yellow berets.
I didn't hold anybody up. I was ready a long time ago.
Jim.
All right, everybody, let's go.
Jim, the phone's ringing.
It's probably just Gribble. Kathy, get away from those flowers.
But I need one for my hair.
Jim, it might be important.
Honey, I give you my word. Well, take the kids out to the car, and I'll be with you in 2 seconds.
All right, dear. Come along, children.
Boy, we'll never get started.
Try not to be too long, Father. We're late enough now.
Oh, what's the use? If it is Gribble, I've got a good mind to tell him to take his tennis matches and his private box and his insurance business and... Hello?
Haven't you left yet?
Well, as a matter of fact, J.P.
Never mind the excuses. Look, would you do me a favor on the way over?
I'd love to, J.P. You see, we were already out the door and...
Stop off at Peterson's cigar store at Cypress and Hill and ask Louis...
wait a minute, J.P. I'll write it down. No. Go ahead, J.P.
Peterson Cigar Store.
Yes.
Cypress and Hill.
Yes.
Ask for Louis.
Yes.
And tell him to give you a box of my special cigars.
Right. Is that all, J.P.?
Just one more thing. Hurry up!
Now. You old baboon. Now I'm an errand boy. Have to pick up cigars. First thing you know, he'll be asking me to babysit with his grandchildren. I don't know why I ever went into the insurance business anyway. There must be an easier way to make a living.
Was it anything important, dear?
Oh, yes, very important. We have to stop and pick up some cigars for Mr. Gribble.
Well, that won't take very long, will it?
Father, if you don't hurry up...
Betty, if I hear one more word out of you, so help me, I'll lay you across my knee and spank you.
Attaboy, Dad.
And you'll be next.
What did I do?
Jim, there's no point in just standing there.
Well, there's also no point in my getting in till I find the car keys.
Did you lose them, Father?
No, I didn't lose them.
Well, where are they?
They're right where they always are, in the same ring as the... Oh, my gosh.
Jim, what is it?
The keys. I put them down on the telephone table. Margaret, do you have your keys with you?
Why, no, dear, as long as we were all going to be together.
Betty?
I left mine in my other purse.
Well, that's fine. That's just great.
Daddy!
No car keys, no house keys.
Daddy, you know what?
What is it, Kathy?
We're going to be late.
Well, now, anyone can make a mistake, can't they? It's just that Father sometimes seems to overdo it. Nonetheless, ladies, there are many times when the man of the house just can't make a mistake. For example, when it comes to judging truly good coffee, your husband is right every time, for he's the world's greatest coffee expert. Of course, we're often rated as experts, too. More families do enjoy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. But when your husband sits down to enjoy a satisfying, heart-warming cup of your coffee, why, he's the only expert who matters. And tomorrow, if you'll fill his cup with the rich, hearty flavor of our Maxwell House, we're sure he'll smile and say,
"That's really delicious coffee."
Yes, ma'am, that's what he'll say. Fact is, we'll return your money if he doesn't. You see, no other coffee tastes like Maxwell House, because no other coffee is made like Maxwell House. That famous good to the last drop flavor can come only from a very special recipe, one that demands certain fine coffees blended just so. And that recipe belongs to Maxwell House alone. Tomorrow, then, serve the world's best coffee, our Maxwell House, to your husband. If he doesn't say, "That's wonderful coffee," just send us the can and unused portion, and we'll refund your money. Our address is right on every familiar blue tin. Yes, let the coffee expert you married enjoy coffee with the world's most famous flavor, our Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
A slightly philosopher Wayne Einstein theory is man. If you kiss a girl for an hour, it seems like a minute. But if you sit on a stove for a minute, it seems like a year. That's relativity. Well, it's only seconds later outside the white frame house on Maple Street. But the Andersons feel that they've been on the hot seat much longer than that. Like this.
Jim, there any sense in taking things out large as long as you're going to be with us.
But what if something happened to me? What if I were run over?
Dear, you'd still have your keys, wouldn't you?
Betty, you spent a whole year pleading for your own key.
But you kept telling me to hurry, and I didn't have time to switch everything.
I'll bet you've got your lipstick.
Well, naturally. You wouldn't want me to go out in public practically naked, would you?
Any luck, Bud?
No, if I tried the windows and they're all locked.
That's fine. That's just great. The one time I remember to lock all the windows and nobody has a key.
You know, Dad, if I had a key...
Bud, this is not the time.
But other fellas have keys, and if you let me have one...
Boys of 15 aren't supposed to have their own keys.
Joe Phillips is only 15.
You weren't Joe Phillips.
I know, but he has keys that don't even fit anything.
I've got a good idea. Why don't we break a window?
I've got a better idea. Why don't you...
Jim.
I was only going to tell her to keep still.
Oh.
Well, how else can we get in?
We'll find a way. Somehow.
If you let me have a key...
Bud, stop that.
Holy cow.
Spend the whole morning sitting around doing nothing.
What's the matter, Jim? Something wrong?
Oh, no. Everything's just fine.
You look like everything's just fine. What's the problem?
Daddy forgot his keys.
That's right. Blame the whole thing on me.
Well, didn't you?
Locked out, huh?
We're supposed to pick up Old Man Gribble in 10 minutes, and the car keys are inside on the telephone table. Nice, isn't it?
You know, even for you, that's quite a mess.
What do you mean, even for me?
Well, Jim, let's face it.
We don't get into trouble any more than any other family in the neighborhood.
No?
No.
Okay.
Daddy?
Kathy, for crying out loud.
But I want to tell Daddy.
Say, I've got an idea. How about having Kathy break a window?
Ed.
Well, she breaks mine all the time.
I don't mean to, Mr. Davis.
Dad.
Ed, if there's any other way of doing it, I'd just as soon not break any window.
Well, it was just an idea.
Dad.
Maybe we could have Kathy climb down the chimney.
I'll say this for you, Betty. You may not come up with a lot of suggestions, but when you do, they're certainly no good.
Dad.
What is it, Bud?
The phone's ringing.
Well, what do you want me to do, crawl through the keyhole?
I was just telling you.
Daddy!
Kathy, please don't bother me. You know, we're never going to get in if somebody doesn't come up with an idea.
Do you have a hairpin, Mom?
I imagine so. Why?
I can pick the lock.
Now, wait a minute, Bud.
It isn't very hard, Dad.
You mean you've done it?
No, but I saw a picture last night, and the fellow...
All right, Bud.
But he opened locks that were...
I said all right.
Holy cow. You said we needed an idea, and then the first time I say anything...
Jim, why don't we do it this way? Suppose you take my car.
Daddy!
Just a minute, kitten. That's mighty generous of you, Ed, but what are you going to do?
Well, I'm supposed to go to a meeting of the Realty Board, and if you'll drop me off there, one of the other men can bring me home.
Ed, that's awfully nice of you.
And maybe on the way back you can pick up a locksmith with a skeleton key or something.
Say, that is an idea. Ed, if you're sure it won't put you out too much...
Daddy!
Oh, it won't be any trouble at all.
Daddy, won't you please listen to me?
What is it, Kathy?
I know how to get in the house.
You do? Well, why didn't you say so?
You wouldn't let me.
All right, Kathy, how can we get in?
Through the milk hole.
The what?
Where the milkman leaves the milk. I crawl through it all the time.
That's right, Dad.
Through the milk hole? It isn't over a foot square.
But I can get through, Daddy. I put one arm way up like this, and the other one...
Jim, I think Ed's right. If he's willing to lend us his car...
Honey, if Kathy can get in and open the door, we won't have to borrow his car.
I can, Daddy. Really, I can.
Look, as long as you're in such an all-fired hurry...
Ed, don't think I'm not grateful. I am, believe me. But if I can help it, I'd just as soon not drive around in somebody else's car.
Well, suit yourself.
Bud, have you ever seen Kathy go through the milk hole?
Sure. I was the one who taught her how.
That's fine. First he wants to pick locks, and now...
Well, there wasn't anybody home, and I was hungry.
Father, whatever we're going to do, don't you think we ought to do it?
You know, it's an amazing thing. She was the one who held everything up, and now...
Jim, do you want the car or don't you?
Kathy, are you sure you can get in?
Oh, sure.
She can get in, Dad.
Well, okay. Thanks just the same, Ed, but we'll use our own car.
Okay, pal. I hope you know what you're doing.
We'll manage, Ed. And thanks just the same.
See you in jail.
What did he mean by that?
Well, after all, someone might think breaking into a house is against the law.
How can you break into your own house?
That's what we're trying to find out, isn't it?
Margaret, if you're not going to make sense...
Here it is, Daddy.
All right. Huh? Let's see you make like Houdini.
Who?
Just crawl inside and open the door.
Come on, Kathy. I'll give you a push.
This is fun, isn't it, Mommy?
Oh, yes. Great fun.
Hold the door open, will you, Betty?
Yes, brother dear.
Come on, Kathy. Stick your head in.
Well, I have to put my arm up first.
Bud, are you sure?
It's a cinch, Dad. Wait till you see.
Okay, Bud, I'm ready.
Here we go. Take a deep breath, Kathy.
Okay.
Bud, you're going to hurt her.
Oh, she's all right, Mom. Aren't you, Kathy?
I guess so.
Well, pull yourself through.
I can't.
Kathy.
Daddy, I'm stuck.
Bud, pull her out.
Why can't I push her in?
Pull her out. We'll have you out in 2 seconds, Kathy.
Jim.
There's nothing to worry about, honey.
Kathy, pull your stomach in.
It isn't.
I said she was getting too fat.
You stay out of this. Kathy,
Yes, Daddy.
see if you can't wiggle your shoulders.
I can't wiggle anything.
You and your bright ideas.
Well, gosh, Dad, she didn't have any trouble last year.
Oh, Bud.
You mean she hasn't tried it since last year?
I don't think so. But the hole hasn't gotten any smaller.
But of all the idiotic...
Daddy, I'm scared.
Jim, you've got to do something.
Kathy, take a real deep breath. I'm going to pull you out.
I can't take a deep breath.
Betty, tell Mr. Davis we'll be glad to borrow his car.
Okay, Father.
And hurry.
Yes, Father.
Jim, how can you think of borrowing a car at a time like this?
Well, the way he's got her wedged in here, I'd like to borrow a truck.
Jim, you're not going to use the car.
Of course not. Kathy,
Yes, Daddy.
I'm going to pull once more.
Want me to pull too, Dad?
No, I'll take care of it myself. Kathy,
Yes, Daddy.
here we go.
Here she comes.
Jim, you're ruining her dress.
Well, would you rather I left her in there?
Of course not.
All right. Now, don't worry, kitten. One more pull and we'll have you out. Make yourself small now.
Yes, Daddy.
There we are.
Oh, Angel.
I got stuck.
Now, there's no use crying, Kathy. It's all over.
Father.
Jim, her dress is ruined.
And my stomach hurts.
Oh, she'll be all right.
Can't figure out why she didn't go through.
Father, Mr. Davis isn't there.
You mean he's gone?
I guess so.
Now what are we going to do? Margaret!
Bud, go in and open the back door.
Okay, Mom.
Honey, what got into you?
Be careful of the glass, Bud.
I'm all right, Mom. I'll be out in a second.
What were you saying, Jim?
Couldn't you have picked a smaller window?
Mommy, my whole dress is torn.
I know, Angel.
What a way to spend a day.
Betty, if I hear one more word out of you...
Well, it wasn't my fault.
Never mind whose fault it was.
Dad.
I'd better go inside and call Gribble.
Dad. Boy, will you hear this?
What? What is it?
Dad forgot to lock the back door.
When it comes to coffee, ladies, only one thing means real value, the most in flavor for your money. So with that in mind, take home the coffee with the most famous flavor in the world, our Maxwell House coffee. Then put it up to the world's greatest coffee expert, your husband. Serve the wonderfully satisfying flavor of our Maxwell House to that man of yours. When he smiles and says, "Best coffee ever," you'll know that familiar blue Maxwell House tin with the big white cup and drop is packed with the only flavor for your family.
And for value, well, just count all the truly good cups of coffee you get from every pound. Tomorrow, buy coffee with the most in value, in flavor, in real coffee drinking enjoyment. That's Maxwell House Coffee. Always good to the last drop. Ladies and gentlemen, the Radio Awards jury of the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation has selected Father Knows Best as the commercial network program making the outstanding contribution to highway safety during 1950, and has honored our sponsor, the makers of Maxwell House Coffee, and our star, Robert Young, with a 1950 Sloan Award. We want to say thank you very much to the Radio Awards jury for this recognition. And while we're talking about highway safety and its importance to all of us, I'd like to remind you young drivers to write for membership cards in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club and copies of the man-to-man and dad-to-daughter agreements. Just write to Robert Young in care of this NBC station, and they will be sent to you.
Folks, Gainsey, the famous talking dog, always says, Gaines Meal. What about Gaines Meal, Gainsey? Nourishes every inch of a dog. It sure does. Kennel and laboratory tests prove Gaines Meal supplies balanced nourishment your dog needs for good health. Yet Gaines costs less to feed than any other type of dog food. So, folks, get Gaines Meal. America's largest selling dog food.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra. In our cast were June Whitley as Margaret, Rhoda Williams, Ted Donaldson, Norma Jean Nilsson, Barney Phillips, Ed Begley, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Dragnet is the story of your police force in action. Listen on NBC.
The only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. Since the beginning of time, songs have played a vital part in the history of our civilization. There are songs that nerve a nation's heart, songs half sung yet all divine. There are old songs and new songs, gay songs and blue songs. And then there's the song that bounces innocently about the breakfast room of a certain white frame house on Maple Street in the unsuspecting city of Springfield. That's a mysterious type song, and it can lead to all sorts of things, like this.
I am the monarch of the sea, the ruler of the Queen's Navee, whose praise
Good
Great
morning,
Britain...
Mother.
Oh, good morning, dear.
Do you want me to set the table or anything?
No, everything's all taken care of. I'll have your eggs ready in a minute. And we are his sisters and his cousins and his aunts and his sisters and his cousins and his aunts.
Mother.
Yes, dear.
Have you ever noticed Stanley Lawson's eyes?
No, but I presume he has them.
They're blue.
Oh, dear, I forgot all about the blue thread I was supposed to buy for Elizabeth Smith.
Mother.
She'll be furious.
Mother, how can you think of thread?
That's just the point, dear. I didn't.
Morning, Mommy.
Good morning, Angel. You better hurry up or you'll be late for school.
Well, I couldn't help it, Mommy. Bud wouldn't let me in the bathroom.
Drink your orange juice and stop blaming everything on your brother.
But he wouldn't. You know why? I think he's shaving.
Never mind, Kathy.
He said he might even grow a mustache.
He did?
Betty, will you stop making those ridiculous jokes and eat your breakfast?
What jokes?
Imagine Bud with a mustache.
I didn't say anything about Bud.
Oh, you did too. You said he was going to grow a mustache.
I said Stanley Lawson might.
Oh, him. The bird watcher.
There's nothing wrong with being a watcher there, Mother.
Betty, if it were you, I'd spend more of my time thinking about, well, something other than Stan Lawson.
Mother, you just don't understand. You and Father have been married so long, you simply aren't, well, romantic.
Aren't we?
Well, maybe you are, but Father certainly isn't.
He's had his moments.
Mother, how can you say that? Last night I asked him to look at the moon, and do you know what he said?
I can't imagine.
He said he saw it last year.
Well, if he said so, he probably did.
I think Daddy's very romantic. Doesn't he kiss Mommy every morning?
Never mind, Angel.
Well, doesn't he?
Some kiss. I've seen goldfish who could...
Betty, please.
But, Mother, if you think that's being romantic...
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning,
Father.
What's the big deal for breakfast today? Hi, honey.
Jim,
What's the matter?
come here.
What? Now, look, Margaret. Margaret, I... Margaret...
There.
See?
Honey, what's the matter with you?
Why, nothing.
Look what you've done. You've got lipstick all over me.
Some romance.
What are you talking about?
Oh, it isn't important, dear.
Betty told Mommy that she didn't
Kathy,
think...
you have to eat your cereal.
But I have to tell Daddy.
Eat your cereal, Angel. That's much more important.
Gee whiz.
Margaret, there isn't anything going on here that might interest me, is there?
Oh, I don't imagine... Well, yes. Maybe there is.
Betty said that she didn't...
Shall I get your coffee, Father?
Betty, sit down and let me hear what Kathy has to say.
Yes, Father.
Go ahead, kitten.
Well, Betty said...
Kathy doesn't have anything to say, do you, dear?
Don't I?
No, dear.
Daddy,
Yes, Kathy.
I don't have anything to say.
Well, at least that's a novelty.
Jim,
Yes?
listen. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Well?
Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Doesn't what mean anything to me?
That song.
Honey, you've probably been working too hard. Why don't you go back to bed and let everything...
Jim.
I'll get it.
Margaret, if you don't do something about the way that boy comes down the stairs...
One thing at a time, dear. Now listen.
Yes.
La 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 la.
You already sang that.
La 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 la.
Honey...
Doesn't that make you think of anything?
Yes, but I'd rather not discuss it.
Jim, I'm very disappointed in you. I thought certainly...
Mom, it's for you.
Thank you, dear. We'll talk about the song when I get back.
That'll be fine, honey.
Betty, what's this all about?
I don't know, Father.
She does, too. She told Mommy.
I don't know what the song is. And that's what Father meant, isn't it?
I don't know what anything is. Why should la 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 mean anything to me?
I think Mother's trying to bring back something.
Well, it isn't vaudeville, I can tell you that.
Would it help any if you knew the words?
It might. What are they?
La la la.
Kathy.
I guess not, huh?
It was something about a sailor, I think.
My body lies over the ocean?
Look, if you can't do any better than that...
But that's about a sailor.
Betty, you know more about songs than I do. What could that one possibly... Bud!
Morning, everybody.
Bud, we're having a very serious discussion about a matter of great importance.
Attaboy. Say, Dad.
Bud, will you please...
But I have to ask you something. Notice anything different?
You're wearing one of my ties.
I mean something else different.
No.
You don't see anything, huh?
It was about a captain in the Navy or something.
Well, that's a big help.
How about if I hold my chin up like this?
Bud, please.
I heard Mommy singing the song last night, and it wasn't either about a sailor.
All I know is that it has something to do with being romantic.
Not even with a light on it?
Bud, talking about a song.
Oh, song.
Don't know.
Then how can you talk about it?
It's not about a sailor. It's about a man who has dozens of cousins.
Anybody we know?
Bud.
Yes, Dad?
Would you rather drink your orange juice or wear it?
I'll drink it.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Cousins?
The man had 'em.
I think she's right, Father. Cousins and sisters and aunts. Something like that.
Well, what could that... Oh, my gosh. Cousin Louise.
What?
That's what your mother was trying to remind me. I promised to buy a punch bowl for Cousin Louise's wedding.
You mean that's in the song?
No, but all that stuff about cousins and aunts, it's a good thing I remembered.
Dad, don't you see anything on my chin, honestly?
Orange juice, wipe it off.
Holy cow.
15 years old and he still can't steer food into his mouth. He has to bounce it in.
I'm awfully sorry. That was Elizabeth Smith, and I had to explain about the blue thread.
What blue thread?
The spool I forgot to buy.
Yes. Margaret.
Yes, dear?
About that song. I finally got it.
I knew you would.
It was a tough fight, but I
knew you would forget. Not my husband.
And what more, I'm going to take care of it the second I get downtown.
You are?
Naturally. What's the good of remembering if you don't do something about it?
Well, I guess now we know who's romantic and who isn't.
May I have the cream and sugar, please?
Here you are, Dad.
Thank you.
Daddy?
What?
What's romantic about a punch bowl?
What's in it?
Oh.
Margaret! Honey, I'm home.
I'll get it. Dining room, dear.
Right in. Dog heaviest bowl I've ever seen.
I had left your mother this morning, dear, and what on earth is that?
Honey, the next time you want me to buy a wedding present, will you please pick something a little easier to carry?
Did you get it, Father?
Naturally, I got it.
I want to see it.
Move some of those dishes over, Bud, like a good fellow.
Okay, Dad.
Jim, I don't know what you're talking about.
Present Louise. You get it, did you?
No.
I went to Gordon. They'd the only one had.
Jim.
Well, I get the off this thing and see a really punchable.
Jim, if you only...
Had to go clear to Plainville to get it, too. Took me all afternoon. There.
Oh, Father, it's gorgeous.
It's sure big.
When did they put the stuff in it?
Well, Margaret.
Jim, trying to... I one of Norman's.
Said that you did.
Oh, I knew you'd forget. Darling, make a difference.
But then you told me, what are we going to do with 2 punch bowls?
That isn't important. Nothing is, except that you remembered what you did this morning.
Creepers.
Honey, before it goes any further...
You didn't forget to take care of that, did you?
Of course I took care of it.
Betty said you weren't romantic.
We showed her. Didn't we?
But, Daddy, if you... Ow!
What's the matter, kitten?
Betty kicked me.
Pardon me, my foot slipped.
Oh, dear, I think I'm being zooming. Put the bowl in the... maybe we get back tomorrow.
Okay.
This is awful.
Well, there's only one thing I don't understand. What's everybody talking about?
Bud, it's a long, sad story.
But if La 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 wasn't about the punch bowl, what was it about?
You know, kitten, I was just wondering the same thing myself.
Situation normal, all fouled up. That's the Andersons for you. And once again, Father's in the middle, wondering what it's all about. But ladies, there are things about which the head of the house is to know. For example, your husband is the authority on truly fine coffee. In fact, he's the world's greatest coffee expert. Now, because more families buy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand, we're often called experts, too. But when you brew the coffee and pour a fragrant cupful for your husband, why, he's the only expert you care about. And tomorrow, it will fill the richly satisfying, full-bodied flavor of our Maxwell House coffee. He's sure to smile and say,
"That's really good coffee."
In fact, we're so certain he'll say that, we'll return your money if he doesn't. You see, we're positive your man will prefer that heartwarming, good-to-the-last-drop flavor. It's a flavor that belongs to Maxwell House alone, because only Maxwell has the recipe. A very special recipe that demands certain choice coffees blended just so. No coffee tastes like Maxwell House, because no coffee is made like Maxwell House. Tomorrow, then, serve your husband our Maxwell House. If he doesn't say, "Best coffee ever," why, just send us the can and unused portion, and we'll fund your money. Our address is right on every familiar blue tin. Yes, let that coffee expert you married enjoy the world's most famous flavor. Make his coffee Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
The dinner hour has passed in the White House on Maple Street, and a situation has developed. Air of intrigue and sight eyes merrily. Well, the reason I call them eyes, when there are, they're all known as counter-espionage agents. But spies or agents or whatever you choose, the Anderson living room is crawling with them. Like this.
Father.
Did you find out anything else?
Well, I found out a few things.
Daddy, I get to go in.
Betty.
We just asked the easiest.
Oh, God.
Well, isn't it?
You know, it might have something.
But, Father, I practically solved the whole thing.
Oh, what is? Don't just stand there.
Mother told me that it's a date, and you're going to take her somewhere.
Where?
I don't know.
When?
Well, she didn't tell me that.
And why?
Father, I've only been in there twice.
You've got to leave the whole thing.
Well, just need little details.
Did she tell you what La 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 was?
We found out, Kathy. It's that Burton Sullivan.
Why don't we go in...
Just a second, please. Betty, did she say what kind of a date it was? A birthday? An anniversary?
She just said that it was an important date.
Oh.
Maybe it's the 4th of July.
Kathy.
That's a date.
Why don't we just go in...
You please stop that.
I said, man, I had...
If you helped it, it's catchy.
What to do?
Betty, might as well face it. We're getting nowhere.
But, Father, if you could have seen how happy she looked.
Oh, I know, sweetheart, but...
Just knowing that you remembered has made her the happiest woman in Springfield. You can't take that away from her.
Betty, this is a practical world, and there's a practical woman. We'll all face... I don't remember.
About 20.
What?
That's a date.
Why don't you try drama day? That's a date, too.
How about dromedary?
Dad.
We've thought of everything we could. We've tried everything we could.
Dad.
I'll just lay all of my cards on the table and explain the whole thing.
Dad.
Let's go in and tell...
Dad. Why don't we go in...
Father, maybe if you wait.
I'm going in and get it over with.
Jumping creepers.
Daddy, I know a lot more dates.
I think we ought
Margaret's
to just
a
go
reasonable woman. She'll understand. Men aren't supposed to remember things like whatever I didn't.
Jim?
Oh, still in the den, honey?
I'm just getting a few things now. You and the children having a good time?
What? We're... Margaret.
Yes, dear.
Look, I don't want you to get upset.
Upset? Why, Jim, nothing can upset me tonight.
Honey.
To think that you remembered after all these years.
But that's what I want to tell you. You see...
I told all the girls at our bridge luncheon this afternoon, and you've never seen such a bunch of via mail.
You told them?
They didn't believe me at first, but that was because they didn't want to believe me. Oh, will you look at what that boy did to these socks.
Margaret.
Elizabeth Smith even said I reminded you, but I didn't, did I?
No, you certainly didn't.
Of course, I did give you a hint, but it wasn't much of a hint, was it?
No, it wasn't much of a hint.
It's going to be fun, isn't it, Jim?
Yes, honey. It's going to be lots of fun. Well, I might as well get back to the children.
Tell Kathy she'll have to get ready for bed pretty soon.
All right, honey. I'll take care of everything.
Thank you, dear.
You're welcome. Coward. That's what you are. Nothing but a coward.
Father.
Betty, don't even talk to me. I'm ashamed of myself.
Did you tell her?
Well, no.
Oh.
I kicked myself from here clear down to the corner. She's going to be heartbroken when she does find out.
Maybe she won't have to.
Betty, I haven't the faintest idea of what I'm supposed to remember. And what have we got to work on? A song about a sailor with a bunch of is. A big that is.
How about January 18th?
I mean, where was the night?
I think I'll go ride.
No, she's liable to get suspicious. Bud, you go into the den and try.
Try what?
Find out where I'm supposed to take your mother and when.
How do I do that?
Well, ask her leading questions like, well, you'll think of something.
I will?
Of course you will. Well, go ahead.
Hey, how about Judith? That's a good day.
Why don't stop that?
I'm trying
Things
to...
easy. How do I know what to add? Oh, hiya, Mom.
Hello, dear.
Fixing some socks, huh?
Bud, you don't conceal pieces of old razor blades in your shoes, do you?
What would I do that for?
I was just wondering.
Say, Mom, speaking of dates...
Where are we?
Huh?
We speak of socks.
Oh, well, speaking of... Where do you and Dad go?
When, dear?
That's what I was going to ask you next.
Oh, you mean on our special little celebration?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Well, that's secret.
It is.
It's a secret between your father and myself.
It's more of a secret than you think.
Huh?
I mean, well, it's a pretty good secret. Yes, sir.
Bud, are you and your father up to something again?
Oh, no. I mean, he just said... He didn't. I mean, he's gonna... No.
Maybe we'd better go and talk to him.
Okay, but it won't do any good. He doesn't know any... I mean, it's all right with me. Wasn't my idea in the first place.
Come on, Bud.
Told them I what to say, but they wouldn't... What do they know what happened?
Jim, you know what's going on with the nosy children?
What's that, honey? What do you mean?
Well, first it was Betty, and now it's Bud. They're determined to find out what our secret is.
I didn't say anything, Mommy.
I know, dear.
Margaret, let's be fair about this. After all, we are a family, and it isn't quite right for one of a family to have a secret, won't share heart.
Well,
it is, you it isn't.
I said I have a little selfish to keep it just for ourselves, but... All right, Jim. Go ahead.
What?
You may tell them if you wish. Oh?
You know, when you get down to, one week.
But I said, Father...
You heard your mother, Betty. Why don't you all go somewhere and, do something?
I'll get it.
Never mind, kitten. I'd better answer it before I... Well, I'll answer it. First time I've been glad to hear the phone ring in 5 years. Hello?
Hey, Jim, what's the big idea?
Heck...
You know darn well supposed to play tomorrow night.
Well, who said we weren't?
How can you poker Margaret and Cottage show?
I'm not taking What?
Elizabeth said Margaret told her
Wait a minute. What's the name of the show?
Who knows? Pinafore, something like that.
That's it. That's the whole thing.
What is?
Heck, you've got to do something for me. Call the theater. Get the 2 best house in my name.
What, poker?
I'll explain the whole thing to you later.
I mean, you'd rather go to the show than play poker?
Of course not, but I have to go to the show. Will you please do as I ask?
No. I'll call you right back.
Thanks, pal. Pinafore. How in the world was I supposed to... Sailors and cousins.
But what did Hector want, dear?
Oh, it was about the poker game tomorrow night, but I explained to him.
Jim, I've forgotten all about the poker game.
It is important, honey, when we've got something like... Kids, we ought to tell you. How about it, Margaret?
All right, dear, if you insist. But, Father...
I've already made the reservations, and tomorrow night your mother and I are going to see a performance of HMS Pinafore. Exactly as we did on the night we had our first date.
20 years ago.
Mother, how thrilling.
You mean this whole thing?
There aren't many husbands who'd remember a thing like that, but your father did.
Oh, it wasn't anything, honey. What was that, Betty?
I didn't say anything.
I did.
I might have been thinking, but I didn't say anything.
Daddy!
What is it, Kathy?
If you already saw it, why do you want to see it again?
We want to see if they've gotten any new cousins.
Oh!
Oh, that's probably Hector again. I'd better see what he wants.
You know, children, you have a very lucky mother.
We have a lucky father, too.
Don't tell me the age of miracles is over. That was the closest call I've ever had. Hello?
Jim, have I got great news for you.
Did you get them?
They're sold out.
Oh, no!
It's not always easy these days to find truly good value. But with coffee, all you need do is remember that flavor is the reason you buy coffee. So the coffee with the most in flavor is bound to be the best value. And there's one coffee famous above all others for flavor, our Maxwell House coffee. Take home a familiar blue tin of Maxwell House with the big white cup and drop. Then brew some for the world's greatest coffee expert, your husband. When he says, best coffee ever, you'll know you found the flavor all right, and the best value, too. To prove that, just count all the truly good cups you get from each pound. This weekend, then, choose the coffee with the world's best-loved flavor, our Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop. At the very, very top of any good theater, you're bound to find a roof. And the Springfield Opera House is a very good theater. Immediately below the roof, however, you don't always find Jim and Margaret Anderson. That's where they are tonight, though, in the very last row of the very top balcony. Like this.
20 years.
20 wonderful years.
It's a long time, isn't it, honey?
Wonderful years. And wonderful moments. And this most wonderful of all.
Margaret.
Don't say anything, dear. Just hold my hand.
But, I want to explain about the seats.
Jim, please. I'm going to cry.
Margaret, believe me, I tried.
I know you did, Angel. I know how you must have tried, but I never expected you to remember this. You got the same seats we had 20 years ago.
Oh, honey.
Folks, Gainsey, the famous talking dog, always says, Gaines Meal. What about Gaines Meal, Gainsey? Nourishes every inch of a dog. It sure does. Kennel and laboratory tests prove Gaines Meal supplies balanced nourishment your dog needs for good health. Yet Gaines costs less to feed than any other type of dog food. So, folks, get Gaines Meal. America's largest selling dog food.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra. In our cast were Rhoda Williams as Betty, June Whitley, Ted Donaldson, Norma Jean Nilsson, Herb Bygren, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. You know, United States savings bonds are now defense bonds, so contribute to the nation's security as you build for your own future. Buy United States defense bonds regularly through the payroll savings plan or the bond-a-month plan. Now until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Dragnet is the story of your police force in action. Listen on NBC.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. As far back as I can remember, I've been hearing about people who were poor as Job's turkey. Well, the chances are that poor old Job never had a turkey, but he did have troubles. And that's where the average father comes in. So let's go to Springfield to a white frame house on Maple Street and an average father named Anderson. Because when it comes to trouble, Jim Anderson takes a back seat to no one. Like this.
Margaret, I'm home.
We're in the kitchen, dear.
I'll be right in. Be it ever so humble, there's no place like home.
Daddy!
Hiya, kitten. Well, how are all the little Andersons tonight?
Hi, Father.
Hello, Dad.
Hello, dear.
Strawberry.
I don't care if he didn't do it on purpose. He had no right to break his leg.
What?
I turned down a dozen dates just to go out with him, and now look at me.
Norman McHugh had a skiing accident and broke his leg.
Who's Norman McHugh?
He's Claudia McHugh's brother.
Thank you very much. Who's Claudia McHugh?
She's a girl.
Oh, well, that explains everything.
You're welcome.
Betty, it isn't the worst thing that's ever happened.
It certainly is. My whole life is ruined.
Because Norman McHugh broke his leg?
He was supposed to take her to a New Year's Eve dance.
Oh.
It's the biggest dance of the whole year, and...
Every dance you ever go to is the biggest dance of the whole year. Don't you ever go to any small dances?
Every girl in Springfield will be there except me.
I won't be there.
Why don't you go with somebody else?
And I'm a girl.
Don't you think I'd like to? But everybody else has a date.
I'll go with Bud.
Father!
Holy cow.
Jim, we've just been all through this. Betty doesn't want to go with Bud.
And I don't want to go with her.
I'll go with anybody.
Jim.
Now look, Margaret, between rushing around for Christmas...
Why couldn't he have broken his leg next week?
Betty, I was speaking to your mother.
I would have to pick the one boy in Springfield.
Betty!
I don't know what's gotten into this family. When I was a boy and my father was speaking to my mother, I showed him some respect.
Mom.
I didn't go on talking as though nothing had happened. I wouldn't have had the nerve.
Mom.
But this family, all I have to do is open my mouth, and it's a signal for the start of a general conversation.
Mom.
Bud, please be quiet.
But I want to tell you.
Bud.
But if I...
You'll wait until I'm finished. Is that understood?
Yes, Dad.
All right. What was I saying?
We have to shut up.
Well, see that you do. Have I made myself clear? Betty?
Yes, Father.
Good. Now, what is it, Bud?
Something on the stove is burning.
What?
Well, I was trying to tell you.
My cream turkey is ruined.
I thought something smelled funny.
Oh, what are we going to do, Jim? That was the last bit of turkey in the house.
Oh, frankly, Margaret, I'm just as happy.
Why, Jim.
We haven't eaten anything but turkey since Christmas, and I've had just about all I can stand.
Jim Anderson.
Cream turkey, cold turkey.
Turkey hash.
Turkey croquettes.
I was under the impression that this family liked turkey.
We do, but there's a limit to everything.
Last night I gobbled.
That will be quite enough, Kathleen.
Gee whiz.
Honey, I don't want you to think that it's your fault.
I never said it was. And I certainly wasn't going to throw out perfectly good turkey.
Well, let's not argue about it. It's gone, and... Well, what are you waiting for, Bud?
What?
The doorbell rang.
That was the back door.
Well?
It isn't my job to answer the back door.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Gee whiz. Why don't we take turns? I'm getting tired of the back door.
I told you in the very beginning a 12-pound turkey would have been quite enough.
Margaret.
But no, we had to have a 20-pound turkey. You were hungry.
Margaret, if you don't mind, I'd just as soon forget the whole thing.
Hiya, Jim.
Oh, hello, Heck. Come on in.
Hello, Margaret.
Hello,
Betty.
Hector.
Bud.
How's Elizabeth, Heck?
Oh, pretty good. Jim, so help me, you're the luckiest guy I've known in my life.
What'd I do now?
You could fall into a well and come up with a diamond necklace or a string of pearls or...
Hector.
Margaret, you don't know what this guy did. 10 cents, that's all he gave me, just one little dime.
Heck, what on earth are you talking
The
about?
chance you took.
Oh, no.
Buys one measly little chance,
Heck, please.
and then he wins the turkey.
Jim.
Margaret, I had no idea I was going to win. I just happened to have a dime, and it was Heck's club, and he said...
Well, what's the matter? Aren't you glad?
Oh, sure. But you see, we were just going through a little thing here.
Hector, how large is the turkey?
35 pounds. Hey, you want to bring him in, Ed?
Okay, Heck. Is that Ed Davis?
Yeah, I was having a little trouble getting it out of the car, and Ed just happened to come by, so...
Mommy, isn't it wonderful?
Hiya, Jim. Easy, boy.
Jim, it's alive.
Jumping Jehoshaphat.
Mother.
Boy, is that a big one.
Hang on to him, Ed.
Easy, boy. Easy, boy. Take it easy, you rattle-brained nincompoop.
Mr. Davis, you're hurting him.
I'm hurting him. After he dragged me halfway up the driveway?
Gosh, look at those feathers.
Margaret.
Isn't he beautiful? Mother, he's looking at me.
Margaret.
The club got him from a farm up near Plainville, and the man said
Margaret, will you please say something?
I will later.
Heck, look, if it's all the same to you...
I gotta be running along. Take the rope, will you, Bud?
I don't know if my
Come on,
father...
Bud. I'm going to be late for dinner as it is.
Dad?
Go ahead, Bud. Take it.
Easy, fella. Nice boy.
His name is Irene.
Nice, I mean...
Since when do they give names to turkeys?
Well, the farmer said his kids made a pet out of this one. That's why we got it cheap. They wouldn't let him kill it.
I'll help you, Bud. Nice, Irene. Pretty boy. Nice boy. Attaboy.
Sensitive little thing, isn't it?
Well, I'd better get out or I'll be here all night. Congratulations, Jim. See you later, Mark.
Bye, Ed.
Wait a second, Ed. So long, folks. Save me a piece of the white meat.
Margaret.
Well.
Now, wait a minute, honey. I didn't do anything wrong. All I did was win a turkey. It wasn't my fault.
Jim, when I think of the fuss you were making about turkey.
I wasn't making a fuss.
Turkey hash, turkey croquettes, turkey a la king.
Oh, Margaret, please.
Daddy, look, he shakes hands. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim, that is the biggest turkey I have ever seen. It'll take us weeks.
Nobody said we had to keep it. We'll sell it or give it away. Or we can... Say,
Why don't we keep it till next Thanksgiving?
I know what we can do. It'll take care of Betty and everybody else. We'll have a party.
Father! Jim, we're just getting over Christmas.
A New Year's Eve party. That's what we'll have. And it won't cost us a cent.
Oh, Father, you're wonderful.
Boy, that is an idea.
Why don't we keep it till next Thanksgiving?
We can invite everybody we know, repay all our social obligations, and there won't be a bit of turkey left over.
Jim, it isn't a question of how much turkey we'll have left over.
Honey, it won't be a bit of trouble, I promise you. We'll all pitch in and help, won't we, kids?
I think it's a wonderful idea, Father.
Is it all right if I invite Joe?
How about it, Margaret?
Why don't we just keep it till next Thanksgiving?
Margaret?
Well, if everybody thinks we should.
Oh, Mother, you're an angel.
Get a few pickles and things? All right, Bud, put him away somewhere.
What?
The turkey. You're not going to stand there and hold him all night, are you?
I don't know.
What do we do with him, Jim?
Well, in the morning, I'll take him down to the butcher.
I'll wear my new blue dress and my silver shoes.
In the meantime, put Irene out in the garage.
Me?
Anybody. I don't care.
Come on, boy.
Daddy, you can't. He'll freeze.
Well, he certainly can't park in here all night.
Well, he can sleep in my room. He cannot. It's as much my room as it is yours.
Mother.
Of course he can't sleep up there, Kathy.
Why?
Because he'd be uncomfortable sleeping with girls.
Oh.
Take him out in the garage, Bud.
Okay.
Oh, Bud, wait. He will freeze, Jim, and we can't be cruel.
Well, he certainly can't stay in the house, can he?
Well, how about the playroom?
All right. Go ahead, Bud. Take him downstairs.
Come on, Irene.
Daddy, I have a wonderful idea.
Yes?
Why don't we keep him till next New Year's?
Now, there's a girl who can come up with some wonderful ideas. Of course, where ideas are concerned, give Father a little credit, too. Yes, sir, the man of the house knows most about lots of things. For one thing, ladies, when it comes to knowing about coffee, truly good coffee you enjoy cup after cup, the world's greatest expert is that man of yours. Yes, the number one expert is your husband. Of course, to the coffee trade, we're experts, too. They know more people enjoy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. But when you brew the coffee and fill the cups, the expert you aim to please, he's your husband. And tomorrow, if you'll fill his cup with Maxwell House, we're sure he'll say,
"Now that's real coffee. Best I ever tasted."
In fact, if he doesn't, we'll give you back your money. We're that sure. We know there's no coffee tastes like Maxwell House because no coffee's made like Maxwell House. You see, there's only one recipe anywhere for that famous good to the last drop flavor. A recipe demanding certain fine coffees blended just so. And only Maxwell House has that recipe. Knowing this, won't you get Maxwell House coffee tomorrow? Serve it to your husband. If he doesn't say, "Best coffee ever," just send us the can, an unused portion, and we'll gladly refund the price you paid. Our address is right on every familiar blue tin. Tomorrow and through the new year, serve coffee that'll please the world's greatest coffee expert. Serve your husband Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Shortly before the turn of the century, a poet named Leland wrote a series of verses titled Frost Pictures. In stanza 4, he said, and we quote, "A New Year's gift to the world," said the frost, "rich lace curtains that nothing cost." Some 50 years later, a non-poetic father named Anderson said, and we quote, It's an outrage, that's what it is, an outrage.
But, Jim, you told Mr. Campbell.
$7.30 for nuts? I told him I wanted a few little nuts. That's what I told him.
You told him you wanted 5 or 6 pounds of assorted nuts. And when he said...
Margaret, just a moment, please. May I ask one question? Whose side are you on?
It isn't a question.
It certainly is a question. You were standing right next to me, and I said to him, we're having a party for a few friends, and I'd like a few nuts. That's all I said. Wasn't it?
You said 5 or 6 pounds.
Well, why did you let me say 5 or 6 pounds? This whole thing started out just a little get-together.
Father, may I have $9?
No. If I hadn't won that knot-headed turkey in the first place...
But the man's waiting.
Well, let him wait. I said we'd invite a few friends. We wind up with half of Springfield.
Father, the man says it's $9 and he can't leave the package if he doesn't get it.
I don't care if he... What package?
Oh, dear, that must be the noisemakers.
The what?
Jim, you can't have a New Year's Eve party.
$9 for noisemakers?
No. But we had to have paper plates and napkins, and I thought a few decorations would look nice.
Betty.
Yes, Father?
Here's my wallet. Just stand in front of the house and throw money at anybody who walks by.
Okay, Father. I'll let you know when I run short.
Yes, you do that.
Jim.
Honey, this is getting ridiculous. I've done nothing but pay bills ever since Hector walked in here with that free turkey.
But, Jim, you can't have 40 people.
I didn't say I wanted 40 people. All I said was...
You said we were going to pay our social obligations.
All right, but since when are we obligated to 40 people? I don't even know 40 people.
Now, look, Jim, let's be fair about it. I haven't asked one single person...
Since when do we owe anything to the Clarks? I haven't even seen Tom Clark in almost 2 years.
Well?
And the Donaldsons. I don't even like the Donaldsons.
I know, Jim.
Then why did you ask them?
Because Kay Donaldson is the only one in the neighborhood with a large enough pan. That's why.
What?
I suppose you think it's easy to find a pan that'll hold a 35-pound turkey. I certainly wasn't going to buy one just for this once.
I know, honey, but I thought if we just bought a few pickles...
Jim Anderson, you can't have a party with just turkey and pickles.
Well, sure, but...
I just bought the things that any decent housewife would buy, and not one thing more.
Margaret,
Here's the list. And if you can find one thing we didn't need, but one thing...
Margaret...
You can't make an aspic salad without Jell-O, and you certainly have to have lettuce.
I know, but...
And what else did I buy? Just olives and celery, radishes, onions, tomatoes, carrots, potatoes, coffee, milk, butter, bread, cheese, cranberries, apples, pears, cherries, grapes, ice cream and mince pie and pumpkin pie and a few little cakes, and mince and potato chips and a ham. And how can you possibly have a party without things like that? I think you're being very unreasonable about the whole thing. I really do.
But... Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
Honey, look, it isn't worth arguing about, is it?
Of course not.
Well, then let's forget about the whole thing, okay?
All right.
Good.
But if you say one more word...
I won't, so help me. Not another word.
Mom.
Did you get it, Bud?
Boy, is it heavy.
No matter what comes up, I'll just grin and... Ye gods, what's that?
Where do you want me to put it, Mom?
On the table, dear. That'll be fine.
I think she's got it stuffed with lead.
What is it, a wash boiler?
It's Mrs. Donaldson's roaster.
Margaret.
Yes, Jim.
Where's the stove that goes with it?
What?
The stove. You certainly don't expect to get that thing in our oven, do you?
Well, Oh, dear.
This is fine. Now we'll have 5 pounds of mixed nuts and a new stove.
Don't be ridiculous.
Well, it certainly won't fit in the one we've got.
How would it be if we banged in the sides a little?
The roaster or the stove?
We'll have to send it down to the tavern, that's all.
The stove or the roaster?
The turkey. We can have it cooked for 20 cents a pound.
A few pickles, that's all I
said. Jim, when will the turkey be ready?
Oh, well, Johnny said if I'd bring it over to his house...
You mean you haven't?
Well, he said it would only take an hour to kill and clean it, and Kathy was having such a good time with it.
But it's after 10 o'clock.
Well, I didn't figure there was any hurry, so...
Do you know how long it takes to cook a 35-pound turkey?
A couple of hours, I guess.
A couple. It takes 15 minutes a pound, and 35 pounds, that's almost 9 hours.
Takes that long, huh?
Jim Anderson,
Well, we'd better get started. Bud, why don't you take Irene?
Me? Why do I have to do it?
Now, just a minute, Bud. You're going to eat the turkey, aren't you?
Well, sure, but why do I have to be the one to have him killed?
Margaret, have you ever heard anything so ridiculous in your whole life?
Well, Bud has become very attached to Irene.
Oh.
Why doesn't Betty take him down? She doesn't even like him.
That isn't so.
Well, you run away from him every time he comes over.
That has nothing to do with it. I think he's very cute.
Bud, he's only a turkey.
Then why don't you take him down?
Just a minute, Bud. Let's not forget, I'm still your father.
I'm sorry, Dad, but holy cow.
Jim, I don't know how much more of this I can stand. You've been arguing the same thing for 3 days.
Honey, look, you'd know exactly what to tell Johnny. I mean, about how you want him cleaned and everything.
There isn't anything to tell him. You just clean it, that's all.
Okay, I've got another idea. Kathy,
You want me, Daddy?
bring Irene up here like a good girl.
Okay.
Now, here's what we'll do. We'll put Irene in the car, and we'll all drive over to Johnny's together.
Jim.
It'll do us good to get out in the fresh air. And
Jim Anderson, you're afraid.
Afraid? Why, Irene and I get along fine.
That isn't what I mean. You're afraid to have him killed.
Margaret, how can you say a thing like that? It's just that, well, I've got a million things to do around here. I've got to,
Yes?
well, I expect to be very busy all morning. And I certainly think that with 3 children in the house... Now, look, Bud.
I'm sorry, Dad, but I don't want to have anything to do with it.
And don't look at me.
That's fine. That's just fine. I ask you to do one little thing for me.
Daddy, isn't this cute?
Oh, no.
My good coat.
Kathy, why do you insist on teasing that poor bird?
Oh, but he likes it. Don't you, Irene?
What's he supposed to be? Santa Claus?
Kathy, take my coat off him right now. Gee whiz, you can't even have any fun.
And take the ribbon off his head.
Yes, Mommy. Excuse me, Irene.
Jim,
Hmm?
go ahead.
What?
Jim, it's got to be done, and now.
Well, okay. Let me have the rope, Kathy.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to take Irene for a little ride, that's all.
No.
Bud, take the roaster and the dressing.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Mother.
Now, we've got to be sensible about this, you know.
I'll be back in a little while. Now, come on, Irene.
Mommy. Oh, my poor baby.
Boy, is this a party. Yahoo!
Having fun, Tom?
Jim, I've got to hand it to you. When you throw a party, it's a party.
Well, if you're going to do a thing, you might as well do it right. That's what I always say.
Yes, sir.
Oh, excuse me, Tom. Heck, can I speak to you for a minute?
Yahoo! Oh, how you doing, Jim? Ed and I were just saying...
We feel sort of like the fairy godfathers of this whole clam bake.
You do, huh?
Why, sure. We brought the turkey over, didn't we?
What a turkey.
Yeah.
And what a party. I've had 3 helpings of everything.
You've had 4.
Well, who keeps score?
Jim does. Very funny, both of you. And I hope you know what this party's costing me, you and your turkey.
What are you kicking about?
Only cost you a dime, didn't it?
That's what you think.
Daddy.
By the time I got through with...
Daddy, want to hear something cute?
I'm very busy, Kathleen.
Oh, but it'll only take a second. Go ahead, honey. That means Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Irene.
He was cute, wasn't he, Mommy?
Yes, dear.
Cute. I wish I'd never laid eyes on him.
May I have my coffee, please?
Of course, dear.
It's a good thing the butcher had an extra turkey, wasn't it, Dad?
Oh, yes. Haven't you heard? I'm a very lucky fella.
Oh, Jim, you know you're just as happy as we are that Irene wasn't killed.
Sure. I'm the happiest guy in Springfield. I'm very happy.
Mr. Thompson says he'll have his own cage and everything.
May I please have the cream and sugar?
And I don't think 50 cents is very much.
It's cheap considering how much Irene eats.
And the man said we can visit him every Sunday if we want to.
Will someone please pass the cream and sugar?
You know, Dad...
Bud, please, not now. Here you are, dear.
Thank you. 50 cents a week. That's $26 a year. Just because I took one measly 10-cent chance.
Gee, isn't it nice to have a lucky father?
During this holiday season, we'd like to wish you a very happy new year. For our part, during the year ahead, we're going to see to it that you enjoy wonderfully good coffee every pound of Maxwell House you open. We know that these days you're on the lookout for the most in flavor for every penny you spend. And next year, just as every year, for more than half a century, that's what you can expect in every pound of our Maxwell House coffee. A generous extra measure of flavor in every familiar blue tin. And with this promise from Maxwell House, let me extend again our sincerest wishes for a very happy new year.
Friends, this is Robert Young. Tonight, for a moment, I'd like to talk to you about a timely and all-important subject, safe driving. First, I want to report that during 1950, our Father Knows Best highway safety campaign has resulted in more than 3 million highway safety contracts between parents and their children. We're pretty proud of our part in that accomplishment. We're proud, too, of the makers of Maxwell House Coffee, who have a carefully planned highway safety campaign of their own. Theirs is a campaign to help make the highways safer by improving the safety records of their own drivers. It is a plan that will work for anybody. It will work for you. And to tell you about it, I'm happy to introduce Mr. Clarence Francis, Chairman of the Board of General Foods Corporation. Mr. Francis.
Good evening, everyone. Our salesmen, the men who call on your grocer in behalf of our products, operate more than 1,500 automobiles. Day in and day out, these men travel practically every highway in the country and visit every town and city. They are your neighbors, and as part of the job of being good neighbors, we have encouraged them to be good drivers, safe drivers, who respect your rights on the highway. Years ago, we became alarmed at the nation's highway accident rate, and at our own. We knew then that most accidents are preventable. 2 years ago, we asked our men to pledge themselves to become safer drivers. And we arranged to remind them of this every time they get into their cars. We do this by placing each salesman's safety record on the dashboard of his car, an emblem which recognizes the achievements of safe drivers. Tonight, I am happy to tell you that our men have responded to this challenge. They have again improved their safety record. Over a 2-year period, they have reduced our accident rate by 1/3. Tonight, once again, I am challenging each of our drivers, both in the United States and in Canada, to drive his General Foods car safely through the whole year of 1951. And as we go into 1951, we all face a challenge to everything we hold important. This is a year of crisis and of great national effort, and it calls for sacrifice and self-discipline by all of us. Here is something we each can do to strengthen our country at this time of need. We can help preserve our most precious national resource, our human resource. by resolving to reduce the toll of highway accidents. So I hope you and our audience tonight will join us in our pledge to drive safely through 1951.
At breakfast time, you don't have to say,
You children eat your cereal right this instant.
just say,
Hopalong Cassidy is crazy about hot wheat meal.
just a little psychology. Yes, to get your children to eat a hot cereal, just tell them Post Wheatmeal is Hopalong Cassidy's favorite hot cereal, and they'll eat it too. Post Wheatmeal is chock full of solid whole wheat nourishment, has a wonderful nut-like flavor, and it cooks in just 3.5 minutes. You'll see, you'll all agree, it's the best hot cereal you ever ate. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday night, for all of us and for the makers of Maxwell House Coffee, may we wish you again a very happy New Year.
Jack Webb and Dragnet. Good listening next on NBC.
Is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. In speaking of children, the poet Charles M. Dickinson wrote, "They are idols of hearts and of households. They are angels of God in disguise. The sunlight still sleeps in their tresses. His glory still gleams in their eyes." Well, it seems like a pretty good bet that Mr. Dickinson never spent any appreciable time in Springfield, especially in a certain white frame house on Maple Street. If he did, it's a cinch that he never stayed for dinner, where the conversation generally goes something like this.
But, Dad, I won't get my allowance until Monday, and I've only got 20 cents.
That's very interesting. Kathy, stop playing with your mashed potatoes.
Yes, Daddy.
It isn't as if I needed a whole lot. Heck, what's 50 cents?
Well, lately I've heard it referred to as a 1950 nickel. That was a joke, Margaret. 50 cents, 1950 nickel. You see?
I heard you, Jim.
Oh, well, I just thought. Bud, will you please pass the bread?
Gosh, if you needed 50 cents and I had 50 cents, you know I'd be only too glad to lend it to you.
Well, that's very noble of you.
You mean I can have it?
No. That's wonderful gravy, Margaret.
Well, thank you, dear.
Would you mind passing it, Betty, please?
Here you are, Father.
Thank you.
Say, Mom.
Your mother's not going to lend you the 50 cents either, Bud, so stop bothering her.
I wasn't bothering her, Dad. I just thought...
Jim, if Bud really needs the money...
This is Thursday, Margaret. He got his allowance only 3 days ago.
Well, how did I know she was going to be a pig?
Who?
Marion Swift. Believe me, it'll be a long time before I invite her in for another malt. All I said was, would you like a malt? And you know what she ordered? A triple-decker sandwich and a hot fudge sundae. With nuts.
That is one of the unfortunate things about life, Bud. All women are born hungry.
Why, Jim.
Especially beautiful women.
I hope she gets a stomachache.
But...
That'll teach her.
Kathy, if you're quite finished with that construction job, may I suggest that you put your potatoes to the use for which they were intended?
Huh?
Eat your dinner.
Oh.
Oh, what?
Okay.
Go ahead. ahead, dear.
Say, Betty.
Don't ask me for any money. I'm broke.
She wouldn't even give any to Billy Smith.
Kathy.
Wait a minute. You mean Billy Smith asked you for money?
Well, he said he needed 80 cents in a hurry.
Margaret, what's gotten into these kids anyway? Imagine a boy asking a girl for money.
Well, they've been friends for such a long time.
It's outrageous, that's what it is. Just plain outrageous.
I think it is, too. Creepers, it's only been 3 days since I borrowed it from him.
What were you saying, Jim?
I was just, how are you getting along in school these days, Kathy?
Oh, pretty good.
How about 30 cents? That isn't much.
But please, I was talking to your sister. What were you saying about school, Kathy?
I wasn't saying anything.
Well, say something.
About what?
About anything.
Okay. I didn't win the spelling contest today.
Well, that's nice. Was there anything else you didn't win?
Well, how did I know there wasn't any K in civics? I don't even know what civics are.
You don't know what civics is.
That's what I said.
You said you don't know what civics are.
Well, I don't.
Kathy, the point Betty is trying to make is that civics is in the singular, not the plural.
They are?
Not they are, they is. I mean, it is.
What is?
Civics is. Kathy, civics is a noun. And there's just one civics, like Yonkers. There's only one Yonkers.
What are they?
Yonkers is a town. It's a place where people live.
Why?
Because they... Kathleen, eat your dinner.
But you didn't tell me
I said eat your dinner.
Jim, I think you're being very unreasonable. Why don't you tell Kathy what she wants to know?
I did tell her. I told her civics was a singular noun. What more is there to tell?
You can tell her what civics are. Or is.
Well, all right. Kathy, civics is, it's the,
Dad.
It's from the Latin, what do you call it, which means citizen. And, well, you see, Kathy, the government is divided up into certain groups and, certain other groups.
Dad.
Now, the government has a certain responsibility to the people. And the people have a certain responsibility to the government, which is the way it should be, isn't it?
Dad.
Bud, will you please keep still? I'm trying to explain civics to Kathy.
Civics is that department of political science dealing with the rights of citizenship and the duties of citizens.
Which is exactly what I just finished saying. Isn't it, Betty?
Word for word.
Well, it meant the same thing. Maybe I don't remember the formal definition, but I certainly know the practical application of the word, and that's what Kathy's really interested in, isn't it, Kathy?
It is?
Take Springfield, for example. We know that we have a mayor, a city assembly, and the usual city employees. Now, each of these is a public servant, and his principal duty is to protect the rights and privileges of the people. That's clear, isn't it?
Jim, I'm sure that Kathy doesn't care
Just a
about...
minute, Margaret. This is very interesting. What was that, Betty?
I was just clearing my throat, Father, so I can listen better.
It's high time this family took a little interest in something other than boyfriends and the price of hot fudge sundaes.
But I didn't ask it.
Never mind, Bud. I'm explaining about civics, and it's very interesting. Isn't it, Kathy?
Oh, sure.
It's up to the citizens of every community to see that their rights are protected. That's why we have elections, to keep the public servants on their toes. Now, take the mayor, for example. If we think the mayor is doing a bad job, we don't vote for him again. We throw him out, put somebody else in.
Betty, we'd better start clearing the table.
Okay.
Any time a public servant thinks he's bigger than the people, well, that's the time to watch out. Now, take this new highway. What right do they have to tear down the old meeting hall for a new highway? That's what I want to know.
Don't take the cake, Mom.
All right, dear.
I don't mind progress. But there's such a thing as sentiment, too. That building is a monument, and it holds precious memories for everyone in Springfield. But do they care? No. They're going to tear it down, build a road. And they didn't even have the decency to ask the people if that's what they wanted. Margaret.
Go ahead, dear. We're listening.
We've taken just about all we're going to take from that bunch of incompetents in the city hall. After the next election, they'll be out selling pencils on the street corners. And if they think... Kathy, will you please stop fidgeting?
But I don't understand something.
Well, I've made it perfectly clear.
I know, but what are Yonkers?
For crying out loud, Kathy, you can trust me, can't you?
You said you'd give it back to me on Monday, and this is Monday.
But you don't need the quarter.
I do, too.
Look, Kathy, why don't you just let me pay you the interest?
I want my quarter.
And next Monday, I'll give you the quarter and another nickel for interest.
I want my quarter.
Of all the stubborn...
It's Daddy. Now we'll see about...
Wait a minute.
Daddy!
Hello, sweetheart.
Here's your quarter.
How about the interest?
And another nickel, miser.
Thank you, Bud.
Well, what's going on in here?
Oh, not a thing, Dad.
If he's trying to borrow money, look out for him, Kathy. He's a slick one.
Oh, sure. You have to worry about her.
Jim,
I'll be right in, honey.
there's a letter for you next to the phone.
Oh, yes, I see it. Well, now, what do you suppose the mayor wants?
Maybe he wants you to help him with something.
Received your... Impertinence. What in the name of... Margaret!
Anything wrong, Dad?
I've never heard of anything... Margaret!
I'm coming, Jim.
Margaret, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Just a moment, dear.
I've been ordered to appear in the mayor's office tomorrow afternoon.
You've been ordered?
Yes, ordered. To explain the impertinence in my letter.
What letter?
I don't know. I didn't write any letter.
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
maybe he means my letter.
You mean you wrote a letter to the mayor?
Well, you said he had no right to tear down the meeting hall without asking you.
Oh, dear. Bud, tell Betty to turn the light off under the peas. We'll probably be quite a while.
Okay, Mom.
Kathy, why do you do things like that?
Well, I just said what you said.
I don't care what you said or I said. Little girls don't write letters to the mayor. It isn't done.
Why?
Because he's a busy man. He's got too many other things on his mind.
But you said he shouldn't build the road.
I know what I said, and I still say...
Jim, I'm sure you can straighten the whole thing out. Can't you?
I don't know. Why does he address it to me in the first place? I didn't write the letter.
Daddy.
If he wants me to speak to Kathy, I'll be glad to. The way he talks, you'd think I wrote it.
Daddy.
Yes, Kathleen.
Do mayors pay any attention to little girls?
Of course not. They don't even have time to pay attention to big girls.
That's what I thought.
What do you mean, that's what you thought?
Well, after I wrote the letter, I figured maybe if he found out I was only 9 years old, he wouldn't pay any attention to it.
So?
So, I signed your name.
Oh, no.
Well, that was a fine speech Father made at the dinner table, though Mother did seem to have some doubts. And yet there are some things every woman loves to hear at her dinner table. For instance,
Best cup of coffee I ever tasted.
you'd like to hear those words at your table, wouldn't you? Well, ma'am, tomorrow you can hear them, and from the world's greatest coffee expert. That's right, because the #1 expert is your husband. Of course, to the coffee trade, we're experts, too. After all, more people enjoy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. But the expert with the final say-so, he's that man of yours. And if you'll fill his cup with Maxwell House, we're mighty sure he'll say,
Best coffee I ever tasted.
In fact, if he doesn't, we'll give you your money back. That's how sure we are. You see, we know no coffee tastes like Maxwell House because no coffee's made like Maxwell House. That famous good to the last drop flavor comes from just one thing, our recipe. A recipe demanding certain fine coffees blended just so. And only Maxwell House has that recipe. So get a pound of Maxwell House tomorrow. Serve it to your husband. If he doesn't say, best coffee ever, why, just send us the can and unused portion, and we'll gladly refund the price you paid. Our address is right on every familiar blue tin. Tomorrow, see how much your husband, the world's greatest coffee expert, enjoys Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
An ancient Greek named Euripides is supposed to have said, "The gods visit the sins of the father upon the children." If that's what he said, Mr. Euripides had rocks in his head, or else he'd never run across a family named Anderson. With them, the shoe is generally on the other foot. And now, as they wait in the corridor outside the mayor's office, the shoe is definitely beginning to pinch. Like this.
Jim, the entire idea is completely ridiculous.
It is no such thing.
Making us drop everything we were doing just to come down here and sit.
Margaret, if he sees me in the bosom of my family...
Yes?
Well, maybe you'd rather visit me in the local jail.
Jim.
And bring me chocolate-covered hacksaws.
Jim Anderson, no one said you were going to be sent to jail.
How do you know? How can anybody know until we find out what that genius put in the letter?
All you have to do is explain to the mayor.
Kathy!
Did you call me, Daddy?
Oh, what are you doing?
I was reading a comic book. Why?
No, I was just, never mind.
Say, did you hear that, Dad? They're blasting for the new road. Boy, that was a pip, wasn't it?
Yes, it was fine. Where's Betty?
She's around someplace. Betty!
Bud!
Well, I just thought...
Bud, I brought you all along to prove that I'm a man of character and substance. But if you're going to stand outside the mayor's office and scream at the top of your lungs...
Did somebody call me?
Dad wants you.
Bud, please.
Margaret, I think they allow visitors in the jail on Wednesday.
Are we going in, Father?
No, we're not going in. I'm beginning to think your mother was right in the first place. I'll stand a much better chance if I go in alone.
What did we do?
Nothing. Nobody in this family ever does anything. You can get into more trouble than any 10 kids in Springfield, but it's a very strange thing. Nobody ever does anything.
I went down to the end of the hall to get a drink. What's wrong with that?
I didn't say there was anything wrong with it. I merely said...
I'm thirsty.
You stay right where you are.
But Betty got a drink and you didn't tell her.
Kathy.
She couldn't.
Margaret, in one more
I'll
minute...
speak to them, dear. Kathy? Betty? Bud? Bud?
Bud, come back here.
I just want to look out the window.
I said come back here.
Holy cow. All we do is sit around this old hall. How long do we have to stay here, anyway?
I haven't the faintest idea. Now, look, you may all think that this is very funny, but it isn't. I'm in a very serious predicament.
Why, Jim, as soon as you tell him that Kathy wrote the letter...
He's going to ask where she picked up the ideas. Don't you understand, honey? The mayor isn't a stupid man. He knows that children don't have political opinions. They're like parrots. They repeat whatever they hear.
Well, why don't you tell him I heard it on the radio?
You heard what on the radio?
That he's a crook.
Kathy, you didn't tell the mayor.
Oh, but Daddy said...
I never said he was a crook.
You didn't?
No. I may have said a lot of things, but I never said that he was a crook.
Well, I did.
Margaret.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes?
The mayor will see you now.
Thank you very much.
Jim, dear, everything's going to be all right.
The condemned man ate a hearty breakfast. Well, let's go.
Father.
Please, Betty, let's not say a word.
Not even if he asks us something?
Nobody's going to ask you anything. Just try to look human.
This way, please.
Are you sure you didn't say he was a crook?
Kathy.
Well, somebody did. I think.
That's the trouble with this family. Too many people try to think.
Your Honor?
Yes?
James Anderson and family.
Oh, come in. Come right in.
Your Honor...
Well, this is a very pleasant surprise. I hadn't anticipated 5 Andersons.
You see, Your Honor...
Now, that will be all, Bill. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, now, shall we all sit down and be comfortable?
Oh, well, thank you, Your Honor. You're very kind. All right, children.
Your Honor.
Your Honor, my father's a wonderful man.
But...
And every time he's been arrested, it hasn't been his fault.
Your Honor, I've never been arrested in my entire life.
Why, Father, don't you remember the time you thought the car was stolen and the police...
Betty.
Well, they said you were driving a stolen car.
It was my own car. It was a mistake.
Well, that's what Bud said.
Betty, please.
I'm just trying to help.
Your Honor.
Mr. Anderson, I received an amazing letter a few days ago.
I know, Your Honor, and I'd like to explain.
I heard you speak some time ago at a service club luncheon, didn't I?
Yes, I'm the president, Your Honor. But I'd like to...
At that time, you struck me as being a fairly intelligent man.
Thank you. You see, Your Honor...
not at all the sort of man who'd spell grafter with 2 T's.
Grafter?
Doesn't it have 2 T's?
No, dear. Just one.
Oh.
Your Honor, if you'll only let me explain...
There'll be lots of time for explanation. First, permit me to say that this was a very remarkable letter.
But
It contains some very pertinent information and a very valuable suggestion.
Your Honor, what I'm trying to say is... It did.
Oh, yes. I've already had several talks with the city council, and we are all agreed that your ideas are not only logical, but extremely helpful.
Well, I wouldn't go quite that far, Your Honor.
Aren't you going to tell him?
Kathleen, be quiet.
But Daddy said...
Kathy.
Gee whiz.
Now, for example, let's take the first point in your letter.
The first point?
Yes. Now, there is a very wise suggestion.
Your Honor, about the letter...
Daddy, he means the part about changing the meeting hall into a museum.
Oh, that part. Well, it was merely...
Outside of the miserable spelling, the atrocious punctuation, and the weirdest grammar I have ever encountered, the point was very well made.
Your Honor, what my husband has been trying to say...
Of course, the letter was obviously written by a child.
How does he know that?
And I'm quite sure I know which child.
Well...
You see, dear, there was no need to be upset.
The suggestions about the museum and the park to contain it are reflections of definitely adult thinking.
Well, it was just...
And so was the impertinence.
But, Your Honor...
If you think I'm a crook, say so. Don't hide behind your children's skirts.
I never said you were a crook. Never. I merely said that you were incompetent. Well, what I meant is...
Oh, you did you?
Well, Your Honor...
That's what it was. He said you were incompetent, and you ought to be out selling pencils.
Kathy!
Well, I knew it was something like that.
Now, see here, Anderson.
Your Honor...
Tell him what you're going to do to him next year, Daddy.
Kathy, will you please...
He's only a servant anyway. And if he doesn't stand on his toes, we're going to fire him.
Kathy, be quiet.
But you said he was a servant.
Kathy!
And you were going to throw him out and put somebody else in. And then you said...
Want me to sit on her, Mom?
Anytime the mayor thinks he's bigger than the people...
Let's both sit on her.
It's time somebody did something. And if he thinks he can get away with it...
Ow!
Bud!
She bit me.
Well, he had no right to put his hand over...
Your Honor, I'm very sorry about this whole thing, but you see, we were talking at dinner the other night.
I love my daddy.
Kathleen!
And nobody's going to put him in jail.
Kathy!
Even if it doesn't have a K.
What doesn't have a K?
Yonkers.
I'm beginning to be slightly confused.
Well, with my family, that's an occupational hazard. We've confused more people to the square inch than any 10 families in town. But I'd still like to explain...
There's only one thing I want you to explain. Why didn't you write this letter?
What?
You obviously had a great deal to say. Why didn't you say it to me?
Well, Your Honor, I wouldn't presume
Presume my foot.
Your Honor.
That's what I said, my foot. People vote for you, expect you to do a job for them, and then what do? Nothing.
But we didn't think it was our place to...
Well, whose place did you think it was? How can we do anything for you if you don't tell us what you want done?
Well, you were elected on a certain platform.
And I've held to it. You wanted a progressive administration, and you've had it.
Yeah.
We didn't want you to tear Springfield apart.
Then say so. Don't tell your children. Tell us.
Go ahead and tell them, Pop.
Well, go ahead.
All right. What do you want to know?
Why don't you like the new road?
I do. It's just that, well, you're tearing down more than just a building. You're destroying a whole page of Springfield's memory.
And you suggest that we turn it into a museum instead. Is that it?
Well, I thought you could move it a few blocks. There's a lot of vacant land east of the old meeting hall. And build a small park around it. Something like that.
Do you have any idea of the cost?
No, but the people...
Do you think the people would stand still for a bond issue to finance it?
I think so. After all, if it's part of Springfield tradition...
All right. Then we'll do something about it. Excuse me. Bill.
Yes, sir?
Call the papers. I want a special press conference in my office at 5 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Tell them it's about starting a campaign to save the old meeting hall for some of our sentimental citizens.
Yes, sir.
Now, is there anything else?
Well, our school gets out awful late.
Kathy.
Your Honor...
Do you still think I'm a crook and a grafter?
I never said that, Your Honor. I merely said that you were...
Incompetent.
Kathy, when we get home, remind me...
Anderson, we're here to do a job as best we know how. And it's up to you to see that we do it.
Or you'll be out selling pencils.
Kathleen, please.
Well, Daddy said...
Your Honor, all I ever said...
You said you'd vote me out of office, didn't you?
Well, yes, but...
Why don't you give me a chance? If you don't like what I'm doing, tell me. Don't let me find out about it at the polls. Then it's too late.
Your Honor, I merely said...
We want to do our job for you in the best possible manner. But we aren't mind readers. You've got to tell us when we're off on the wrong foot.
Well, if you'll just...
There's only one thing wrong with you, Anderson, and it's the same thing that's wrong with most of the people in this country. What you need is a good lesson in civics.
During the year ahead, every pound of coffee you buy, be sure of one thing. Be sure that you get the most in flavor for your money. And that's something the world's greatest coffee expert can help you find. Your husband. He's the expert we mean. Just serve him a cup of Maxwell House coffee. Then when he smiles and says, "Best coffee I ever tasted," you'll know Maxwell House has the flavor, that it's your coffee buy. Find out tomorrow. Bring home a friendly blue tin of Maxwell House coffee. Serve it to your husband. Listen to him praise that famous flavor. And then count all the truly good cups of coffee you get from each pound. At your own table, find out how much more you get for your money with Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Time goes by as time has a habit of doing. And once again, it's the dinner hour in the White Frame House on Maple Street. Considering that it's the Andersons, things are pretty calm. Well, for the moment at any rate. Like this.
Let me see. Bread, butter, cream. Betty!
Yes, Mother?
You'd better bring in some more spoons, dear.
Okay.
Dinner about ready, honey?
Just about.
Come on, Bud. Let's go upstairs and wash.
You bet. Say, Dad, you don't suppose they'll put our pictures in the paper, do you?
Why should they?
Well, I mean, after all the mayor said about the park...
Bud, I'm perfectly happy just staying out of jail.
Hi, everybody.
Kathy, where on earth have you been?
I was out. Why, is dinner ready?
Young lady, when you know it's dinner time, why don't you stay where we can find you?
But I had to go down to the corner.
What for?
I had to mail a letter to the president.
Oh, no.
At breakfast time, you don't have to say,
You children eat your cereal right this instant.
just say,
Hopalong Cassidy is crazy about hot wheat meal.
just a little psychology. Yes, to get your children to eat a hot cereal, just tell them Post Wheatmeal is Hopalong Cassidy's favorite hot cereal, and they'll eat it too. Post Wheatmeal is chock full of solid whole wheat nourishment, has a wonderful nut-like flavor, and it cooks in just 3.5 minutes.
You'll see, you'll all agree. It's the best hot cereal you ever ate. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Jack Webb and Dragnet. Good listening next on NBC.
The best coffee in the whole world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. Dame Fortune is a fickle gypsy, always blind and often tipsy. Sometimes for years and years together, she'll bless you with the sunniest weather. Then in a moment, presto, pass. Your joys are like the withered grass. Well, I don't know about you, but that's the way it is with me. And that's the way it is with the Jim Andersons of Springfield. In the white frame house on Maple Street, fortune is definitely a sometime thing. And good or bad, the Andersons never know quite what to expect. Like this.
Jim, have you seen this part of the paper?
Oh, yes. I've read all the ones that are on the floor. Just help yourself.
Well, thank you, dear. You're very kind.
Oh, it's practically nothing. I don't know why they don't pass some laws or something. Look at this, honey. 3 more accidents. 2 people killed just because everybody's in such an all-fired hurry. Where are they going, anyway?
Who, dear?
The drivers. Go tearing around, knocking people down.
Oh, Jim, look at this. They're recovering upholstered chairs at the Interior House for $35.50.
Good for them. When you think of the lives that are lost just because people are careless or thoughtless...
Jim.
I heard you, Margaret. They're recovering chairs, and I hope they'll be very happy.
$35.50 isn't much at all, and that rose chair in the living room...
Oh, honey, you're not going to start that again, are you?
Well...
There's nothing wrong with the rose chair, and I don't see why you keep on insisting.
The rose chair is a disgrace, and you know it.
It is not. It looks homey, that's all.
It's frayed, faded, and feeble. And if that's your idea of homey...
I like furniture that looks as if it's been lived in.
By people or elephants.
Margaret, we've been through this a dozen times, and, well, I'd prefer not to discuss it right now.
We're through with the dishes, Mother. Is there anything else?
Yes, will you please tell your father that the rose chair in the living room is a disgrace?
The rose chair in the living room is a disgrace. Anything else?
Yes. Tell your mother I like it fine, just the way it is.
He likes it fine. Aren't you two talking to each other?
Not when it comes to chairs.
Leave me alone, will you? I don't want to guess.
But you have to. What good's a riddle if nobody tries to guess?
A man tries to read a paper and you'd think it was a crime against humanity. Night after night, day after day, all I have to do is sit down...
Dad, make Kathy leave me alone, will you, please?
I wasn't doing anything.
Well, whatever you weren't doing, stop it.
But I just want him to guess. Father, she's been driving us crazy with those horrible riddles all night. They aren't either horrible.
Kathy, if Betty and Bud don't want to play...
Play, Mother.
Wait a minute. There's nothing wrong with a few harmless riddles. And if that's all it takes to make your sister happy...
But you don't know her, Dad. She never stops.
I do, too, stop.
Now, Bud, let's not argue. After all, Kathy's happiness is very important.
It is?
I don't know what that means, but it's leading up to something.
What is it that has 18 legs and flies?
A baseball team. Margaret. Exactly what did you mean by that last crack?
You aren't supposed to guess it right away.
Not now, Kathy.
But...
I said not now.
Gee whiz.
One riddle and he quits.
Never mind, Bud.
Well?
What, dear?
What was the deep significance behind that last remark?
About Kathy?
Mm-hmm.
Why, not a thing, dear. I think it's wonderful of you to be so concerned over her happiness, that's all.
That's all, huh?
Of course. Naturally, making other people happy isn't important.
Margaret.
Even if it takes only a small thing like having the rose chair recovered.
But I've explained to you 1,000 times.
Are we going to have that old chair recovered?
No, dear. We like it just as it is.
What's black and white and red all over?
Margaret, if it means that much to you, have it recovered.
Why, Jim?
Have everything recovered.
Can I get a new bed, Mom?
What's black and white and red all over?
Mine goes way down in the middle.
If he's going to get a new bed, why can't I? I haven't had a new bed since I was 9 years old.
Nobody said anything about a new bed.
But just got through saying it.
But I didn't say you could have one.
You said to have everything recovered. And how can you recover an old bed?
What's black and white and red all over?
A newspaper. But not around here.
Couldn't you guess something else before you guess newspaper?
Bud?
It sagged so much in the middle, I'm practically sleeping on the floor.
The doorbell rang.
Joe Phillips had a book on physical culture, and you know what it said?
Bud.
It said you can't get any sleep in a bed that sags in the middle. And mine sags in the middle.
Sleep. To get any more sleep, he'd have to be dead.
Well, you can't say that about me. I hardly sleep at all.
You're another one. If you spent half as much time doing anything else, you'd be a genius.
Jim, everyone has to sleep.
Nobody said they didn't.
What has 50 eyes and can't see?
But just because you want one chair recovered, all of a sudden everybody needs a new bed.
Daddy.
We don't have to worry about money. Haven't you heard? We're the rich Andersons. Why don't we just go out and buy new furniture every week?
Dear, no one said anything about getting new furniture.
What has 50 eyes and can't see?
I suppose beds aren't furniture.
I know, dear, but the children weren't really serious.
Why weren't we? Well?
What?
What has 50 eyes and can't see?
A potato, and leave me alone.
Gee whiz.
Who was it, Bud?
It was a moving man. He said he wanted to move the furniture.
Oh, that's fine. You've already called the moving man.
We did no such thing.
It's okay, Dad. He said he guessed he had the wrong house.
I don't know. It's gotten so that... Kathy, what are you doing?
Turning on the radio.
Well, turn it off. Don't you think it's noisy enough around here?
But I want to hear people are foolish.
Actually, they aren't moving men at all. They're two
Kathy, your father's right. Please.
Wait a minute, Margaret.
But you said...
Honey, please.
They have a regular moving van with them, and they're going to try to talk somebody out of his or her furniture.
Jim.
Margaret, listen.
For every piece of furniture these contestants succeed in moving out of the house, our sponsors, the Fuller Furniture Company, will pay $10. And to the lucky and unsuspecting householder, now listen to this.
We're listening.
The Fuller Furniture Company will replace each and every article removed with a brand new piece from its $1 million stock of quality furnishings. Yes, sir.
Jim, where are you going?
Those were the moving men. They were just here.
But what are you going to do?
Do? You can stop worrying about the rose chair, honey. We're going to get new furniture for the whole house. Hey!
Now that the holiday season is over, it's time to get back to the everyday business of living.
What did the boy say when the bee stung him?
Ow!
Right.
But...
Well, she stuck me with a pin.
Kathy...
It's a riddle, Daddy.
Don't you kids realize that this is important? Those lunk-headed contestants took so long to move the stuff out, they'll probably miss the end of the show, and we'll get nothing back but our old furniture.
But I didn't do anything, Dad.
Bud, be quiet, will you?
Jim, do you think it was wise to give them all the beds?
Of course. There's no sense in doing a thing halfway.
But what if they don't bring the new ones tonight?
They have to bring them. Don't you remember? The announcer said they'd immediately replace everything they removed.
I hope you're right, dear.
What has 4 legs and whistles?
2 sailors. And look, Kathy.
Gee whiz, why do you have to know all the answers?
Because whether you believe it or not, I was once 9 years old myself.
Jim, I think he's going to say something.
Well, it's about time. All he does is talk. Never says anything.
Well, I think we'll have time for 1 or 2 more contestants before... No, wait a minute. Here they are. The moving men are back.
They made it. They're back.
Bud, will you please
Turn it
be
up a little,
still?
Betty, please.
Okay.
Tell me, did you boys have any luck?
Oh, we had a terrible time, Mr. Foreman. It was just awful.
Yeah, awful.
Why, those ungrateful...
Jim.
We must have gone to a dozen places. And one guy even said he'd sick the dog on us.
Yeah, the dog.
Why doesn't he tell them about us, the knucklehead?
Well, didn't you show the people your moving van?
Oh, sure. But they said they didn't care if we had 10 of them.
Yeah, 10 of them.
They'll have to go off the air in a minute. Why doesn't he tell them?
You mean then that you couldn't talk anyone into letting you take their furniture?
Take their furniture? I'm glad I'm alive.
Yeah, alive.
Margaret, they took practically all the furniture out of the whole house.
I know, dear.
Well, I'm awfully sorry. But as a consolation prize and for being such good sports, the Fuller Furniture Company wants you both to have...
We'll just see about that right now.
What are you going to do, Jim?
I'm going to call the station. I'll show them they can't pull a stunt like that on me and get away with it. They said they'd replace the furniture, and they're going to replace it if I have to go down there and... Hello? Now, look, this is James Anderson of 607 Maple Street. And when those men took my furniture, I'm not mistaken, I tell you. They drove up in a moving van and... Well, no, they didn't say they were from the station. They gave me some cockeyed story about losing the slip, and... You did? I see. Well, thank you very much.
What did he say, Jim?
It's, well, the man said he traveled with the 2 contestants the whole time, and,
Yes?
Well, they never came near Maple Street.
Oh, no.
Jim.
Holy cow.
I got a riddle I bet you can't answer. What happened to our furniture?
Kathy's so right. Her riddle probably has Father's stop cold. And yet there are times when the man of the house does have the answers. For instance, ladies, when it comes to coffee, that husband of yours is the world's greatest expert. Yes, the #1 expert on coffee is that man of yours. Of course, your grocer will say we're the experts. He knows more people enjoy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. But when you pour the coffee, the expert you want to please is your husband. And tomorrow, if you'll fill his cup with Maxwell House coffee, we're sure he'll smile and say, "Wonderful. Best coffee ever." In fact, we're so sure we'll give you your money back if he doesn't. You see, we know no coffee tastes like Maxwell House because no coffee's made like Maxwell House. In all the world, there's only one recipe for that famous good to the last drop flavor. A recipe demanding certain coffees blended just so. And only Maxwell House has that recipe. With this in mind, get Maxwell House tomorrow. Serve it to your husband. If he doesn't say, "Best coffee ever," just send us the can and unused portion, and we'll gladly refund the price you paid. Our address is right on every familiar blue tin. Fair enough, isn't it? So tomorrow, serve the world's greatest expert coffee we're sure he's bound to enjoy. Tomorrow, serve your husband Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It isn't much later in Springfield. Matter of fact, it isn't much later anywhere. But Springfield's the place we're worried about. You see, the white frame house on Maple Street has never seemed roomier or more spacious. But then houses always seem roomier and more spacious when most of the furniture is missing, don't they?
Now, just a minute, Margaret. Let's all calm down and see if we can't figure this thing out.
I knew something was going to happen. I just knew it.
That's always a great help. If you knew something was going to happen, why didn't you tell me? Why keep it a secret?
I'm sorry, dear. I shouldn't have said that.
Women always know what's going to happen, right after it happens.
I said I was sorry.
There's a perfectly simple solution to the whole thing. We'll just call the moving company and have them bring stuff back.
What moving company?
The one that took the furniture.
What if they were crooks?
Oh, Kathy.
What if they were hijackers and they're peddling hot furniture all over town?
Kathy, go to bed.
But how can
I said go to bed.
What bed?
Yours. Quite right, Kathy. What bed?
Father, I know it sounds ridiculous, but what if Kathy is right? Maybe they were crooks.
That's the silliest thing I've ever heard. Of all the houses in Springfield, why would they pick this one?
They didn't pick anything, dear. We chased them down the street, remember?
Well, yes, but Bud, haven't you found that book yet?
I think it's in the hall closet.
Well, hurry up. As soon as Bud finds the phone book, we'll look in the classified section, and that'll be that.
What'll be what?
We'll call the company and get our furniture back.
Father, I've been trying to tell you, we don't know the name.
We certainly do. Kathy said she saw it on the side of the truck.
And I did. It said coast to coast. So there.
Betty, I wish you'd learn to... Coast to coast.
And the driver's name was Mike.
Kathy, they're all marked coast to coast. That's where they go.
They do?
What was the other name?
What other name?
On the side of the truck.
Oh. I don't know.
Good grief.
Well, at least there's one bright side to the picture. We'll get brand new furniture from the insurance company, won't we, dear?
I've been thinking about that, Margaret, and it isn't quite as bright as you might think.
We do have burglary insurance, don't we?
Oh, yes, but where was the burglary?
Why, those men just marched right in here and took the whole...
They didn't take anything, honey. We gave it to them. We practically pushed it out the door.
You mean we can't put in a claim?
I'm afraid not.
Oh, Jim.
My beautiful bed.
You see, Margaret, now it's a beautiful bed. 2 hours ago, she couldn't sleep in it. But now it's a beautiful bed.
Well, I was used to it.
Here's the phone book, Dad. It was under the galoshes.
Well, naturally, that's the most logical place in the house to keep a phone book.
Jim, why don't we call the police?
I don't know, honey. I suppose we should, but let's call a couple of the storage companies first.
There aren't many, just 8.
That's all, just 8.
But, dear, if we call the police...
Margaret, if you don't mind, I'd rather try to find the furniture myself first. Somehow, I'm not particularly anxious to advertise this little escapade.
I'm sleepy.
Now, let's not start that, Kathleen.
But I am.
Jim, it's getting late, and we've got to do something about the children.
I'll start calling right away.
Well, tell them we've got to have the beds tonight, even if they can't deliver anything else.
Suppose you let me find the company first. It's going to be so easy. Probably turn out to be the last company in the book, which means I got to sound like a congenital idiot to half the... Hello? AC Movers? This is James Anderson, 607 Maple Street. Yeah, I know you're closed, but I just want you to tell me... I don't want you to move any furniture. I want to know if you already have. No, you weren't supposed to. Look, I know it sounds queer, but our furniture was picked up by a couple of men. One of them was tall and had sandy hair, and... Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't know what company. Now, listen, there's no need to be insulting about it. I merely want you... But why can't you... Hello? Hello? Fine.
What did he say, dear?
Let's just say that he's not a gentleman.
Did they have the furniture, Father?
It was the night watchman, and he didn't know anything about anything.
Jim, if all the storage companies are closed...
Honey, I'm doing everything I possibly can.
Holy cow.
What's the matter with you?
Just when I got my bed nice and broken in.
Nice and... You said your bed sagged.
Well, sure, but it sagged where I sag.
Bud, we'll just have to make the best of it for the time being.
But where are we going to sleep?
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to see what we can arrange with the neighbors.
Honey.
Bud, how would you like to spend the night with Joe Phillips?
Say, that'd be keen.
And I can sleep next door at Patty's.
Margaret, if you'll just
Betty,
listen.
why don't you call Janie Liggett and see if you can't stay with her tonight?
I'd rather die.
Margaret, why don't we just...
Why, Betty, you've stayed at Janie's dozens of times.
Not because we didn't have any furniture.
Look, if you'll just let me say
I'm
something...
sure if you explain to Janie.
Explain what? That my father gave away all the beds? Who'd believe a silly thing like that?
Now, wait a minute.
She'll tell everybody on the campus, and I'll be the laughingstock of the whole school.
Listen to me, young lady. This whole thing was as much your idea as it was mine.
Jim.
Father, how can you say that?
I was perfectly happy with our furniture, just the way it was.
Jim, this is not the
Wasn't
time...
my idea to have the rose chair recovered, was it? You didn't hear me making any complaints about my bed.
Well, I wasn't the one who started it. Bud did.
Betty.
Me? All I said was my bed sagged in the middle, that's all.
Shall I take my blue pajamas?
It doesn't really matter whose fault it was. We've just
It certainly
got to
does matter whose fault it was.
Jim.
You wanted new furniture, and I was trying to get it for you. Now, if you're going to turn the whole thing around and blame it on me...
No one's blaming it on you, dear.
They certainly are.
Shall I take my blue pajamas?
If I hear one more complaint out of anybody, but one more complaint, so help me out... Well, let's not have any more complaints, that's all.
I better call Joe, huh?
You stay right where you are.
But, Dad, Mom
Margaret, Betty's right. If this thing gets around the neighborhood, we might as well move out of town.
But, dear, it wasn't our fault.
That's what I mean. So why do anything we'll be sorry about tomorrow? Why can't we, sleep here tonight?
Sleep here?
There aren't any beds.
What's that got to do with it? Did the Pilgrim Fathers sleep on beds?
They certainly did.
Well, let's put it another way. We're Americans, raised in the tradition of adventure and free enterprise. The hardy pioneers traveling in their covered wagons across the wide prairies. Did they worry about beds?
Now we're going to play cowboys and Indians.
Just a minute, Bud.
I don't want to play cowboys and Indians.
Kathy?
I want to go over to Patty's.
Well, you can't.
Well, you can't blame Kathy, dear. It's long past her bedtime, and the poor child is exhausted.
Well, why doesn't she go to sleep?
Where?
Right here.
On the floor, I suppose.
Well, what's wrong with that? There's a nice soft rug.
Holy cow.
Now, Kathy, listen to me.
I want to sleep at Patty's.
No, you don't. Not really. Why would you want to go over there?
All they've got is beds.
Never mind, Betty.
Jim, you aren't serious.
Of course I am. It won't be bad, honey. As a matter of fact, it'll be a lot of fun. We'll build a fire in the fireplace. We've got all those pads from the swing and the porch furniture. They'll make wonderful beds.
There's an air mattress in the attic.
Sure, we've got all kinds of things. Blankets, pillows, things the pioneers never had.
You mean we'll be pioneers?
That's right. We'll be the stalwart Andersons, camping out in the middle of the plains.
With the Indians howling and the coyotes yowling?
Kathy, go upstairs and get your blue pajamas.
And the deer and the antelope playing?
Bud, call Joe and tell him you'll be right over.
But, Dad
Margaret, if you'll just listen.
I've done all the listening I intend to.
But there's no
And I
reason.
have no intention of sleeping on the floor.
Honey, I guarantee that after the first 5 minutes...
Bud, will you please do as I ask?
I have to answer the door.
Well, answer it.
That's what I was going to do.
Mother, couldn't we please...
We are not going to sleep on the floor like a bunch of savages. Just because you and your father have a ridiculous notion about false pride.
Pride has nothing to do with it. Why, we hadn't the faintest idea.
It's back, Dad.
Huh?
The furniture's back.
Jim!
There, you see? I told you there was nothing to worry about.
Mr. Anderson?
We're right in here.
Jim, I'm so relieved.
I'm going outside, Dad.
Wait for me, Bud. I want to help, too. Creepers. Now I have to sleep in that old bed again.
Betty, if I hear one more word...
Mr. Anderson, I gotta hand it to you. What a joker.
Well, why don't we talk about it while we're bringing in the...
Yeah, I've been moving furniture for 20 years. And this is the first time I ever pick up the wrong load.
It's very amusing.
Yeah, we drove it clear out to Plainville. And when we got there, the guy tells me I got the wrong stuff.
Look, if we can just...
Laugh, I tell you, I almost died. 28 miles, and we got the wrong furniture.
I don't think he's well.
I know it's very funny, but...
Well, now, wait a minute. You ain't heard the best part yet. You know that rose-colored chair?
Yes?
Well, it got caught on a nail. Now we ripped the whole back.
He probably has hysterics at a funeral.
But you don't have to worry. We got insurance. We'll have the whole thing fixed up, and it won't cost you $8.
Well, that's more like
it. Oh, here's your bill.
Bill? For what?
Look at it. It's the silliest looking bill I ever made out in all my
What do you mean, bill?
$50 for moving furniture from Maple Street to Maple Street by way of Playbill.
Oh, no.
Tomorrow or Saturday, the very next time you buy coffee, set your mind on one thing, on coffee that gives you the most in flavor for your money. Now, there's an expert ready to help you find that coffee, the world's greatest coffee expert. Yes, ma'am, your husband, he's the expert we mean. Just pour him a cup of Maxwell House coffee, and when he smiles and says,
"Best coffee I ever tasted,"
you'll know Maxwell House has the most in flavor. You'll know it's your best coffee buy. Tomorrow, bring home a pound of Maxwell House. See how much your husband enjoys every cup. Then count all the truly good cups of coffee you get from every pound. We think you'll agree. You do get more flavor for your money. Your money's worth and more with Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It's midnight now in the Anderson household, and events lead us to venture a small bit of philosophy. Children are hard to understand. For that matter, so are girls. But when you come up with a girl child, brother, that's it. Like this.
Mother, I can't do a thing with her. She just sits there and yowls.
Poor angel. This whole thing's been too much for her.
She needs a couple of good whacks. That's what she needs.
Never mind, Bud.
Margaret, what's going on up there?
Oh, it's all right, dear. We just have a little problem with Kathy.
See if you can do something. She'll wake up the whole neighborhood.
Jim, maybe you'd better speak to her.
All right, if you think it'll do any good.
All this excitement tonight. I'm afraid she's emotionally upset.
She needs a couple of good whacks. That's what she needs.
You just said that.
Well, she does.
Why aren't you kids in bed?
Who can sleep with that?
Jim, we've tried everything, and all she does is wail.
She won't even stay in bed.
Okay. Give me my chair and a whip, and I'll see what I can do. Well, what seems to be the trouble up here, young lady?
She doesn't seem to have a fever.
Everything's going to be all right, sweetheart. Just tell Daddy what it's all about.
I want to be a
At breakfast time, you don't have to say,
You children eat your cereal right this instant.
just say,
Hopalong Cassidy is crazy about hot wheatmeal.
just a little psychology. Yes, to get your children to eat a hot cereal, just tell them Post Wheatmeal is Hopalong Cassidy's favorite hot cereal, and they'll eat it too. Post Wheatmeal is chock full of solid whole wheat nourishment, has a wonderful nut-like flavor, and it cooks in just 3.5 minutes. You'll see, you'll all agree, it's the best hot cereal you ever ate.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargee and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. In the third act of Romeo and Juliet, the fair Miss Capulet comes up with a dilly. Was ever book containing such vile matter so fairly bound, she asks. You know what she meant? Don't judge a book by its cover, that's all. Well, in Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons aren't quite as flowery as Juliet. But they're going to be given a treat just the same in the fine art of judging books and other things, like this. Margaret, I'm home. Margaret!
But I had to, Mother. There wasn't anything else I could do.
What's going on in here? Didn't you hear me call?
I'm sorry, dear. We didn't know you'd come in.
Hello, Hi, Daddy.
Hello. I've been standing in the hall for 10 minutes screaming my head off.
Well, we seem to have a little problem.
Father, I couldn't help it. Really, I couldn't.
What did she do now?
She's in love.
Kathy.
Mush, that's all it is. Just plain mush.
Never mind, Bud.
Margaret, I may be a little dense, but since when does Betty falling in love constitute a problem?
Father.
She changes boyfriends like I change my socks.
Jim, the problem is not Betty's new boyfriend.
Well, Kathy just said...
I said she was in love, and she is.
Why don't you mind your own business?
I do. I mind everybody's business.
Mush, that's all it is. Mush.
Bud, if that's the most you can add to the general conversation...
Well, holy cow, Dad, I'm hungry.
Well, we'll have dinner in a very few minutes, but not until your father knows what Betty has done.
Done? You make it sound like I've robbed the bank.
Has she?
Father.
And stop saying father.
Jumping creepers.
That's better.
Jim.
Honey, give me the horrible details of Betty's latest crime, and let's eat.
She invited the Van Nortons to Sunday dinner.
Fine. Now, if it's... Who?
The Van Nortons.
The Van Nortons?
The Van Nortons.
What did she do that for?
I told you, Father, I couldn't help it.
She thinks he's gorgeous.
I do not.
Oh, you told Janie Liggett he was.
I never did.
Kathy?
Oh, you did, too. You took the phone into the hall closet, and you thought I couldn't hear. And you told Janie that...
Mother.
All right, girls, that'll be enough.
But, Father...
I said that'll be enough.
Daddy.
Yes?
She said he was gorgeous.
Mush, that's all it is. Mush.
Look, as long as we're getting into this thing, let's start from the beginning. Who is gorgeous?
Roger Van Norton. Only I never said he was.
She did, too.
Kathy, you stay out of this.
Yes, Daddy.
When I want you to tell me something, I'll ask you.
Yes, Daddy.
All right.
But she did.
Margaret.
There's nothing very complicated about it, Jim. Roger Van Norton and Betty have been seeing quite a bit of one another at school.
He has a convertible.
Well, if it isn't complicated, what's the problem?
It gets complicated later.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Betty invited Roger to dinner.
Well, only because he said he thought it'd be nice.
I see. He's the subtle kind.
He's a drip.
Mother, if you don't make them stop...
Bud, when you have as much money as the Van Nortons, you can't be a drip.
He's a rich drip.
He is one of the nicest boys in the whole school.
And he's coming to dinner.
With his family.
And his convertible.
That's the part I don't understand.
The convertible?
The family.
I don't understand any of it.
It wasn't my idea, Father, about the family. He said he thought it'd be nice.
What would?
If we met.
I thought you knew him.
She means the families, dear.
Oh, not the convertibles.
We don't have a convertible.
That was a joke, Dopey.
What was?
What Dad said.
It was?
It was his kind of a joke.
Oh.
Well, now that that's all straightened out, may I ask just one more question? What's the problem?
Father, we just told you.
Look, let's make believe I just got back from a long trip into the heart of the African jungle.
Jim.
We haven't seen one another in almost 8 years. And I say, what's the problem? Now, what do you say?
Hello, Daddy.
Happy.
Well, he said we hadn't seen him in 8 years.
Jim, it's really very simple. The whole problem is the rose chair in the living room.
I think I'll go back to the jungle.
Father, you've never seen the Van Nortons' house. It has a swimming pool and a tennis court.
I still don't see...
And 6 bedrooms.
What's that got to do with the rose chair in the living room? Being repaired, isn't it?
They brought it back today.
All right. If they didn't do a good job, make them do it over.
Well, they did a wonderful job, dear. It looks just like new.
And it makes everything else look awful.
Wait a minute. You mean because we have one chair recovered, we've got to have the whole house done over?
Oh, no, dear.
Well...
Just the living room.
Now, just a minute. If Betty wants to invite the Van Nortons over for dinner, that's all right.
Bud.
I'm as broad-minded as anybody. Just because the Van Nortons are the richest people in Springfield, that doesn't mean they aren't as good as anyone else. They might very easily be.
The doorbell rang.
But when you tell me I've got to have the whole living room done over, well, that's carrying things a little too far.
Jim.
The doorbell rang.
As far as I'm concerned, the living room looks fine. And if anybody thinks I'm going to change it, they've got another thing coming.
The doorbell rang. But it just needs a little paint.
Bud, didn't you hear the doorbell?
Sure.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Betty shook her head.
Margaret, I don't know what's gotten into these children. I swear I don't. They don't even make sense.
I didn't do anything.
Bud, see who's at the door.
Why blame it on me? I didn't shake my head. It was Betty.
Jim, I think there's something you ought to know.
I think there are a lot of things I ought to know.
Father, promise you won't make a scene.
About what?
The decorator.
What decorator?
The one who rang the bell.
You sent for a decorator?
Mom, it's Mr. Worthington.
Oh, dear. Tell him we'll be right in.
Tell him to go away.
Jim, please.
Honey, I told you in the very beginning.
Betty, why don't you and Kathy go into the living room and entertain Mr. Worthington?
But I want to tell Father.
I'll tell your father everything he needs to know. Now, go ahead.
Come on, Kathy. Why don't we have everything painted black so it won't show the dirt? Stop touching everything.
Now.
Margaret, in the first place...
In the first place, Jim Anderson, you've got to realize that we have a definite obligation to our children.
I never said that we didn't, but...
And when the recognized social leaders of our town show an interest in our daughter, the very least we can do is make the best possible impression.
Well, sure, but...
For her sake.
Margaret, if we've got to get new furniture and repaint the whole house every time we want to make a good impression...
No one said anything about new furniture.
You said...
And no one mentioned repainting the whole house.
Then why did you call Worthington? He's the most expensive decorator in Springfield. He won't look at a job that's under $500.
Well?
You mean we're going to spend $500 on the living room?
It shouldn't be much more than that.
More? On one room?
Jim, you have no idea how expensive good painters have become.
Who's he going to hire, Michelangelo?
Of course, if you don't want your daughter to meet the right sort of people...
That isn't the point. I'm as good a father as anybody in Springfield. But $500 for one room? Why don't we do it ourselves?
Jim, that's ridiculous, and you know it.
Why is it? We can get a few cans of paint and a couple of brushes and have it finished in no time at all. What's ridiculous about that?
But every time you've offered to paint anything in the past...
This is different. We can all pitch in and help. $500. There isn't that much paint in the whole state.
Oh, dear. Now I don't know what to do.
Honey, please, as a favor to me, let's do it my way. Just this once.
You won't get tired right in the middle of a wall.
Of course not.
You'll use just the colors I choose?
I'll paint the room lavender and puce, if that's what you want.
I still think we ought to let Mr. Worthington...
Margaret, look, I won't even go into the office tomorrow. I'll buy the paint and some new brushes, and I'll spend the whole day doing just what you want me to do.
Well, all right, Jim. But remember, if you do one little
Margaret,
thing...
so help me, when I'm finished, you'll be the happiest woman in Springfield.
I hope so. Now, you'd better tell Mr. Worthington we've changed our minds.
We've changed our minds. I never wanted him in the first place.
Jim, if you're going to be difficult about it...
Okay, if that's the way you feel.
Mommy, Mr. Worthington says he has to talk to you about colors.
Your father's going right in, aren't you, dear?
Yes. Into the Valley of Death, March the 600.
Who?
Never mind, dear. Your father's being funny.
Again?
I never saw it to fail. Anytime there's an unpleasant job, I have to do it. I never wanted the guy in the very beginning.
Mother, did it work? Did he say he would?
Your father starts painting in the morning.
Oh, Mother, you're a genius.
Oh, it wasn't anything, really.
But how did you do it? Last time he swore he'd never paint another thing as long as he lived.
Well, it's very simple, dear. You just use the same thing that wives have been using on husbands for thousands and thousands of years. Child psychology.
When it comes to psychology, Mother may well be the family genius. But there are times when the man of the house is well worth listening to. Yes, and when he says,
"Best coffee I ever tasted."
Why, those words should warm your heart. Because when it comes to coffee, that husband of yours has a mighty important title. Yes, ma'am, he's the world's greatest coffee expert. Of course, you might call us experts, too. More families do enjoy our Maxwell House than any other brand. But when you pour the coffee, the expert with the final word, he's your husband. And tomorrow, if you'll serve him Maxwell House, we're sure he'll beam and say,
"Best coffee I ever tasted."
In fact, if he doesn't, we'll give you your money back. We're that sure. You see, no other coffee has that wonderful good to the last drop flavor. Because no other coffee has our famous Maxwell House recipe. A recipe demanding certain special coffees blended just so. That's right, no coffee tastes like Maxwell House, because no coffee's made like Maxwell House. So tomorrow, get a pound of our coffee. Fill your husband's cup with Maxwell House. If he doesn't say, "Best coffee ever," why, just send us the can and unused portion, and we'll gladly refund every penny you paid. Our address is right on every familiar blue tin. That's our story. Tomorrow, then, won't you serve your expert coffee with the world's most famous flavor? Serve your husband Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
There's an old Dutch proverb that says, "Paint costs nothing. Such are its preserving qualities." Well, that's a fine slogan for the people who sell the stuff, but they better not mention it to Jim Anderson. It's Sunday in Springfield, and paint is a pretty sore subject in the white frame house on Maple Street. At any rate, it's going to be very shortly, like this.
All right, Bud, shove the couch a little toward me. Okay, that's fine. Now, does that cover it, Kathy?
Yes, Daddy.
How about the spot near the fireplace?
We'll hang a picture over it.
We used up all the pictures for the other spots.
Well, we'll get another picture. Are there any left in your room, Bud?
Nope, or in yours either.
I don't know. How could one small child make such a large mess in such a short time?
I don't think it looks bad. I kind of like it.
When your mother gets back, well, I hate to think of it.
I didn't know it wasn't the same color paint. It said green.
Why didn't you just leave it the way it was?
I don't know.
I'll bet we've got more pictures in our living room than anybody in Springfield.
When the Van Nortons get here, they won't know if this is the Andersons or the American Museum of Art.
Maybe Mommy won't notice it.
Now, there's a brilliant thought. Maybe if we stand in the middle of the room and put lampshades over our heads, she won't notice us. Where are you going?
To get a lampshade.
Come back here. And keep your hands off the wall.
Yes, Daddy.
You know, Dad, I still think it doesn't look too bad, if you like pictures.
I like pictures as well as anybody, but I still think we ought to be able to see the wall.
Daddy.
Oh, it's all right, kitten. I'll explain the whole thing to your mother.
I better get out of here.
You stay right where you are.
But I just remembered a date I forgot.
Well, forget you remembered it.
Jim, we got the loveliest flowers.
Oh, that's fine, dear. We're in this together, and we'll stay in it together.
Father, is the blue vase in the living room?
Yes. Practically everything's in the living room.
May I stand in back of you, Daddy? Please?
Now, no one's going to hurt you, Kathy.
Jim, you have never seen such beautiful flowers in your... Jim.
Now, just take it easy, honey, and I'll explain the whole thing. You see...
But you better grab some of these before they...
sit down, Betty, while I tell you what happened. You see...
My living room. What have you done to my living room?
Well, why don't we think of it as our living room? Then it won't hurt you.
Mommy's gonna spank me.
A half hour. I haven't been gone more than a half hour, and look what you've done to this room.
Oh, Bud, how could you?
Me?
Just because you don't like Roger Van Norton.
Oh, Kathy, stop it.
All I did was carry pictures and move furniture. Why blame it on me?
Kathy, please. Now, will someone please tell me the meaning of this art gallery?
I was just trying to fix it, Mommy.
She made a little smudge, Margaret. That's all she did.
A smudge?
With her basketball. So she got a can of paint to touch it up. And that made another smudge.
You mean in back of each of those pictures is a smudge?
Well, not exactly. Some of them are drips.
Well, you know what it means. We'll have to do the entire wall over.
I know, honey, but we can't do it today. And I thought while the Van Nortons were
We
here...
can't let them see this. Why, they'd think we were out of our minds.
I've got news for you. They'd be right.
I don't think it looks so bad. It's kind of cheerful.
The only boy in the whole school with a convertible, and you have to do this.
Bud, push the couch back where it belongs.
You won't like it, Mom.
Why don't we just leave everything the way it is? And then tomorrow...
There can't be a smudge that big.
No, but... Well, you see, I didn't know Kathy had the paint can on the chair.
Jim, you didn't.
Of course not. I stepped in it, that's all. But you see, when it tipped over...
You mean it's all over the floor?
Just under the couch, honey. But we can take care of that in...
Why didn't you hang some pictures on the ceiling?
Because the paint didn't splash that high. Look, it's only on this one wall, Margaret, and if you'll just listen to reason...
I've listened all I intend to listen. Kathy, take these flowers into the kitchen.
Yes, Mommy. I just wanted to help. That's all I wanted to do.
Bud, go up to the attic and get some more pictures.
More?
You'll find them in the box marked blankets.
But, Mom, if we
And stop arguing.
I wasn't arguing, but if you put any more pictures... Holy cow.
Honey, don't you think we've got enough pictures now? If we put up any
We've
more...
got to balance the ones you put up. As long as you've got them clear to the floor, we'll have to put them clear to the ceiling.
But who looks at pictures up there?
The same people who crawl on the floor to look at them down there.
Well, all right, honey, if that's the way you want it.
Mother, they're here.
Oh, no, they can't be.
Let's all hide in the cellar, and maybe they'll go away.
What are we going to do?
Jim, you've got to keep them out of here.
Okay, where'd you put my shotgun?
Jim.
Well, you said...
Will you please let them in?
You just said to keep them out.
Out of the living room.
Oh, how do I do that?
Take them into the den. Take them anywhere, but don't let them in here.
Oh, okay. Come on, Betty.
Mother.
Go ahead, dear. I'll be in just a few minutes.
Father, what if they go right in?
Very simple. We'll just hit them over the head with a meat cleaver.
Father.
All right, Betty. Let's, smile.
I wish I were dead.
Well, hello.
Hello, Mr. Anderson.
Hello, Roger.
Hi, Betty.
Come on in. No sense standing out there in the cold.
Oh, well, Mr. Anderson, we feel this is quite an imposition.
It's no such thing. Why, we've been looking forward to seeing you.
Go on in, Roger. No one's going to bite you.
Hello, Mr. Anderson.
Father, this is Roger.
You know, I had a sneaking suspicion that's who it might be. Glad to know you, son.
And I'm his old man.
I suspected that, too.
Well, now that we know who everybody is, let's go someplace and sit down.
Just let me have your things, and we can all go into the den and be comfortable.
Roger, why don't you help Mr. Anderson like a good boy? Mom. Oh, I keep forgetting. He isn't a good boy anymore. He's a young man.
Well, whatever it is, let's go sit down.
Mr. Van Norton.
Tilly, I told you in the very beginning I didn't want to wear these shoes.
Please, dear.
Oh, they're friends. They don't mind if I call you Tilly. Do you, Jim?
No, not at all.
My name's Jake.
Jake?
Well, if you want to be technical, it's Westbrook Sylvester Van Norton III. Horrible thing to hang on a kid, wasn't it? Everybody just calls me Jake.
Okay, Jake. The den's right in here.
My mother said she'd only be a moment.
Oh, that's quite all right, dear.
Oh, my feet are killing me.
What seems to be the trouble?
These shoes. Never had them on before.
Well, sit down. Take it easy.
Oh, that's a little better.
Dad, for crying out loud.
He thinks I'm going to disgrace him.
Jake has such a lot of trouble with his feet.
It isn't my feet, it's these shoes. Jim, tell me the truth. Would you have noticed if I'd been wearing my old shoes?
I don't think so.
There. You see, Rog? I could have been comfortable all the time. But no, I had to wear my new shoes. We had to make a good impression.
Well, Jake, if they hurt, why don't you take them off?
You mean you won't mind?
Of course not.
Jake!
Well.
Oh, holy cow, Dad.
Holy cow. Is he a holy cower?
Never stops. Is yours?
Chief stable boy.
Oh, brother, does that feel good?
Oh, Kathy.
I'm fixing the flowers.
Run upstairs and get my slippers for Mr. Van Norton.
Okay.
And put the light on under the coffee.
Okie-doke.
Jim, I love you like a brother.
Dad, Mom says she'll be ready in a couple of minutes.
Fine, Bud. Oh, I don't think you've met my boy. Mr. and Mrs. Van Norton, this is Holy Cow Jr.
How are you, son?
I'm pleased to meet you.
And this is Roger.
Hi.
I know all about Bud. You hit 383 for Springfield High last year, didn't you?
How'd you know that?
Oh, I just happened to know it.
He just happens to know everything that has anything to do with baseball.
He does?
Roger's quite a baseball player himself, you know.
He is?
Turned down a contract with the Dodgers last spring.
He did?
Not the Dodgers, Dad. It was just a farm club.
Holy cow.
There, you see? What'd I tell you?
Jim, we ought to form a club. The Fathers Who Suffer from Holy Cows Incorporated.
Holy cow.
Gee whiz.
Why didn't you tell me, Betty?
I didn't know.
Betty, while the men are talking, why don't we go inside and see if we can do anything for your mother?
Oh, no. I mean, Mother doesn't want us to. She doesn't want us to. Really, she doesn't.
It's quite all right, Betty.
Oh, are we all set, honey?
Yes, dear. Everything's all ready. How do you do, Mrs. Van Norton?
How do you do, Mrs.
Mr.
Anderson?
Van Norton?
Mrs. Anderson?
And, of course, this is Roger.
Hello, Mrs. Anderson.
Betty's told us all about you.
She has?
Well, it's awfully crowded in here, isn't it? Why don't we go into the living room?
The living room?
But you said...
It's all right, Jim. I'm sure we'll all be more comfortable.
Well, it's all right with me.
You have a lovely
Come on,
home,
kids.
Mrs. Anderson, but we've seen of it.
Oh, well, thank you, Mrs. Van Norton. It's nothing pretentious, of course, but we like it.
I like anything as long as I don't have to put those shoes back on. I hope you don't mind the smell of fresh paint, Mrs. Van Norton. You see, we've been doing a little redecorating.
The living room isn't quite finished, but I'm sure you'll understand.
Well, of course, dear. We've just been going through the same thing ourselves.
Nice-looking room, isn't it, Tilly?
Gosh.
Oh, Mother.
Look, Jake, as long as we're going to be friends, I might as well tell you...
Mrs. Anderson, I'm going to ask you a very personal question, and I hope you won't be offended.
Why, not at all.
Have you ever heard of a decorator named Worthington?
Well, yes.
Matter of fact, he was here just a few nights ago.
That's what I thought.
But we felt that...
Mrs. Anderson.
Tilly, it isn't important.
It most certainly is. I paid Mr. Worthington $1,000 to decorate my living room.
Well, that's very nice,
And
but...
he did mine exactly like he did yours.
Oh, no!
This weekend, chances are you'll buy coffee for your family, and you'll look for one thing, flavor, the most in flavor for your money. So take home the one coffee famous for flavor above all others. Take home a pound of Maxwell House coffee. Then put it up to the world's greatest coffee expert. Yes, pour a cup of Maxwell House for your husband. He's the #1 expert on coffee. When he smiles and says, "Best coffee ever," you'll know Maxwell House has the flavor. And you can count for yourself all the truly good cups of coffee you get from every pound. At your grocer's, look for coffee that gives you your money's worth and more. Look for the friendly blue tin with the big white cup and drop. That's your sign of good coffee. Maxwell House coffee. Always good. To the last drop.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Robert Young. Tonight I've been asked to tell you something about the American economic system. And that's rather difficult because what can I tell you about a subject like that? You are the American economic system. You're the flesh and blood and bone of a country that works better, plays better, and lives better than any other country in the world today. Farmer, merchant, butcher, baker, we ask only that you appreciate your magnificent past and recognize the infinite possibilities of your future. Write to Box 10, Times Square Station, New York City, for the free booklet, The Miracle of America. Learn how a great country can be made even greater by your cooperation. Thank you, and good night.
At breakfast time, you don't have to say,
"You children eat your cereal right this instant."
just say,
Hopalong Cassidy is crazy about hot wheat meal.
just a little psychology. Yes, to get your children to eat a hot cereal, just tell them Post Wheatmeal is Hopalong Cassidy's favorite hot cereal. And they'll eat it, too. Post Wheatmeal is chock full of solid whole wheat nourishment, has a wonderful nut-like flavor, and it cooks in just 3.5 minutes. You'll see, you'll all agree, it's the best hot cereal you ever ate.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Yes, exciting and authentic Dragnet is next on NBC.
Mother, is Maxwell House the best coffee in the whole world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. All marriages, we've oft been told, are figured out in heaven. But there must be an annex on Maple Street at number 607. In the event that you didn't know, that's where the Andersons live. And that's where Dan Cupid gets in some pretty powerful licks, like this.
But I'm not hungry.
Stop arguing, Kathleen, and eat your dinner.
Margaret, I see no reason why the children have to eat at this ridiculous hour.
I don't mind eating at 5 o'clock.
You don't mind eating, period.
Is that so?
By 9 o'clock, they'll be storming around here like a bunch of starving Armenians. And if you think...
Jim, Louise will hear you. She's upstairs getting dressed.
Well, it wasn't her idea. It was yours. Candlelight and soft music.
She happens to be my favorite cousin. And if she needs a little help in getting Tom Goodwin to propose...
They've been going together for almost 5 years, and if he hasn't proposed by this time...
Jim, he's going to propose, believe me.
I don't know. Women get these weird ideas.
There's nothing weird about marriage.
There isn't, huh? Look, honey, the guy obviously isn't the marrying type. It doesn't take 5 years to make up your mind.
I'm going to see to it that Tom Goodwin proposes to my cousin Louise tonight.
Bud?
Yes, Dad?
I want you to keep this little scene in mind. It may come in very handy in the future.
Okay, Dad.
Jim.
A poor guy by the name of Goodwin just goes along minding his own business, and what happens? They gang up on him, set traps.
Do they really, Daddy?
Oh, yes. Flickering candlelight, the sweet scent of camellias.
I thought camellias didn't smell.
For what I'm being charged, they'd better smell.
Isn't he awful, Mother, just because he's a man?
Now, there's another thing. Isn't it disgraceful? I'm a man. You know, this isn't just a case of Louise and her friend having dinner with us. This is a fight to the finish. The hunters smell blood, and they're closing in for the kill.
I thought they were just going to have dinner.
Bud, as you grow older, you'll learn that women have a peculiar attitude when it comes to unattached males. If a man wanders around unmarried, every woman in the world considers it a personal insult. They band together. They form little groups. They compare strategies.
Father. Leave him alone, dear. He'll run down.
You see, Bud?
I don't get it.
I don't, too.
Well, it's very simple, children. Your mother, being a woman, and I wouldn't have it any other way, is trying to get poor Tom Goodwin to commit matrimony with her cousin Louise.
Oh. Well, sure.
Did you understand that?
Keep still or he'll explain it again.
Jim, I don't understand your sudden interest in poor Tom Goodwin. You don't even know the man.
That has nothing to do with it. He's a man. And in a case like this, we've got to stick together. Right, Bud?
Oh, sure.
Oh, Bud, those are probably the flowers. Will you get them like a good boy?
How about my cake?
No one's going to touch your cake.
Well, I better take it with me anyway.
Bud, you'll get crumbs all over the floor. Oh, dear, if he gets this house messed up...
Honey, don't you think you're going a little overboard on this thing?
I certainly do not. Tom Goodwin is coming all the way from Middletown for this dinner, and if one thing goes wrong...
Nothing is going wrong, Mother. He'll be hooked before he knows what hit him. Who's going to get hooked?
Never mind, dear. Just drink your milk.
What I like is the high plane on which females conduct these campaigns. He's going to be hooked.
Who is Daddy?
Betty, it's Dick Andrews.
Tell him I'll be right there.
Betty, you haven't finished your dinner.
Oh, it's all right, Mother. We're going to stop in for a hamburger on the way to rehearsal.
Well, don't stay out too late, dear.
I won't. And good hunting. So long, everybody.
If she knew she was going to have a hamburger, why did she...
I can't understand what happened to the flowers. They were supposed to be here at 4.
You still didn't tell me.
Tell you what, dear?
Who's going to get hooked?
No one is, Kathy. And please drink your milk.
Anytime nobody wants to tell me anything, drink your milk.
Boys, that Dick Andrews a character. You know what he's got on? 3 mufflers and... Hey, what happened to my cake?
Sit down and drink your milk.
But I had a whole piece of cake.
You took it with you.
I did? Oh. Well, I guess I ate it. You know what Dick Andrews had on?
3 mufflers.
Yeah. What a character.
Jim, if the flowers aren't here in 15 minutes, you'll have to go after them.
I have to change my shirt. What's the matter with Bud?
He's leaving as soon as he finishes his milk.
Me too. I'm being stashed over at Patty's, so I won't say anything.
Well, you've certainly got everything all figured out, haven't you?
Yes, dear. To the last detail.
Poor guy. I hope he knows what he's in for.
Meaning me, I suppose.
Oh, hello, Louise.
Don't pay any attention to Jim, dear. He's just being a man.
Oh, Margaret, would you mind very much if
Louise, you haven't changed your clothes.
I know, dear. You see, I've been thinking the whole thing over, and I'm not
She
sure
looks all right, Margaret. Why don't you leave her alone?
Louise Baker, you march right upstairs and put on your blue dress.
Margaret.
Honey, if she doesn't want
Jim, will you please leave this to me?
Oh, he's here.
He isn't here. He won't be here for an hour. It's only the man with the flowers. Bud?
Yes, ma'am. It's a good thing for this family I know how to open a door.
He's the ambitious type.
Margaret, would you mind very much if we called the whole thing off?
I most certainly would.
But if Tom ever finds out...
Louise, you can't call off an avalanche. And once Margaret gets started, well, that's it.
Somebody's going to get hooked.
Kathy.
Oh, dear.
Don't worry about helpful Henrietta. She'll be out of here before you can say, why, Tom, how sudden.
Jim, when it comes to being helpful...
Well, even if he does propose, Margaret, it won't work. A man shouldn't be tricked into marriage.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Shouldn't. A marriage has to be built on a firmer foundation. And if it starts out with trickery and deceit, well, how can it possibly last?
Jim and I've done all right, haven't we?
Now, wait a minute.
Mom.
What is it, Bud?
It was Mr. Davis, and he said to tell you he was awfully sorry, but they have to go over to his mother's for dinner.
Oh, dear. Now what are we going to do about Kathy?
Why don't I go over to the Woodies?
Why don't I just go back to Middletown?
You go upstairs and change your clothes. And let's not have any more of this nonsense.
Better do what she says, Louise. She's a pretty rough customer.
I'll see you later.
Just a minute, Bud.
But Joe's waiting for me.
Go ahead, Louise.
Margaret, I am not a child.
Of course you aren't. Now go upstairs and change.
Oh, good grief. This is the silliest thing I've ever done in my entire life.
Wait until after you're married. That's when the silly things really begin.
Jim, what are you trying to do?
What am I supposed to do? Just stand here?
Oh, Bud, you'll take Kathy with you.
Oh, boy!
Holy cow, Mom.
You're only going over to Joe's.
I know, but we're going to invent a telephone.
Okay, Kathy can be the bell.
Holy cow.
Go ahead, Bud, and take good care of your sister.
If she touches one thing...
I won't, Bud. Honest, I won't. You won't even know I'm there. Really, you won't.
Holy cow.
Margaret.
Yes, dear?
Would you mind explaining one small thing to me?
Of course not, but don't you think you better run down for the flowers?
The flowers can wait. What did you mean, Jim and I have done all right?
Well, haven't we?
Naturally, but there wasn't any trickery involved in our marriage. The whole thing was my idea.
Oh, Jim, it was no such thing. I made up my mind the first day we ever met.
And I suppose I had nothing to do with it.
That's right.
Now, look, Margaret.
Angel, Do you remember what happened the night you proposed?
Of course I do. I walked around the block 6 times before I had the nerve to go in.
It was only 5.
There was 6.
My father was counting them, and it was 5.
Okay, 5. But when I pushed the bell, that was it.
Jim, you were it before you even saw the bell.
You know, now that I think of it, I got the candlelight and soft music business myself, didn't I?
To a Wild Rose. Took me 6 months to learn the darn thing.
And come to think of it, I've never heard you play anything since. Just To a Wild Rose.
That's all it took.
Well, if that isn't the most cold-blooded, conniving, I'm getting to the point where I don't even like women.
You aren't supposed to, dear. Just me.
Think you're clever, don't you? I've got a good mind to tell Tom Goodman what this is all about.
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, I wouldn't I?
No, you wouldn't. Now stop acting like a spoiled little boy and answer the door.
Yes, Mother.
And if it isn't the man with the flowers, you will have to go after them.
I don't have to. But I will. Women, they think they're so smart about everything. Can't even let a man make up his own mind about getting married. Music, flowers. Well, it certainly took you long enough to get here.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Anderson, but you see...
Never mind the explanations. Just give me the flowers.
Yes, sir.
You just about ruined everything.
I did?
You certainly did. You see, these aren't just flowers. These are tools to dig the grave of an unsuspecting bachelor.
They are?
Yep. Poor guy. He's as good as cooked right now. Well, where do I sign?
For what?
The flowers. Don't I have to sign for them?
Oh, no. You see, I'm Tom Goodwin.
Well, it looks like Father may have talked out of turn this time. And yet, more often than not, the man of the house does know exactly what he's talking about. For instance, ladies, when it comes to coffee, truly good coffee, that husband of yours is the world's greatest expert. No two ways about it. The number one expert on coffee is your husband. Of course, grocers call us experts, too. They know more families enjoy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. But when you brew the coffee, the final judge is your husband. And tomorrow, if you'll fill his cup with wonderfully good Maxwell House, we're sure he'll smile across the table and say,
"Wonderful. Best coffee ever."
In fact, if he doesn't, we'll give you your money back. You see, we know no coffee tastes like Maxwell House because no coffee's made like Maxwell House. In all this world, there's only one recipe for that famous good to the last drop flavor. A recipe demanding certain choice coffees blended just so. And only Maxwell House has that recipe. So we say, take home a pound of our coffee. Tomorrow, serve your husband Maxwell House. If he doesn't say, best coffee ever, just send us the can, an unused portion, and we'll gladly refund the price you paid. Our address is plainly printed on every familiar blue tin. But enough from me. Tomorrow, see how much the world's greatest expert enjoys our coffee. Tomorrow, serve your husband Maxwell House coffee. Good to the last drop.
The candles have burned low in the Andersons' dining room, and the scent of flowers mingles gently with the memory of good red beef. The dinner hour is almost gone, and a delicate moment approaches. The time has arrived for the kill, like this.
Why don't we have our coffee in the living room? I think we'll be much more comfortable.
In the living room? Since when do we have...
Jim.
Oh, yes. Why don't we have our coffee in the living room? We'll be more comfortable.
Oh, gosh, that was sure a wonderful dinner, Margaret.
Oh, well, thank you, Tom.
Margaret's a wonderful cook, isn't she?
She sure is.
Well, it runs in our family. Doesn't it, Louise?
Well, I wouldn't exactly say that.
She's just being modest, Tom. Grandmother Williams always used to say that our family produced the finest cooks in the entire country.
Ye gods.
What was that, dear?
Nothing. I was just, well, certainly looks romantic in here, doesn't it? Fire in the fireplace, all the lights turned off.
Jim.
Well, I was only saying...
Why don't you sit down, Tom, and we'll have our coffee.
Well, thank you very much.
Cream and sugar?
No, thanks. I'll take it straight.
Louise?
Thank you, Margaret.
You take yours plain, too, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Isn't that an amazing coincidence? You and Tom have so many things in common, don't you?
Oh.
Is something wrong, Jim?
No. I was just wondering when my turn was coming up. For coffee, I mean.
Here you are, dear.
Thank you very much. You know, Tom, it's a funny thing, but after you get used to having a few kids in the house...
Louise, why don't you play something for us?
Oh, I don't think
Sure. Go ahead, Lou. You play, and we'll drink our coffee.
All right. How would you like To a Wild Rose?
What happened?
Jim, if you don't stop
It's
that...
all right. It went down the wrong pipe, that's all.
Go ahead, Louise.
Oh, but
Jim will love To a Wild Rose.
Oh, yes, it's practically my favorite song.
Yeah? Mine, too.
Yes.
Oh, dear.
Well, that didn't last very long, did it?
Kathy, why aren't you...
Hi, everybody.
Bud.
Oh, Mrs. Anderson, Mr. Anderson.
You guys, they brought a friend.
Bud, I distinctly told you.
Mom, you know what she did? She blew out all the fuses at the Phillips.
I did not.
You certainly did.
I didn't either, did I, Joe?
Well, I don't know who did it, but the lights are sure all out.
Look, why don't you kids...
We told her to plug it in when we said okay.
You did not. You just said to plug it in.
Joe, you were right there. Didn't I tell her to wait?
Gosh, I don't know. I was down in the basement.
What were you trying to do, blow up the house?
We were making a telephone, Dad, and I told
Bud.
her... Yes, ma'am?
I want you and Kathy to go right back to Joe's.
But there aren't any lights.
Bud Anderson, if you don't go back to Joe's this very instant...
Hey, what's the matter with our lights?
Jim, will you please do something?
All right, honey.
Did we blow a fuse, too?
Your mother's liable to any second. Joe?
Yes, sir?
Aren't your mother and father at home?
No, sir. You see, we didn't know Kathy was coming over, and when she did, my mother and father decided they had to go to the movies.
Jim, why don't you take the children inside?
All right. Come on, kids.
I'm sure Louise and Tom will understand.
Of course.
Oh, was he the one who's going to get...
Kathy.
Let's all go down to the playroom and see if we can't get this thing straightened out.
Come on, Kathy.
Well, stop calling me. Why do you always have to
See
pull
you later,
me?
Mrs. Anderson.
All right, Joe. I'm awfully sorry, Tom.
Oh, that's okay. I don't mind a little noise.
Tom lives at the Y in Middletown, and he's used to having boys around. Aren't you, Tom?
Yeah, I sure am.
I see. Tell me, do you like living at the Y?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I like it fine.
I mean, it isn't like having your own home, is it?
Well, no, but then there wouldn't be any sense in my having my own home, would there? Gosh, I'm not even married.
So we understand.
Margaret, if you don't mind...
Well, I guess I got that all. Ooh.
Jim, why aren't you more careful?
What do you mean careful? It's so dark in here I can't even see where I'm... Oop. I'm sorry, Tom.
Oh, that's all right, Jim.
There. Just about made it, didn't I?
Are the children all right, dear?
Oh, sure. They're going to rig up the phone over here, but they promised not to make any noise.
Oh, dear.
You see, Joe got a telephone outfit for Christmas, and they've been trying to...
Jim, Louise was going to play.
But I was just telling... I'm sorry, Louise. Just go right ahead.
Well...
To a Wild Rose.
All right.
Pretty, isn't it?
Jim.
Well, I was just... Yes.
Yoo-hoo, everybody, I'm back.
Oh, no.
Go on into the den, Dick. I'll be right there.
Okay.
Mother, the most terrible thing happened. What are y'all sitting around in the dark for?
The roses grow better that way.
What?
Betty, you said the rehearsal wouldn't be over until 10.
Well, the boiler broke down and there wasn't any heat, and you've never seen any place so cold. Hi, Louise.
Hello, dear.
I haven't met your friend.
Oh, I'm sorry. Betty, this is Tom Goodwin.
How do you do?
Hi, Betty. Louise was telling me
Betty. Oh, excuse me, I forgot all about Dick. I'll be right in!
Betty, please.
I understand, Mother. We won't make a sound.
How did he get upstairs?
Kathy.
Bud?
We're almost finished, Dad. Kathy. Betty.
I'm coming!
I don't know what's gotten into those children tonight.
Did you say something, Tom?
No, I was just sitting here, that's all.
Well, ordinarily, you don't even know they're in the house.
Honey.
Well, I mean, you know they're in the house, of course, but... Go ahead, dear.
What?
The piano, you were doing beautifully, wasn't she, Tom?
Oh, she sure was. Just great.
All right, Louise.
If the roses weren't wild in the beginning, they are now.
Jim.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, dear.
Kathy, tell Joe it needs more volume.
Oh, Joe, it needs more volume.
I've got it all the way up now.
He's got it all the way up now.
Well, tell him to turn the plug over.
Joe, turn the plug over.
Okay, wait a minute.
Jim.
Leave them alone, Margaret. They'll stop.
Kathy, ask him how it is now.
Bud, Joe wants to know how it is now.
It's worse. Tell him to put it back the way it was.
Joe, put it back the way it was. I'll get it.
Jim, I don't think I can stand this for another second.
The kids or the piano?
Betty, it's for you. Okay, I'll be right in.
Louise? Will you excuse us for just a minute? Jim and I have a few things we want to take care of.
Oh, please don't worry about us, Margaret.
Oh, we'll get along fine.
All right, Jim.
What?
We have to take care of those things.
What things?
Kathy!
Oh, those things.
Kathy!
We'll be right back, Tom.
Well, don't hurry on our account now. We're not going anywhere.
Hello? Oh, hello, Janie.
Jim,
Let me
I
you
have
come
never
over.
been so embarrassed in my entire life.
Well, this will teach you not to go around playing Cupid. With a house full of kids, what did you expect?
I expected Tom Goodwin to propose, and he's going to.
I'll still take Tennessee in 6 points.
I want you to go right down to the playroom and explain to Kathy and
Why don't I
Bud.
just shoot them and get it over with?
Jim.
Well, how do you expect a bunch of normal kids...
They don't have to practice hog calling tonight, do they?
No, but... Well, I'll speak to them.
I'll take care of Betty, and Jim, please be firm with them.
Oh, sure. I'll tell them they've got to make a very quiet type of noise. Bud?
We're down here, Dad.
Bud, whether or not you know it, you and Kathy are in a jam.
We are?
What'd we do?
Hey, look at this. There's a whole box of things we never even saw.
Well, no wonder it wouldn't work.
Bud, I'm trying to tell you...
Let's go upstairs and try it again.
Kathy.
What?
Now, look. Bud, Kathy. And you too, Joe.
Yes, sir?
I went out and bought a book, and I'm now an expert on child psychology.
You are?
Gosh.
And do you know what the book says to do? If I hear one more peep out of any one of you, I'm come down here and wring your scrawny little necks.
Boy, psychology.
Now, is that understood?
We were only trying to fix up the phone, Dad.
We didn't know you were going to get mad.
All right, just remember, one little peep.
Jim! Oh, Jim!
What's the matter, honey?
Oh, Jim, it happened.
What?
What happened?
Isn't it wonderful, Father? Did he get hurt?
Kathy.
Well, I'm so excited I can't even think.
What's going on, Bud?
Louise.
Oh,
Oh, Jim, I've never been so happy in my whole life.
You mean he did it?
Look, a ring and everything.
Well, what do you know?
Well, congratulate me, Jim. I finally made it.
You finally made it. I mean... Congratulations, Tom.
Thank you, Jim.
They're going to be married in June. Isn't it thrilling?
I should say it.
Yes, sir, and I owe it all to you and Margaret.
To us?
Well, sure. You see, Jim, I was an only child, and things around my house were always, well, kind of quiet.
All right, but...
That's why I was afraid to get married. I thought it'd be sort of dull. But gosh, if it's like this...
You mean you're getting married for the noise?
Isn't it wonderful?
Oh, no.
Tomorrow or Saturday, you'll probably buy coffee for that family of yours. And above all, you'll be shopping for flavor. Then it makes sense, doesn't it, to choose the coffee with the most famous flavor in the world, our Maxwell House coffee. Now, don't take my word. Call in the world's greatest coffee expert. Right, brew a pot of Maxwell House for your husband. He's the final expert on coffee. When he beams and says, best coffee ever, you'll know Maxwell House has the flavor. And for value, well, count for yourself all the truly good cups of coffee you get from every pound. This weekend, look for coffee that gives you your money's worth and more. Look for the friendly blue tin with the big white cup and drop. That's your sign of good coffee. Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It's breakfast time on Maple Street, and the Andersons, 5 little cupids with egg on their chins, are deep in the morning meal and deep in their usual problems. Like this.
Isn't it strange the way things turn out, dear?
You mean Louise and Tom?
Yes. Now, who would ever have guessed that he was so crazy about children?
Louise said they're going to have millions of them.
She said 6.
That's what I said.
Margaret,
Yes, dear.
you don't have any more cousins you'd like to,
No, dear.
not even a second cousin?
Jim, I give you my word, my matchmaking days are over.
Good. May I please have the sugar? Thank you.
Father,
Yes, Benny.
do you know a boy named Frank Culbertson?
No, I don't think so. Why?
Well, he belongs to the athletic club.
What about him?
Well, you must know him, Father. He's 27 years old, blonde hair, blue eyes, 5 feet 11 inches, 165 pounds.
Wait a minute. Even if I did know him, don't you think he's a little old for you?
Oh, I didn't mean for me. But Janie Liggett's cousin is 25, and that's pretty old for a girl to be wandering around without a boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
So we were just
May I
wondering
have
if
a
you
cream,
couldn't
please?
sort of drop a hint around the
here you are,
club
Dad.
that you know a
Kathy,
girl
if you don't
who'd
drink
be
your
lots
milk,
of
you're
fun
going
for
to be
somebody
late for
who was
school.
blonde.
Is it
and
all
had
right
blue
if I
eyes,
dunk my
who was
toes?
5 feet
Well, what do you
11
know? I
and
think the
weighed
sun's trying to come out.
165 pounds.
At breakfast time, you don't have to say,
You children eat your cereal right this instant.
just say,
Hopalong Cassidy is crazy about hot wheatmeal.
just a little psychology. Yes, to get your children to eat a hot cereal, just tell them Post Wheatmeal is Hopalong Cassidy's favorite hot cereal. And they'll eat it, too. Post Wheatmeal is chock full of solid whole wheat nourishment, has a wonderful nut-like flavor, and it cooks in just 3.5 minutes. You'll see, you'll all agree, it's the best hot cereal you ever ate.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with June Whitley as Margaret, Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Former. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Coming up, Dragnet with tense, absorbing drama on NBC.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. We once knew a man who was extremely wealthy, and he had a wonderful system for acquiring money which we think will interest you. He was up every morning at 6, worked 14 hours a day, 7 days a week for almost 20 years. And then, when he was only 45 years of age, his uncle died and left him $3 million. Wasn't that nice? Of course, a thing like that would never happen to our friends the Andersons, but it almost did. Yes, sir, they came awfully close to being the richest family in Springfield. Like this.
I know, Frank, but I don't care what Gribble says. Look, Frank, Van Norton's willing to give us the land, and if the committee isn't willing to take it... Okay, Frank, okay. And you can tell Gribble for me that he's nothing but a pig-headed old goat. He's nothing but a self-centered, stubborn old jackass, that's what he is.
Is something wrong, dear?
Oh, that Gribble. He's killing the whole deal I worked out for the playground.
Jim, I wish you wouldn't take it so much to heart. After all, it isn't your responsibility.
Well, that isn't the point. I talked Van Norton into giving 10 acres of land for the playground. Giving it, mind you. And Gribble won't even take it. Says there must be something wrong with it.
But can't you tell the rest of the committee?
Margaret, I have told them. I've told them until I'm blue in the face.
Well, maybe if you talk to Mr. Gribble again.
Gribble? How can you talk to a lunatic? All you have to do is mention the name Van Norton and his nose lights up like a pinball machine.
I still say you've done everything you could.
Well, I'm not licked yet. I may not have as much money as Gribble, but I've got a lot more sense.
Of course you have, dear.
I suppose you think I haven't.
Jim, there's no point in arguing with me.
Well, there isn't anybody else around to argue with.
All right, dear, if it makes you feel any better.
Hello, Mother. Hello, Father.
Hello, Miss Hepburn.
Betty.
Betty, if you're going to start spouting poetry, I'm warning you right now.
Isn't this the most beautiful day you've ever seen?
Beautiful? It's snowing.
Snow.
Darling, I think you've picked a very bad time to...
Floating to earth like feathers from an angel's wing.
Margaret, in exactly 1
Betty,
minute...
I think you'd better go up to your room.
But I didn't do anything.
You deliberately disobeyed me. I told you I was in no mood for any of that hogwash.
Father.
And that's all it is, hogwash.
Oh, I'm too happy to argue. If you say it's hogwash, it's hogwash.
Well, I'm glad somebody's happy around here.
Mother, do you know where I'm going next Friday?
No, dear.
To see a picture with Van Johnson.
Who's Van Johnson?
He's a Hollywood star, dear.
Oh, that one. You mean he's taking Betty to the movies?
Father.
Well, you just said...
He's in the picture. I'm going with Stanley Lawson.
Oh. Who's he?
He's a new one, dear, and a very nice boy.
Oh, he's wonderful.
Now I know what they mean by 9-day wonders. Betty's boyfriend.
Aren't they, though?
Hi, everybody. What's cooking?
Oh.
Jim, now what is it?
Why does everybody have to be so happy?
Boy, will you hear what we're going to do?
Hello, Bud.
Joe Phillips and I bought a half interest in a corn popper, and we're going to clean up.
Hello, Bud.
We're going to set up a stand outside the movies and sell popcorn to all the kids. How's that for an idea?
Bud.
And all we have to... What?
I said hello.
Oh, hi, Dad. And all we have to do is find some place to plug it in.
Plug what in, dear?
The corn popper.
What corn popper?
The one I bought with Joe Phillips. You see, we bought a half interest in a corn popper.
Bud, don't you know when you're being kidded?
About what?
The corn popper.
What corn popper?
Oh, no.
Oh, gosh. I don't say anything funny about our corn popper. All I
All
said
right,
was...
Bud. Just forget the whole thing.
But I can't. I have to supply the salt.
Daddy! Mommy!
Oh, dear.
Now what?
I was elected! Oh, Mommy, I was elected!
Well, if it isn't William Jennings Bryan.
Kathleen, how many times have I told you?
Oh, Daddy, I was elected. Isn't it wonderful?
All right, now just calm down. Take it easy.
I was elected.
To what were you elected?
I'm the treasurer. They had an election, and I'm the treasurer.
The treasurer? Say, Kathy...
Bud, not the first day. Take it easy.
Well, I was just thinking...
Margaret, do you know what this is all about?
Why, of course, dear. Kathy was elected treasurer.
Margaret, of what?
My club, Daddy. The little vultures.
The little who?
Vultures. It's a kind of bird. And I'm the treasurer.
Wait a minute. Where did you ever dig up a name like that?
Well...
I'll be back later, Mom. I gotta go...
Bud, come back here.
Holy cow.
Were you the one who cooked up this delightful little tag for Kathy's club?
Well, gosh, Dad, they said they wanted some kind of a bird's name, and, well, have you ever watched them?
We like it, Daddy. We even made Bud an honorary vulture.
Couldn't have happened to a nicer boy.
Betty.
Never mind, Betty, I'll get it. The little vultures. Leave it to my children. Hello? Oh, hello, Hector. What? Well, thank you very much. Oh, sure. I'm the luckiest guy in town. Sure. Okay, Heck. Yeah, I'll be seeing you. Congratulations. If there ever was a guy who needed congratulations less.
Who was it, Jim?
Hector Smith. He wants to extend his heartiest congratulations. Isn't that nice?
About what, dear?
He didn't say.
Maybe he heard about me.
He's known about you for years, and believe me, that isn't what he meant.
Jim, I won't be able to sleep a wink all night. Why don't I call Elizabeth back?
Well, I guess you won't have to. Maybe this time our dear friend Hector will let us all in on the joke. Some joke. Hello, Heck. Oh, George. I'm sorry, George. You see, Heck called me a minute ago, and I thought... Well, thank you, George, but I don't know what... George. No, we're not having any celebration. We don't even know... George. Hello, George. Oh, fine.
Was it Hector?
No, it was George Phillips. And he's very happy for us.
What on earth do you suppose it means?
I don't know, but if those guys are having a good time at our expense...
I'll get it.
You stay where you are. I'll find out what this is about if it takes all night. And if that's the kind of friends I've got... Hello? Hello?
Jim, it was the front door.
Oh. Get a man so mixed up he doesn't know what bell is ringing. After a while, I'll probably hear bells when nothing's ringing. Yes?
Mr. Anderson?
Yes?
Well, my name is Ford. Richard Ford, of the legal firm of McGonigal, Bristol, and Finch.
Oh? Well, come in, Mr.
Ford.
Mr. Ford.
Thank you very much.
Jim, if it's the paper boy, tell him I'll pay him next time.
It wasn't the paper boy, honey.
Is that Mrs. Anderson?
Yes, she's in the living room, but...
Well, why don't we tell her the good news?
What good news?
All in good time, Mr. Anderson. All in good time. Mrs. Anderson. And all the little Anderson.
Honey, this is Mr. Ford of,
McGonigal, Bristol, and Finch. Attorneys. How do you do?
Well, how do you do?
Sit down, Mr. Ford.
Thank you.
Why don't you kids find something to do someplace?
Oh, no. Let them stay, by all means. After all, this concerns the entire family. Doesn't it?
What does?
Yes, indeed. Now, Johnny, you are related to Joseph James Anderson, are you not?
Yes, I am not.
What's that?
I've never even heard of any Joseph James Anderson.
Well, now, that's very strange. I had it on very good authority that, Robert Bruce Anderson, perhaps?
Yeah, it was my father, but...
Oh, I knew I hadn't made a mistake. Mr. Anderson, Joseph James Anderson was your father's cousin, once removed.
Oh, you mean Cousin Joe.
Precisely.
We haven't heard anything about him for, 30 years. Matter of fact, I think he died about 20 years ago, didn't he?
No, Mr. Anderson. Joseph James Anderson passed from this vale of tears less than a month ago.
That's impossible. Why, he was over 70 when he decided to run away from home and go to Arizona.
He died last week at the age of 102.
Well, you see, my father always said he smoked too much. The poor old coot.
The poor old coot, you may be interested to know, made you his sole heir.
Jim!
Father!
Holy cow. No, don't get excited. If I know Cousin Joe, we've inherited 3 barrels of bottle tops. Betty?
Father, isn't it the most wonderful thing you've ever heard?
The phone's ringing.
I've never been so excited in my whole life.
Pardon me, Mr. Ford, while I answer the phone.
Well, that's quite all right.
If I help me next summer, I'm going to spend my vacation in a nice, quiet boiler factory. Hello? Oh, hello, Mr. Gribble. Well, thank you very much. Now, about the Van Norton land, well, naturally, advice about what investments? You want my advice? Well, if you think I'm qualified to, all right, J.P. At 12:30 tomorrow. Yes, see you then. Goodbye. He wants my advice?
Jim, we're waiting for you.
Oh, that was Mr. Gribble, honey. He wants me to give him some advice on his investments.
Well, let's talk about it later, dear. Mr. Ford wants to tell us about the inheritance.
Why don't you sit down, Father?
Here's a cushion, Daddy.
Want me to run out for a cigar, Dad?
Look, I just finished telling you not to get excited. I know Cousin Joe, and he never had a dime in his whole life.
Well, that may be true, Mr. Anderson, but if you'll be good enough to sign this retainer, I'll be happy to tell you about the estate.
Well, okay. What is it, 4 barrels of bottle tops?
It's a 15,000-acre cattle ranch, Mr. Anderson.
A ranch?
15,000 acres?
With a possible value of $9 million.
Jim!
Father! Gosh!
Boy. Holy cow!
So Father's inherited a $9 million estate. And to Mr. Gribble, that makes him a financial expert. Well, that remains to be seen. But there are some things the head of every family just naturally knows most about, and coffee heads the list. Yes, ladies, when it comes to coffee, wonderfully good coffee you enjoy every time, the world's greatest expert is your husband. Of course, down the years, we've been rated experts, too. More families do enjoy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. But when you fill the cups, the final authority is your husband. So here's our promise. Tomorrow, if you'll fill his cup with Maxwell House, he'll thank you and say,
"Best cup of coffee I ever tasted."
Yes, he'll say that, or we'll give you back your money. We're that sure. You see, no other coffee has that wonderful good to the last drop flavor. That's because no other coffee has our famous Maxwell House recipe, a recipe demanding certain fine coffees blended a particular way. In a word, no coffee tastes like Maxwell House because no coffee's made like Maxwell House. But don't take my say-so. Tomorrow, start serving Maxwell House to your husband. If he doesn't say, "Best coffee ever," just send us the can and unused portion, and we'll gladly refund every penny you paid. Our address is right on every familiar blue tin. Tomorrow, then, put it up to your expert. Serve your husband the coffee with the world's most famous flavor, Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
A week's gone by, and the white frame house on Maple Street hasn't changed a bit. That's the same snow on the front lawn, the same slippery spot on the porch that Jim's going to fix next Sunday. Everything's just as it's always been, except for the people. Yes, the Andersons have changed a little, I'm afraid. Not much, but a little. Like this.
Oh, that's fine, Frank. Oh, sure. Well, it really wasn't anything, Frank. That'll be fine, Frank. Sure, Wednesday's as good a night as any. You bet, Frank. Good night, Frank.
What did Charlie have to say, dear?
That was Frank.
Oh, how is George?
You're so cute. It may interest you to know, Mrs. Millionairess Anderson, that your husband is being given a testimonial dinner next Wednesday.
No.
Yes.
Jim, how perfectly wonderful. What for?
Why, for putting through the playground. That's what for. It's all signed, sealed, and delivered.
Jim, that is wonderful.
Boy, what a playground that's going to be.
You and Mr. Van Norton have done a wonderful thing for Springfield, and I'm proud of you both.
Well, you know how it is with us rich men.
Jim, do you know what I'm going to do with our first $1 million? I'm going to buy Bud some new socks.
Good for you.
I have never seen a boy so hard on socks in my whole life. Look at this.
Honey, speaking of millions...
Yes, dear.
Don't be too surprised if Cousin Joe's ranch comes to less than Mr. Ford said.
I was only joking, dear.
I know. But when he said $9 million, that was only if each acre was a whole unit.
I didn't understand that very well, Jim. What was that unit business?
It's very simple, honey. In the cattle country, a unit is the amount of land required to feed a cow and her calf for 1 year. That's the way they figure.
And that's worth $600.
Roughly.
Then why do you say it might be less? 15,000 times 600.
Margaret, we aren't sure about the land. Maybe an acre won't feed a cow and a calf for a year. It might take 2 or 3.
Oh, Jim, really?
Well, it might. And if it takes 3 acres to make up a unit, then each acre's worth only $200. And the ranch is worth only a third, or $3 million.
Oh, dear. We just have to get a smaller swimming pool, that's all.
Yeah. It might even take 10 acres to make a unit.
Well, Jim, let's not be ridiculous. After all, how much can a cow and one small calf eat?
I don't know. But if it did take 10 acres, well, that'd make it $60 an acre, and 15,000. We'd only have $900,000.
Wouldn't that be awful?
You know, I've got a good mind.
Jim, please. The front door open.
It would.
Bud?
It's me, Mother.
We're in the den, dear.
What's the matter with you?
Hello, Father. You got lipstick on your chin.
I have, huh? Somebody must have bit me.
Creepers, isn't this a miserable day?
Why, Betty, I thought you said...
Snow. All it ever does in this town is snow.
Wait a minute, Sugar. Let's get it out in the open. What happened?
Oh, it isn't important. I didn't want to go to the movies anyway.
So that's what it is.
What is?
She had a quarrel with Stanley Lawson.
I didn't either. It's all Father's fault.
My fault? What did I do?
He liked me when we were poor, but just because you had to go and get $9 million...
No, wait a minute. In the first place, we weren't exactly poor. And in the second place, we've got the $9 million nicely whittled down to practically nothing.
You have?
It might even be less than $1 million.
Oh. Well, what good is that? He still won't take me. He says he can't afford loge seats.
Why, Betty.
I told him I didn't mind, but he says girls with $9 million always sit in loge seats.
Naturally. They save a whole row for girls with $9 million. It's the row right in back of the girls with $10 million.
Jim.
Well, this is the silliest thing I've ever heard. We haven't collected a dime. My bank book looks like an undernourished flapjack. And Stanley Lawson won't go out with my daughter because she's got $9 million.
Betty, don't you think if you explain to him that nothing has really changed...
But it has. Everything's changed.
Bud?
Hello, Dad.
Not another one.
Is anything wrong, dear?
Ah, that's Joe Phillips. What a pain he turned out to be.
Something amiss with the popcorn tycoons?
Well, why should I supply all the butter? I bought the salt, didn't I?
We were all so happy when we were poor.
He even had it figured out how many pounds of butter you can buy with $9 million.
My, I'll bet that'll fix all the popcorn from here to Lowe's, Calcutta.
Bud, if you and Betty don't take these things too seriously, I'm sure...
Mommy!
Oh, ye gods. Now what?
Why, Kathy, darling, what is it?
They kicked me out of the club.
Oh, Angel.
Margaret, why don't you let me... Kathy, why did they kick you out of the club?
They won't let me be a little vulture.
Never mind them, sweetheart. No one can keep you from being a little vulture. Well, you know what I mean. Kathy, does our mythical 9 million have anything to do with your expulsion from the club?
Uh-huh. They said it was too suspicious.
What was?
They made me the treasurer, and the next day you had $9 million.
I don't know.
And they said I could never be the treasurer again, and I had to give back the whole 13 cents.
We're outcasts. That's what we are. Nothing but social outcasts.
Fine. Tell us all about it right after you answer the phone.
No, Jim, wait. Betty, why don't you take Kathy upstairs and get her cleaned up?
Okay. Come on, blabberface.
Oh, Betty, I was so happy being the treasurer.
Bud, the phone's ringing.
You want me, Dad?
Where did you go?
All of a sudden I got hungry. You want me to answer the phone?
No, never mind. Either they all answer it at once or they let the darn thing ring for an hour. Well, keep your shirt on. I'm coming. Hello? Hello, Heck. No, we were just sitting around having fun. I can't hear you, Heck. Sorry about what bad news? We haven't heard anything about any... Heck. Okay, Heck. Sure. If it'll make you happy, I'll keep the lower lip stiff, too. Thanks for calling, Heck. Goodbye. Gloomy character. Sounds like he just got a good look at the thing.
Who was it, Jim?
Hector. He heard the sad news, and he's very sorry.
What sad news, dear?
You don't suppose he's the field secretary for the little vultures, do you? Every time something happens to Kathy and the vultures, Heck's on the phone. Oh, my aching ear.
Why don't you let me get it this time?
No, I'll carry through to the bitter end. Better Mousetrap Anderson, that's me. One more trip to the phone, and I get permanent possession. Hello. Hello, George. Thank you very much, George. Goodbye, George. This can go on all night.
What did George want, dear?
Same thing, bad news, keep a stiff upper lip, pip, pip, tally-ho.
Well, the least you could have done was ask him what bad news.
And play straight for those two practical jokers? Margaret, I'm surprised. You've known Heck and George as long as I have.
They were both perfectly sincere last time, Jim.
Say, that's right. They were, weren't they? Maybe I'd better call them back.
Jim, this time it's the doorbell.
Thank you very much. Treat a man like he needs a seeing-eyed door opener. Oh, hello, Mr. Ford.
Well, Mr. Anderson.
We were sort of hoping we'd hear from you. Come on in.
Thank you. It's been a busy week.
I'll bet you have. Honey, it's Mr. Ford.
Hello there.
Mrs. Anderson, how nice.
Go right into the den, Mr. Ford.
Thank you. Well, this is a comfy little spot, isn't it?
Why don't you sit at the desk, Mr. Ford, and then you can spread out all your papers and things.
Well, that would be nice.
Let me get a couple of cushions for you.
Oh, no, this will be fine, just fine. Now.
Yes?
Well, first, here's the receipt for your $100 retaining fee.
Oh, that.
It's very important, you know, all these little details. Let me see now. The ranch.
If you haven't anything else on your mind.
Jim, please.
Well, you must be very anxious.
Of course not. What do we care for a couple of $1 million, more or less?
Well, Jimmy, I'm afraid you're going to be just a little disappointed. You see, when I said $9 million,
Mr. Ford, how much is it worth?
Well, you remember what I told you about the unit system? 1 cow and 1 calf for 1 year?
Yes.
Well, on your cousin Joe's ranch, it seems that 1 cow and 1 calf need quite a bit of land.
How much?
1,200 acres.
1,200?
Oh, Jim.
Which makes the value of the land 50 cents an acre.
Oh, Jim.
Well, that isn't too bad, honey. We'll have a ranch to go to every summer, and all it cost us is the $100 we gave Mr. Ford.
Mr. Anderson, as your legal advisor, may I suggest that you forget the whole thing?
Forget it?
Well, you see, the land is only worth $7,500.
Whoa, what's wrong with $7,500?
Well, nothing except that we found a bill for $8,200 in back taxes.
Oh, no.
This weekend, as you buy coffee for your family, remember this.
In coffee, just one thing means real value. The flavor you get for your money.
With this in mind, take home the coffee with the most famous flavor in the world, our Maxwell House coffee. Then let the world's greatest coffee expert enjoy that famous flavor. Yes, serve our Maxwell House to your husband. He's the real authority on coffee. When he smiles and says, "Greatest coffee ever," you'll know Maxwell House has the flavor for you and your family. And for value, well, count for yourself all the truly good cups of coffee you get from every pound. Tomorrow, buy coffee that gives you your money's worth and more. Look for America's sign of good coffee, the big white cup and drop on the friendly blue tin. That's Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Remember Francois Villon? He was king for a day. Remember the Andersons? They were millionaires for a whole week, which is nice work if you can get it. Anyway, they're back to normal now, if you can call anything connected with the Andersons normal. Like this.
Wasn't Jimmy Woody sweet, Mommy?
Yes, dear.
He said he didn't care what anybody said. If I wasn't a little vulture, nobody was.
That's my girl.
Isn't this the most beautiful day you've ever seen?
She saw Van Johnson, huh?
Well, she went to the show with Stanley, but I think that's all she saw, Stanley.
Dad, I got the plaque all polished up. How does it look?
Oh, fine, Bud. Just fine.
Let me see it again, please. Oh, Jim, isn't it beautiful?
Now, where do you think we ought to put it, honey?
Oh, in the den, naturally. To James Anderson, Sr., for outstanding service to the youth of Springfield. Isn't that nice?
You know, it's a funny thing, Margaret, but I've got a peculiar feeling that the plaque isn't all mine.
What do you mean, dear?
Well, I wasn't getting anywhere until that silly inheritance came along. You know what I'm going to do?
You're not going to give it back.
Oh, no. But down here on the bottom, I'm going to put a little sticker that says, "With one assist from Cousin Joe."
At breakfast time, you don't have to say,
"You children eat your cereal right this instant."
just say,
Hopalong Cassidy is crazy about hot wheatmeal.
just a little psychology. Yes, to get your children to eat a hot cereal, just tell them Post Wheatmeal is Hopalong Cassidy's favorite hot cereal. And they'll eat it, too. Post Wheatmeal is chock full of solid whole wheat nourishment, has a wonderful nut-like flavor, and it cooks in just 3.5 minutes. You'll see, you'll all agree, it's the best hot cereal you ever ate.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra. In our cast were Rhoda Williams as Betty, June Whitley, Ted Donaldson, Norma Jean Nielsen, Howard McNair, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Coming up, Dragnet. Then be sure to hear Counter Spy on NBC.
Mother, is Maxwell House the best coffee in the whole world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. They say
say curiosity once killed a cat, a fate that's both proper and fitting. So why not give thanks for the good fortune that lets you pry yet not die like a kitten? The point we're trying to make is that curiosity is not confined to cats. It's a human frailty as well. And when it comes to frailties, well, we doubt that you'll find anyone quite as human or as frail as our dear friends in Springfield, the Andersons. Like this.
Margaret, may I say that in my long years as a lover of good red beef, never has a more succulent morsel passed my lips.
Well, thank you, dear.
What'd he say?
He liked the roast beef.
Oh.
And now, as a fitting climax to an unforgettable repast, may I be favored with a cup of Mr. Maxwell's finest?
Of course, dear.
Bud?
He wants his coffee.
Oh.
There you are.
Thank you. From the bottom of a happy and carefree heart, I say thank you.
What's the matter with him?
He sold a big policy this afternoon.
Oh. Farley Granger.
What was that, dear?
Janie said it was Farley Granger, as if she knew.
Realizing full well that I ought to have my brains examined, still I ask, what about Farley Granger?
There isn't any reason at all for thinking that's who she meant.
Who meant?
Hedda Hopper.
Betty.
Just a moment, dear. These things must be approached delicately. We've got to sneak up on them or they fly away. Tell me, Betty, how's everything down around the gasworks?
Father, Janie Liggett said that Hedda Hopper meant Farley Granger in her column, and it's just ridiculous. He never even goes to places like that.
There you are, Margaret. You see? Everything's all cleared up.
That's nice.
May I have the cream and sugar, please?
Here you are, Dad.
Thank you.
All right, Kathy, let's not dawdle. Mommy and Daddy are in a hurry.
Yes, Mommy. Oh, why do they do things like that?
Like what, dear?
Put things like that in the paper.
Well, I tried it once and it didn't hurt much. All right, Betty. What do they put in the paper?
Things like this. Here, I cut it out.
What young and handsome star was seen leaving what Sunset Strip nightclub with what blonde young starlet?
Isn't that exasperating?
Is that the whole thing?
Yes. And Janie has the nerve to say it's Farley Granger.
She does?
She certainly does. Isn't that stupid?
Oh, it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Why, anyone with half an eye can see they mean Lassie.
Father.
Well, look at it. Blonde, young. Oh, you mean the boy.
Father, it is not funny.
No?
No, and I don't think you have any right to laugh at me.
Your father wasn't laughing at you, dear.
He certainly was.
Now, wait a minute. Do you mean you're going to let a little thing like this upset you?
It isn't a little thing. How would you feel if you didn't know who it was?
I think I'd pull through somehow.
Well, at least they ought to give you a hint.
Dad. Just a minute, Bud. Betty, let's say you do figure out who they mean. Then what?
Well, then I'll know.
You know what they said about curiosity? Killed a cat. And this whole thing is nothing but a silly attempt to satisfy your morbid curiosity.
I have to know things, don't I?
Not things like who came out of where with what. That's being curious about the most meaningless sort of trivia.
What's trivia?
I wouldn't care if it were something important. But how can you sit there and make yourself miserable about something that doesn't amount to a row of beans in the first place?
Daddy.
What is it, Kathy?
What's trivia?
Trivia are things that are trivial. They're unimportant.
Why?
Because they don't amount to anything. Like this whole conversation.
Attaboy, Dad.
Bud.
I was agreeing with him.
Peter Lawford. I'll bet that's who it was.
Betty.
He's young and goes out with...
Betty.
Yes, Father?
I don't care if it's Groucho Marx on a white horse. Forget about it.
But I only said...
I said forget about it.
Jumping creepers. Daddy, what's...
And I don't want any trouble with you either.
But I have to ask you something.
Jim, I don't think you're being very nice.
Nice? How can anybody be nice when he's being smothered in quiz kids?
Just because the children ask a few innocent questions.
Honey, they don't do anything but ask questions. From the time they get up in the morning until they go to bed at night.
Who's on first? What's on which? It's enough to make a man commit harakiri.
What's harakiri?
Now look, Kathy.
Leave your father alone, dear. He's in one of those moods.
One of what moods? I was in a wonderful mood, wasn't I, Bud?
Well...
I was so full of roast beef, I loved everybody in the whole world. The milk of human kindness was practically oozing out of me. Wasn't it, Bud?
Well...
But my children don't want a father. They want an encyclopedia with ears.
Well...
Bud.
You bet, Dad. What? What you said. Yes, sir.
Richard Carlson, that's who it was.
Margaret, I think I'll go for a walk. A long walk.
All right, dear. And if you happen to pass the Liggetts, be sure to drop in.
The Liggetts?
We're going to their party, remember?
Oh, say, we'd better hurry up.
You didn't tell me what harakiri was.
You mean Harry Carey.
She means harakiri.
She does?
She most certainly does.
See? Daddy?
Yes, Kathy.
What is it?
Margaret, do all children ask as many questions as ours? How do you stand it?
All mothers have a system. When they reach a point just 1 degree short of hysterics, they go shopping.
Well, I suppose that's as good an excuse as any.
Jim, I'm so glad you mentioned it.
Mention what?
Shopping.
I mentioned shopping?
You'll never guess who I met downtown this afternoon.
Farley Granger.
No.
Hedda Hopper?
Jim.
Am I close?
Do you remember the 2 boys who had the cabin next to ours at Round Lake 2 summers ago?
Yes.
I met the tall one.
You did?
Uh-huh.
What's he doing in Springfield?
Well, he said that the other one... Oh, what was his name?
Freddie something.
No, it wasn't Freddie.
Oh, it was something like Freddie.
Well, it isn't important.
Eddie?
No. Anyway...
Wait a minute, Margaret. I've got the name on the tip of my tongue.
Let me see.
I know his name as well as I know my own. Eddie? Teddy?
Betty.
Margaret, please. Oh.
Betty, you remember the 2 boys who had the cabin next to ours?
I do?
Are you sure it wasn't Freddie?
Yes, dear, I'm sure.
I can see him just as plain, sort of chunky with dark hair. Hector Smith and I ran into him during the World Series in Cleveland that year.
That's the one.
Who was pitching? Well, I just wanted to know.
You see, that's what I mean by curiosity. Well, I'm trying to figure out something vitally important.
Ha!
What was that?
Why is it important for you and not for us?
Because you don't even remember the man.
What man?
Freddie.
His name wasn't Freddie, dear.
Well, it was something like Freddie.
Was it Bobby Feller?
No.
He pitched the first game.
Now, look, Bud.
Maybe it was Harry Carey. Who was? I don't know.
Margaret, why is it that any time I try to... Bernie.
What, dear?
Wasn't it Bernie?
I don't think so.
Bernie, Kearney, Durney.
Only gave up 2 hits in the whole game.
Bud, please.
And he lost anyway.
Now, look, Bud.
Jim, it isn't that important.
It certainly is. I was just about to say the name, and he drove it clear out of my mind with that ridiculous prattle about a silly baseball game.
Silly?
Bud.
That was one of the finest games they ever had in a World Series. Only 6 hits in the whole game.
Learning.
Jim.
How would you like to give up 2 hits and then lose the game 1-0?
Bud, will you please stop it and let me think?
Jim, we've got to get ready to go.
Where?
To the Liggetts, or would you rather stay home?
Oh, no. You, don't worry about me. I'll be ready to leave any time you are.
If a thing like that happened to me, I'd shoot myself.
If you keep this up, you won't have to.
When I want to know something, it's morbid curiosity. But when he
Betty,
wants...
I think you'd better start clearing the table.
But Father said...
Kenny, that's what it was, Kenny.
All right, Betty, go ahead.
No, it wasn't Kenny.
Penny?
No.
Jumping creepers.
No.
Was he a southpaw?
Who?
The pitcher.
But for the last time...
What's a southpaw?
Isn't this awful? I can see him as though he were standing right in front of me.
He's left-handed.
Who is?
A southpaw.
Who said anything about a southpaw?
Kathy did.
No, I didn't. I asked what it was.
Well, I told you, a southpaw is left-handed.
Why?
Margaret.
I'm going upstairs and comb my hair.
Hector, he'll know.
Jim, you're not going to call Hector.
Why not? It'll only take me a minute.
Curiosity killed a cat.
Betty, please.
Curiosity has nothing to do with it. I just feel like calling Hector, that's all.
Why?
Because he's one of my best friends, that's why.
But, dear, you're going to see him in the morning.
Well, I want to find out about my saw. That's what I want to find out. He borrowed it last week.
He brought it back yesterday.
Nobody asked you.
Well, I was just...
Wait a minute, I've got it.
Jim.
I've got it, Margaret. It was Ernie Franklin.
Of course, Ernie Franklin. Well, thank goodness for that.
You see, I knew if you'd just leave me alone for a minute. What did he have to say?
Who, dear?
Ernie Franklin.
I didn't meet Ernie Franklin.
You most certainly did. You said you met him downtown today while you were shopping.
No, dear, don't you remember? I told you I met the other one.
Oh, no.
Well, when it comes to names, Father can't boast of the world's best memory. But more often than not, ladies, the man of the house knows exactly what he's talking about. For instance, when he says,
Finest coffee I ever tasted.
Why, that's high praise indeed. Yes, ma'am. Because that man you serve coffee to, he's the world's greatest coffee expert. That's right. The #1 expert on coffee is your husband. Of course, you might say we're in the expert class, too. Our Maxwell House coffee is enjoyed by more families than any other brand. But the man who says the final word on the coffee you pour, he's your husband. And tomorrow, if you'll serve your husband our Maxwell House, we promise you his warmest smile and this compliment.
Marvelous. Best coffee ever.
We're sure that's what he'll say. In fact, we'll give you your money back if he doesn't. You see, no coffee tastes like Maxwell House because no coffee's made like Maxwell House. There's only one recipe for that famous good to the last drop flavor, a recipe demanding certain choice coffees blended just so. And only Maxwell House has this recipe. So we say, take home a pound of our coffee. Tomorrow, serve your husband Maxwell House. If he doesn't say, best coffee ever, why, just send us the can and unused portion, and we'll gladly refund the price you paid. Our address is plainly printed on every familiar blue tin. So how about it? Tomorrow, serve your husband the coffee with the world's most famous flavor, Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It's after midnight in Springfield, and but one small light blinks its cheer from the white frame house on Maple Street. That's in the master bedroom, where the master, if we may speak loosely, is still giving his problem the old college try. Like this.
Bill Stewart, Phil Stewart, Bill Phillips, Phil Billups,
Jim.
Jim Phillips.
Jim.
What?
You realize, of course, that the Liggetts will probably never speak to us again.
Why? I didn't do anything to them.
You sat in the corner and mumbled to yourself all night.
Well, I wasn't hurting anybody.
And every 5 minutes you ran to the telephone.
I was only trying to get Hector, you know that. He certainly picked a fine evening to go out.
So did we. Jim, where are you going?
I'm going to call Heck. That's where I'm going.
But you can't. It's 2:00 in the morning.
I'll be right back, honey. You call a doctor at 2:00 in the morning. Why can't you call a friend? Friend. Fine friend he turned out to be. Introduces you to people, then you can't remember their names. Ruins a perfectly good evening just because he hasn't got sense enough to stay home when you need him. Now what happened to the light switch? Huh. Every time you want the darn thing, it's someplace else. anyway. 2 o'clock isn't so late. Lots of people stay up until 2 o'clock. Probably isn't even in bed yet. I hope. Hello, Heck. Heck. This is Jim Anderson.
Isn't here.
No, Heck. This is Jim. Did I wake you up?
Who is this?
It's Jim Anderson.
Oh, Jim. What's the matter?
Heck, do you remember those 2 friends of yours who had the cottage next to us at Round Lake?
I suppose so.
What were their names? Those friends of yours who had the cottage next to ours.
What about?
Margaret met the tall one downtown this morning, and we can't remember his name.
I don't know, Elizabeth. Holy jumping catfish.
What's the matter?
It's after 2 o'clock.
I know, Heck, but look, it began with a B. And if you'll just
Do
tell
you mean to say you woke me up at 2 o'clock in the morning just to ask me a guy's name?
Jim.
I'll be through in a minute, honey. Heck, I know it sounds crazy.
Sounds crazy. It is crazy. You're nuts.
Heck, you've got to help me. It's driving me out of my mind.
2 o'clock in the morning.
Heck, listen to me a minute. Hello, Heck? Well, that's fine. Just fine.
What did Hector say, dear?
He hung up on me.
No.
Just hung up.
Well, we might as well face it. Calling people at 2 o'clock in the morning isn't exactly the way to endear yourself to your fellow man.
Okay, if that's the way he feels about it. Just wait until he wants something.
Now what are you going to do?
Well, you know what they say. When all the world's agin you and you haven't got a friend, there's only one thing you can do to bring a happy end. Go make yourself a sandwich.
Who said that?
I did.
Jim, if you eat anything now, you'll be up all night.
I'll be up all night anyway. What's in the icebox?
Oh, the usual things. 6 pairs of roller skates, 12 pairs of galoshes.
Very funny. You're so cute.
Well, what do we generally have in the icebox?
Ice. Well, what do you know? Food. Let's see now. Cold ham.
Jim, will you please leave that alone?
But I just want...
That's tomorrow night's dinner. Just sit down and I'll fix a sandwich for you.
What kind?
Oh, I'll think of something. Here we are. How about a nice melted cheese? The kind we used to make up at the lake.
Oh, Margaret.
Why, Jim, you've always liked melted cheese.
That isn't what I mean. Why did you have to mention the lake?
What?
I'd almost forgotten about the name, and now, well, now you've started it all over again.
All I said was that I'd make a melted cheese sandwich.
Did somebody call me?
Bud.
Well, if it isn't the boy with the built-in tapeworm.
Why aren't you in bed?
I heard somebody open the icebox.
You know, Margaret, I think he must be part bloodhound.
Bud Anderson, you go right back to bed where you belong.
Can't I even have one sandwich?
Not even half a sandwich. You march right upstairs.
Now, just a second, honey. Let's not be hasty about this. After all, he's a growing boy, and he hasn't had anything to eat since 7 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
What?
This is my second trip.
Okay, Bud, you heard your mother. Up to bed.
But I hardly ate anything last time, and I'm a growing boy.
I said up to bed.
Mother!
Oh, dear. We're in the kitchen, Betty.
Say, I wonder if Ed Davis would remember. He was up at the lake that
Jim,
summer.
don't you dare call the Davises.
But if he knows the name...
Haven't you thought of the name yet?
Never mind, Bud.
I thought of the pitcher.
Fine.
You saw the second game.
Bud.
It was Bob Lemon.
Mother, I heard the most mysterious noises. Why don't we call a... Oh.
Hello, Betty. Pull up a chair.
No wonder there's never anything in the icebox. Nobody ever goes to sleep.
What's going on down here?
Nothing is going on down here. We're all going back to bed.
Oh, wait a minute, Margaret. As long as we're up, we might as well have a sandwich or something.
Jim Anderson, how do you expect...
Honey, you don't seem to understand. I'm hungry.
Didn't the Liggett serve anything?
Oh, yes. But not to your father.
Margaret.
He was busy in a corner, communing with the spirits.
What?
I sat there very quietly. I didn't disturb a soul. But just because I didn't put on a lady's hat and dance around with my pants rolled up...
Jim.
Well, that's what Al Kay was doing, and everybody thought it was very funny.
Mother, he didn't.
Well, it was just...
Reapers, I forgot all about Kathy.
Jim, do you see what you've done? You've got the whole family up.
I didn't wake anybody. All I did was make a phone call.
It's all right, Kathy.
Betty, you'll wake everybody in the neighborhood.
Was it burglars? No, it was Father. Gee whiz.
I've had just about enough of this. Bud, put the cheese back in the... Bud. What happened to the cheese?
What cheese?
I had a whole slab of cheese on the table. Oh, Bud.
Gosh, I was just sort of nibbling and... Was it a whole slab?
Well, I guess that takes care of that. Go ahead, Bud.
What?
Up to bed.
I thought we were going to have a sandwich.
Betty, what are you doing?
Getting some milk.
Say, that's an idea.
Bud.
Let them have their milk, dear. Are you coming upstairs?
Well,
Did you want something, Dad?
turn off the lights when you run out of food.
And don't you dare touch that ham.
Okay, Mom. Good night.
We'll be up in a few minutes, Mother.
All right, dear. Good night.
Good night.
You know, Margaret, it's a funny thing. Every time I try to get into the icebox, something happens.
Oh, I don't know. You've had your moments.
Meaning what?
Well, I remember a certain leg of lamb.
Oh, honey, that was 12 years ago.
I know, but...
I suppose 12 years from now, you'll still be telling me about that same dizzy leg of lamb.
Mommy,
Go to sleep, Kathleen.
are you sure it wasn't burglars?
Yes, we're quite sure, kitten. Now stop worrying about it.
Daddy said it was burglars.
We'll tell you all about it in the morning.
And go to sleep.
Okay. Good night.
Good night, Angel.
Good night, Kathy.
Oh, dear, what a night.
What a night is right. I'm glad it's almost over.
Well, at least you stopped thinking about that silly name. Oh, I'm sorry, dear.
Margaret,
Yes, Jim?
you know that cat?
Cat?
The one that was killed by curiosity?
Oh, that one.
What do you suppose did it?
I don't know, dear.
Maybe the name of another cat it met up at Round Lake, huh?
Jim, you've got to be sensible. You can't keep this up the rest of the night.
I can't, huh?
You certainly can't. Do you realize that in less than 4 hours it'll be daylight?
What was that?
I said...
That's it. That's the name.
What is?
Daylight. I mean, Jack Daly. That's who it was.
Well, thank goodness.
That's the fellow you met, isn't it?
Yes, dear, Jack Daly.
Well.
Now, will you please turn out the light and come to bed?
Oh, no, not yet. You haven't finished. What did he want?
Who, dear?
Jack Daly.
Oh, I thought I told you. He just said to say hello.
Good night, Margaret.
Good night, dear.
This weekend, how will you choose the coffee you buy for your family? So many brands. How can you pick the one coffee that gives you the most in flavor for your money? Well, on your grocer's shelves, there is one coffee, our Maxwell House coffee, that's famous for flavor above all others. And tomorrow, the world's greatest coffee expert can tell you why. Yes, tomorrow, pour a cup of Maxwell House for your husband. He's the expert we mean. When he gives you his warmest smile and says, best coffee ever, you'll know why Maxwell House is famous for flavor. And when you count all the cups of truly good coffee you get from that 1 pound, well, you'll know it's Maxwell House for value, too. Tomorrow, then, look for the sign of good coffee, the big white cup and drop on our friendly blue tin. That's Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It's been quite a night for the Andersons, one they'll long remember. Now the house is dark, the night is still, but it isn't over. No, sir, not by a long shot. Like this.
Jim.
Huh?
The telephone's ringing.
Good.
Jim, will you please answer the phone?
Okay. Hello?
Dad, the phone's ringing.
Hello?
Jim, please go downstairs and answer the phone.
Okay. What time is it?
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock? Ye gods and little fishes. What kind of an idiot would call us at 4 o'clock in the morning?
I don't know, dear. Please put on your robe, Jim. You'll catch your death of cold.
I'll be all right. 4 o'clock. This is somebody's idea of a joke. Wake people up in the middle of the night. Ought to have their brains examined. Spend the whole night trying to fall asleep, and then the phone has to ring. All right, I'm coming. Hello?
Hello, Jim? This is Hank.
Now look, Hank.
Jim, are you sure it began with a B?
Oh, no. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra. In our cast were Ted Donaldson as Bud, June Whitley, Rhoda Williams, Norma Jean Nielsen, Herb Vigran, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
For authentic police drama, it's Dragnet on NBC.
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. Come, let us bid the morn awake. Sad winter now declines, and every bird doth choose a mate. Today's St. Valentine's. Ah, yes, the day of love and lovers, St. Valentine's Day. It was quite an event in Springfield this year, especially in a certain white frame house on Maple Street. There, as usual, the day contained its normal quota of confusion. And there, also as usual, it all began with breakfast, like this.
But are you sure your father didn't go back to bed?
Yes, ma'am. He was almost finished shaving.
I don't know. Every time I plan anything special for breakfast...
Mommy, is 15 Valentines alive?
Well?
Who got 15 Valentines? I'm going to.
How do you know?
Because I've got 75 cents and I'm going to buy them.
Darling, you don't buy Valentines for yourself.
You don't? Of course not. I'm going to.
Kathy.
I'm going to get more Valentines than any girl in my whole class.
Of all the girls I ever see, the one I love the best is me.
Then Shakespeare rolled over and died.
Never mind, Betty.
I ever see. What grammar?
Well, it's poetry. Didn't you ever hear of poetic license?
Good grief. Do you need a license for that now?
Good morning, Daddy.
Good morning,
Ah,
Father.
the gay young Andersons, bright-eyed and cheerful.
Good morning, Jim.
Hello, honey. Getting ready to sally forth into the world for another day of popovers.
If they aren't burnt to a crisp.
Popovers. Well, why, we haven't had those for breakfast since... Wait a minute. How come popovers on Wednesday?
Is there any law that says we can't?
No, but is it somebody's birthday?
Father, do you mean to say...
All right, Betty, just eat your breakfast.
But if he doesn't...
I said eat your breakfast.
Jumping creepers.
Our anniversary's in April. Your birthday's in October.
Jim, will you please eat your popovers before they get cold?
I have eaten my last forkful until somebody tells me what today is.
It's February 14th.
Well, that's more like it. May I have my coffee, please?
Mother, he still doesn't know.
Of course he does, dear. He's just teasing you. Here you are, Jim.
Thank you, my love. Popovers and coffee. What a wonderful way to start off so auspicious a day as February 14th.
Dad.
The sun is shining, the snow is glistening, the icicles are icicling.
Dad.
The coffee is bubbling, the popovers are popping.
Dad.
I seem to hear the strangest noises.
Dad.
All right, Bud, it's St. Valentine's Day. Now, what do you want?
It's St. Valentine's Day.
Thank you, H.V. Caltonborn, Jr.
Well, I just wanted to tell you.
Bud forgot to say you're welcome.
Never mind, dear.
But Daddy said thank you, and Bud didn't say...
Drink your milk, Kathleen.
Why do you have to say you're welcome when you're 9 and when you're 15?
You heard your mother, Kathy. Drink your milk and stop arguing.
Gee whiz. Everybody has somebody, and all I have is milk. Father.
Betty, with all the fuss you've been making around here about the sweetheart ball tonight, how could anybody in his right mind not know what the day was?
You mean you knew?
Of course I knew.
Well, if people know what a day is, they generally do something about it.
Betty, I wish you'd just eat your breakfast.
Wait a minute, honey. What's this all about?
It isn't anything, really, Jim.
Mr. Davis is giving Mrs. Davis an orchid for a Valentine, that's all. She told Mommy this morning.
Well?
When she came over to borrow an egg. And Mr. Phillips is giving one to Mrs. Phillips.
He's giving her an egg?
He's giving her an orchid, a big purple orchid.
And so's Mr. Smith.
That's ridiculous. Why would Mr. Smith want to give an orchid to Mrs. Phillips?
Maybe he likes her.
You better have a better reason than that.
Jim, you're getting the children all confused.
I am. I was sitting here very quietly watching the popovers popping over.
Mother got up an hour earlier this morning just to make a special breakfast for you.
She didn't have to do that. I'd have been perfectly happy with...
Just because it's St. Valentine's Day.
Is that right, honey?
It isn't anything, dear. I just thought you'd like popovers for a change.
Well, thank you, Margaret. I'm very grateful.
Then why don't you buy her an orchid?
Kathy.
Well, that's what everybody means. Why don't they say it?
Jim, I want you to know I had nothing to do with this.
I know that, honey, but...
Why, it's been so long since I've had an orchid, I wouldn't know what to do with this.
Just a minute. It hasn't been that long. You had an orchid? Well, it wasn't very long ago.
When Kathy was born.
All right, that's only 9 years. Besides, why the big celebration? St. Valentine's Day is for kids.
Excuse me.
Where are you going?
I have to look for my fountain pen.
But don't you think you ought to finish your breakfast first?
Oh, I couldn't eat another thing, Mother. I'm full.
I don't know what's gotten into that girl. She doesn't eat enough to keep a bird alive.
That isn't what Billy Smith says.
Never mind, Kathy.
He says she eats like a horse.
Kathy?
I drank my milk.
Well, drink Betty's.
Gee whiz.
Margaret, you know I love you. And if I knew how to make popovers, I'd get up early and make them for you.
Bud, I can't find my pen.
But there's no reason why a couple of grown people...
Just a moment, dear. Bud, Betty can't find her pen. Why don't you go in and help her look for it?
Why do I always
Bud,
have to...
stop arguing and do as you're told.
Holy cow. Anything that gets lost around here, I have to find.
It isn't a question of the orchid, honey. It's the principle of the thing.
If I lose anything, nobody helps me find it. You'd think I was a seeing-eye boy or something.
Psst, I'm in here.
What's the big idea, Betty? I don't even know what your pen... Hey, wait a minute.
Bud, stop making so much noise.
You've got the pen right in your hand.
I know it.
Well, then why did I
Will you
have to...
stop shouting? We've got to do something about the orchid.
What orchid?
The one Mother isn't going to get.
Look, Betty, if you don't want to make sense...
Well, you heard Father. He isn't going to buy one.
How do you know?
He practically said so.
Well?
Do you want your mother to be the only woman in the neighborhood without an orchid?
What's the difference?
There's a lot of difference. And if Father won't buy it, we'll have to.
You're crazy. They cost $7.50.
I know, but I don't have to have my hair fixed for the sweetheart ball.
You said you did.
Well, I don't. So I've got $5. How much have you got?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Betty. I've been saving up for months.
How much?
But I have to buy Valentine presents for 5 girls.
Bud, how much?
Well, $1.75.
That still isn't enough.
It's all I've got. And if you think I'm going to go out and borrow 75 cents like I did last time...
75 cents.
Kathy! What are you kids doing out there?
We have to talk to Kathy. I'll be right in.
You better make it snappy or you'll all be late for school.
It'll only take a minute, Father.
What if she won't give it to us?
She'll give it to us or else.
I don't know where your pen is, Betty.
Never mind the pen.
Where's your money?
I'm not going to tell you, because if I tell you...
Kathy, we've got to have 75 cents.
I don't care. It's my money, and I'm going to buy Valentine's, and you don't have any right.
Kathy, this is an emergency.
It is?
It certainly is.
What's an emergency?
An emergency means that you have to give us 75 cents.
Well, I won't.
Kathy, I'm giving $5 and Bud's giving $1.75.
Hold it, Dad's coming.
But you didn't tell me.
We'll tell you outside. Come on, Bud.
Okay, hiya, Dad.
Look, I don't know what you kids are cooking up.
We aren't cooking anything up, Father. They say I have to... Goodbye, Father.
Oh, we have to hurry up or we'll be late.
But I want to tell
Grab her coat, Bud. We'll put it on outside.
Okay.
Betty, why don't you...
We'll see you later, Father.
Come on, Kathy.
Well, stop pulling me. Why do you always have to pull me?
So long, Dad.
Bye now.
I don't know. They get worse every day.
Jim, Ed Davis is here.
Oh, I'll be right in. The bigger they get, the more trouble they are.
Hiya, Jim.
Oh, hello, Ed. What's up?
Oh, Ethel wanted me to bring back the egg she borrowed from Margaret.
Isn't that silly?
What's the big rush?
Well, now she wants a cup of sugar.
Jim, while you and Ed settle the affairs of the world, I'll take the sugar over to Ethel.
Oh, Margaret, I'll take it over.
Put your coat on, honey.
It'll only take me a minute.
Hey, wait a minute, Margaret.
Won't do any good, Ed. She's gone.
Women. Has Margaret heard about the orchid?
Oh, yes. I was given a full treatment this morning.
Never heard anything so cockeyed in my life. One dizzy character orders an orchid for his wife, and the whole neighborhood has to go for broke.
What do you mean?
Lucille Hathaway was talking to Joe the florist, and this guy calls up and orders an orchid. A $7.50 orchid.
What guy?
Who knows? But Joe told Lucille, and she told Elizabeth Smith, and that's all it took. Every husband on the street is getting hooked for an orchid.
Not everybody.
Everybody.
Well, gosh, Ed.
Boy, would I like to meet the character who started this. You got yours yet?
I better go call the florist right now. Huh?
Well, I was just talking to Sam Woody, and he says Joe only has 2 or 3 orchids left. I'm going down and get one of them now. You want to come along?
No, I think I'll just call him.
Well, I wouldn't take any chances. You'd better come up with an orchid or you're a dead duck.
Okay, Ed. I'll take care of it right away. And thanks for the tip.
Glad to help, Jim. You know how it is. Husbands have to stick together.
Or get stuck together. Why does everybody have to buy an orchid? Husbands. They're a bunch of sheep, that's what they are. Leave it to them to find a way to get everything... Hello, Joe? This is Jim Anderson. Fine, thanks. Yes, I know. Look, Joe, I know, Ed Davis just told me. But look, Joe, if anybody wants to know who bought the first orchid, for crying out loud, don't tell them it was me.
as matters stand now, Father's the only one in the house who knows about that orchid. And so often that's true. The head of the house is the only one to go to for the right answer. For example, ladies, when it comes to coffee, the world's greatest expert is that man of yours. Yes, your husband is the number one coffee authority. Of course, we have a reputation as experts, too. After all, more families buy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. But when you pour the coffee, why, your husband is the only expert who matters. And if you want to be rewarded with his warmest smile, just serve him our Maxwell House tomorrow. We're sure he'll beam and say,
"Best coffee I ever tasted."
Yes, that's our promise. He'll say that, or we'll give you your money back. You see, only Maxwell House has that wonderful good to the last drop flavor. A flavor that can come only from our Maxwell House recipe. It's a very special recipe, demanding certain fine coffees blended just so. No wonder, then, no other coffee tastes like Maxwell House. It's because no other coffee's made like Maxwell House. Tomorrow, serve your husband our Maxwell House coffee. If he doesn't say, "Best coffee ever," we'll gladly refund every penny you paid. Just send us the can, an unused portion. Our address is right on every familiar blue tin. Fair enough? Then tomorrow, serve your expert, your husband, the coffee with the world's most famous flavor, Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Now it's 5 o'clock, an hour of mystery and excitement. How do I know? Well, I know many things. Of men who walk by night, with danger by their side. Of men who walk by eventide, with orchids clutched beneath their arms. Ah, yes, Jim. There's a smile on your face and a song in your heart as you stride across the kitchen floor. But how long will this happiness last? You open the refrigerator door and the smile fades. The song disappears. What is it you see, Jim? Crisp and cool between a head of lettuce and an old, tired meatloaf. That's right, Jim. It's another orchid.
Now, how did that get there? I told Joe I was going to pick it up. Why would he... Margaret! Try to surprise anybody around here. Honey? Margaret!
Is that you, Father?
No, it's the Iceman.
Mother isn't home yet.
Was that for me or the Iceman?
We're in the living room, Daddy.
Well, at least that worked out all right. Where's your mother?
She hasn't gotten back from downtown yet. Daddy, we've got a surprise for you. Guess what?
You burned down the school.
Daddy. Father, I don't know how to tell you this.
Just a minute. Do you know anything about that orchid in the icebox?
Well, that's what I was trying to tell you. We bought it.
You bought an orchid?
Uh-huh.
What for?
For Mother.
Oh, Betty.
Well, you said you wouldn't, and we didn't want her to be the only mother in Springfield without an orchid.
Betty, I never said I wouldn't.
Why, Father, when we were having breakfast this morning...
I never said I wouldn't buy an orchid. You must know, I was the first... Oh, never mind. I ordered an orchid for your mother over a week ago.
You did?
Yes, I did.
Oh, jumping creepers. And I didn't even have my hair done. And I only got 9 Valentines.
Well, that makes sense. Not to me, but it makes sense, I suppose.
We gave Bud all our money, and he bought the orchid for Mother.
Fine. Now she can have one for each shoulder.
Father, why didn't you tell us?
Because I didn't think it was any of your business. What's the matter with you?
I want my 75 cents back.
Kathy, stop that yowling, or I'll give you something to yowl about.
Yes, Daddy.
This isn't just a question of the money involved. The two of you and Bud probably sacrificed a great deal to buy that orchid for your mother, and it was absolutely unnecessary.
I have to go to the dance looking like an old witch.
Well, stop worrying about your hair. It looks fine.
We only bought the orchid because we love Mommy.
That's what I mean. Why should you presume that you love her more than I do?
We don't, Father. We just...
But that's what you said.
Father doesn't love Mother enough to buy her an orchid. So we'll have to.
We never thought of it like that.
Do you think I'd have let your mother down when everybody else was getting an orchid?
No.
Then why didn't you trust me?
Because we're stupid?
No. Because you didn't think, that's all.
Father,
Yes, Betty?
does my hair really look all right?
That's fine. I make a big speech about faith and confidence. You want to know if your hair is all right.
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
I trust you.
That's very nice.
Do you trust me?
As far as I can throw the piano. Doorbell rang.
Because if you do, Betty took my 75 cents, and I'd like to make a deal about my allowance.
Answer the door, and when you come back, we'll sit down and talk about something else.
Okay, What?
Answer the door.
I said I'd like to make a deal. And he said... Father,
Yes, Betty.
will it help any if I say I'm sorry?
How much of this orchid money was yours?
$5.
Well, I guess you've suffered enough. Suppose we just forget the whole thing.
Hello, Kathy. Is your father home?
Daddy, it's Mr. Davis.
Oh, come on in, Ed.
Jim, I'm in an awful jam.
Oh, what's the matter?
You don't know what I've been through. I've turned this town upside down, and I can't find an orchid.
I thought you were getting one from Joe.
He's sold out. Everybody's sold out. I'm afraid to go home.
Father.
Yes, Betty. I had the same idea. Kathy,
You want me, Daddy?
be a good girl and bring me those 2 boxes in the refrigerator.
Okay. Father, isn't it wonderful?
Isn't what wonderful?
Sit down, Ed. Take it easy. Relax.
Relax, he says. My wife will probably leave for Reno in the morning, and he says relax.
Couldn't find any orchids anywhere, huh?
Orchids. One orchid. That's all I wanted.
You don't say.
Jim, will you please take that silly-looking grin off your face? You don't seem to understand. I'm in trouble. I can't go home.
Kathy!
I'm coming, Daddy.
Ed, whether you know it or not, we are living in an age of miracles. The skyscraper, the airplane, the horseless carriage,
Jim.
and now, miracle of miracles,
Are these the ones?
there you are, Ed.
What?
Orchids.
You mean real live orchids?
Just ran them up out of a couple of old lampshades. Take your pick.
Jim, I don't know what to say.
Well, suppose you start with, here you are, girls. Here's your $7.50.
I'll give him 10.
Father. Daddy.
$7.50 will be fine, Ed. Won't it, girls?
Yes, Father. I'll settle for my 75 cents back.
Jim, I really don't know what to say. You know you saved my life, don't you?
Well, you know how it is. We always like to keep a couple of spare orchids floating around the house. It gives it that homey touch.
Here you are, girls. $7.50, and I'll never be able to thank you enough. Margaret?
It's me, Dad.
I'm going to get out of here before you change your mind. Anytime I can do anything for you, Jim, just let me know.
See you later, Ed.
Hiya, bud.
Hello, Mr. Davis.
Oh, what a day. What a day.
What's he so excited about?
Oh, he was just... Bud, what's in the box?
The box? Oh, it's an orchid.
A what?
Bud.
Didn't you tell me to buy an orchid?
I want my 75 cents back.
Wait a minute. Didn't you put an orchid in the icebox before?
I just got home, remember?
Betty, you told me...
Well, I thought that was the orchid we bought.
What was?
The one we just sold to Mr. Davis.
I didn't put any orchids in the icebox. I bought this one from Joe this morning.
There's something very fishy going on around here.
I didn't do anything.
We bought 2 orchids, we sold 1, and we've still got 2 left. It doesn't add.
Maybe the florist made a mistake.
I guess the best thing to do is call Joe and find out if he knows anything about it.
Won't I get my 75 cents back?
Stop worrying about your 75 cents.
But I need it. Kathy, leave Father alone. He's having enough trouble.
Hey, do we get our money back?
Wait until we find out.
Boy, would that be something.
Hello, Joe?
Dad, ask him if we get the money back.
Just a minute, Joe. Bud.
Yes, Dad?
Go away.
But aren't you going to ask him?
I said go away.
How would it be if I just shut up?
All right. Hello, Joe.
Oh, shut up.
Joe, this is Jim Anderson. Did you send an orchid out to my house? I know I ordered one, but I picked it up myself less than half an hour ago.
I see.
What'd he say, Father? Who, Betty?
Well, I imagine you must be. Who?
What'd he say, Father? Who, Betty?
Just a minute, Joe. Betty, in just one more minute.
Oh, I'm sorry, Father. Go ahead.
This is like trying to out-talk a riveting machine. Joe?
I didn't say anything.
But if you don't... No, I was talking to my kids, Joe. Bill Polder? He didn't get one, huh? Okay, I'll send Bud over with it right away. Not at all, Joe. See you later. Well, that takes care of that.
What'd he say, Father?
Joe thinks they made a mistake while he was out to lunch.
Who did?
They did.
Oh.
But take your orchid across the street to the Poulters.
What for?
For Mr. Poulter to give to Mrs. Poulter.
What do I want to do that for?
Because that's what Joe said to do.
And then I get my money back?
Yes.
Hot dog. I'll be back in 2 minutes, Dad.
See if you can't take a little longer, like an hour.
Okay.
Betty, the next time you start anything like this, so help me, I'll...
Divorce her? Kathy.
That's exactly what I'll do. I'll divorce her.
You'll divorce who?
Mommy. Hello, Mother.
Hello, honey. We didn't hear you come in.
I came in the back way. Hello, dear.
Hello, darling.
Who's going to get a divorce?
Betty and I.
Oh, well, you've certainly got a nice day for it.
Haven't we, though?
Daddy, show her the surprise. Kathy. Well, what are we waiting for?
Betty, she's absolutely right.
Just because I'm the littlest one in the family, everybody thinks I am?
Jim, would you mind telling me what this is all about? I've got to get dinner started.
I'll do better than tell you, honey. I'll show you what it's all about. There you are.
Jim, did you take that orchid out of the icebox?
Oh, you saw it, huh?
Of course I saw it. Kathy, put it back where it was, like a good girl.
Yes, Mommy.
Well, aren't you going to say something?
It'll be absolutely ruined before Betty even has a chance to wear it.
Me?
What's Betty got to do with it?
Well, I thought you knew. That's the orchid Billy Smith brought for Betty to wear to the sweetheart ball.
Oh, no.
Tomorrow or Saturday, you'll be buying the coffee you'll serve all next week. And for your family's pleasure, you'll want the coffee that gives the most in flavor for your money. So take home the one coffee with the world's most famous flavor, our Maxwell House coffee. That's Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Once again, it's breakfast time in Springfield. And once again, we find the Andersons engaged in their favorite occupation. Yep, they're eating again, like this.
Oh, it was wonderful, Mother. Just the most wonderful dance you've ever seen. May I please have the sugar? 9 Valentines isn't bad, is it, Daddy?
I think it's very good.
And I've still got my 75 cents. That's even better.
Margaret, do you suppose Hetty Green looked anything like Kathy when she was a child?
I wouldn't know, dear.
Before your time?
1 or 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
More coffee?
Why, sure.
There you are.
Thank you.
Boy, was Mr. Poulter ever excited about the orchid. He gave me a whole $1 for a tip.
Bud, you didn't take money from Mr. Poulter.
I didn't? I could have sworn I did.
Bud.
Well, it turned out to be a pretty fine Valentine Day after all, didn't it?
It was wonderful, dear. And I certainly think you showed great originality.
I did, huh?
Mm-hmm. I'll bet that's the biggest box of candy anyone ever got.
May I have the cream, please?
Here you are, Father.
Thank you.
When you serve a hot cereal at breakfast time, do you hear this?
I don't want any old cereal.
When you'd rather hear this?
good, Mommy.
Well, to get your children to eat a hot cereal in the morning, get 'em Post Wheatmeal. Just tell 'em Post Wheatmeal is Hopalong Cassidy's favorite hot cereal, and they'll eat it too. Post Wheatmeal is chock full of solid whole wheat nourishment, has a wonderful nut-like flavor, and it cooks in 3.5 minutes. You'll see, you'll all agree, it's the best hot cereal you ever ate.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra. In our cast were Norma Jean Nielsen as Kathy, June Whitley, Rhoda Williams, Ted Donaldson, Barney Phillips, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
For authentic police drama, hear Dragnet on NBC.
The best coffee in the whole world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. Today, being the 22nd of February, the people of America are engaged in a nationwide celebration, honoring the birth of the man who was first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen. In Springfield, in the White Frame House on Maple Street, the celebration has reached a melodic and spirited climax, like this.
Happy birthday, dear Father. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Father.
Thank you. For both George Washington and myself, I say thank you.
Speech.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Jim, don't you think you'd better blow out the candles before they drift all over the cake?
Okay. Hang on to your chairs, kids. This is going to be like blowing out a forest fire. Well, gets harder every year. Now, suppose we forget about the speech and concentrate on the cake. May I have your plate, Margaret?
Just a small piece, dear.
All right. There you are.
Jim, I said a small piece.
Well, it's my birthday. I'm in a generous mood. Betty?
Thank you, Father.
Bud?
Oh, don't worry about getting mine too big, Dad.
All right. How's that?
Oh, Jim, not the whole cake.
Leave him alone, Mom. He's doing fine. Boy.
Bud, when you feel the explosion coming on, give us time to step back.
Okay, Dad.
Kathy?
Is it all right if I don't eat any cake, Daddy?
Why, Kathy.
What's the matter, kitten? Don't you feel well?
Oh, no, I feel fine. I just don't want any cake, that's all.
Are you sure, Kathy?
Yes, Daddy, I'm sure.
Well, okay.
Why don't you open the presents, Father?
Don't you think I ought to have a chance to eat my cake?
It'll only take a minute, Dad.
But if I... Well, okay. Let's see now. This one says, with all my love, Margaret. Thank you, dear.
I hope you like it.
I'm sure I will.
Daddy, may I please be excused?
What for? Don't you want to see what I... Say, that's beautiful. And it's exactly what I needed. What is it?
Jim.
Oh, it's
It's a golf pouch for your belt.
And it's real leather.
Oh, I see. T's on the outside, money on the inside. That's a good idea. Thank you, honey.
You're welcome, dear.
Now, this is a big one, isn't it? Happy birthday, Father dear. Lots of joy this coming year. May your troubles all be petty. Lovingly, your daughter Betty.
Oh.
Never
Never mind, Bud. That's very sweet, Betty. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Father. Don't you think I ought to go upstairs and do my homework?
Why, Kathy, we're having a party. This is no time to do homework. Well,
They're binoculars, Father.
I know, but
The man said you could see practically anything with them.
that's fine, but these are kind of expensive, aren't they? Where'd you get the money to buy them?
Oh, I just made the down payment.
I see. And I'm supposed to...
There's only a balance of $85, Father.
Well, that's nice. Especially when I need binoculars like I need an extra head.
You mean you don't like them?
Oh, I like them fine. I can use them for finding people who want to buy insurance.
Jim, I'm sure Betty won't mind if you turn them in for something more practical. Will you, Betty?
No, but he doesn't have to before Monday, does he?
What happens on Monday?
Well, not Monday, Father. You see, Stanley Lawson is a bird watcher, and Sunday he's going to take me out and show me how you watch birds.
With my binoculars.
Well, I didn't think you'd mind if I borrowed them just this once.
You can watch them through Stanley Lawson's binoculars. One eye apiece.
Jumping creepers.
Open mine up, Dad.
$85.
Jim, Bud's present.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bud. I'll, Well, now that's a tender sentiment.
What does it say?
From Bud. Isn't that nice?
Jim.
Oh, gee. I don't know how to write poetry or anything.
Is this one all paid for?
Sure.
You don't have to write poetry.
Father.
There's nothing I like better than... Well, a camera.
Bud.
It's got a flash attachment and everything.
It's very nice. Of course, you realize that I've already got a camera.
I know, but you will never lend it to me.
I see. Thank you very much, Bud.
You're welcome.
Well, I guess that takes care of the presents.
Kathy?
I better go inside and practice.
Kathy, what about your present?
I don't have any present, Mommy.
Honey, it doesn't make any difference.
I gave her 50 cents to buy a present, and I want to know what happened to it.
Oh. Well.
Kathy?
Didn't I tell you about that, Mommy? Oh, it was awful.
What was?
What happened to the 50 cents? I was going down to Mr. Crandall's drugstore to buy the present, and you know the empty store next to Mr. Crandall's?
Yes.
Well, 9 men with beards on and great big guns jumped out of the store and grabbed me. And they knocked me down and they took my 50 cents. And one of them said, "You better not tell anybody or we'll kill you." Oh, Kathy. Well, they did. And I said, "You better give me back my 50 cents. That's to buy a birthday present for my daddy." And then they all said, "Ha ha." And then they ran away.
Jim, I have never...
Just a minute, honey. Is that all, Kathy?
I couldn't help it, Daddy. There were 9 of them.
Holy cow, if you believe
Never
it.
mind, Bud. I'll handle this. Kathy,
Yes, Daddy?
you're sure there were only 9 men?
Yes, Daddy.
With beards?
And guns.
Well, sounds like the old Capone gang.
That's who they looked like.
Yes. What's that spot on the front of your dress?
Spot?
Looks like chocolate, doesn't it, Margaret?
It is chocolate.
Maybe one of the men had chocolate on his gun, and when he stuck me up...
Kathy, why don't you tell us the truth?
Oh, but it is the truth, Daddy. I was walking down the street.
All right, never mind. Margaret, why don't you and Bud and Betty see what's doing in the kitchen? I'd like to have a little talk with Kathy.
All right, dear. Come on, Betty, Bud. We'll start on the sandwiches for the poker party.
9 men with beards.
What about my cake?
Bring it with you. And stop talking with your mouth full.
Boy, she dreamed up a pip this time, didn't she?
Bud, you're getting crumbs all over the floor.
Kathy,
Yes, Daddy?
now would you like to tell me the truth
About what, Daddy?
about the 50 cents?
Oh, but I did. I was walking along, minding my business.
When out of an orange-colored sky...
What?
Never mind.
How many sodas did you have this afternoon?
Why, Daddy, I didn't have
Kathy.
3.
I see.
I couldn't help it, Daddy. I only meant to have 1. And the first thing I knew, the whole 50 cents was gone.
Well, why didn't you tell me that in the first place?
I didn't want you to spank me.
So you made up that horrible lie.
Well, it was the only one I could think of.
Kathy, what are we going to do with you?
I don't know.
Of all the days to tell a lie, George Washington's birthday.
And yours, too.
Do you realize that in his whole life, George Washington never told a single lie?
He didn't?
He certainly didn't. When he chopped down his father's cherry tree, he said, "I cannot tell a lie. I did it with my little hatchet."
Did he get spanked?
Of course not, because he told the truth. And when he grew up and the people were looking for a president to be father of this country, they said, "Let's get George Washington. He never gets into trouble." Of course, in those days, there weren't any music critics.
Daddy, if I always tell the truth, can I get to be the father of my country?
Well,
And be the president?
it's possible. Heaven help us. Kathy, do you know what I'd like for a present more than anything in the world? For you to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You mean that's all you want?
That's all.
And you won't be mad at me anymore?
I'll be the happiest father in Springfield.
Daddy, I won't ever tell another lie. Not ever again. As long as I live.
That's a promise now.
Oh, yes, Daddy.
All right. We'll see what happens.
Jim, I don't want to interrupt.
It's all right, honey. We've got everything all settled.
I'm going to be the president.
What?
I'm going to tell the truth about everything, no matter what happens.
That's fine, dear. Jim.
That's what I'm giving Daddy for his birthday.
All right, Kathy. Jim.
Ask me anything, and I'll tell you the truth.
Kathy.
Anything at all.
Jim, if you're going to play poker tonight, don't you think you'd better get the table ready?
Good grief. Is that what time it is?
I don't care what you ask me.
Bud?
I'll tell you nothing but the truth.
You want me, Dad?
Give me a hand with the poker table like a good fellow.
Okay.
How can I tell the truth if nobody asks me anything?
Kathy, go into the kitchen and help Betty with the dishes.
But I want to tell the truth.
Well, why don't you just handle it as it comes along?
How can I if nobody asks me anything?
They will.
When?
I think the table's down in the playroom, Dad.
Bud, ask your sister something.
What?
Ask me, Bud, please, about anything.
I don't want to know anything.
You see, nobody will help me.
What's the matter with her?
I don't know. I think maybe I sold her too large a policy.
All right, Kathy, into the kitchen.
It isn't fair. I promised I'd tell the truth, and now nobody'll let me.
Jim, I hope you haven't started something we can't control.
Don't worry about it, honey. If I know Kathy, it'll wear off in 10 minutes.
What will, Dad?
What worries me is that 10 minutes.
Honey, a simple thing like this can't cause any trouble.
What can't, Dad?
You certainly can't get into trouble telling the truth, can you?
Who can't, Dad?
Bud, can't you ever keep still?
About what, Dad?
She went tearing out the back door shouting she was going to show everybody.
Jim.
And she hasn't even got a sweater on.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter with that child? All I said to her was...
I did it! I did it!
Kathy, come in here.
I did it, Daddy. I cannot tell a lie. I did it with a little hatchet.
You did what?
I chopped down Mommy's rose bush.
When it comes to child psychology, Father might just as well let Mother take over. But so many other times, ladies, it's that man of yours who's the expert worth listening to. For example, when it comes to coffee, wonderfully good coffee that spells the most in pure pleasure for your family, Your husband is the world's greatest expert. No two ways about it. The number one expert on coffee is your husband. Now, you might say we're experts, too. Coffee's our business. And our Maxwell House coffee is enjoyed by more families than any other brand at any price. But at home, when you pour the coffee, the final judge, he's your husband. And tomorrow, if you'll pour him a cup of our Maxwell House, we promise he'll smile from ear to ear and say,
"Marvelous. Best coffee ever."
We're sure he'll say that. So sure we'll give you your money back if he doesn't. The truth is, we know no coffee tastes like Maxwell House because no coffee's made like Maxwell House. That famous good to the last drop flavor comes from just one thing, our recipe. A recipe demanding certain fine coffees blended just so. And only Maxwell House has this recipe. So get a pound of Maxwell House tomorrow. Serve it to your husband. If he doesn't say best coffee ever, why, just send us the can and unused portion, and we'll gladly refund every penny you paid. Our address is right on every blue tin. Tomorrow, then, serve your family America's favorite brand of coffee, Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It's less than an hour later, and for some reason we're reminded of what the poet Milton said in his immortal Paradise Regained. Hard are the ways of truth and rough to walk. Of course, we aren't sure, but isn't it just possible that the poet Milton might have had a daughter like Kathy Anderson?
I did, too.
You did not.
I certainly did.
You certainly didn't.
Bud, what's going on out there?
I did, too, have a right to call her.
Dad, do you know what she did? She called Evelyn Finney and told her I sent a Valentine to Nancy Moore.
Well, it was the truth, wasn't it?
Jim, I told you in the beginning.
Kathy.
You said you wanted me to tell the truth.
Evelyn said she was never going to talk to me again, and it's all her fault.
It is not my fault.
It certainly is.
It certainly isn't.
Well, wait a minute, both of you. Kathy, did you call Evelyn Finney?
Sure, I called her. I had to tell her the truth, didn't I? Mother?
Oh, dear.
Mother, do you know what that little monster did? She told Billy...
Oh, there you are. Just wait till I tell you.
Leave her alone, Betty.
But you don't know what she did. I told the truth. That's what I did.
She called Billy Smith and told him I was going bird watching with Stanley on Sunday.
Betty.
I told him I was going over to Janie Liggett.
She told a big lie.
I did not. I am going over to Janie's. First.
Kathy.
My life is ruined. My whole life.
What are you kicking about?
Bud?
Evelyn Finney won't even talk to me. And she's got all my biology notes.
Bud, the door.
And I'm warning you right now, if I flunk biology, it's all her fault.
Kathy.
Yes, Daddy?
Let's get this straight once and for all. Unless people ask you, you are not to tell them anything.
Not even the truth?
Not anything.
Not even Mrs. Smith?
How did she get into this?
Kathy, you haven't been talking to Mrs. Smith.
Well, sure. And she said she wanted me to tell her anything else I found out.
What did you tell Mrs. Smith?
Well, I just told her that last Saturday when Mr. Smith was supposed to be working, I saw him go into the bowling alley, that's all.
Oh, Kathy.
Well, it was the truth.
Jim, you've got to do something about this.
Dad, it's Mr. Gribble.
Oh, no. Not Gribble. Not... Go on into the den, J.P. We'll be right in.
Okay, Jim. Take your time.
Did you invite him to the poker game?
Of course not. He's the worst poker player in the entire country.
But if he finds out you're having a game...
We've got to get rid of him before he does find out. The boys won't play with him, and I'll be in a jam.
Why don't I just tell him the truth?
Kathy, if you so much as open your mouth... Wait a minute. I think I've got it. Betty, sneak out into the hall and get our coats.
What?
Jim.
Just your mother's and mine.
But, Father...
Don't ask any questions. Just do it, please.
Jumping creeper.
Now, this is a great idea, honey. If he thinks we're going out, he'll go someplace else.
Isn't that telling a fib?
It's no such thing. We aren't going to tell him anything. We're just going to put on our coats. And if we want to put on our coats, why shouldn't we? Right, Margaret?
Well, I suppose you can look at it that way.
It still sounds like a fib to me.
Well, nobody asked you.
Here are the coats, Father, and I brought your hats, too.
Oh, thank you, Betty.
Jim,
Put your coat and hat on, Margaret, and let's go.
I can't just put a hat on, dear. It takes...
Well, then carry it. He'll get the idea.
Jim, if only you wouldn't get us into these situations.
Honey, how did I know he was going to stop by? Just because his family's in Florida and he's at a loose end. Are you ready?
I suppose so.
Okay, here we go. Now, Betty, you come along, and if Kathy starts to say anything...
I'll strangle her.
Daddy!
That's the idea. Well, how are you, J.P.?
Oh, but now we're just sitting here. Oh, just going out, eh? You and Mom going someplace, Dad?
Well, as a matter of fact, we...
Hello, Mr. Gribble.
Hello, Mrs. Anderson. Girls.
Hello, Mr. Gribble.
I suppose I should have called, but, well, I wasn't doing anything, and I just thought, too bad, isn't it, Kathy?
He asked me, Daddy. You heard him. He asked me.
Kathy.
He said, isn't it too bad? And I have to tell him.
We weren't actually going out, J.P. We just got back. Haven't had a chance to take off our coats. That's all.
Oh, well, then I can look forward to a pleasant evening after all.
Yes.
I didn't hear you and Mom.
Never mind, Bud. Would you excuse us for a minute, J.P.? We've got to take our coats off.
Don't pay the least bit of attention to me. I'll just make myself at home.
I'm sure you will.
Come along, Kathy.
But I want to stay with Mr. Gribble.
Jim.
You heard your mother, Kathleen. You've got to leave Mr. Gribble alone.
Oh, why don't you stop worrying, Jim? I'll just sit here with the children and have a nice little chat. Won't I, Kathy?
Yes, Mr. Gribble.
Oh, dear.
Betty.
I'll keep an eye on her, Father.
Okay. We who are about to die salute you.
What? What was that?
I said, we'll be right back. Won't we, honey?
Yes, we'll be right back.
Well, you're getting to be a big girl, aren't you, Kathy?
Would you like to ask me something? Will Mrs. Gribble be in Florida long, Mr. Gribble?
Jim, what are we going to do?
We've got to work fast. Now, you go next door to the Davises and tell Ed the game is off.
But is it...
There's nothing else we can do, Margaret. I can't afford to insult Gribble. And I've got to get in there before Kathy starts popping off. Go out the back door, then he won't see you.
All right, dear. I just hope you know what you're doing.
I just hope I come out of this alive. That's what I hope. A fine birthday this is turning out to be. Oh, no, not already.
Want me to answer the door, Dad?
Never mind. I'm right here. I'll be with you in a minute, J.P.
Take your time, Jim. No hurry.
Hello, Jim.
Ed.
Thought I'd come by a little early in case you needed any help.
Help? What I need is a doctor. Margaret just went out the back door to try to stop you.
What for?
Is that Ed, David?
Yes, J.P. He just came in for a minute.
Gribble.
Hello, Ed.
Hello, Mr. Gribble.
We'll be right in, J.P.
Okay, Jim.
Jim, I told you I'd never play poker with him again.
I didn't invite him, Ed. He doesn't even know there's going to be a game.
Well, get rid of him.
Sure, and get rid of all of his insurance business at the same time. Is that what you want me to do?
No, but...
Look, why don't you call the fellas and explain what happened?
I don't know, Jim. It's pretty late.
Well, standing here isn't going to make it any earlier. Oh, no, not again.
Dad?
I'll get it, Bud.
Okay.
So help me, Ed.
Why don't I just stand outside with a red flag and a smallpox sign?
Very funny.
Hi, Jim.
Oh, Hector, I want to tell you something.
Oh, let me in. It's cold down here. Hi, Ed.
I've been better.
Who hasn't?
Oh, isn't this a miserable night?
You don't know the half of it.
You know, I still can't figure out how Elizabeth knew I went to the bowling alley.
What?
Oh, you wouldn't know anything about it. You see,
Jim, is everything all right out there?
Oh, sure, J.P. Everything's fine. Gribble? Heck, I was just explaining to
Now,
Ed.
look, Jim, I've had enough trouble today, and if you think I'm going to play cards with that tight-fisted, knot-headed...
Hector?
Oh, hello, Mr. Gribble.
I thought I recognized your voice.
We'll be right in, J.P.
Jim, we can't just stand here. If anybody else shows up, he's going to suspect something.
What makes you think he doesn't already?
I know what we can do. Offer him a drink, and I'll slip in a Mickey.
Say, it's a great idea. Hold it, will you? He's coming.
Well, this is a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect to see you boys tonight.
We were just standing here...
discussing a little business deal. Weren't we, Heck?
Yeah. Business deal.
Jim, I'm awfully sorry. I hadn't the faintest idea I was interfering with anything. Why didn't you tell me?
Well, you know how it is, J.P.
Say, Dad, Mr. Gribble was telling us.
We won't have time for that now, Bud. If you'll get me my coat, I'll be running along.
There isn't any hurry, J.P. We're just going to... Bud, you heard me.
But you just said...
Holy cow. Well, this seems like old times, doesn't it? Some night when you boys aren't so busy, why don't we get together for one of those good old-fashioned poker sessions?
The funny thing, J.P., we were just talking about the same thing. Weren't we, boys?
Yeah. We sure were.
Here's your coat, Mr. Gribble.
Thank you, Bud.
Let me give you a hand with it, J.P.
Oh, well.
Daddy, Betty won't let me tell Mr. Gribble about your present.
Not now, Kathy.
Father, I've done everything I could,
All
but
right, Betty, I'll take care of it. Kathy, Mr. Gribble's in a hurry.
But it'll only take me a second to tell him, Daddy.
Kathy.
Oh, let the child speak, Jim. Don't be such a Simon Legree. What is it, dear?
You know what I'm giving my daddy for a birthday present? I'm going to tell the whole truth to everybody.
Well, that's fine, Kathy.
Good. Now,
Don't you want to ask me something?
Kathy, Mr. Gribble's leaving.
But if he wants to ask
He doesn't
me...
want to ask you anything. Do you, J.P.?
Why, no, I can't think of anything right now.
You can't?
No, dear, I'm sorry.
Well, J.P.
Why don't you ask me if my father's going to have a poker party tonight?
Sometime this weekend, maybe tomorrow, you'll buy the coffee you'll be serving next week. And you'll want the one coffee that gives you the most in flavor for your money. So take home the coffee with the world's most famous flavor, our Maxwell House coffee. Then tomorrow night, pour a cup of Maxwell House for the world's greatest coffee expert, your husband. When he smiles and says, "Best coffee ever," you'll know why Maxwell House is famous the world over for flavor. Then when you add up all the wonderfully good cups of coffee you get from every pound, you'll agree it's Maxwell House for value, too. So tomorrow at your grocer's, look for the sign of good coffee, the big white cup and drop on our friendly blue tin. That's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Robert Young. Today is not only the birthday of George Washington and Jim Anderson, it's my birthday as well. I've always felt very close, therefore, to the basic ideals of Americanism and the principles on which this country was founded. That all men are created equal. That they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. That among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You'll notice that nothing is said about an individual race or color, that no mention is made of a privileged faith or religion. On this day, therefore, why don't we review for a moment our own personal adherence to the rules of democracy and pledge ourselves to a better life during the coming year? Let's not live as members of a certain race or color or creed. Let's live as Americans. Thank you.
Psychology at breakfast time.
I've found a way to get the kids to eat a hot cereal in the morning. I just give them post-wheat meal and tell them it's Hopalong Cassidy's favorite hot cereal. My, how they gobble it up.
Yes, ladies, tell your children that post-wheat meal is Hopalong Cassidy's favorite hot cereal, and they'll eat it too. Post-wheat meal is chock full of solid whole wheat nourishment. It has a wonderful nut-like flavor, and it cooks in only 3.5 minutes. You'll see, you'll all agree, it's the best hot cereal you ever ate.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra. In our cast were June Whitley as Margaret, Rhoda Williams, Ted Donaldson, Norma Jean Nilsson, Joseph Kearns, Herb Vigran, Barney Phillips, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House. America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Now it's exciting and authentic Dragnet on NBC.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts. That's solid stuff, you know. And to prove that Shakespeare was an exceedingly sensible cookie who generally knew what time it was, we'd like you to stop off for a while in Springfield. There, in a certain white frame house occupied by the Andersons, the dinner hour approaches. And with it, why, sure, another crisis like this.
But, Mother, what if he says no?
We mustn't think of it that way, dear. Just think that he's going to say yes.
Is this the plate, Mommy?
Yes, dear. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We've had everybody in the whole company read the part, and they all look so young.
Why didn't you have Daddy do it? He's real old.
Kathy, please.
Well, isn't he?
Your father is not old.
He's older than my teacher.
Mother, if she keeps that up, he'll never do it.
Your father will do it, Betty, I promise you. Now, we'll have Billy sit over here.
Why can't he sit next to me?
Darling, a guest sits on the hostess's right hand.
He does?
Yes, dear.
How does she eat?
Kathy.
Well, if Billy's going to sit on Mommy's hand.
Oh, stop it.
Mom.
We're in the dining room, Bud.
Mom, Mr. Crandall said he didn't think 1 quart would be enough for 6 people, so I got 2 quarts.
Oh, dear, we'll never be able to eat that much ice cream.
Who won't?
Well, put it in the freezer like a good boy.
Okay.
Want me to help, Bud?
Never mind. I don't need any help.
Can't I even carry one of them?
Well, carry the pistachio. Nobody likes it anyway.
Mother.
Betty, will you please stop worrying?
But how can I? This is the most important thing in my life.
All you have to do is start a conversation about the theater and leave the rest to me.
Oh, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Billy says if we can't get somebody to play Romeo's father, we'll have to do Macbeth.
Well, that's a very nice play.
Mother, how can you say that? There's nothing in it for me.
Margaret, I'm home.
We're in the dining room, Jim.
Okay, I'll be right in.
Mother, if he says he won't do it, I'll die.
I know, dear.
I mean, I really will.
Just see to it that the conversation gets around to the theater and you won't have to.
But how can you...
Never mind. Hello, dear.
Hello, honey. What's going on in here?
Oh, nothing very much. Betty and I were just talking.
Father, speaking of the theater...
Betty.
What?
I mean, I think the theater plays a very important part in everything, don't you?
I suppose so. How come the extra place? Somebody coming for dinner?
Billy Smith.
Oh. Don't they ever eat at his house?
Father.
Your father's only joking, Betty.
I am not. In the last week, he's had dinner here 5 times. Why doesn't he just bring his toothbrush and move in?
Jim, you know that whenever Billy and Betty are rehearsing for a play...
I rehearsed for plays when I was in college, and I didn't have dinner with the leading lady every night.
Father, speaking of the theater...
Hiya, Dad. When'd you get here?
Just now.
Father.
I took my bike down to Mr. Adams, and he says it needs a whole new sprocket chain.
Well, he knows more about it than we do. Tell him to fix it.
Father.
But I was thinking, that's going to be $2.25. And for just another $93.60, I can get a gasoline scooter.
Bud, I'm trying to talk to Father.
So am I.
I've got a great idea. Why don't you talk to one another? Where's the paper, honey?
In the living room. Kathy, your father's home.
Good for him.
Probably the only one in the whole house who doesn't want to put a bite on me for something.
Are you going into the living room, Father?
Has it been moved?
No.
Then I'm going into the living room.
I'll go with you.
Me too.
That'll be nice.
We'll have dinner in about half an hour, dear.
Okay, honey.
Mother, aren't you coming with us?
I don't think so. I ought to go into the kitchen.
But you said...
All right, dear. I'll come along.
What's this all about, Margaret? Are you and Betty up to something?
Why, Jim.
That's what I like, a nice Anderson-type answer. They're so much more interesting than just a plain yes or no.
Well, dear, it's... Kathy!
Yes, Mommy?
Turn the light off under the spinach.
It's off.
It is? Well, turn it on like a good girl.
Yes, Mommy?
And don't you dare touch the ice cream.
Okay.
Margaret.
Yes, dear?
You can change the subject 463 times, and I'm still going to remember. What are you and Betty up to?
Up to?
I beg your pardon. To what are you and Betty up?
You want to know something, Dad?
Bud.
Just a minute, Betty. All right, Bud, what is it?
You get 40 miles a gallon on a scooter.
What's that got to do with Betty?
I didn't say it had anything to do with Betty. I just said...
Father, speaking of the theater...
Who said anything about the theater?
I think I'd better get back to the kitchen.
Margaret, please.
Well, I've got... Oh, dear.
The doorbell rang. Mother, it's Billy, and I haven't even asked him.
Asked who?
You.
What?
But I was supposed to ask you.
Now, look, Margaret.
The doorbell rang.
Thank you, dear.
You're welcome.
Bud?
And that's only half a cent a mile.
Bud.
Well, it's practically half a cent a mile. And you get a guarantee.
Margaret, I'm going to give you a guarantee. In just about 2 minutes, the top of my head is going to fly off.
That'll be nice, dear.
Betty, will you please tell me what this is all about?
Well...
Maybe I'd better tell you, dear.
All right.
I'll tell him, Mother.
Betty.
After all, it's my problem.
I know, dear, but...
Margaret.
Yes, Jim?
Why don't you toss for it?
Father.
Yes?
Betty, it's Billy Smith.
Hi, Betty.
Oh, no.
I'm Mrs. Anderson.
Hello, Billy.
Mr. Anderson.
Jim.
Oh, hello, Billy.
Sure is a nice night out tonight, isn't it?
Hello, Billy.
Isn't it?
It's a nicer night out than it is in, I'll tell you that.
It is, huh?
It certainly is.
I guess that means you won't, huh?
I won't what?
Jim, please.
Margaret, if you love me, please tell me what this is all about.
You mean you haven't even told him?
We've been trying to, but...
Margaret.
I'll tell you, dear. You see...
Dad.
Not now, Bud. Yes, Margaret.
Well...
But I forgot to tell you something. It's unconditional.
What is?
The guarantee.
Bud.
And Mr. Adams said...
Bud.
Yes, Dad?
Go water the lawn.
But there's snow all over it.
Well, go water the snow.
At night?
Bud, why don't you go into the kitchen and keep Kathy company?
But Dad just said...
Go ahead, Bud. You heard your mother.
Holy cow.
Sure is a nice night out tonight, isn't it?
Margaret, before anyone else rings a bell or toots a toot, what?
What?
That's right, what?
Oh, well, I told the children it was ridiculous, but they wouldn't listen to me.
Mother!
After all, your father hasn't done anything like that since he left school.
Like what?
But we could help him, Mrs. Anderson, and he'd pick it up in no time at all.
I'd pick what up?
Father, you said you'd help us, and now you won't even ask.
Betty.
Darling, I know exactly what your father's going to say.
Margaret.
But you promised. Not 10 minutes ago, you promised.
I know, dear, but...
Hildegard.
You said to leave the whole thing to you, right in the dining room, didn't you?
Yes, dear, but...
Genevieve.
Jim, will you please stop interrupting? It's very rude.
Sorry, dear. I guess I was just carried away.
Father, will you?
I do. I now pronounce you man and wife. Shall we dance?
Father, please. This is the most important thing in my life.
What is?
For you to be in our play.
Well, it certainly took you long enough to... Play? Me?
You see, Betty, I told you.
Margaret, just a minute, please. Betty, what play?
Romeo and Juliet.
It's the Springfield Little Theater, Mr. Anderson, and you'd be a sensation. I mean, you really would.
Romeo and Juliet, huh?
Say you'll do it, Father. Please say you will.
Why, I haven't done anything like that since... Oh, I'm too old.
But, Father, that's why...
You see, Betty, I told you that's what he'd say, didn't I?
No, Mother, you said...
After all, when you haven't been on a stage for 25 years...
25? No such thing. It hasn't been over 20.
I know, dear.
Matter of fact, it's only 19.
Jim Anderson, you certainly don't intend to go bouncing around a stage at your age.
Well, of course I don't intend... What's the matter with my age?
Well, nothing, dear.
Some of the greatest actors of all time reached their heights at my age. Edwin Booth, John Barrymore,
Sarah Bernhardt?
Thank you, Sarah Bernhardt.
Dear, this is a theater for young people.
Mother, please.
Margaret, there is a certain wisdom and understanding that comes with maturity. And that's what this part needs, maturity.
And how?
I might give a performance that... Well, actually, I'd only be doing it to help Betty.
You mean you will?
We'll be awfully grateful, Mr. Anderson.
Well, when you put it like that, all right.
Father!
I'll do it.
Oh, Father, I love you.
Betty, stop it. You're getting lipstick all over me.
I've never been so happy in my whole life.
Fine. Now, if you don't mind, I'll go into the den and read my paper.
Go ahead, dear. We'll call you when dinner's ready.
Thank you. And you needn't look at me like that, Margaret. I've given my word, and it's all settled.
All right, dear.
Mother, why did you keep saying...
Betty, not now.
Tell me I'm too old. But soft, what light through yonder window breaks? She's just jealous because they didn't ask her to play Juliet, that's all. Never felt better in my life. Go up that balcony like a monkey on a string. At my age. It is the east, and Juliet is the sun. Arise, fair sun, and kill the envious moon, who is already sick and pale with grief, that thou her maid art far more fair than she. Be not her maid, since
Poor father. He might have known that the family plans an entirely different role for him. But life's like that. For example, that man you know as your husband, he plays another very important role, too. Yes, ma'am, that husband of yours is the world's greatest coffee expert. He's the man who knows best about truly good coffee, cup after cup. Of course, people call us experts, too. That's because more people buy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. But when you brew the coffee, the critic you want to please is the expert you married. And tomorrow, if you'll fill his cup with Maxwell House, we promise he'll beam and say,
"Now that's what I call real coffee."
We're sure he'll say that, so sure we'll give you back your money if he doesn't. You see, no other coffee has that same good-to-the-last-drop flavor, a flavor that can come only from the famous Maxwell House recipe. It's a very particular recipe, which insists on certain fine coffees blended a very special way. And this recipe belongs to Maxwell House alone. No other coffee is made like Maxwell House. That's why no other coffee tastes like Maxwell House. Tomorrow, then, take home a pound of our coffee. Pour a cup of Maxwell House for your husband. If he doesn't say, "Best coffee ever," send us the can and unused portion. We'll return every penny you paid. Our address is right on every familiar blue tin. So how about it? Tomorrow, serve your husband the coffee with the world's most famous flavor, our Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
The dinner hour is past, and we can't think of a better time for a neat little quotation. To wit, after the storm comes a calm. Or is it, after a calm comes the storm? Anyway, with the Andersons, it's different. After the crisis comes another crisis, like this.
Now, just a minute, Betty.
But, Father, we never said you were going to play Romeo.
Well, you never said I wasn't going to play it. Or him.
Well, gosh, Mr. Anderson, we practically told you.
Romeo's grandfather.
It isn't his grandfather, Father. It's his father.
Well, he sure doesn't have anything to say. Look at it. 4 whole scenes, and what have I said? Ah, yes.
Father.
6 times.
They talk about you all the time.
Why don't I just stay home and let them talk about me from there?
Father.
And stop saying father.
Jumping creepers.
Mr. Anderson, why don't you look at it this way? Without Romeo's father, there wouldn't be any play.
The way you've butchered Shakespeare, I'm surprised he doesn't turn out to be an orphan.
Billy, why don't we pick up the scene after Tybalt goes out?
Okay. Do you have the place, Mr. Anderson?
What difference does it make? Just pinch me when it's time, and I'll say, ah, yes.
Father, this is your big scene.
Oh, well, it's about time.
Are you ready?
I've been ready for years.
Okay. If I profane with my unworthiest hand this holy shrine, the gentle sin is this. My lips, 2 blushing pilgrims, ready stand to smooth that rough touch with a tender kiss.
Good pilgrim, you do wrong your hand too much, which mannerly devotion shows in this.
This is my big scene, huh?
We're getting to it, Father.
Like you did in the last scene, by way of Denver.
Go ahead, Billy.
It's your line.
Oh,
For saints have hands.
I've got it. Daddy, Mommy said I could watch. Father.
Leave her alone, Betty. She'll be all right.
Creepers. For saints have hands that pilgrims' hands do touch, and palm to palm is holy Palmer's kiss.
Have not saints lips and holy Palmers too?
When I grow up, I'm going to be an actress. Kathy.
Kathy, you'll have to be quiet. This is my big scene.
It is?
Can't you tell?
Why don't they let you say something?
Don't worry, Angel. They'll start talking about me any minute.
Oh.
Go ahead, Betty.
Father.
Pardon me, but did anybody happen to see the ink?
You got it the last time you were in here.
Oh. Well, that was the blue ink.
What color do you want now?
Red?
Well, don't ask me. You're the one who wants it.
Yeah, that's it. Red.
Why do you suddenly need red ink?
I need it, that's all.
Go ahead, Betty. He isn't interfering with anything.
But if he keeps coming in here...
Teach him to say, ah, yes, and he can have my part.
Father, please.
I can say ah, yes.
I can, too.
You see?
Mr. Anderson, if you'd rather not do the part...
Yes?
Go ahead, Betty.
It's your turn.
Oh, okay. Oh, then, dear saint, let lips do what hands do.
Dad.
Saints do not move, though grant for prayer's sake.
Then move not, while my prayer's effect I take.
Dad.
Thus from my lips by thine my sin is purged.
Dad.
Just a minute, Billy. What is it, Bud?
Are people gonna pay to hear that?
Of course.
Holy cow.
This happens to be the most beautiful play ever written.
It is, huh?
It certainly is.
Just wait a while. We haven't reached the funny part where everybody gets killed.
Oh!
I don't even understand it.
Who does?
Father.
Go ahead, Betty. Let's get it over with.
Mr. Anderson, I'm beginning to think...
And it's about time. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Oh, trespass sweetly urged, give me my sin again.
You kiss by the book.
Well?
That's where the nurse comes in.
Fine. Right now I can use a nurse.
Maybe we'd better do another scene.
We'll do this one. Kathy, you can be the nurse.
Oh, boy! Father.
You seem to forget this is my big scene. Go ahead, Kathy.
What?
Read.
Where?
I don't care. Just pick out a place and read.
Okay.
It's here, where it says nurse.
Married bachelor?
That's it.
How can he be a bachelor if he's married?
Stop asking questions and read.
Gee whiz. Married bachelor? Her mother is the lady of the house. That's silly.
Never mind, Kathy. Now what?
Benvolio comes in with Capulet.
Now we're getting someplace. All right, Bud.
What?
You're Benvolio.
I am?
Sure, this is my big scene. Everybody's got lines. Except me. Go ahead, Bud.
Good grief. Away, be gone. The sport is at the best. What's so beautiful about that?
Father,
Yes, Betty?
the next line is yours.
No. Well, let's have your line again, Bud.
Again?
Please.
Holy cow. Away, be gone. The sport is at the best.
Ah, yes. Well, now I can go inside and lie down for a while.
No! You've got another line.
I have? Well, say, business is picking up. Let's go.
So I fear. The more is my unrest.
Hey, this is a big one. Stand back, everybody. Give me room. Nay, gentlemen, prepare not to be gone.
Mr.
We have a
Anderson.
trifling, foolish banquet for.
Mr. Anderson,
Is it e'en so? Why, then I thank you all.
Please, Mr. Anderson.
I thank you, honest gentlemen. Good night.
Mr. Anderson.
Ah, sirrah, by my faith.
Please, Mr. Anderson.
Billy, will you please keep still?
But I have to tell you, that's been cut.
You cut my ah, sirrah, by my faith?
We cut everything, but nay, gentlemen.
That's my big scene.
Well,
2 lines.
The play's awfully long, Mr. Anderson.
Ah, yes, and nay, gentlemen.
later on you say, by my troth.
How bully.
Well, how are all the actors and actresses getting along in here?
Mother.
I've got some nice cookies and some chocolate milk.
Mother, we can't stop for anything like that.
I can.
Me too.
Billy, we're never going to get this right.
Now, there's the first sensible thing I've heard tonight. This whole thing is ridiculous.
Just a minute, Mr. Anderson.
Margaret, if these kids go through with this play, they'll be the laughingstock of Springfield.
Father!
Jim, really?
They haven't the faintest idea of what Shakespeare is all about. They don't know any more about it than Bud does.
What did I do?
Well, if you know so much about Shakespeare...
I don't. But I'm old enough to realize that I don't. Betty, can't you see? This is a foreign language to you and Billy.
It's beautiful.
If it's read properly, sure. But you've got to walk before you can run. You aren't doing Shakespeare. You're murdering it. Why don't you do something you understand? Something we all understand.
Like what?
Well, something simple, something American.
But there aren't any American things that are beautiful.
What?
Not like the balcony scene.
Betty, I'll make a deal with you. I'm not an actor, I'm a businessman. A plain, ordinary insurance salesman. If I read you something American, the most American thing I know, and you agree that it's beautiful, will you do things my way?
What if we think it's awful?
I'll do Romeo and Juliet till the yeses pile 3 feet high.
Billy?
What can we lose? Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Okay. Let's see, I had it right here on the... Oh, here we are. Now remember, I'm not an actor. I'm just reading words. But they're words we can all understand, especially in times like these. Are you ready?
We're ready.
All right. 77 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation, so conceived and so dedicated, can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that that nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this. But in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggle here, have consecrated it far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living, rather, to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion. That we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain. That this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth.
When you go to your grocer's tomorrow or Saturday, you'll be looking for the one coffee that gives you the most in flavor for your money. And if you'll pick out that famous blue tin with the big white cup and drop, why, you'll be taking home coffee that's famous for flavor the world over, our Maxwell House coffee. Then serve a cup of wonderful Maxwell House to the world's greatest coffee expert, your husband. Yes, and when he smiles at you and says, "Best coffee ever," you'll know it's Maxwell House for the most in flavor. So start enjoying Maxwell House tomorrow. Then count all the truly good cups of coffee you get from that 1 pound. We're sure you'll agree. You do get more for your money, more value, more flavor with Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Ring up the curtain. Dim the lights. Pray do not drop a pin. This is a wondrous, breathless time. Our play will now begin. Like this.
Mommy.
Not now, Kathy.
I thought they were going to do Romeo and Juliet.
Your father changed their minds.
I still don't see Daddy.
Kathy, please.
You do us great honor, Mr. President.
It is a privilege, my child. For if once we forfeit the confidence of our fellow citizens, we can never regain their respect.
But isn't it true, Mr. Lincoln, that the American people like to be fooled?
Perhaps. But it will pay you to remember that while you may fool some of the people some of the time, and some of the people all the time, you can't fool all of the people all the time. Do you agree with me, sir?
Ah, yes!
When you serve a hot cereal, you don't have to say,
"You children eat your cereal right now."
just say,
Here you are, kids. Hop along Cassidy's favorite hot cereal.
just a little psychology. Yes, to get your children to eat a hot cereal, just tell them Post Wheat Meal is Hopalong Cassidy's favorite hot cereal. And they'll eat it, too. Post Wheat Meal is chock full of solid whole wheat nourishment. It has a wonderful nut-like flavor, and it cooks in just 3.5 minutes. You'll see, you'll all agree, it's the best hot cereal you ever ate.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra. In our cast were Rhoda Williams as Betty, June Whitley, Ted Donaldson, Norma Jean Nilsson, Sam Edwards, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Is Maxwell House the best coffee in the whole world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. It's a wise father that knows his own child. That's what Shakespeare said. But we'd like to go the Bard of Avon one better. We'll say it's an even wiser father who knows when to leave his children alone. Jim Anderson, who lives in a white frame house on Maple Street, may not be the wisest man in the world, but he is a father, an average father. And that can lead to all sorts of things, like this.
She's goofy.
I am not goofy.
Bud, leave Kathy alone and eat your breakfast.
Well, who's going to give him 6 cents a pack for chewing gum?
Lots of people. They think we're cute.
Bud?
Why should anybody think she's cute?
Bud, I don't want to hear one more word out of you until you've finished your cereal. But not one word.
Holy cow.
Mommy.
Yes, dear.
That was 2 words.
Never mind, Kathleen.
But you said...
I said eat your breakfast.
Gee whiz.
Mother.
What is it, Betty?
Do you think this would be a good day to ask him?
I don't know, dear. It depends.
What's she trying to get now?
Bud?
I finished my cereal.
Well, that's more like it.
Now can I talk?
I suppose so.
What's she trying to get now?
She needs a dress.
Another one?
Nobody asked you.
She's got so many dresses now you can hardly get into the house.
Mother.
Good morning.
Good morning, Daddy. Why, Jim, you haven't shaved.
May I please have a cup of coffee? If it isn't too much trouble.
Of course, dear. But if you're going to the office, I certainly think...
Naturally, I don't want to put anybody to any trouble. If it interferes with anybody's plans, we can skip the whole thing.
All right, Jim, what's wrong now?
Why, nothing. Nothing to worry about anyway. After all, I'm a very unimportant person in this household.
Jim.
If everybody wants to use up all the hot water before I even get out of bed, go ahead.
Oh, dear.
Why worry about leaving hot water for Father? He only lives here.
I better go see if Joe...
Stay right where you are, Bud, and finish your breakfast.
Howard.
But I just want to...
You heard your mother, Bud. Sit down.
Yes, Dad.
I could understand it if it happened on a weekday, but on Saturday they don't even have to go to school.
Jim.
Of course, there's no law that says I have to shave. Maybe you'd rather I got a job in the circus as a bearded lady.
Jim, I'd have been only too glad to boil all the water.
Oh, sure. Other men can turn a tap and get rivers of hot water, but not me. I have to shave out of a frying pan.
Father.
Betty, please. This is not the time.
All I ask is water enough for a shave. That isn't unreasonable, is it? But day after day, week after week.
Betty wants a dress.
Fine. And every time I try to shave, what happens? There isn't enough hot water to put a lather on... She what?
Just wait, Kathy. That's all. Just wait.
Well, don't you?
Betty.
Father, I can't wear that old rag to the Easter prom. I just can't.
Why not?
Everybody's seen it. Twice.
I'll swap you my navy blue pinstripe. That's been around longer than you have.
But, Father...
You're not going to get a new dress, and that's final.
Jumping creepers.
Daddy.
Here's your coffee, dear.
Thank you. What is it, Kathy?
Patty Davis and I are going into business.
Fine.
We're going to ring people's doorbells and sell chewing gum.
You're going to do no such thing.
But, Daddy...
That's practically begging, and I'll have no child of mine selling chewing gum from door to door.
Jim, they've already bought 2 boxes...
I have a position to maintain in this community, Margaret. And if you don't mind, I'd rather not discuss it.
Gee whiz.
Betty, why don't you and Bud and Kathy run upstairs and do whatever you have to do?
I haven't got anything...
Bud.
I better go upstairs. I've got things to do. Come on, Kathy.
Everybody else's father lets him sell chewing gum.
I didn't use much hot water this morning, did you?
I just took a shower, that's
Jim,
all.
don't you think you're being a little severe with the children?
I'm being no such thing. How would you feel if you couldn't shave when... Well, I'm not being severe with them at all.
I think you owe them all an apology.
I do? Honey, you don't seem to understand. I didn't do anything to them. They did it to me.
They used a little extra hot water. That's all they did.
You know, Margaret, there's only one thing wrong with you. You're a mother.
Well, this is a fine time to tell me.
I mean, you're just an ordinary mother. You let the children step all over you. You have no sense of discipline.
I see. Fathers, of course, do much better.
They certainly do.
Well, dear, just let me know any time you'd like to become a mother.
Margaret. Margaret, I'm home.
I'm in the den, dear.
I'll be in as soon as I hang up my coat. Where are the children?
They're around somewhere.
Are they all right?
Of course, dear, they're fine.
Hello, Angel.
Why, Jim, I thought you didn't like mothers.
I'm crazy about them. Matter of fact, I'm going to invent a special day for them. I'll call it Mother's Day.
What a wonderful idea, and how original.
Oh, it's nothing, really. Doing a little sewing, huh?
I'm letting out a few of Kathy's hems. I don't know what's gotten into that child. She's growing like a weed.
Kathy, she's a wonderful little girl, isn't she?
What?
I mean, she's so young and gay and full of life. We're pretty lucky to have a child like that, you know.
Jim, is everything all right?
Of course everything's all right. Why?
This morning, you were willing to trade all of the children for 2 pints of hot water.
Well, I was upset. Anyway, that's before I went to the barber shop.
I see. You like children better than barbershops.
Honey, while I was waiting, I read an article in a magazine. Are you a good father? It was very interesting.
Jim.
It had a test at the end. You know, 100 excellent, 80 good, 70 fair, that kind of thing.
Jim, we've gone all through...
You know what I got? 12. It's no wonder the children even talk to me.
Now, just a minute, Jim Anderson. We went through one of your reform movements, and it practically tore the house apart.
That was different.
We had bands in the basement, fights in the living room, and if you think...
Margaret, will you let me explain, please? This man knows what he's talking about. He's been studying children for years.
Other people's children.
Well, naturally. You don't think Dr. Kinsey... Well, he knows what he's talking about anyway.
There's nothing wrong with our children. And if you'd just learn to exercise a little patience...
It isn't only patience, honey. Look, I bought a copy of the magazine. Wait till I find the page.
Jim, just because some long-winded professor who probably never had any children of his own...
Now, here it is. Listen to this. Do you cooperate with your child in plans which promise him mutual satisfaction? Now, that's a reasonable question, isn't it?
Jim...
Are your comments on child's behavior largely praise and appreciation? Does criticism point in a matter-of-fact way to more helpful response?
Oh, pooh.
Every single thing he says... What?
I said, oh, pooh.
Meaning what?
Meaning that you and I as parents know more in 10 minutes about raising children than he does in 10 years.
Then why did I only get a 12?
Darling, children aren't the same. They react differently to all sorts of things.
Children are children. And mine are going to have the most cooperative father in history.
Oh, dear.
No one's going to point a finger at me and say, Bud!
Oh, hi, Dad. When did you get home?
How many times have I told you... Hello, Bud. Did you have a nice morning?
Sure, I guess so.
Bud, you aren't going to wear that horrible shirt.
It's Hawaiian.
Why, you wasted perfectly good money on that awful...
I don't think it's awful at all, Margaret.
Jim.
You don't?
Of course not. I think it's very colorful.
Last time you said you wouldn't be found dead in it.
Well, I had to get used to it, that's all. It's very unusual. Pink and green and red and blue and purple and yellow. It's very nice.
I know where I can get one for you.
We'll talk about it some other time.
Now, Jim, let's be cooperative.
Hi, Father.
Oh, Betty, can I speak to you for a minute, please?
Okay. What'd we do now?
Why, nothing. I was just wondering, do you have a date tonight?
I don't think so. Dick Andrews said he was going to call, but why?
Well, I thought maybe we could all go to the movies together. The whole family.
All of us?
That's right.
You mean Kathy?
Well, of course. She's part of the family, isn't she?
You want to take Kathy to the movies?
Betty.
She yells at all the villains.
I know, Bud, but...
She'll take more shots at the bandits than Roy Rogers and Gene Autry put together.
Never mind, Betty. We're being cooperative.
We'll have a very pleasant evening. Maybe we'll even stop in for a soda. How'd you like that?
Dad, I don't think I can go.
Of course you can.
No, I have to get up early tomorrow. Joe and the fellas and I are going to Plainville to see an exhibition game.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, we have to go on the bus.
You'll do no such thing. Why, I'll be only too glad to drive you and the other boys to Plainville myself.
What?
Why take a bus when we've got a perfectly good car?
Jumping creepers.
Hello, Daddy.
Well, if it isn't Kathy. Come on in.
Oh, I'm going out. I have to go over to Patty's.
We're having a family conference about going to the movies tonight, kitten, and we'd like to have your opinion.
Oh, dear.
You want my opinion?
Naturally, this is a democracy. Every member of the family has as many rights as anyone else. Don't they, Margaret?
Oh, brother.
Margaret.
I'll get it. You mean I'm as important as anybody?
Just as important as anybody.
And you're willing to drive us clear over to Plainville?
Willing? It'll be a pleasure.
Creepers, the things that go on around here. Hello? Oh, hello, Janie. Tonight? Gee, I'd love to, but no, I don't think so. No, I don't have any date, but I better not come over anyway. But I can't, Janie. My father doesn't feel well.
It seems Father is finding out once again that good intentions don't always add up to the right answer. But more often than not, ladies, the head of the house does know best. For example, the best judge of coffee is the man you married. Yes, your husband is the world's greatest coffee expert. We mean that. Of course, your grocer might call us experts, because he knows more people buy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. But let's face it, when you make the coffee, there's only one expert who matters, that man of yours. And tomorrow, if you'll pour him a cup of wonderfully good Maxwell House, we're sure he'll smile and say,
"Now that's coffee at its best."
We promise he'll say that. In fact, we'll return your money if he doesn't. That's how certain we are he'll enjoy that famous good to the last drop flavor. It's a flavor that can come only from our own special recipe, and that recipe belongs to us alone. It demands certain choice coffees blended just so. No other coffee tastes like Maxwell House because no other coffee is made like Maxwell House. See if I'm not right. Tomorrow, set a cup of wonderful Maxwell House coffee in front of your husband. He'll say, "Best coffee ever." Or we'll give you back every penny you paid. Just mail us the can and unused portion. Our address is right on every familiar blue tin. Yes, ma'am. Tomorrow, serve your husband our Maxwell House. Let the world's greatest coffee expert enjoy coffee that's always good to the last drop.
A strange new spirit has settled down over the Anderson household, one of universal peace and goodwill. It seems rather odd, but in the white frame house on Maple Street, all is calm and strangely serene. With luncheon a thing of the past and Mother off for a pleasant afternoon at the beauty parlor, it's Father who's holding down the fort and doing a pretty good job of it, too. Like this.
Well, after all, Dick, you said you were going to call me. I know, but it's after 3 o'clock. You certainly didn't think I was going to just sit around and wait. Oh, no, I couldn't dream of breaking it. Dick Andrews, don't you dare come over here tonight. Well, there won't be anybody home. Everybody's going out. All right, Dick, I'll see you Monday. Goodbye. I guess I showed him.
Hi, Betty. Where's Dad?
In the den. What's in the package?
Never mind.
Oh, don't be such an
Leave it alone, will you? It's a surprise.
Who for?
Never mind. You'll find out.
Father said he didn't want anybody to disturb him.
I'm not going to disturb him. I just want to talk to him for a minute, that's all.
Merchant.
Merchant. M-E-R-C-H-A-N-T. Merchant.
Straight.
Straight.
Hi, Dad.
Bud, I'm helping Kathy with her spelling.
This will only take a second, Dad. On behalf of the fellas all chipped in and got this for you.
For me?
Straight. S-T-R-A.
Just a second, kid. What's this all about?
Open it up. You'll find out.
Well, certainly a mysterious-looking thing. All wrapped up with ribbon and tissue paper.
I-G-H-T. Straight.
Oh, no.
No?
I told the fellas how much you liked my shirt, so they decided to get one for you.
That's, very nice, Bud. But why?
Well, gosh, you're driving the 8 of us to Plainville, aren't you?
8?
Sure. And they figured this was the least they could do for you. Don't you like it?
It's beautiful, but I couldn't think of accepting anything as valuable as this shirt.
It only cost $1.
Doesn't it have an eye?
Doesn't what have an eye?
Straight.
Of course.
Then why was it wrong?
I didn't say it was wrong. Look, Bud.
You said, oh, no.
We're all going to wear ours tomorrow, and they figured you wouldn't want to look silly.
But I am not the Hawaiian type.
A-I-T?
Couldn't you have gotten something a little more subdued, like cerise pajamas?
What?
A-T-E?
Kathy.
Why would you want pajamas?
I don't.
But you said...
Never mind what I... You're quite right, Bud. Why would I want pajamas when I can have something like this?
I give up.
Me too.
How do you spell it?
Spell what?
Straight.
Kathy, I'm trying very hard to remember. Please don't make me forget.
Oh, I've tried all the ways I can think of. I'll get it. Well?
What?
How do you spell straight?
S-T-R-A-I-G-H-T.
That's what I said.
Good.
And you said it was wrong.
I didn't say it was wrong.
Even if we got you pajamas, how could you wear them tomorrow?
I don't know.
You said you'd help me, and what good is it if you get me all mixed up?
I'm sorry, Kathy. I must have been thinking of another straight.
Which one?
The kind they used to make jackets for fathers.
Father, it's for you.
Thank you, Betty. Will you excuse me? It's probably the man for the fitting.
What did he say?
How do I know? It's probably a joke.
I have to make jokes about straitjackets. So help me, I'll be ready for one any minute. Hello. Oh, hello, Heck. No, I was just sitting around with the kids. Getting ready for what? Well, it doesn't take a whole week to get... It's when? Now, wait a minute, Heck. It's a week from tomorrow. When I saw you and George at the club, you told me... Tomorrow? Holy mackerel. Well, look, Heck, maybe you and George... I know I promised to drive you, but I've gotten into a thing here... Okay. All right, Heck. I don't know how I'll do it, but in front of your house at 3 o'clock. Sure. In case it's dark, I'll be the one with the black eyes. Okay, Heck. See you tomorrow. The things I get into. Betty!
You want me, Father?
Could you come into the den, please? I'd like to speak to you.
Okay.
It isn't all my fault. If they hadn't used up the hot water, I wouldn't have taken the silly test in the first place.
Say, Dad, if you'd rather have pajamas, I can speak to the fellas.
That was just a joke, Bud.
See, I told you.
You said the other thing was a joke.
Well, maybe they both were. I have to shell the peas, Father, so if it's going to take long...
I'll make it as short as I can. Sit down, Betty. You too, Bud.
You want me to stand up?
No, just stay the way you are. Kids, well, you see, I made a date to go hunting with Mr. Smith and Mr. Phillips tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Father!
Now, just a minute, Betty. See, I thought it was a week from tomorrow.
I turned down 2 dates because you said we were going to the movies.
You can still go to the movies. I'll be glad to pay
You mean you aren't going to take us to Plainville?
Well, I can't very well, Bud.
But you said you would. I told all the fellas.
Well, I know you did, and I'm very sorry, but you see, Mr. Smith's car's laid up, and Mr. Phillips...
You said you were going to take us to the movies.
Kathy, please, we'll go to the movies next week.
I told Dick Andrews I had a date, and if he finds out I went to the movies alone...
Bud'll be glad to take you to the movies, won't you, Bud?
We even bought you a shirt.
Well, I'll give it back. I'll be glad to give it back.
Nobody ever wants to take me to the movies.
You'll go to the movies, kitten, lots of times. I'd take you myself, but I have to go to bed early. I have to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
What am I going to tell the fellas? Now we can't even go.
That's ridiculous, Bud. You can still take the bus.
How can we? Everybody spent their 80 cents for the shirt.
I thought you said...
Well, 15 cents apiece for the shirt and the rest for sodas.
Look, suppose I treat everybody to bus tickets. How'll that be? 8 round-trip tickets and a stomach pump.
I could have had such a wonderful time.
Betty, you know that dress you were talking about? I'll buy it, and shoes to go with it. How's that?
She gets a dress and Bud gets a stomach pump, and I never get anything.
Kathy, please.
What's going on in there?
Hello, honey.
Mother,
Dad says you can't take us to Plainville.
Children, please. Jim, what's this all about?
Well, it's my fault, Margaret. I promised Heck and George I'd go hunting with them, and I said we'd use our car.
Well, there's nothing criminal in that.
I know, but I thought it was next Sunday, and it's tomorrow.
If you want to go hunting, that's all there is to it.
Well, I have to pick them up at 3 o'clock, and I explained to the children...
You don't have to explain a thing. As the head of the family, you have a right to do anything you choose.
Honey, it won't do any good to be bitter about it.
I'm not being bitter. I mean it very sincerely.
What?
We've been a very selfish family, and from now on, the most important thing in our life is your happiness.
Honey, do you feel all right?
Why don't you sit down, Mother?
It's about time the children realized how lucky they are to have as kind and considerate a father as you.
Bud, put your mother's feet up on the hassock.
Okay, Dad.
Jim, will you please stop that? There's nothing wrong with me.
Would you like a glass of water, Mommy?
Betty, go into the kitchen and take Kathy with you.
But I have to tell Father about the dress.
You can tell me about it later.
But he said...
We mustn't bother your father with trivial things.
Trivial? What's trivial about 8 bus tickets? He said...
Go ahead, Betty, into the kitchen.
Jumping creepers.
Kathy?
Can't I even ask him? Come on, knothead. Gee whiz.
Well, now that they're out of the way...
Go in and see if you can help them.
Help them? You didn't tell them...
Go ahead, Bud.
But... Holy cow.
All right, Margaret. What's this all about?
What do you mean, dear?
This strange and sudden solicitude. Is anything wrong?
Of course not. Where are we going to hunt tomorrow?
Well, the fellas thought... We?
I think it'll be so much fun. We'll go to bed right after dinner, and I'll pack a nice lunch.
Honey, wait a minute. I didn't say anything about you going on this trip, did I?
No, you didn't.
Then why all the...
Don't you want me to go?
Well, it isn't that, Margaret, but you don't even like hunting, do you?
Well, not particularly.
Well, then...
But I'm going to learn to like it.
Honey...
While I was having my hair done, I read the most wonderful article.
Margaret, it didn't...
Yes, dear. It had a test on, are you a good wife?
Oh, no.
good wife? Well, that question would interest most women. And I can think of one good place to look for part of the answer. Yes, ma'am. At the grocer's this weekend when you buy coffee, your problem is to pick the brand that gives you the most in flavor for your money. So remember this. There's one coffee famous above all others for flavor. It's Maxwell House coffee in the familiar blue tin with the big white cup and drop. Tomorrow, then, take home a pound of our Maxwell House coffee. Serve it to the world's greatest coffee expert, your husband. When he beams at you and says, "Best coffee ever," you'll know why Maxwell House is famous for flavor. Then total up all the truly good cups of coffee you get from each pound. You'll agree that for real value, Maxwell House gives you your money's worth and more. This weekend, for coffee you'll enjoy all next week, choose Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
This be the verse you grave for me. Here he lies where he longed to be. Home is the sailor home from the sea, and the hunter home from the hill. Like this.
Hold still, Jim. I've got just a little more to cover.
Oh, not so hard.
Stop being such a baby.
Oh.
There, that's as good as I can do. How does it feel?
I think my whole back is broken.
Well, I told you to watch where you were going.
Margaret, I'd rather not discuss it. Will you please turn out the lights?
Yes, dear.
How could I watch where I was going when I was carrying you? Ooh.
Is it very painful?
No, I just like to groan. Fine hunting trip. Didn't get to fire a shot all day. Fall down and break my back. Honey.
Yes, dear.
You were a wonderful wife.
Were?
I mean, you didn't have to read any article.
Neither did you. And you were a wonderful father.
Oh. Ow.
I'll call Dr. Simmons first thing in the morning and have him come over.
He doesn't have to, Margaret. I'll go to his office. I just have to be taped up.
I know, Jim, but we'd better have it done here.
Honey, I'm perfectly capable.
I know, dear. But Dr. Simmons has a whole waiting room full of magazines.
What?
I think you're wonderful just the way you are. And I'd just as soon you didn't take any more tests.
Good night, Margaret.
Good night, dear.
We hope you'll never hear anything like this from your child at breakfast time.
I don't want any cereal. I don't want any cereal. I don't want any cereal.
Is anything more maddening? Well, here's the way to get your children to eat a hot cereal. Just tell them Post Wheat Meal is Hopalong Cassidy's favorite hot cereal, and they'll eat it too. Post Wheat Meal is chock full of solid whole wheat nourishment, has a wonderful nut-like flavor, and it cooks in just 3.5 minutes. You'll see, you'll all agree, it's the best hot cereal you ever ate.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Ted Donaldson as Bud, Roy Bargy, and the Maxwell House Orchestra. In our cast were June Whitley, Rhoda Williams, Norma Jean Nilsson, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Through your contributions to the American Red Cross, miracles of mercy, of health-giving, and of life-saving are performed every day. But if these miracles are to continue, the Red Cross must meet its 1951 goal of $85 million to alleviate the distress of those stricken by earthquake, fire, and flood, to expand its services for the rapidly increasing armed forces, to carry out its civil defense responsibilities. Now more than ever before, the Red Cross needs your help. Give generously. Give gladly. Now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Now, hear exciting and authentic Dragnet on NBC. And authentic Dragnet on NBC. And authentic Dragnet on NBC. And authentic Dragnet on NBC.
Is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. From Horace to Benjamin Franklin, from Shakespeare to Oscar Wilde, practically everyone has had something to say about procrastination. And no matter who said it, it generally came out the same. It's no good. In Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons may not have a monopoly on procrastination, but it's a pretty fair bet that they hold a franchise for local distribution. Like this.
Anything wrong, dear?
I ate too much. Bud.
Yes, Dad?
Never marry a woman like your mother.
I beg your pardon.
I mean, who cooks as well as your mother. That's what I mean. It'll ruin your figure.
Okay.
Jim, no one said you had to eat that last piece of pie.
Well, I didn't want Bud to make a pig of himself. May I have another cup of coffee, please?
Any further instructions for Bud?
Oh, Bud.
Yes, Dad?
Be sure to marry a woman who cooks exactly like your mother.
Okay.
That's more like it.
Now, may I have another cup of coffee?
Of course, dear. There you are.
Daddy, do you know what I learned in school today?
I haven't the faintest idea. May I have the cream and sugar, Betty, please?
Sugar's fattening.
Just pass it and never mind the dietary information.
Yes, Father dear.
Sugar is energy, and I'm in a very energetic mood.
You are? Well, that's wonderful, dear. You've been promising to fix the leak in the roof for 2 weeks.
Margaret, please, let's not be rude. Kathy was telling me something.
Jim.
And it's probably very important. Go ahead, kitten.
What?
You were telling me something.
About what?
How do I know? Something about, I don't know.
She learned something in school today.
Well, naturally.
That's what she was telling you.
Oh, I remember. Daddy?
Yes, Kathy?
Do you know what I learned in school today?
Why, no, little old lady passing by. What did you learn in school today?
I learned that everybody in my whole class gets a bigger allowance than I do.
Well, I guess I'll go back to the frying pan. What were you saying, Margaret?
Jim, you don't have to fix the roof if you don't want to. Just let me call Mr. Payne.
Honey, I told you I'd fix it, and I will.
When?
Well, I'm certainly not going to crawl around on the roof tonight.
Mr. Payne says you don't have to. You can fix it from the inside.
Well?
What?
When are you going to fix the roof?
I'll get around to it, Margaret. Just don't rush me. It won't start raining until April anyway.
And, of course, April won't be here for 2 whole weeks.
Well, maybe Sunday afternoon when I'm feeling a little more rested.
Jim, you're going to fix it tonight.
Okay. As soon as I finish reading the paper.
You will fix the roof before you read the paper.
Now, just a minute, Margaret. Since when do you...
Yes?
Well, it isn't worth arguing about. Make such a big fuss about one puny little leak.
Father.
Now what?
As long as you aren't going anywhere, is it all right if I borrow the car?
Well, let's put it this way. No.
But I just want to go over to Janie's for a while.
I thought you had a chemistry exam tomorrow.
I do,
And
but...
didn't you say you had to study for it?
Well, sure, but I've got a study period in the morning, and I
That's
thought...
fine. That's just fine. Did you hear that, Margaret? She's got a study period in the morning.
Isn't that good?
Betty, how do you expect to get anywhere in the world if you leave everything for the last minute?
Well, I only have to brush up on a few formulas.
Then brush up on them tonight.
But, Father...
You know what they say, procrastination is the thief of time. Never put off till tomorrow what you can do today.
Who says that?
Everybody.
I don't.
Neither does your father.
Margaret.
Yes, dear.
I've asked you 100 times. Oh, we'll talk about it later.
After you fix the roof.
Yes. Come on, Bud.
What?
You heard your mother. We've got to fix the roof.
How did I get into it?
Bud.
I've got homework to do.
You can do your homework later.
But you just said... Holy cow.
I said nothing that even remotely resembled holy cow.
I wish you'd stop arguing, Bud. You can study later.
Who said anything about studying?
You said you had homework, didn't you?
Sure, for my gym class. I'm going to practice nip-ups.
All right, Bud, upstairs.
My gym teacher said it made the back muscles strong for pitching.
Upstairs.
And he's the baseball coach, so he ought to know.
Bud.
Yes, Dad?
Upstairs.
Now?
Now. Well, say it and get it over with.
Holy cow.
Will you excuse us, Margaret? We have to go fix the roof.
That'll be fine, dear.
Daddy, may I watch?
Sure. Why doesn't everybody come up and watch? We'll sell tickets. Come on, Bud.
It's in the far corner, Jim, near the chimney.
I know where it is. I ought to know where it is. I've been told about it often enough.
Daddy.
I'll come up in a little while, dear.
Okay, honey, you be sure and do that. Nothing I like more on a job than 7 or 8 foremen.
What was that, Dad?
I said we'll have it finished before you can say Herb Gorman.
Oh. Who's he?
He and your mother went to different schools together.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Daddy, you know what I learned in school today?
You've already told me, Kathy, and the answer is no.
The answer to what?
May I have a larger allowance?
How did you know I was going to ask that?
It's very simple, kitten. I'm the 7th son of a 7th son. I was born with a veil. I'm psychic.
What does that mean?
You still get 35 cents a week.
Gee whiz, that's only a nickel a day. And you know what you can buy with a nickel a day?
I don't know, Kathy.
That's what's wrong with it. I don't either.
Well, let's see now. Good grief. Look at the junk up here.
It's over on this side, Dad.
Where?
Up here.
Can't even get to it. Bud, help me move some of this stuff out of the way like a good fellow.
Okay.
You know how much Jimmy Woody gets? 50 cents.
Shove that big box over a little more, Bud.
I'm not supposed to move things that big, Dad. It'll ruin my pitching arm.
Bud, shove.
But the coach said...
Shove.
Yes, sir.
Lori Hathaway gets 40 cents, and she's only 8.
Junk. 3 more boxes, and we can open our own branch of the Salvation Army.
I'll bet Paul Pettit never had to shove boxes around an attic.
Who's he?
He's the kid who's going to pitch for Pittsburgh. And they gave him $100,000 to sign.
$100,000?
When he was only 18.
You concentrate on the little boxes, Bud. I'll take care of the big ones.
Okay, Dad.
Daddy?
Kathy, you are not going to get a larger allowance.
Why?
Because 35 cents is all you need.
Why?
Because you're only a little girl, and little girls don't need more than 35 cents a week.
Why?
Because... Kathy, if you say why once more, I'm going to give you the worst spanking of your entire life.
How come?
Kathy.
I think you can reach it now, Dad.
All right. Let me take a look at it.
You still didn't tell me.
Kitten, why don't you go downstairs and practice?
I'm going to practice tomorrow.
Well, practice tonight. You won't have to practice tomorrow.
Then what'll I do tomorrow?
Well, you can play.
Why can't I play now?
Kathy, go downstairs and practice.
But then
Go ahead.
Gee whiz. Why do I always have to practice? It never sounds any good anyway.
Bud, are you sure Mr. Payne said this could be fixed from the inside?
Sure. He said it just had to be caulked, like a boat.
That's ridiculous. How can you caulk a slate roof?
I don't know.
Father!
Don't bother me now, Betty. I'm busy.
But I have to ask you something. till tomorrow. Isn't that procrastinating?
Betty.
You said never put off till tomorrow what you can do today. And if I see Janie tonight and study tomorrow, isn't that just as good?
As good as what?
As the other way.
Bud, will you go down to the medicine cabinet and get me about 8 aspirin?
Now?
Do you have a headache, Father?
No, but I'm expecting one any minute.
Jim,
Oh, well.
Kathy said you were having a little trouble. Haven't you fixed the leak yet?
Honey, I can't fix it from the inside.
But
I've got to go out on the roof and put in some new slates. So I'll do it Sunday.
Well, all right, Jim. If you'd rather read your paper.
I'm not going to read my paper. I've got work to do. I'm going downstairs and finish my income tax.
Father won't even let me have the car for an hour, and I told
Just
him...
a minute, Betty. Jim, what did you just say?
I said I'm going downstairs and finish my income tax. And don't tell me that isn't important.
If nobody needs me for anything...
Jim, do you mean to say you haven't taken care of your tax return?
I'm going to take care of it now.
But this is March 15th.
Well,
You gave the children a long lecture about procrastination, and you haven't filed your tax return.
honey, I've still got lots of time.
But it's March 15th now.
I know, but it's only 7 o'clock, and the tax isn't due until midnight.
Father sounds pretty sure of himself, planning to fill out that tax return in 5 short hours. Well, let's wait and see. On the other hand, ladies, the head of the house is perfectly sure of a great many things. One of them is coffee. That's right. That husband of yours is the world's greatest coffee expert. Day in, day out, he's the final judge, the #1 expert on good coffee. It's true we Maxwell House people are called experts, too. More families do enjoy our coffee than any other brand. But when you brew the coffee, when you fill the cups, the expert with the final say-so, he's your husband. And tomorrow, if you'll serve him Maxwell House, we're sure you'll win his warmest smile and this compliment.
Honey, that's what I call real coffee.
Yes, indeed. That's what he'll say. In fact, we'll give you your money back if he doesn't. The plain fact is, no coffee tastes like Maxwell House because no coffee's made like Maxwell House. There's only one recipe for that famous good to the last drop flavor. A recipe demanding certain fine coffees blended just so. And only Maxwell House has this recipe. So tomorrow, serve your husband our Maxwell House. If he doesn't say, best coffee ever, why, just send us the can and unused portion, and we'll gladly refund the price you paid. Our address is right on every familiar blue tin. How about it, then? Tomorrow, won't you serve your husband the coffee with the world's most famous flavor, Maxwell House coffee? Always good to the last drop.
No matter what anyone tells you, when Thomas Paine said, "These are the times that try men's souls," he was not referring to March 15th. In those days, you see, they hadn't thought of the income tax. But they've thought of it since, haven't they? And they've thought of that cute little hangover from the Spanish Inquisition, the income tax blank. Myself, I'd rather try making a 9 the hard way. 3-3.
And we'll gladly refund the price you paid.
Subtract line 2 from... Multiply $600 by the total number. Wait a minute. If line 10 is B over $400, but not over $100,000, enter $52 plus 9%. If alternative tax computation is made on separate Schedule D, its standard deduction in line 2, disregard lines 15, 16, and 17, and copy on line 18 the same figure you entered on line H, 13 or 14, whichever. Kathy. Kathy.
Did you call me, Daddy?
May I speak to you for a minute, please? I'm in the den.
Okay.
I could only find that piece of paper. It had the whole thing.
That's my new piece, Daddy. Isn't it pretty?
Pretty isn't the word for it. Look, Kathy.
I can even play it with my eyes closed. Want to hear me?
I thought that's the way you were playing it.
Oh, no, I was... What?
Kathy, wouldn't you like to do the rest of your practicing tomorrow?
But you said I shouldn't put off till tomorrow.
Well, I just happened to think of something. What if it rains? Then where'll you be?
In the basement?
What I mean is, if it rains, you won't be able to do anything but practice. And if you practice now, you'll have nothing to do all day tomorrow. If it rains. Will you?
Will I what?
Have anything to... Kathy, haven't you been listening to me?
Oh, sure.
What did I say?
Can I speak to you for a minute, please?
I don't know.
Kathy. Good grief. What's going on up there?
Pretty?
No, Kathy. Bud?
Don't you want to talk to me anymore?
Talk to you later.
Okay.
Bud?
I can even play.
Bud!
You want me, Dad?
What are you doing?
I just did a nip-up. Almost.
Well, see if you can't make a little less noise.
Okay.
And put down a blanket or something. You're liable to break your back.
Okay, Dad.
Father, please. I'm talking to J.D. Liggett.
I wouldn't care if you were talking to Winston Churchill. It's a fine thing when a man...
Jim, what are you doing?
I'm doing my income tax. Can't you see?
What I mean is, if it rains...
What am I doing? Can't find the papers, can't make head or tail of these idiotic instructions. Income tax.
If it rains.
To figure tentative tax on amount shown in line 5,
Have anything to...
if line 3 above includes partially tax exempt, multiply amount on line 12 by 2 to obtain combined normal... Subtract line 17 from line 8, 13, or 14, and enter difference in item 5, page... Oh, no. It isn't possible. Add the figures on lines 15 and 16, and enter income tax paid at source on tax-free covenant bond interest. Kathy. Kathy! Not again. Bud! Margaret!
Father, if you keep on making all that noise... Did you call me?
Margaret, how do you expect me... Kathy, stop that. Kathy!
Did somebody say something?
Jim, what on earth is all this shouting about?
Honey, I'd better call Hector and get him to straighten me out on this income tax business. I can't make head or tail of it.
I thought you said you could.
I said I thought I could.
But that's what I said.
You said I could, and I didn't. I said I thought... Well, I can't, so what difference does it make? I can't even find the paper.
What paper?
Miss Thomas had it all written down. What went on line 14 and what went on line 15. And all I can find are those cockeyed government instructions that tell you to disregard both of them.
Well, I have an idea. Why don't you call Hector?
Thank you, Margaret. That's a very good suggestion. I'm glad you thought of it.
Daddy, Betty said you wanted me.
Kathy, I thought you were going to practice.
Margaret.
What in the world?
Bud is strengthening his back. Kathy.
Yes, Daddy?
Run upstairs like a good girl and tell your brother I'd like to see him.
Okay.
And hurry, Kathleen, before he kills himself.
Yes, Mommy.
Jim, is he really?
He's doing nip-ups. It's a very graceful exercise. As you can see.
He won't have a bone left in his body.
He'll be all right. He's a very sturdy boy. It's the floor I'm worried about.
I said I thought I could.
But that's what I said.
You said I could, and I didn't. I said I thought...
Why, Jimmy told me...
Well, I can't, so what difference does it make?
Yes, Father.
I can't even find the payphone.
Okay, Father, just a second.
Miss Thomas had it all written down.
Oh, when I
What
told
went on line 14 and what went on line 15.
Yes, Mother.
And all I can find are those cockeyed government
But,
instructions
Mother.
to disregard both of them.
Janie, I'll see you tomorrow.
Well, I have an idea.
Creepers, Mother. I don't any more get started talking.
You've been on that phone for 30 minutes.
That's what I said. I don't any more get started. Never mind.
Margaret.
Oh,
Bud is strengthening his
I was
back.
a child or something.
one of these years, the understand. Probably get Washington so upset they'll fire the whole Treasury Department.
Are they ringing?
He's doing nip-up. Well, something is ringing, and I hope it's the phone.
Maybe they aren't back yet.
Back from where?
Elizabeth told me this morning that she and Hector were going to Plainville.
Well, this is a fine time to tell me. Let me waste all that time.
Why, Jim, I thought they might have gotten back. Now may I use the phone?
No.
But, Father.
Margaret, I don't know what's gotten into this family. Nobody seems to be the least bit concerned, but I'll probably spend the rest of my life in jail.
Why, Jim.
Bud, would you please try to come down the stairs like only one elephant? What? I said... never mind. Margaret, if I don't find that paper, I don't know what I'm doing. The one with all the tax figures on it. I had it right on top of my desk.
Maybe somebody put it in the desk.
Dad. Well, that'd be fine. If that paper got inside of the desk, I'll never find it.
It would be difficult at all if you keep your desk like any other man.
Dad. There's nothing wrong with my desk.
You just can't find anything in it, that's all.
Margaret, I've told you a dozen times I'll clean it out, and I will.
You've been telling me that for 2 years.
Dad. I just haven't had the time.
No one can be that busy for 2 whole years.
Dad. Honey, this is not the time to argue about cleaning out my desk. Dad. But what do you want?
I don't want anything.
Then why don't you leave me alone?
Cassie said you wanted to see me.
Oh, well, now I've seen you. Goodbye.
Jim.
What? Oh, and stop doing nip-ups.
But the last time I almost did it.
The last time you almost went through the floor.
Jim, if the paper is in the desk...
I'll write to you every day from Alcatraz.
Dear, this is not the time.
Alcatraz, Big Joe.
I have an answer. If we do find the paper, how long will it take?
Finish the return? An hour.
All right. We can have the desk cleaned out in 20 minutes.
Margaret.
I'd have done it myself, but I don't know which papers you want to keep and which ones you want thrown away.
Oh, I don't know. Other people make out income taxes, and they don't have to go through things like this.
Now can I call Janie?
No, dear. You're going to help your father.
Big corporations with thousands of desks. They make out income taxes every year.
Kathy, we're going to clean out Daddy's desk.
I'll be right down.
Millions and millions of people make out income taxes. Make them out year after year. They don't have to clean out their desks.
Bud, go out to the garage and get a large box.
Okay, Mom.
The largest one you can find.
You bet.
People who don't even have desks make out their income tax without the least bit of trouble.
All right, dear. Whenever you're ready.
Silliest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. One small piece of paper.
Jim, it isn't getting any earlier.
Okay, let's go.
Mother, if I'm going to take that chemistry exam tomorrow...
Betty?
But Father said I ought to study.
You've got a study period in the morning, remember?
Jumping creepers.
Isn't it funny, Jim? It took 2 years and a missing piece of paper to get you to clean out your desk.
Very funny. I'm practically hysterical.
Well, here we are. Now, where shall we begin?
Let's see. If I were a piece of paper, in what drawer would I hide?
As long as we're at it, we'll do a good job. Betty, pull out all the drawers on that side and empty them on the floor.
Margaret!
You don't have to worry about a thing, dear. We'll go through all the papers together, and you can pick out the ones you want to save.
But...
Go ahead, Betty. Start dumping.
Creepers, what a mess.
Margaret, you don't have to look so happy about it.
No? If you knew how long I've been wanting to do this.
We're going to clean
Well, now all the drawers are empty. As soon as Bud comes in with the box...
Honey, wait a second. What's this?
What?
This!
Oh, dear. You weren't supposed to find that yet.
What is it, Father?
It's my income tax, and it's all made out.
People who don't even have desks.
Margaret.
Now, Jim, let's not jump to any conclusions.
You took that piece of paper, didn't you?
Well?
You sent it over to Hector and had him make out the tax. Didn't you?
I guess I did.
And then you let me suffer.
Jim, it isn't that.
You let me sit here and stew in my own juice. Margaret, how could you do a thing like that?
Well, suppose you tell me some other way I could have gotten you to clean out your desk.
Study period in the morning.
Oh, no.
every pound of coffee you buy, you're looking for the most in flavor for your money. If you agree, take this thought to your grocer's this weekend. On his shelves, there's a coffee famous for flavor above all others. It's our coffee, our Maxwell. Take home and offer a cup to the world's greatest coffee expert, your husband. When he smiles from ear to ear and says, best coffee ever, you'll know why Maxwell House is world famous for flavor. Then keep track of all the truly good cups of coffee you get from that 1 pound. We think you'll be convinced. For real value, Maxwell House is today's coffee buy. So this weekend, look for the big white cup and drop on the friendly blue tin. Take home Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It's morning now, and the Andersons are at breakfast. It should be a happy time of day. It generally is, as a matter of fact, but not today. No, indeed, not by a long shot. Like this.
May I have my coffee, please?
Jim.
I'd rather not talk about it, Margaret. Just let me have my coffee.
All right, dear. There you are.
Go ahead, Kathy. H2SO4, sulfuric acid. K2CO3, potassium nitrate. No. Carbonate? Yep. Oh, I know.
40 years old, and I have to teach me lessons.
Is something wrong, Bud?
I don't know. I must have slept funny last night. My whole back hurts.
Really? I wonder why.
I can't figure it out. I take such good care of myself, too.
May I have the cream, please?
Here you are, Daddy.
Thank you. You know, Margaret, you'd have felt pretty silly if I'd done the income tax myself, wouldn't you?
There wasn't much danger of that, dear.
What do you mean?
Well, Jim, you know the way you procrastinate.
C12H22O11. Sugar?
But thank you very much.
Does Father know best? You bet I do. When the kids don't want their hot cereal, I say, Mom, tell them Hopalong goes for post-wheat meal. Then you ought to see them dig in. That's right, Dad. Just tell the kids post-wheat meal is Hopalong Cassidy's favorite hot cereal, and they'll eat it, too. Post-wheat meal has wonderful nut-like flavor, solid whole wheat nourishment, cooks in 3.5 minutes. You'll see, you'll all agree, it's the best hot cereal you ever ate.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra. In our cast were Norma Jean Nilsson as Kathy, June Whitley, Rhoda Williams, Ted Donaldson, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Now, hear exciting and authentic police drama. It's Dragnet on NBC.
What do you mean? Well, Jim. Well, Jim. Well, Jim. Well, Jim.